Chapter 1. The Great Wasteland. By the Eastern Sea, Zhang Xi gazed at the 10 golden crows frolicking nearby and let out a wistful sigh. He had been in this world for an indeterminate number of years. When he first arrived, his mindset was quite optimistic. He had witnessed 2 fish-headed beings passing by, engaged in discussions of great demons and a vast wasteland. In that moment, he understood that he seemed to have entered a remarkable realm. Though he was a motionless stone, he possessed the ability to articulate human speech and harbored his own thoughts given time. He believed he could surely transform into a demon. When that day came, the boundless expanse would be his playground. However, this positive outlook did not endure for long, as he soon heard stones conversing behind him. Naturally, such a setback was trivial for a battle-hardened corporate drone. Thus, he continued his efforts to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, striving to shed his cumbersome form. Until one day, a mischievous little demon kicked him, altering his position. Upon observing the beach littered with stones, his morale shattered instantly. Compared to him, some stones were enormous and round, with others towering several stories high. Though not entirely accurate, in the Great Wasteland, size equated to power. Alas, Zhang Xi sighed inwardly. In the Great Wasteland, with all 10 suns shining simultaneously, he had not seen nightfall in ages. Yet, despite being a stone, there was one advantage. As long as the golden crows did not descend to perch upon him, he need not worry about being scorched by the relentless sun, like the sea creatures or other beings. Of course, the golden crows were not so dull. While they did not share the Feng clan's exclusive preference for parasitic trees, generally, they would not descend solely to frolic atop stones. Days turned into weeks, and the routine continued. One day, a girl clad in a short skirt of animal hide arrived at the beach. Despite her petite stature, her proportions were nearly flawless. Her pristine, unblemished feet barely left a trace on the sand. With waist-length hair framing her delicate features, she exuded a vitality that was simply captivating. The stones previously engaged in idle chatter fell silent and feigned death upon her arrival. The girl surveyed her surroundings before ultimately walking toward Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi immediately adjusted his demeanor, attempting to appear more ordinary. Though his instincts were not particularly sharp, he instinctively felt a sense of danger as the girl approached. She reached his side, delicately raising her slender hand. Zhang Xi quickly shifted to face the sea, while she leaned against him, propping her chin as she gazed dreamily at the ocean. The end of the sea leads to the return to the void. The return to the void leads to the sea's eye. And where does the sea's eye lead? The girl spoke softly, her voice as melodious as a lark. Truth be told, even Zhang Xi, accustomed to the charm of 2-dimensional heroines, could not help but stare at her. After all, he had never encountered such a beautiful girl in reality. Yet, he dared not speak up. After a while of her gentle musings, she stood and departed. Ah! A collective sigh of relief swept across the beach. Is she a celestial being? Did you not see that little one? She merely had to wiggle her fingers to change his position. Do you think she could change my position too? I want to see the sea. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi was instantly exasperated. Little one? You're the little one, your whole family are little ones. He weighed at least 2,000 pounds, after all. However, he could only voice these thoughts internally. What if a demon took offense and sought vengeance? From that day forth, the girl visited almost daily, always occupying the same spot. The end of the 9 heavens leads to the Xian capital and the end of the Xian capital. The outer demons are far too numerous if one wishes to venture further. They must first eradicate the outer demons. The Great Wasteland is utterly dull. The girl looked up at the sky, letting out a melancholic sigh. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xi could no longer restrain himself. I say, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? I do not know what I wish to do. The girl appeared unfazed, merely lowering her gaze slightly. You have hands and feet, possess great magical prowess, can soar through the 9 heavens, and delve into the depths of the sea. Is such a life not satisfying enough? Zhang Xi retorted, somewhat vexed. Unlike us, who are condemned to remain in one place for eternity, such a life is the true definition of dull. Is that so? Is it not good? The girl tilted her head towards Zhang Xi. Do you think it's good? Zhang Xi shot back, his irritation palpable. While I do not know your status, at the very least, you need not worry about being casually slain by passing demons, right? What about us? If a mischievous little demon were to toss us into the sea, our lives would be all but over. He had once witnessed two little demons casually tossing stones into the ocean while chatting along the eastern sea. Do not be mistaken, being in the sea is not the same as being on land. The ocean's corrosive atmosphere meant that once a stone was cast into the sea, it would likely never resurface. No one would heed the thoughts of a stone, even if it could speak. Do you wish to explore the great wasteland? The girl asked calmly. Of course I do, Zhang Xi replied vehemently. Not just me, they all wish to as well. Don't you agree? They? The girl turned her gaze toward the beach. A sudden gust of sea breeze swept through. The beach fell eerily silent. What a bunch of ingrates. When no one was around, they chattered so merrily, yet now they chose to play dead. Zhang Xi felt utterly defeated. You see, they do not wish to, only you desire it. The girl chuckled softly. Yes, I do wish. Zhang Xi's tone was resolute. Rather than remain a stone for eternity, he would rather take a chance. Even if he were thrown into the sea, at the very least, he could witness the wonders of the ocean depths, right? The girl regarded him intently for a moment before raising her right hand slightly. Zhang Xi suddenly felt a transformation within his body. He could distinctly sense the existence of his limbs. After a considerable pause, he joyfully clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your enlightening grace, celestial being. Indeed, he was the chosen one, fortunate enough to encounter such an opportunity. Yet, before he could bask in his triumph, a loud roar erupted behind him. Thank you for your enlightening grace, celestial being. Huh? Zhang Xi struggled to turn around, nearly losing his composure. The beach was now bustling with stone beings, and compared to these colossal entities the size of mountains, he suddenly felt that being called Little One was hardly a concern. After all, for these giants, eliminating him would be as simple as lifting a foot. You're welcome, the girl smiled gently, continuing to gaze dreamily at the ocean. Those stone beings lingered for a while, ensuring she had no further requests, before quietly slipping away. Zhang Xi had initially intended to leave as well, but the girl merely cast him a fleeting glance, prompting him to obediently remain seated, afraid to move. What is your name? The girl inquired. Zhang Xi, and you? Zhang Xi returned the question. She, a lovely name, the girl praised. I am Zhang Xi, he corrected her. Though he held few principles, his surname was bestowed by his parents. How could he so casually discard it? Zhang Xi is unappealing. She sounds far better, the girl remarked, tilting her head. I think. Zhang Xi was about to express his thoughts when the girl casually pointed towards the ocean. Boom! Though there was no mushroom cloud, a torrent of seawater surged forth, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Zhang Xi swallowed hard and promptly declared, You indeed have exquisite taste. She is truly a beautiful name. The girl nodded with a smile. I am Nüwa. Nüwa, a splendid name, Zhang Xi affirmed, momentarily taken aback. Nüwa called it be the Nüwa he had heard of? This girl appeared no older than 15 or 16. Could it be that Nüwa had a childhood too? Do you wish to ascend to the 9 heavens? Nüwa asked softly. I don't really want it at the moment, Zhang Xi hastened to reply. Who wouldn't want to go to the heavens? It's just that he didn't want to go with Nüwa. Such a formidable figure was not someone he could afford to offend or provoke. No, you do wish to, Nüwa stated firmly. All right, I do wish, Zhang Xi conceded with resignation. Upon hearing this, Nüwa smiled gently, took his hand, and soared into the sky. Zhang Xi looked down and beheld the vast panorama of the great wasteland for the first time. The vast wilderness surpassed his imagination, filled with countless towering mountains, flowing rivers, and vast oceans. He even witnessed a colossal stone figure, just emerging from the shores of the eastern sea, being shattered in an instant by a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a man. Moreover, that stone figure was among the largest of their kind. Gulp! Zhang Xi's face displayed an expression of terror. It seemed that the wilderness was far more perilous than he had envisioned. What are you observing? Nüwa inquired. Zhang Xi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the land below. Nüwa, observing the stone figure being slaughtered, exhibited no trace of compassion in her eyes. Perhaps being a mere stone isn't so bad? No. Zhang Xi shook his head. To hear the Tao in the morning is to be prepared to die. By evening, even a single hour of wandering through the wilderness is worth it in my eyes. To hear the Tao in the morning is to be prepared to die by evening? Upon hearing his words, Nüwa couldn't help but glance at him several times. As they conversed, the two had already ascended to the heavens above. Yet, Zhang Xi felt a tinge of disappointment. There were no pavilions or palatial structures, just countless mountains and waterfalls suspended in midair, hardly differing from the earthly realm. Nüwa continued to guide him through the skies until they paused beside a waterfall. Does this water flow down to the earthly realm? Zhang Xi asked curiously. No, Nüwa replied, shaking her head. This water cascades into the clouds, only to seep back into the surrounding mountains, time and again. What if one were to fall from the sky? Would they land in the clouds or the earthly realm? Zhang Xi inquired further. I am uncertain. Perhaps I could drop you down to test it? Nüwa suggested. Her interest piqued. That would be entirely unnecessary. Zhang Xi's complexion changed dramatically, wishing he could slap himself for his careless words. Nüwa said nothing, merely placing her feet in the water beneath the waterfall, gliding leisurely. After observing for a moment, Zhang Xi approached her. Just as he reached out to touch the water, he recoiled in fright. What is the matter? Nüwa asked, tilting her head. There's a monster in the water. Zhang Xi shouted. A monster? Nüwa focused her gaze for a moment, then burst into laughter. That is no monster, it is merely your reflection. Oh dear. Zhang Xi felt utterly disheartened. He had always believed that he resembled a proper stone figure, if not handsome, at least imposing. Yet, the creature in the water had a rotund belly, while its limbs appeared as slender as two bamboo sticks. If he had to describe it, it resembled a large potato skewered with toothpicks. Why are you crying? Nüwa asked, intrigued. How can I not cry when I've ended up looking like this? Zhang Xi replied, wiping away his tears. Your potential is lacking. Nüwa shook her head. The essence I imparted to you consumed your potential. Did you not notice that many stones on the beach, despite my blessings, still fail to grow limbs? Lacking potential? Zhang Xi nearly broke down upon hearing this. He had always thought that, even if he was not the chosen one, he should at least possess decent attributes as a creature of the Aju. Seeing him in stunned silence, Nüwa chuckled softly. What form do you wish to take? At the very least, I should aspire to become something like you. Zhang Xi gritted his teeth. If I must bear this ghastly appearance, I would rather descend and let that bird-headed monster finish me off. Nüwa tilted her head in contemplation before gesturing toward him. Instantly, Zhang Xi felt his body lighten, the heavy stone encasing him began to shed, and his previously slender stone hands transformed into normal palms. He instinctively glanced down, only to exclaim, "Oh dear," before hastily covering his vital areas. Could you possibly provide me with some clothing? Clothing? Nüwa hesitated for a moment before tapping again with her hand. Instantly, Zhang Xi's vital areas were enveloped by a layer of animal hide, which alleviated his anxiety considerably. After completing this task, Nüwa propped her chin and gazed into the distance. Cautiously, Zhang Xi approached the water's edge and glanced down, momentarily stunned. Nüwa possessed quite an exquisite taste. He was approximately 1.85 meters tall, with black eyes and hair, and his handsome features were chiseled as if sculpted by a master artisan. More importantly, despite his height not being overly imposing, his long, straight legs were undeniably striking. Xi, would you like to explore the depths of the sea? I don't want him. No, I do want to. Upon seeing the brilliance at her fingertips, Zhang Xi promptly reversed his stance. Nüwa clasped his hand and leaped off the cliff. Da-da. The scream echoed through the heavens, startling countless birds and beasts from their perches in the forest. Splash! Zhang Xi felt as though he had just experienced a high-altitude bungee jump. The icy water nearly swept him away. Glub, glub. Zhang Xi gestured frantically, indicating that he could no longer breathe. Nüwa smiled gently and drew a circle with her right hand. They were instantly enveloped by a bubble and continued their descent into the depths. As Zhang Xi beheld the ever-deepening ocean floor, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within him, particularly as colossal creatures swam past him, triggering his deep-sea phobia. Time became an enigma. Eventually, they landed on the ocean floor. Zhang Xi observed a cavern from which water perpetually gushed forth and instinctively inquired, "Is that the legendary sea? Indeed," Nüwa replied with a slight smile, releasing the bubble surrounding them, his astonishment. As the sea mist from the eye enveloped him, Zhang Xi felt himself going pale, his body gradually becoming transparent. Noticing this, Nüwa quickly conjured another bubble. Once Zhang Xi regained his composure and was about to voice his grievances, he heard her softly declare, "You are far too weak." Those words nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Did she not realize her own status? An ancient deity, one of the 6 saints. In comparison to her, who was not but a mere fledgling, of course, he dared not voice such thoughts, for Nüwa's demeanor was notably frigid, seemingly devoid of any moral compass. It would be utterly disadvantageous for him if she were to abandon him at the ocean's depths. What purpose does the sea serve? Zhang Xi attempted to shift the topic. The sea holds little significance for us, but for the aquatic beings, it aids in their cultivation, Nüwa explained softly. However, the sea's energy is overwhelmingly potent, rendering most life forms incapable of withstanding it. Zhang Xi parted his lips, intending to respond, when suddenly 2 massive searchlights illuminated their vicinity in the pitch-black ocean. Those beams were as dazzling as the sun. "Nüwa, what brings you to the forbidden realm of my dragon clan?" A commanding voice sent numerous creatures fleeing in terror, some of whom were too slow and were instantly reduced to ash. It was then that Zhang Xi discerned that those were not searchlights but rather the enormous head of a black dragon. He could not ascertain its exact size, but the dragon's whiskers alone were several times longer than he was. "Forbidden realm of the dragon clan?" Nüwa retorted with a scoff, launching herself into the air. Her delicate foot lightly touched the dragon's head, causing the black dragon to plummet as if ensnared by an unseen force, the resulting splash obscuring the entire ocean floor. Zhang Xi, concealed within the bubble, desperately attempted to swim beneath a rock for cover. Suddenly, countless searchlights flickered to life. "It's over." Zhang Xi sat despondently on the ocean floor, casting a resentful glance at Nüwa that if a battle were to ensue, it would be preferable if she could at least send him away first. The immense being surrounding him posed a threat. Even a mere brush against him could lead to his dissolution into nothingness, just like other beings. "Why did you harm my kin?" A massive dragon, black as night with wings sprouting from its back, approached. Its size dwarfed that of ordinary dragons, casting an imposing shadow in the water. "Ancestral dragon, how has the sea transformed into your clan's forbidden territory?" Nüwa retorted with a cold smirk. "The greatest treasures belong to those with the strength to claim them." The ancestral dragon spoke with an air of arrogance, asserting that the dragon clan was the rightful sovereign of the earth, and thus the sea rightfully belonged to them. Nüwa fell silent. For the ancestral dragon was not entirely incorrect. The law of the jungle dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. I recall that the current sovereigns of the world are the dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, are they not? A voice echoed, suggesting that if the dragon clan sought the sea as their dwelling, they ought to consult the Phoenix and Shilin clans. "Who?" the ancestral dragon roared, the sea water from the eye surging skyward. Nüwa immediately darted to Zhang Xi's side, grasping his hand as they surged toward the surface. The ancestral dragon, accompanied by the dragon clan, relentlessly pursued them. Some of the more aggressive dragons even began to strike at Nüwa directly. Zhang Xi, observing the densely clustered dragons, instinctively swallowed hard. They resembled a swarm of bees, albeit rather oversized ones. "Nüwa, you are a disciple of Hongjun. I will grant him a modicum of respect. You may leave," the ancestral dragon declared, coldly eyeing the descending dragons. "But should you dare offend the dragon clan, you shall not escape with your life today. If we are to battle, let us do so without further ado," Nüwa declared, kicking one of the dragons aside and positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Xi. "Very well. Let us see how long you can shield him." The ancestral dragon exhaled a plume of black dragon fire. The sight of that massive dark fireball caused Zhang Xi's heart to skip a beat. Yet Nüwa merely chuckled coldly, extending her right hand as a flash of white light illuminated the water. A bamboo staff, over 4 zhang long, appeared in her grasp, its verdant hue adorned with a vibrant streamer that seemed to be entwined with the energies of yin and yang. Upon closer inspection, the characters inscribed upon it appeared to writhe, as if alive. The summoning banner, the ancestral dragon's expression shifted dramatically. Nüwa, are you truly intent on clashing with me today? Nüwa did not respond. With a sweep of the streamer, dozens of colossal dragons plummeted from the sky. The ancestral dragon gritted his teeth, preparing to charge forward in a desperate bid for survival, when a brilliant red light shot forth from a sea. Ah! The dragon throng erupted in anguished cries as hundreds of dragons crashed to the ocean floor, creating towering waves. Yuan Feng, you shall pay for this, the ancestral dragon bellowed, transforming into a streak of black light. As the two engaged in aerial combat, the dragon clan submerged beneath the waves, revealing only the tips of their heads above the surface. They resemble crocodiles, Zhang Xi muttered under his breath. Mind your words. Nüwa warned, her expression grave. Boom! A torrent of black dragon fire surged toward them once more. Nüwa deftly wielded the summoning banner, sending the dragon fire careening away. Zhang Xi instinctively covered his mouth, his heart racing as he watched the two luminous figures above. After what felt like an eternity, it seemed the two had exhausted themselves. With one final clash, they both transformed into human forms. The ancestral dragon stood tall and robust, towering over 3 meters, his dark skin only serving to amplify his imposing presence. His rugged features and slightly furrowed brow exuded an air of authority that prevented anyone from daring to meet his gaze. Nüwa, you have brought a man with you? A voice, delicate and enchanting, resonated above the ocean's surface. Zhang Xi, previously engrossed in observing the crocodile, was taken aback as he noticed expressions of lewdness on the faces of the dragons. The assertion that dragon nature is inherently licentious seemed far from baseless. Despite their differing species, they dared to harbor such thoughts. It is none of your concern, Nüwa replied coldly. I am merely here to observe. The fiery red figure suddenly drew near, but with a gentle shake of the summoning banner. Nüwa sent the figure retreating hundreds of meters. Zhang Xi finally discerned the newcomer. He began to grasp the nature of the dragon clan. The figure was strikingly graceful, standing at least 2 meters tall, draped in a flowing robe of crimson feathers that parted at the waist, revealing a pair of long, flawless legs, as smooth and lustrous as jade. If Nüwa embodied the charm of the girl next door, then Yuan Feng radiated an aura of a regal woman. Her exquisite features bore a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, causing the surroundings to feel warmer. Do you find me appealing? Yuan Feng gently parted her lips. It's acceptable, Zhang Xi instinctively replied, but in the next moment, a massive fireball hurtled toward him. Humph. Nüwa let out a cold snort and waved the summoning banner. As the fireball collided with the banner, it instantly vanished without a trace. She waved the banner again, and astonishingly, the fireball reappeared out of thin air, hurtling fiercely toward the fire phoenix. What a treasure! Zhang Xi praised, but immediately afterwards, the summoning banner struck him squarely on the head. Hiss! Zhang Xi knelt in mid-air, rubbing his head incessantly. This was excruciating. Oh, are you feeling jealous? Yuan Feng teased with a laugh. My lady Yuan Feng, please choose your words carefully, Zhang Xi said through gritted teeth, holding back tears. Nüwa and I are dear friends, not what you imply. Dear friends? Yuan Feng laughed even more joyfully. I have known Nüwa for tens of thousands of years, yet I have never heard her mention any dear friends. That is merely your ignorance, Zhang Xi retorted, rolling his eyes. Ignorance? Yuan Feng's expression shifted dramatically as she transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Zhang Xi. Seeing this, Nüwa immediately thrust the summoning banner into Zhang Xi's hands and charged at Yuan Feng. Bang! The two collided, and the heavens and earth shifted in color. Nüwa was sent flying back several hundred meters, and Yuan Feng was equally affected. Zhang Xi nearly popped his eyes out. Was the youthful Nüwa really this reckless and powerful? The name of Yuan Feng was known far and wide across the great wilderness. Ancestor Dragon Yuan Feng, first of a Qilin, leader of the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, was nearly at the pinnacle of the great wilderness hierarchy. That Nüwa could hold her own against her merely with her physical form was astonishing. Nüwa, are you resolute in protecting him today? Yuan Feng spoke coldly. Indeed, and what of it? Nüwa's expression remained unchanged. This brat has insulted the dragon clan underwater and has offended the phoenix clan's Nüwa in the skies. I wonder how you will protect him, Ancestor Dragon scoffed. You are welcome to try, Nüwa replied, extending her right hand, causing the summoning banner to return to her grasp. With a gentle shake, the heavens trembled as if countless troops were charging toward them. You dare to summon myriad demons? Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng were on high alert. I could see that moment. A purple longsword descended from the sky. The summoning banner ceased its tremors, and the once chaotic great wilderness gradually fell into tranquility. Hongjun, Yuan Feng, and Ancestor Dragon's expressions shifted slightly. Zhang Xi looked up to see a man, around 23 or 24 years of age, gracefully descending. He was tall and slender, with a wasp waist and long arms. Complemented by his nearly flawless features and a violet robe that billowed without wind that Nüwa's taste is still lacking. She should have enlightened him according to Hongjun's template, Zhang Xi thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Greetings, esteemed friends. My disciple is still young and has caused you trouble. Hongjun smiled, instantly making one feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. This brat is also your disciple, Ancestor Dragon asked with a sidelong glance. Yes, not. Nüwa and Zhang Xi exclaimed simultaneously. Bang! Zhang Xi was struck by the summoning banner again, sending him plummeting into the depths of the sea. The dragon clan, which had been lurking beneath, immediately approached. At this moment, a purple light encircled Zhang Xi, lifting him to Nüwa's side. Yes, he is my newly accepted disciple. His temperament is unruly, and I hope for your understanding, Hongjun said, clasping his hands. Fine, I will grant you this favor today. Ancestor Dragon sneered, but let it be clear. The sea is the territory of my dragon clan. If anyone dares to intrude again, do not blame me for being merciless. Who cares? Yuan Feng shrugged. Naturally, Hongjun replied nonchalantly, clasping his hands. Since you two friends have no further matters, why not visit my Purple Cloud's palace? No need. Ancestor Dragon transformed into his true form and dove into the depths of the sea. The dragon clan followed suit immediately. What is your name? Yuan Feng asked, smiling at Zhang Xi. Nüwa uttered a single word to Xi. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, then smiled warmly. I shall remember you that if you fall into my hands again, no one will be able to protect you. With that, she too transformed into her true form and vanished into the void. Zhang Xi then realized that Yuan Feng's true form was resplendent with colors, shimmering with flowing light, far surpassing the dark Ancestor Dragon. Let us go. Hongjun waved his robe, and Zhang Xi felt as if the world around him blurred. When his vision cleared again, he found himself in a vast and expansive palace. The palace was extraordinarily tall. He could not even see the ceiling. Beyond the grand entrance, the surroundings stretched endlessly. Sit. Hongjun extended his right hand and sat down cross-legged. 1.2 mats appeared before him. Nüwa unceremoniously took the left seat. While Zhang Xi hesitated, if he sat down, some matters would become difficult to clarify. Was it good to become Hongjun's disciple? Of course, it was splendid. Hongjun was a powerful figure in the great wilderness, and becoming his disciple would undoubtedly lead to a boundless future. Yet there were pros and cons. Hongjun had countless disciples, but only 6 had ultimately attained sanctity. Figures like Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, he had nearly all faded into the annals of history. Furthermore, Hongjun's disciples were also ranked. Anyone who had heard him speak could almost claim to be his disciple. However, whether Hongjun acknowledged them was another matter entirely. Thus, overall, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Oh, you not wish to become my disciple? Hongjun raised an eyebrow, slightly. It's not that I do not wish to. It's that I feel unworthy. Zhang Xi immediately replied, I was enlightened by the exalted Nüwa. She should be well aware of my potential. To be your disciple would be a disgrace to you. I take my leave. He clasped his hands in a bow and turned to flee. Come back. Nüwa called softly, and Zhang Xi instantly returned to his starting point. Before he could react, Hongjun's expression shifted, and he found himself sitting uncontrollably on the mat. Is it customary for the Tao ancestor to force disciples? Zhang, she said, his face contorted. Your strength is indeed meager. But your character is remarkable. Hongjun chuckled softly. T.O. remained composed in the face of such formidable beings as Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng. You are truly the first. The fearless calf is not afraid of tigers. Zhang Xi lamented, I am extremely terrified now. If you do not believe me, check my back. It is completely soaked. Be silent. Nüwa scolded sharply, and Zhang Xi instantly became as frightened as a quail. He dared to confront Hongjun because he reasoned with him. But Nüwa would genuinely strike him with the summoning banner. What is your perspective on the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Hongjun asked earnestly. Heavenly protagonists, what opinion could I possibly hold? Zhang Xi sighed. However, your reasoning is flawed. What is flawed? Hongjun raised his eyebrows slightly. I understand that you view the Dragon and Phoenix clans as powerful and domineering in the great wilderness, hence your desire to balance them. Yet you have forgotten the Qilin clan. All three clans are heavenly protagonists. Should the Dragon and Phoenix clans weaken, the Qilin clan would emerge as the new rulers of the great wilderness. Zhang Xi explained earnestly. You speak truthfully, Hongjun remarked with evident satisfaction. If one were to weaken the three clans, do you possess any good strategies? Unless you have the capability to eliminate them all, otherwise they will have to fight amongst themselves, Zhang Xi shrugged. Although I do not know much about the two clans, today's events have shown that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have no intention of truly harming each other. Nüwa and Hongjun exchanged glances of surprise. The Dragon and Phoenix clans have always been enemies. Is that not a consensus within the great wilderness? Yuan Feng almost fought all the dragons today, yet did any dragons fall? Zhang Xi said softly. At least from what I have seen, none fell. Even if a few foolish dragons charged forward, I still did not witness any being slaughtered by her. Are you implying? Hongjun pondered. They are merely putting on a show. Zhang Xi scoffed. Though I do not know for whom they are performing, the Dragon and Phoenix clans are not as irreconcilably opposed as one might imagine, at least not at this moment. The heavenly Tao. Nüwa uttered two words. Boom! A fleeting rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, causing the purple cloud palace to tremble slightly. Hongjun's expression shifted, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he formed a spell, enveloping the entire purple cloud palace in a shroud of mist. The way of heaven. Is the Tao ancestor not the very embodiment of the way of heaven? Zhang, she was taken aback. Who claimed that I am the embodiment of the way of heaven? Hongjun replied with a wry smile. I was born to complement the way of heaven. Complement the way of heaven. Zhang, she gazed at the mist-covered purple cloud palace. And a sudden clarity dawned upon him. Dashi, you possess remarkable insight, Hongjun said earnestly. The three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin consider themselves the protagonists of the heavenly realm, indiscriminately slaughtering the beings of the great wilderness. They are born sacred, and even I cannot contend with them. You must devise a plan for your master, Nüwa suggested, tilting her head. Young miss, do you think I am? Zhang, she rolled his eyes. I am merely a newly enlightened little demon. What can I do in the face of the protagonists of the heavenly realm? Who said you were part of the demon race? Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Am I unworthy even to be called a demon? Zhang Xi nearly lost his composure at this statement, that he acknowledged his inferior talent, and he accepted that he was not the chosen one yet. He was a spirit formed from stone. Was he not a demon? You understand nothing, Nüwa sighed. In your eyes, what constitutes a demon? The progenitor of all demons inquires about what a demon is. Zhang, she was momentarily stunned. Nüwa is the progenitor of all demons because she possesses the demon summoning banner. Yet she is not a demon herself. Hongjun chuckled lightly. Then what is she? Zhang Xi asked, bewildered. The progenitor of all demons is not a demon. Does that not imply that there is no wife within the wife cake? I am a primordial being, Nüwa declared, extending her hand to summon the demon summoning banner. Only those who have worshipped the demon summoning banner and received its protection are considered demons. Those who have not worshipped it are merely primordial beings. How does one worship the demon summoning banner? Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. You simply need to believe that you are a demon, and naturally, you will receive the blessings of the demon race. Hongjun replied, shaking his head with a smile. Gaining the blessings of the demon race is indeed beneficial for cultivation, but it also means being summoned by the demon summoning banner. What nonsense is this? If I declare myself a demon, then I am one. This not subjective idealism. However, the allure of the demon race's blessings is undeniably tempting. Zhang Xi's mind immediately began weighing the pros and cons. I advise you to refrain from harboring intentions towards the demon summoning banner, Nüwa warned softly. Once you acknowledge yourself as a demon, your mark will be inscribed upon the demon summoning banner. And when it stirs, you will be compelled to fight for me unconditionally. Then I shall pass. Zhang Xi quickly waved his hands. Fight? With my current strength, I would not even qualify as cannon fodder. Are you afraid of falling? Hongjun suddenly asked. Falling is a term reserved for great celestial beings. I should rather say I fear death, Zhang Xi sighed. You know my strength is lacking. With my cultivation, I should vanish the moment I step even a half step outside the purple cloud palace, right? Hongjun, upon hearing this, waved his right hand. In the void, a yin-yang fish materialized, which, upon dispersing in a flow of light, revealed a fiery red bagua diagram. Even though the purple cloud palace was shrouded in mist at that moment, it could not diminish the radiance of the diagram. Master, what is this? Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Master, both Nüwa and Hongjun's lips twitched simultaneously. Just moments ago, he had addressed them with utmost formality, yet now, upon seeing a treasure, he called out to his master with unparalleled warmth. This is the Taiji diagram. Bestowed upon you for self-defense. Hongjun nodded slightly, and the Taiji diagram flew toward Zhang Xi. The Taiji diagram. Upon hearing these three words, Zhang Xi nearly lost his composure. What era is this? The treasured artifact of the virtuous heavenly sovereign has not even been distributed yet. Senior brother, the Taiji diagram whispered softly within his heart. Greetings, Zhang Xi responded, and with a thought, the Taiji diagram instantly transformed into a black and white Taoist robe, draping over him. Nüwa looked on with mild astonishment. The black and white robe, both in style and exquisite craftsmanship, far surpassed the purple robe worn by Hongjun. Were Zhang Xi aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff that it was not boastful. How many Taoist robes had Hongjun even been seen in? As for the three clans, I believe that if no one stirs up conflict among them, they are unlikely to engage in battle in the near term, Zhang Xi stated earnestly. You might consider disseminating a message. Among the feathered creatures, the phoenix reigns supreme, and among the beasts, the qilin is esteemed, given the temperaments of the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix. Conflict is inevitable. Hiss. Nüwa and Hongjun gazed at him in astonishment. This fellow had evidently been scheming all along. Yet he had not revealed anything until now. Why do you stare at me like that? Zhang Xi questioned, bewildered. Nüwa pointed her right hand, and the demon summoning banner appeared above his head. Bang! What the hell? Zhang Xi fell to the ground, frantically rubbing his head. Cough, 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 we are all fellow disciples. One must be mindful of their strength. Hongjun stifled a laugh. Taiji diagram. Why did you not intervene? Zhang Xi gritted his teeth. The Taiji diagram offered no response. Damn it, this traitor. I shall burn you sooner or later. Zhang Xi vowed internally. If the dragon and phoenix clans engage in battle, how should the qilin clan be dealt with? Hongjun inquired further. If I were the ancestor dragon or the primordial phoenix, I would first incapacitate the qilin clan before taking action. Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile. Otherwise, while our two clans of feathered creatures are locked in a deadly struggle, how could we allow a beast to benefit? That makes sense, Hongjun acknowledged solemnly. Yet he continued, once the three clans have settled their matters, who shall be selected as the protagonist of the world? Master, forgive my candor, but if you are not the embodiment of the way of heaven, then the selection of the protagonist will naturally be recognized by the way of heaven. Our concerns here are futile. Zhang Xi lamented. That is indeed the case. Hongjun chuckled ruefully, and with a gentle flick of his hand, a purple longsword hovered in midair, resembling wood yet possessing an exceptionally sharp tip. The Zhang Xi sword? Nüwa exclaimed in surprise. This is the Zhang Xi sword, forged from a piece of phoenix wood I cut from the Wudong tree. When the world was first created, it accompanied me in slaying countless extraterrestrial demons. And now I bestow it upon you. After stroking the Zhang Xi sword, it transformed into a beam of purple light and flew into Zhang Xi's body. Master, what task do you require of me this time? Zhang Xi asked nervously. I present you with this treasure, not because I wish for you to do anything for me, but simply because you are my disciple, Hongjun replied, both exasperated and amused. Now go, and do not linger here as an eyesore. With that, he waved his robe, and before Zhang Xi could utter another word, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Observing this, Nüwa offered him a slight bow before also transforming into a stream of light to pursue him. Hongjun gazed at the departing Nüwa, and his expression subtly changed as he murmured to himself, "She is the husband of Nüwa." Zhang Xi was unaware of how long he flew, but just as he was about to crash to the ground, the Taiji diagram suddenly emitted a gentle white light, stabilizing his form. "Senior brother, be careful, lest you have some conscience." Zhang Xi stood on the ground, still shaken. With a gesture of his right hand, the Zhang He sword appeared in his grasp. He casually gathered his shoulder-length hair, and, with a thought, transformed the Zhang He sword into a miniature version, which he used as a hairpin to secure his hair. Taiji diagram. "Where is this?" Zhang Xi inquired. "Greetings, friend." A clear voice resonated, prompting him to turn his head. In the void appeared a figure, appearing to be in his early 20s, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, an exceptionally handsome countenance, particularly his sword-like brows and penetrating eyes that seemed to see through one's very soul. "Who might you be?" "I am Tong Tian," the young man said with a slight bow. "Tong Tian," Zhang Xi repeated, suddenly struck with realization. "The three friends of Kunlun, the master of the Tong Tian sect. Have you heard of my name?" Tong Tian inquired, slightly surprised. Pangu's essence transformed into the three pure ones. "I have certainly heard of your esteemed name." Zhang Xi returned the gesture. "I have yet to inquire about your illustrious name." "I am Zhang Xi." Nüwa's voice called from behind Zhang Xi. "Tong Tian, he is the newly accepted disciple of our master, so he is my junior disciple," Tong Tian exclaimed with delight. And no sooner had he spoken than two more figures appeared beside him. "Junior disciple, I am in the presence of the primordial beginning." The two individuals introduced themselves. Zhang Xi scrutinized them carefully. Dao Tianzun's demeanor was composed, exuding an air of indifference, as if he were detached from all matters. Surrounded by an aura of chilled, in contrast, Yuan Shi Tianzun observed him with a curious gaze, imbued with a hint of earthly warmth. Their attire also differed significantly. Dao Tianzun donned a simple hemp robe, stripped of any embellishments, while Yuan Shi Tianzun wore an opulent black robe adorned with golden threads, appearing almost dazzling. "I am Shi," Zhang Xi stated, enduring Nüwa's penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. "Junior disciple, our master has taken on a new disciple, but why have we not heard of this?" Tong Tian Zhu inquired with intrigue. "I too have not been introduced to my fellow disciples." Zhang Xi sighed. "Do not be deceived by our master's youthful appearance. He is, after all, advanced in years and somewhat reckless in his actions that we, as his disciples, must strive to understand him. Be cautious. Junior brother," the outcry of the crowd. The Tai Chi diagram and Zhang He sword swiftly departed from his body. The sky rumbled with thunder, and Zhang Xi instinctively looked up, only to be struck by a bolt of purple lightning. Boom! A large crater formed beneath him. Who is it, playing with lightning so thoughtlessly, truly lacking in civic virtue? Zhang Xi exclaimed in anger. "Junior brother, mind your words," Tong Tian Zhu called out, but it was too late. Boom! Another bolt of purple lightning struck, sending Zhang Xi, who had just emerged from the crater, back down. "Speak carelessly again, and you shall face severe punishment." Hongjun's voice echoed from the void. "Am I hallucinating from the lightning?" Zhang Xi marveled. "Did I just hear my master's voice?" Puffed. The three pure ones could not suppress their laughter. "Should you dare to slander our master behind his back again, be wary of him imprisoning you in the Purple Cloud Palace for a millennium." Nüwa admonished. No, I meant to praise your good fortune," Zhang Xi quickly clarified, rubbing his head. "Humph." Zhang Xi scoffed, a thought crossing his mind. The Tai Chi diagram and Zhang He sword immediately flew to him. With his right hand grasping the sword, he swung it towards the Tai Chi diagram. "Tai Chi diagram, how many times is this now? You did not defend me when the demon-subduing banner struck, nor when the purple lightning struck me. What use are you?" As he scolded while swinging, the Tai Chi diagram deftly evaded and repeatedly bowed in supplication. Tai Chi diagram. Zhang Xi sword. The three pure one's expressions changed drastically upon seeing the two artifacts. Do you dare again? Zhang Xi demanded angrily. Brother, I was wrong, a youthful voice echoed from deep within. Humph. Zhang Xi coldly snorted, his thoughts commanding the Tai Chi diagram to transform into a black and white robe that adorned him. Someone is about to lose favor. Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked with a smile. Brother, what are you saying? Tong Tian Jiao Zhu replied, displeased. I am genuinely pleased that our master favors the junior disciple. Do you think I would envy him? Heh. Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled softly, remaining silent. The junior disciple possesses profound fortune. He shall surely become a formidable being in the future, Dao de Tianzun stated gently. Brother, please do not mock me, Zhang Xi said with self-deprecation. The artifacts bestowed upon me by our master are due to my lack of strength. Without such protection, I would struggle to survive in the vast wilderness. Let alone here in Kunlun. Tong Tianjiao Zhu frowned slightly at his words, taking his hand in silence. Junior brother, how is it that you have reached the realm of Xianxian? He has only just been enlightened by me. So naturally, his cultivation is not high. Nüwa interjected. That explains it. Tong Tianjiao Zhu released his hand. Do not be disheartened, junior brother. With our master's protection, in due time, you shall achieve great luo. May I boldly inquire? Brother, what is your cultivation level? Zhang Xi asked curiously. That I have attained the chaos great luo. Tong Tianjiao Zhu replied softly. Chaos great luo. Zhang Xi looked towards Nüwa. Nüwa, somewhat helpless, remarked, how can you compare yourself to your brother? Focus on achieving the golden immortal of great luo before discussing cultivation. Very well. Zhang Xi conceded with a shake of his head. Have you chosen a suitable place for cultivation? Dao de Tianzun inquired. If not, why not accompany us? Would I be imposing? Zhang Xi asked, feeling a bit shy. With general nature, junior brother, could never be deemed an imposition, Tong Tian Jiaozhu said, taking his hand. And you? Zhang Xi turned to Nüwa. Our master is recently in seclusion for cultivation and cannot attend to you. As your elder sister, it is my duty, Nüwa replied earnestly. Then it is settled, Zhang Xi agreed with a smile, seeing him acquiesce. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately pointed, causing two identical wooden houses to materialize beside three already present, clearly designating one for Zhang Xi and the other for Nüwa. After conversing for a while longer, the three pure ones took their leave to ponder the Tao. Their goal was the ethereal realm of the saint. Zhang Xi stood before his wooden house, contemplatively stroking his chin. That in truth, he cared little for the pursuit of cultivation. His lack of aptitude was already a settled matter. An amount of practice would elevate him to the status of a saint. Thus, he resolved to seek joy in his existence. What are you pondering? Nüwa approached him. Do you not need to contemplate the Tao? Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. I have never contemplated the Tao. Nüwa gently shook her head. Then how did you attain your cultivation? Zhang Xi asked in astonishment. I do not know, Nüwa replied, shaking her head. From the moment of my birth, I was already a golden immortal of great luo, and upon acquiring the demon-subduing banner, I achieved the chaos great luo. What incredible fortune! Bang! Zhang Xi was once again struck down by the demon-subduing banner. What did you say? Nüwa glared at him menacingly. No, I was praising your good fortune, Zhang Xi hastily clarified, rubbing his head. Umph. After retracting the demon-subduing banner, Nüwa fixed her piercing gaze upon him. What if I were to build you a house? Zhang Xi proposed, attempting to curry favor. You wish to build me a house? Nüwa replied, slightly taken aback. You have enlightened me and introduced me to our master. With your cultivation, I have nothing to repay you with, so I might as well build you a house, Zhang Xi said with a shrug. Very well. Nüwa nodded gently, a flicker of excitement crossing her otherwise expressionless face. With a thought, Zhang Xi ascended into the air. You should not always rely on the power of artifacts, Nüwa said softly as she flew beside him. Let me teach you how to fly. With that, she took his hand. Instantly, various techniques flooded Zhang Xi's mind, and he felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Nüwa, I am your elder sister, she replied sternly. Understood, elder sister. Zhang Xi smiled, releasing her hand as he soared towards the Kunlun realm. Seeing this, Nüwa hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retrieved the demon-subduing banner, gently waving it, causing the demon clans of Kunlun Mountain to prostrate themselves. Zhang Xi had initially intended to fly around the entire Kunlun Mountain, but its vastness proved overwhelming. Halfway through, he found his spiritual energy depleted. Were it not for the power of the Tai Chi diagram, he would have lacked the strength to return. Fortunately, he discovered what he sought as he arrived breathlessly at the small house, burdened with a large bundle of bamboo. Nüwa was propped up, observing him with her chin resting on her hand. "Why did you carry this back? What else could I do?" Zhang Xi replied helplessly. Before Nüwa could respond, a small gourd flew out from Dao Tianzun's wooden house. "Junior brother, take this. Thank you." "Brother," Zhang Xi exclaimed joyfully, performing a bow. Upon seeing this, the golden gourd that had been in Nüwa's grasp vanished instantly. "Wait for me," Zhang Xi called out as he flew away again. "Junior sister, why did you not give him the artifact?" The figure of Tong Tian Jiao Master materialized. Hasn't Dao Xixiang already bestowed it upon him? Nüwa spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "Brother, this is indeed a case of good intentions leading to mischief," Tong Tian Jiao Master jested. "It is my fault, echoed the voice of Dao Tianzun from the wooden cottage. Nüwa's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, yet she remained silent. Zhang Xi, oblivious to the exchange, hovered in the air, marveling at the gourd in his hands. After all, it was a treasure from Dao Tianzun. This gourd not only held objects, but could also accelerate the passage of time within. Such a contraption was perfect for brewing wine. With this thought, Zhang Xi, in addition to chopping bamboo, gathered numerous fruits to store within the gourd. After what felt like an eternity of labor, upon returning to the front of the cottage, he found Nüwa still seated, as if she had not moved an inch. Upon seeing Zhang Xi's return, a ripple of emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a wooden bowl appeared on the table. He unveiled the gourd, and instantly, a sweet aroma of wine wafted through the air. "What is this?" Nüwa inquired, astonished. "You may call it wine," Zhang Xi replied with a cheerful smile as he pushed the bowl towards her. "Do give it a taste, and see if it suits your palate." Upon hearing this, Nüwa lifted the small bowl and drank it down in one go. Under Zhang Xi's eager gaze, she uttered two words, "Delicious. I am glad you like it." "I have prepared plenty," Zhang Xi exclaimed, slapping the gourd, causing countless bamboo stalks to spring forth from it. Once he had emptied the gourd of bamboo, he handed it to Nüwa. "For me. Keep it for yourself. It contains ample wine to last you a long while." "Zhang," she said with a grin. After accepting the gourd, Nüwa waved her right hand, conjuring a golden gourd into her palm. "This is for you. It surpasses the one from Xixiao." "Thank you, Shiji," Zhang Xi said, casually hanging the gourd at his waist before bustling off with the bamboo to a clearing. Observing the gourd at his waist, Nüwa's lips curled into a faint smile as she also secured the wooden gourd he had gifted her to her own waist. If Zhang Xi were tasked with constructing a house from thin air in his own time, it would be an impossible feat, yet here in the vast wilderness, with a mere thought, the bamboo would transform into any shape he desired. Meanwhile, Nüwa sat upon a stool, sipping delicately from her wine bowl, watching Zhang Xi work, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Zhang Xi called out, "It's done." Nüwa jolted awake, shaking her head slightly as the haze of drowsiness vanished completely. "Come and see," Zhang Xi beckoned. With a thought, Nüwa appeared beside him in an instant. She looked up, her eyes gleaming with surprise. The entire house was constructed from bamboo, vast in size. Furthermore, owing to the bamboo's remarkable resilience, Zhang Xi had ingeniously designed a stilt house. The lower level was open air, accessible via a staircase adorned with a railing. Inside was a grand hall, flanked by 4 small rooms on either side. Tables, chairs, and even beds were all meticulously crafted, creating an exquisite ambience. "It's beautiful," Nüwa murmured softly. "That I'm glad you like it," Zhang Xi replied, suddenly smacking his forehead. "I forgot to name this house." He promptly seized the stoutest bamboo, and with a flash of the song he soared. It transformed into a bamboo block. Zhang Xi grasped the sword and inscribed 3 large characters. "Wahuang Palace?" Nüwa gasped upon seeing the inscription. "With Shizuan having Zixiao Palace, and you having Wahuang Palace, we disciples must not be overshadowed." Zhang Xi declared with pride, only to be met with a crackle of lightning from above, prompting him to quickly plead, "Shurduan, I was wrong." After a slender bolt of purple lightning zapped him, the illumination dissipated. Hee. Nüwa chuckled at the scene. This was the first time Zhang Xi witnessed her smile, a sensation akin to basking in the warmth of spring. Enveloping him in comfort, "I shall reside here. Where will you stay?" Nüwa inquired. "But I have a wooden cottage, don't I?" Zhang Xi replied with a grin. "Rest assured, Shi Xiang has prepared everything for me." Nüwa did not respond. Her gaze sharpening in an instant. Zhang Xi was propelled like a cannonball into the left room of the Wahuang Palace. While she sauntered toward the right room, she caressed the bamboo bed within, chuckling softly before reclining upon it. Zhang Xi, nearly exhausted, rubbed his shoulders and cautiously opened the window, observing a patch of open ground behind the house, an innate talent seemingly awakened within him. Such fertile land. It would be a waste not to plant something. Yet what to plant? Zhang Xi pondered for a moment, preparing to seek out some seeds. Noticing Zhang Xi flying out the window, Nüwa's eyes narrowed. After a considerable time, voices emerged from the backyard. "Shi Xiang, could you refrain from using me to plow the land?" "Song," he sword lamented, "but I have no suitable tools." Zhang Xi sighed. "Yet I am a sword, not a hoe." Zhang He sword was on the verge of tears. In its days under Hongjun, it had enjoyed great prestige. Accepting the role of a firewood cutter was one thing, but being employed to plow was intolerable. Shitty, accompanied by the voice of Dao Tianzuan, a gleaming rake landed steadily before him. "Goodness, Dao Tianzuan truly answers every call." "Thank you, Shi Xiang," both Zhang Xi and Zhang He sword chorus, and "Oh, need for thanks." Dao Tianzuan chuckled lightly. And Kunlun Mountain once more fell silent, save for the sound of Zhang Xi diligently using the rake to till the soil. Nüwa leaned against the window, narrowing her eyes as she watched him toil. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, she felt a profound sense of peace. Zhang Xi, being of humble origins, quickly cleared the backyard land. Not only did he procure seeds, but he also captured several wild boars for domestication. The wild boars resembled pigs, but were closer to wild boars. When he first laid eyes on them, he nearly drooled. While in stone form, they required no sustenance, and now, as Xian, they also needed little nourishment, though eating was more for enjoyment than necessity. After another spell of labor, Zhang Xi gazed with satisfaction at his creation. On the left was the planting area, where he had sown rice and glutinous rice, while the right was the breeding area, where dozens of wild boars were kept. Naturally, he also wished to raise some chickens, but the birds flew too swiftly. Even with the assistance of a Taiji diagram, he couldn't catch up, so he had to abandon the idea. To facilitate watering, he dug a well in the center. The three pure ones indeed had a discerning eye. Kunlun Mountain was lush and fertile, with its cold, sweet spring water infused with spiritual energy. However, such a paradise could only be enjoyed by the three pure ones. Had it been anyone else, they would have been driven away long ago. Nüwa glanced at Zhang Xi, who was bent over drinking water, and with a flick of her fingertip, the rice in the ground began to grow at an astonishing rate. Once Zhang Xi finished drinking, he stood dumbfounded. "Wow, Kunlun Mountain is extraordinary. The seeds have already sprouted." Puffed. Upon hearing his exclamation, Nüwa instinctively retreated to a corner, stifling her laughter. Without waiting for Zhang Xi's command, Zhang He sword flew out from her hair, swiftly reaping the rice in swathes. The Taiji diagram was also busy, with two yin-yang fish floating in midair, rotating to shell the rice. "How considerate," Zhang Xi praised with a smile. However, he failed to notice the eye rolls from both the Taiji diagram and Zhang He sword, nearly making them turn upside down. Gazing at the shimmering rice grains, Zhang Xi promptly raised the slaughter knife towards the wild boars. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, rousing the three pure ones. "Shitty, what are you doing?" Tong Tian Jiao Master was the first to inquire. "Cooking. Would you like to join me for a bite?" Zhang Xi replied with a grin. "Cooking?" The three pure ones exchanged glances, for this term was the first they had heard in millennia. Before Zhang Xi, a bonfire was kindled, atop which a small wild boar was skewered on bamboo, its skin now golden and emanating an irresistible aroma. The figure of Nüwa, who had been perched on the second-floor windowsill, suddenly materialized beside him, Please, have a seat that tea will be ready shortly. With a flourish of his Taoist robe, a bamboo 8 immortals table and stools appeared on the ground. The 3 pure ones and Nüwa shared a silent glance before quietly taking their seats. Their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xi as he busied himself. After a while, Zhang Xi raised the wild boar and placed it on the table. With another wave of his robe, 5 bamboo bowls, chopsticks, and a small bamboo cup materialized before them. The others gazed at the chopsticks before them with a hint of surprise. Noticing their reaction, Zhang Xi could not help but smile slightly, lifting the chopsticks first. "Let us eat, do not stand on ceremony." Saying this, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Nüwa's bowl. Those present, all of exceptional talent, immediately understood the purpose of the chopsticks from his single action. They wasted no time in indulging themselves. "So, how does it taste?" Zhang Xi inquired eagerly. "Delicious," the 3 pure ones and Nüwa responded in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. "Exactly." Zhang Xi chuckled softly. Cultivation is not merely about refining the heart. It also involves nurturing the body. Without any earthly delight, one's cultivation becomes as insubstantial as a castle in the air, bound to collapse sooner or later. The 3 pure ones halted their movements at his words. The phrases cultivation, refining the heart, nurturing the body resonated within them like thunderclaps. "Junior brother, I am grateful for your teachings," the Taoist immorality said. "Rising to be OW.IT is no wonder Master favors you. Your insight is unparalleled in the great wasteland." Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed. "Junior brother, I initially thought you were merely indulging your appetite, but I did not expect such profound Taoist essence to be within." Tong Tian Jiaozhu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Nüwa remained silent, her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits to satisfy both the palate and the path of cultivation. Who would not relish such a delight? Zhang Xi chuckled softly, unfastening the golden gourd from his waist and tossing it skyward. The gourd immediately hung, suspended in midair, while the cup on the table exuded a fragrant sweetness. "Dear brothers and sisters, let us drink to our heart's content." Zhang Xi raised his cup, our heart's content. The 3 pure ones and Nüwa mimicked, lifting their cups in unison. After downing their drinks, they felt a surge of warmth flood their bodies. In that instant, the once unbreakable bonds of their confinement seemed to loosen, and they felt as though they were brushing against the edge of the Tao. This revelation plunged the 3 pure ones into deep contemplation. Could it be that junior brother was sent by Master to enlighten them? Nüwa, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. She simply nibbled contentedly on the wild boar's thigh, feeling quite satisfied. After all, she had been so lonely for countless years. While Master sought to replenish the Tao, her brothers aimed to comprehend the Great Way. Only she drifted through the great wasteland. With Zhang Xi as her companion, she felt as though a ray of light had pierced through her solitary existence. "Junior brother, your elder sister is divine by birth and lacks profound insight into the Great Way. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek our guidance," the Taoist immorality kindly offered. "She is divine by birth. Are you not as well?" Zhang Xi responded with a gentle laugh. "My path is clear to me. If there are no extraordinary opportunities, it is entirely possible for me to spend my life in Kunlun Mountain." "How could you possibly do so?" Tong Tian Jiaozhu chuckled. "You are Master S disciple. Even if your cultivation is insufficient, with Master S boundless capabilities, achieving the Great Luo would be a mere trifle. Once you attain the Great Luo, you shall neither be born nor die, neither age nor perish," Yuan Shi Tianzun added. "Such good fortune exists." Zhang Xi was momentarily stunned, wishing he could rush to the Zixiao Palace and kneel before Hongjun to express his gratitude. Do not seek shortcuts. The Tao must be comprehended on one's own. Accompanied by this clear voice, the figure of Hongjun materialized beside Zhang Xi. "Master," the 3 pure ones and Nüwa immediately rose to bow. "Master, I wish to cease my efforts. Is that permissible?" Zhang Xi asked, his face contorted in despair. Hongjun remained silent, merely casting a glance at Nüwa. Understanding his intent, she swiftly brandished a demon banner that knocked Zhang Xi down. "Hiss!" he exclaimed, feeling as though his head might burst. The 3 pure ones stifled their laughter, inviting Hongjun to sit before offering him a set of bowls and chopsticks. "How have you 3 fared in your understanding of the Tao?" Initially, it felt somewhat ethereal, but with junior brother's arrival, it seems clearer. The Taoist immorality responded cautiously. This junior brother of yours, in terms of lineage, cannot compare to you. Yet in terms of insight, you four combined do not measure up to him. Hongjun remarked with a smile. However, his disposition is rather soft, and he lacks patience for cultivation. As your elder brothers and sisters, it is your duty to guide him well that we shall heed Master's teachings. The four responded respectfully. This is not the Zhixiao Palace. There is no need for such formality. Hongjun waved his hand, then turned to Zhang Xi with a smile. Xi, I have already applied for a decree from the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao's permission? Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. The Heavenly Tao exists to maintain order in the Great Wasteland, sealing beasts and creatures to ensure stability. Why would it refuse? Hongjun chuckled softly. If that were the case, countless beings in the Great Wasteland would suffer. Master, who has the Heavenly Tao sealed? Tong Tian Jiao Zhu could not help but inquire, with a wave of his Taoist robe. Mist enveloped the area once more, after which he recounted the events that had transpired. The three pure ones gazed at Zhang Xi in astonishment, never expecting this first and insight junior brother to possess such cunning. Xi, I have pondered deeply and feel that the three clans cannot be eradicated, Hongjun stated solemnly. The three clans are among the first beings of heaven and earth, greatly favored by the Pangu great deity. Master, have you heard of karma? Zhang Xi asked softly. What is karma? Hongjun inquired, slightly taken aback. Karma, or karmic obstacles, Zhang Xi replied with a gentle laugh. If a clan engages in excessive slaughter, the Heavenly Tao may impose punishment, which would restrict their innate gifts, rendering them no longer divine. Hiss, the others gasped in unison, taken aback by the severity of such punishment. I have heard my elder sister say that she was born a great Luo golden immortal. By this logic, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are similarly favored by the Heavenly Tao. Are they not? Zhang Xi chuckled. Indeed, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu interjected. The dragon clan is born with golden immortal cultivation. Upon maturity, even those with poor aptitude will inevitably become great Luo golden immortals. And within the dragon clan, the number of chaotic great Luo golden immortals is beyond counting. And oh wonder you all dare not provoke them. Zhang Xi said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are so formidable that they roam the great wasteland with impunity that to oppose them would be to court death. But what if they merely engage in conflict amongst themselves and do not harm the beings of the great wasteland? Yuan Shi Tianzun posed the question. Elder brother, have you ever witnessed a battle between dragons and phoenixes? Zhang Xi inquired curiously. I have seen it a few times. Yuan Shi Tianzun replied candidly. If you were to fight Nüwa with all your might, do you think it would not inadvertently harm other beings? Zhang Xi pressed further. If I were to fight Nüwa, Yuan Shi Tianzun fell into contemplation that if he and Nüwa were to unleash their full power, half the great wasteland would likely be shattered. Xi, we must not act recklessly. Hongjun urged urgently. If that happens, scarcely 1 in 10 beings in the great wasteland would remain. All of it would be our fault. He still underestimated the situation. If the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were truly wage war, the entire great wasteland could very well be obliterated. Very well, Zhang Xi sighed in relief. Sooner or later, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans would clash. If we do not instigate it, the psychological burden will be much lighter that, if possible, he truly wished to avoid involvement in such matters. The Heavenly Tao is enigmatic. What if the blame for the war among the clans fell upon him? How many heads would he possess? Master, decisive action is required, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu said, clasping his hands. Currently, the 3 clans are powerful and continue to slaughter the beings of the great wasteland, that if we allow them to continue their rampage, it would be better to take the plunge. Allow me to think it over. Hongjun found himself in a state of indecision. Let us wait a while longer. Zhang Xi chuckled softly. If Master does not wish to intervene, then we shall allow the 3 clans to engage in conflict amongst themselves. Junior brother, how can you be so certain they will come to blows? Dao Tianzun inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. Because in the great wilderness, there can only be one protagonist of the heavenly land, Zhang Xi replied earnestly. Only one protagonist of the heavenly land, the others pondered his words, soon falling into silence. Initially, the Tao had designated the three clans as the protagonists, leading Hongjun to entertain a bold hypothesis. Master, is it possible that the three clans are favored by the Panga god, rather than the Tao? Zhang Xi whispered. The ultimate aim of the Tao is to ensure that the three clans maintain a balance of power, or even lead to their mutual downfall. This, Hongjun and the others were taken aback by his audacious conjecture. Yet upon reflection, the possibility was not entirely unfounded. After all, when Hongjun sought the Tao's endorsement, it had granted approval without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun dispelled the mist, restoring the courtyard to its sunlit glory to Xi. It is time for you to traverse the great wilderness. Traverse the great wilderness? Zhang Xi exclaimed incredulously. Gazing at Hongjun, with his current cultivation, what difference would it make whether he ventured out or faced death? Hongjun lightly pointed at him, and Zhang Xi immediately felt a surge of warmth enveloping him. Subsequently, dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with thunder, as if lightning were poised to strike at any moment. The Taiji diagram and Kang sword assumed defensive stances, bracing for an imminent confrontation. What is this? Zhang Xi gasped. Tianjia. Hongjun replied with a faint smile, waving his Taoist robe. The previously restless thunder dissipated without a trace. Zhang Xi opened his mouth, astonished as he stared at him. Goodness, that was Tianjia? You are now a Deluo golden immortal. Self-preservation should pose no issue. Nüwa chuckled softly, though a hint of sighing flickered within her heart. This truly Deluo? Zhang Xi remained skeptical. The Monkey King who caused havoc in heaven was formidable. Yet he was merely a Tai loose immortal, while the Deluo golden immortal rank in heaven is scarcely numerous. Such power seemed to have come too easily. Finish your meal and descend the mountain. Take a good look at the great wilderness, as it will benefit your future cultivation. Hongjun stated before gradually becoming ethereal. Farewell, master. Zhang Xi and the others quickly rose, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your hospitality. Junior brother, the three pure ones said before taking their leave. Though they were born divine, they yearned for further advancement. Only Nüwa sat discontentedly on the steps outside the Nüwa palace. Sister, I shall descend the mountain for a time and return to see you in a few days. Zhang Xi said, clasping his hands together. Go on. Nüwa replied softly. Yes, sister. After another bow, Zhang Xi transformed into a beam of white light. To be honest, he felt a surge of excitement within. After all, this was a Deluo golden immortal, reputed to be ageless and indestructible. Such power should allow him to traverse the great wilderness without issue, right? At the foot of Kunlun mountain, as Zhang Xi prepared to descend, he suddenly heard a furious roar. A massive blue python emerged from a pit, its length spanning several hundred meters, adorned with two horns. As it bellowed, a foul wind erupted, withering all trees caught in its path. Before the blue python stood a young man clad in animal hide, towering over 3 meters with arms thicker than Zhang Xi's thighs. Goodness, that serpent must possess the power of a Deluo golden immortal, Zhang Xi mused. Brother, I believe it wise that we do not provoke him. The Taiji diagram cautioned. With your current cultivation, encountering his venom would be troublesome, but we cannot stand idly by while he harms others. Zhang Xi frowned. That man is of the Witch clan. There is no need for concern. The Taiji diagram reassured. Witch clan? Zhang Xi exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the Witch clan already existed? If the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were favored by the Panga god, the Witch clan was even more direct. Claiming to be the descendants of Pangu, blessed by the Panga god, that of course, the truth of such claims was uncertain. Who dares disturb my Lord Python? The blue python sneered. The young man said nothing, leaping into the air and delivering a punch that drove the blue python's head into the ground. He then stomped upon the serpent's back, seizing its tail and tearing it apart, splitting the immense creature, whose dark red blood spurted skyward. Much of it splattered onto the young man, sizzling as it corroded his animal hide. Yet he seemed unfazed, merely wiping his face before hoisting the massive python and sauntering away, leaving a long trail behind him. Did the Deluo golden immortal just perish like that? Zhang Xi gasped in horror. The witch clan must possess the power of a chaotic Deluo golden immortal. It is a simple matter for them to slay a Deluo golden immortal, Kang's sword remarked. There is only one rank separating a Deluo golden immortal from a chaotic Deluo golden immortal. Is there not? Zhang Yu questioned, uncertainty evident in his voice. Brother, while the gap is but a step, that step is akin to a chasm, Kang's sword sighed, adding, for instance, if Brother Tontian wished to slay you, he would need but a single strike. Zhang Xi fell silent, and, after a long pause, he spoke, tell me honestly, are there many powerful beings of the Luo golden immortal rank in the great wilderness? Not many, the Taiji diagram replied. Well, that is a relief. Zhang Xi exhaled deeply, preparing to descend the mountain once more, only to hear the Taiji diagram speak again. Generally, there are more chaotic Deluo golden immortals. Deluo golden immortals are hardly considered formidable in the great wilderness. Zhang Xi's previously extended leg retracted, and without a word, he transformed into a beam of white light, flying back to Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, Nüwa remained seated before the Nüwa palace, motionless. Upon seeing Zhang Xi return, she expressed her surprise. Why have you come back? Zhang Xi embraced her tightly, his expression sorrowful. Sister, I cannot bear to leave you. Cannot bear to leave me. Nüwa stiffened, feeling somewhat at a loss. First, let us shield ourselves from the heavenly secrets, Zhang Xi whispered. Upon hearing this, Nüwa waved her right hand, enveloping the entire Nüwa palace in mist, causing the three pure ones who were eavesdropping to pause in astonishment. Sister, Zhang Xi grasped Nüwa's hand earnestly. I feel that I'm still too young, and now that I am a Deluo golden immortal, the journey through the three realms can wait. The most important thing now is to accompany you. Accompany me? Nüwa trembled slightly, a warmth surging within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Of course. Zhang Xi asserted. You have bestowed enlightenment upon me. I have yet to repay your immense kindness. How can I leave now? Therefore, I have decided to stay with you for some time at AS for when I'll descend the mountain. Let us say a millennium from now. What if Master grows displeased? Nüwa murmured softly. Sister, if you shield the heavenly secrets, Master should not be able to find me, correct? Zhang Xi asked cautiously. That is only natural. Nüwa nodded, but she added, however, deceiving Master in this way, what will you do when he comes seeking you? We shall deal with that when the time comes. Zhang Xi yawned. Sister, I'm feeling a bit weary. I shall rest for a while. Once inside his room, he felt his back drenched in sweat. Descend the mountain? What a preposterous notion. He had barely stepped out of Kunlun Mountain before encountering a witch clan member capable of tearing a Deluo golden immortal apart. The great wilderness was fraught with hidden dangers. Should he truly meet a formidable foe? Would he even survive? Moreover, cultivating various vegetables hidden within the Kunlun Mountains and feeding pigs is truly delightful. Is it not? Nüwa gazed at the firmly shut door, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Thus began their cohabitation. Time passed unmeasured that a sudden commotion from the backyard roused Nüwa from her reverie. She felt a stirring in her heart and instantly appeared in the backyard. Before her stood Zhang Xi, with a colossal glass bottle filled with fine grains of sand. Beneath it lay another enormous glass vessel, through which the sand trickled slowly via a slender tube. What is this? Nüwa inquired softly. An hourglass, Zhang Xi replied, stroking his chin. The sun, the golden crow, is exceedingly bothersome, always present, making it impossible for us to discern the passage of a day. Hence, I devised a timing hourglass, though it requires some calibration. Is it truly bothersome? Nüwa asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Zhang Xi sighed. In the vast wilderness, there is no distinction between day and night. How could one not be vexed? No sooner had he spoken than Nüwa's figure vanished from sight. Sister, where are you going? Zhang Xi shouted, but received no reply. The sky visibly darkened. Goodness, she isn't going to confront the golden crow, is she? A sense of alarm surged within him. Fear not, for the golden crow is the son of Dejuan, who belongs to the demon clan. He would not dare to lay a hand on Sister Nüwa. Taiji too reassured him. That is a relief, Zhang Xi replied, patting his chest, feeling somewhat apprehensive about Nüwa's impulsiveness. By the time Nüwa returned, a bonfire had been kindled in the backyard. Zhang, she remained in place, observing the flow rate of the sand in the hourglass. Have you not finished your calculations? Nüwa gently inquired. Almost there, Zhang Xi replied, fully engrossed in watching the sand, and, as the final grain fell, the last droplet of water from the bucket also descended. Done, he exclaimed, and with a thought, the hourglass shrank to the size of his palm. Nüwa curiously gazed at the diminutive hourglass in his hand and asked, "Can it still measure time at such a small size?" "Sister, do not underestimate this hourglass," Zhang Xi said proudly. "It was crafted for me by Dao Xixiao. Though it has shrunk, the sand will only flow through this narrow opening. Regardless of how it is jostled, I have engraved the time on top, so I need merely to set it upright to ascertain the hour. This indeed is a remarkable treasure," Nüwa praised. "Here, it is a gift for you," Zhang Xi said, placing the hourglass into her hands. "A gift for me?" Nüwa was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "You labored so diligently to create this treasure. How can you so easily give it away?" "You are not just anyone. You are my sister," Zhang Xi replied with a light laugh. "You are the first person I have met in this world, and you are my kin." "Kin, you say?" Nüwa gazed at Zhang Xi's earnest face. Her heart touched. The feeling was indescribable, yet brought warmth. Zhang Xi remained silent, simply storing the calculated data within the golden gourd. He had promised Dao Tianzuan a gift of an hourglass once it was completed. As long as the data remained, crafting several more would pose no challenge. Such a favor was too advantageous to pass up. Nüwa caressed the hourglass before waving her right hand, causing it to vanish without a trace. "Sister, would you care for a drink?" Zhang Xi asked, shaking the golden gourd at her. "Certainly." Nüwa smiled slightly, producing her own wooden gourd. The two sat cross-legged beside the bonfire. After gently clinking their gourds together, they both tilted their heads back for a sip. "Xi, are you afraid?" Nüwa inquired, parting her lips. "Afraid? Of what?" Zhang Xi responded, puzzled. "Master has sent you to traverse the vast wilderness, yet you remain here. Are you not daunted by the hardships of the wilderness, thus reluctant to depart?" Nüwa tilted her head. "All right, I admit that is one aspect," Zhang Xi conceded. But as soon as he spoke, a plethora of magical artifacts appeared before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? With these artifacts at your disposal, you would possess the strength to contend even against the chaos de Luo Jingxian," Nüwa stated solemnly. Zhang Xi observed the swaying, demon-summoning banner before him and gently shook his head. "Sister, I have never coveted your artifacts that I know, but, sister, Master has instructed me to traverse the wilderness, and it requires me to rely on my own strength. If I were to descend the mountain with so many artifacts, it would be more prudent to bring you along. If you wish, I could inform Master right away," Nüwa said earnestly. "No need," Zhang Xi replied, reclining on the ground, gazing at the starry sky. "I genuinely wish to spend a bit more time with you. Perhaps one day, after you become a saint, we may no longer have such leisurely conversations." "Nonsense," Nüwa hesitated before eventually lying beside him, pondering that the realm of saints was ethereal, and her 3 senior brothers had never even touched its threshold. "Even if I were to become a saint one day, we could still be together." "Let us hope so." Zhang Xi shook his head. "I have heard that saints are devoid of emotions, viewing the common folk as mere ants. At that point, in your eyes, I would be but a lowly creature. Even should you be a lowly creature, I would still bring you back to the palace of Nüwa." Nüwa chuckled lightly. "Be why then? I would feed you fresh grass daily, and you would construct houses and create hourglasses for me. If I were to become a lowly creature, how could I accomplish such tasks?" Zhang Xi laughed heartily. "By then, I would be a saint. Transforming you into a primordial being would be no challenge." Nüwa chuckled in return. "There is truth in what you say." Zhang Xi turned to gaze into her eyes. Nüwa's eyes were long and narrow, sparkling even in the dark. Her skin was akin to exquisite jade, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling pure white jade. "Xi, what are you thinking about?" Nüwa asked. "I was pondering what your husband might be like," Zhang Xi replied, turning to the sky. Any Chinese person would know that Nüwa's husband is Fuxi the Great. Who is Fuxi the Great? One of the 3 sovereigns, the progenitor of civilization, a legendary figure among the 3 saints of the Palace of Fire Clouds. Merely contemplating him warrants a bow. Husband? Upon hearing these words, Nüwa shook her head. Though my goal is not the realm of saints, matters of yin and yang feel too distant for me. Indeed, gazing across the vast wilderness, I have yet to encounter a man worthy of my sister. Zhang, she chuckled softly. Not even the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan would suffice. Nüwa remained silent, simply observing him quietly. Time slipped by unnoticed. Not hearing Zhang Xi speak, she curiously glanced over. She found him with his eyes tightly shut, curled up in a ball. Nüwa reached out to stroke his cheek and murmured, Master once divined that my husband is named Xi. When Zhang Xi awoke again, the sky was already bright, the tea stretched comfortably and opened the window that a refreshing breeze swept in, invigorating him. He could hardly recall the last time he had slept so soundly. After all, he felt that night was the only proper time for slumber. Yet the nights in the vast wilderness were fleeting. Tea that moment. Nüwa stood before the wooden enclosure where the lowly creatures were kept. Utterly still, Zhang Xi's thoughts stirred, and he appeared at her side, gently patting her shoulder. Sister, what are you looking at? I believe you should refrain from becoming a lowly creature, Nüwa said earnestly. Zhang Xi looked at her in confusion. I find lowly creatures unappealing, Nüwa replied, shaking her head. Look at them. All they do is graze and sleep. When I speak to them, they ignore me. I do not like lowly creatures. Huffed. Zhang Xi could not help but burst into laughter. Nüwa's thought process was truly unique. What are you laughing at? I did not laugh at all. Zhang Xi stated earnestly, if you do not like now, then I shall not transform into now in the future. Whatever you prefer, I will become that agreeable. Really? Nüwa's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Let's make a pact. Zhang Xi extended his hand, a pact. Nüwa gazed at him in confusion. Zhang Xi gently took her hand and hooked his pinky with hers. Nüwa watched in amazement, somewhat incredulous. Now, seal it. Zhang Xi raised his thumb. Nüwa reacted swiftly, mirroring him with her own thumb. As their thumbs touched, the flowers surrounding them burst into bloom in an instant. Zhang Xi felt a twinge of concern for Hongjun, prompting him to ask Nüwa to discreetly check on what he was doing in the Zixiao Palace. To his surprise, Nüwa returned promptly. You did not see Master? Zhang Xi inquired, astonished. I did not. Nüwa shook her head. It seems Master is in seclusion. I called out several times, but he did not respond. That's splendid. Zhang Xi exclaimed with joy. Once a celestial being of their caliber enters seclusion, it could take thousands of years for them to emerge. Let us lift the veil of mist. Lift it for what purpose? Nüwa asked, puzzled. Have you not been shielding the heavenly secrets? Is it not detrimental to you? Zhang Xi queried curiously. Not at all, Nüwa replied, shaking her head. However, if I block the heavenly secrets, I cannot perceive anything from the outside world. If any new innate beings wish to become part of the demon race, they too would not sense the summoning banner. Then let us lift it, Zhang Xi urged. What if someone wishes to join the demon race? Will we not be hindering their future? Moreover, Nüwa was not a sage at this moment, that if a conflict arose, the more demons there were, the stronger she would become. Hearing this, Nüwa merely waved her hand, and the mist surrounding the Huang Palace dissipated without a trace. I wish to venture out for a while. Would you care to accompany me? Zhang Xi asked. Certainly, Nüwa nodded. Zhang Xi immediately transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Nüwa followed closely, morphing into a stream of azure light. After flying for a while, Zhang Xi spotted a dense forest and promptly dove in a search. What are you looking for? Nüwa inquired curiously. I am searching for a small creature known as a silkworm. Zhang Xi replied, rummaging through the foliage. They are roughly the size of our finger joints, feast on mulberry leaves, and spin fine threads to envelop themselves. I am uncertain if they exist in this time. During the Great Desolation era, the emergence of silkworms remains a mystery. However, since I am not making progress in my cultivation, I might as well find something to occupy myself. Nüwa, upon hearing this, extended her delicate hand. The summoning banner appeared in her grasp, and she gently shook it. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled as a result. Goodness, an earthquake! We must flee! Zhang Xi grasped Nüwa's hand, ready to escape. Yet, just as he attempted to use his powers, he was halted by Nüwa that moment. A variety of peculiar creatures surrounded them, with some soaring through the sky while others dangled from the trees. Zhang Xi even spotted a fish laboriously moving along with its fins. All demons, heed my call. Seek out a creature known as a silkworm. White, the length of a finger joint, capable of spinning silk and fond of mulberry leaves. Understood, the demons chorused before vanishing instantly. Did you summon these? Zhang Xi asked, astonished. This summoning banner seems rather lackluster, attracting even unformed demons. I only summoned the demons within 100 miles. Nüwa chuckled softly. If a grand battle were to occur, all demons in the great desolation would come. Would you like to test that? Please, no. Zhang Xi quickly pressed her hand down. The flames of war are not to be trifled with. Nüwa, seeing his reluctance, waved her hand, and the summoning banner disappeared. Zhang Xi resumed his search in the forest. He found plenty of plump, white worms, yet none were silkworms. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. After all, time held no significance for either the Great Desolation or the Deluo Golden Immortals. Nüwa did not assist him, but instead followed closely, her curiosity piqued by the multitude of worms scattered about. Do not regard these creatures. I am unsure if they are edible, Zhang Xi lamented, a frown on his face. What if they are poisonous? I fear not poison, Nüwa replied, shaking her head. Even the venom of a fey cannot harm me. Fey? What is that? Zhang Xi frowned. Would you like me to fetch one for you to see? Nüwa prepared to summon the summoning banner again. No, I do not wish to see, Zhang Xi exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he restrained her. Just hearing her tone suggested that the fey was indeed highly poisonous. While it might not affect Nüwa, it certainly could him. Nüwa did not press further, but instead took his hand and said, if it proves difficult, I will summon the demons within 1,000 miles to assist you. Never mind, it is not that important. Zhang Xi shook his head. Although he was unaware of what Nüwa would have to sacrifice to summon the demons, it was clear that the assistance of countless demons would not come without a price. Just as using the Taiji diagram consumed his own powers, the same applied to Nüwa. Seeing his resolve, Nüwa said no more. Let us return. We can come back another time. Zhang Xi prepared to retreat. A large bird with 6 wings soared overhead. He immediately pulled Nüwa behind him and drew the song he soared. Saint Mother, is this what you seek? The great bird extended its claws, revealing hundreds of silkworms wriggling in terror. Yes, that is it, Zhang Xi exclaimed with joy. Nüwa stepped out from behind him, her expression stern as she summoned the summoning banner. A beam of azure light shot into the great bird's body. Thank you for your generous gift, Saint Mother, the bird said respectfully before kneeling and bowing its head, then joyfully took flight. What did you give it? Zhang Xi inquired, curious. Just a bit of demon luck. Nüwa replied nonchalantly. With the protection of demon luck, it will greatly benefit its cultivation. Will you have to pay a price? Zhang Xi asked, tense. Although he did not know what demon luck entailed, it surely must be something extraordinary when it came to cultivation. Pay a price? Nüwa tilted her head, contemplating. Bringing out the summoning banner can be troublesome. Does that count? Yes, it does, Zhang Xi nodded seriously, yet his mind was racing with possibilities that she required nothing in return. Then perhaps if he were to leverage the demon race for his cultivation, given his relationship with Nüwa, obtaining more demon luck could lead to his ascension to the chaos Deluo Golden Immortal in no time. Do you wish to become part of the demon race? Nüwa suddenly asked. I could entertain that thought, Zhang Xi replied, glancing at the summoning banner in her hand. You are already a Deluo Golden Immortal. If you were to advance further, relying on demon luck would not suffice. Nüwa shook her head. The Chaos Deluo and the Deluo Golden Immortal are different. One cannot attain it solely through external means. That is quite unfortunate. Zhang Xi sighed. That he realized that Hongjun was right. There are no shortcuts. One must walk the path step by step. Even his attainment of the Deluo Golden Immortal was the result of his own effort. Upon their return to the Huang Palace, the 3 pure ones were already waiting at the entrance. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Are we not to cultivate today? Zhang Xi bowed. We sensed Nüwa's summoning of the demons from 100 miles away and thought something significant was afoot. So we came to investigate. The moral celestial said with a smile, "It is nothing of consequence. Merely gathering some trivial matters," Zhang Xi replied with a smile. Since we are here, Shall we indulge in a drink? That would be splendid. The master of the heavenly Tao laughed heartily, exclaiming that within the vast wilderness, countless rare treasures abound, yet only the wine brewed by his junior disciple truly captured his heart. If my elder brother enjoys it, I shall brew more on another day. Zhang Xi replied cheerfully. Excellent, excellent, the master of the heavenly Tao said, his delight palpable. Third brother, do not covet external possessions, the primordial heavenly venerable warns sternly. Once one's heart is entangled, it offers little benefit to cultivation. Your words hold truth, acknowledged the master of the heavenly Tao, slightly embarrassed as he clasped his hands together. The virtuous heavenly venerable remained silent, merely waving his Taoist robe, causing 3 small gourds to hover before Zhang Xi. Understanding the gesture, Zhang Xi winked at him and stored the gourds away. Let us converse in the backyard, he suggested. Pardon the intrusion. The 3 pure ones responded with a B-O-W-I in the backyard. After Zhang Xi had slaughtered a monkey-like creature, he did not prepare it as usual. Instead, he set a large pot to boil. Nüwa sat on a bamboo stool, accompanying the 3 pure ones in their drinking. Junior sister, what did you seek just now? Such a grand display. The primordial heavenly venerable inquired with curiosity, and I was searching for a creature known as a silkworm. Its purpose remains unknown to me, Nüwa replied, shaking her head slightly. Junior sister, may I offer a word of advice? The virtuous heavenly venerable said in a hushed tone. Feel free to speak, senior brother, Nüwa responded earnestly. Your favoritism towards your junior brother brings me great comfort, he continued softly. Though his cultivation is not profound, his cunning is unparalleled. Our master sent him down the mountain to traverse the wilderness. Intending to solidify his skills, by keeping him here, are you not undermining our master's heartfelt intentions? What the eldest brother says is reasonable, the primordial heavenly venerable added solemnly. The junior brother has only just begun to awaken, yet he can devise strategies against the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Given time, he will surely make a name for himself in the wilderness. While it may be safe to keep him here, it does little for his growth. Nüwa pursed her lips, remaining silent. The eldest and second brothers lack proper decorum. The master of the heavenly Tao chided. The wilderness stretches endlessly. Is it not permissible for him to stay and accompany his junior sister a while longer? Moreover, do the eldest and second brothers not wish to spend more time with our junior brother? Ever since Zhang Xi arrived at Kunlun, they felt their days had taken on a new vibrancy. Even if they did not emerge, simply observing what Zhang Xi was up to each day became a delightful seasoning to their lives. What do you mean by that? Do you think we wish to hasten our junior brother's descent from the mountain? The primordial heavenly venerable frowned. You, the master of the heavenly Tao, was about to retort when Nüwa interrupted with a wave of her hand. I understand the intentions of my 3 elder brothers. After some time, I will allow him to descend the mountain for training. That is very good. Both the virtuous and primordial heavenly venerables replied simultaneously with a bow. What are you discussing? Zhang Xi inquired. Approaching that, we were discussing the nature of the silkworm you mentioned. The primordial heavenly venerable replied with a smile. This little creature is quite remarkable, Zhang Xi exclaimed, his excitement ignited. It can spin cocoons and produce silk, which can be fashioned into garments. Once my silkworms grow, I shall gift each of my 3 elder brothers a new Taoist robe. New Taoist robes? The primordial heavenly venerable's eyes brightened as he laughed heartily. Junior brother, what difficulty is there in making them grow? With that, he raised his right hand and lightly gestured towards the silkworms placed in a bamboo basket. At a flash of white light erupted. Zhang Xi watched in astonishment as the silkworms grew, transformed into pupae, mated, and perished in an endless cycle. That by the time he regained his wits, several baskets of silkworm cocoons had already accumulated beside him. Elder brother, you are impressive, he remarked. That it is merely a trivial feat, the primordial heavenly venerable replied with a charming smile, then grasped Zhang Xi's hand. Instantly, a method to accelerate the passage of time emerged in Zhang Xi's mind. Although his cultivation could not match the primordial heavenly venerable's swiftness, catalyzing the growth of the silkworms was more than sufficient. Thank you for your generous gift, elder brother, Zhang Xi said hurriedly, bowing in gratitude. We are fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. The primordial heavenly venerable laughed heartily. Indeed, Zhang Xi nodded with a smile, then focused his thoughts. A bubbling cauldron appeared before him, and the silkworm cocoons flew into the pot, boiling until they hovered in the air. With a concentrated gaze, the boiled cocoons quickly transformed into various strands of silk. Virtuous elder brother, may I trouble you for some gold? Zhang Xi asked with a grin. That is no trouble at all. The virtuous heavenly venerable laughed, waving his Taoist robe. Hundreds of gold bricks neatly arranged themselves before Zhang Xi, each the size of an adult's palm. And oh wonder, the virtuous heavenly venerable possessed countless treasures. He was indeed wealthy. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, raising his right hand. The gold bricks swiftly melted into molten gold, which then transformed into fine strands of gold. Go, Zhang Xi commanded, as the golden strands intertwined with the silk strands. Becoming exquisitely soft, he then poured a large quantity of red leaves from a golden gourd. As soon as they touched the pot, they began to boil, transforming into a large vat of crimson liquid. Just as he intended to weave the strands in a fabric, the golden strands plummeted rapidly through the air. Damn it, my magical power is depleted, Zhang Xi lamented, feeling quite helpless, when a small hand grasped his. The once depleted magical power was instantly replenished, and upon glancing at Nüwa, he resumed his work. The golden strands wove themselves in a shimmering fabric in the air, and with a mere gesture towards a bamboo pole, the fabric began to roll up frantically. Once the fabric was completed, he formed hand seals, causing it to be cut in midair, after which a golden thread threaded through, beginning to sew itself together. In less than 10 breaths, a finely crafted waist-length Taoist robe appeared before everyone. This robe is splendid, the primordial heavenly venerable exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Both the master of the heavenly Tao and the virtuous heavenly venerable wore expressions of astonishment. The robe was remarkably delicate. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, submerging the robe into the vat of crimson liquid. In an instant, the originally shimmering robe transformed into a vibrant red garment. With a splash, the robe emerged from the liquid, spinning gracefully before flying into Zhang Xi's hands. Elder sister, this is for you. Nüwa was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the smiling 3 pure ones before her cheeks flushed crimson. She lightly touched the bright red robe, and after a flash of white light, it adhered to her form. Indeed, it is our junior brother who possesses remarkable skills. This is how a junior sister ought to appear, the primordial heavenly venerable clapped in delight. It should be so, it should be so, the virtuous heavenly venerable added with a chuckle. Nüwa's fair skin complemented the vibrant red beautifully at this moment. Her every gesture exuded an aura that commanded reverence. Though the hem of the robe was cut rather high, reaching mid-thigh, adding a touch of allure to her poise, upon noticing the envious gaze of the primordial heavenly venerable, Zhang Xi waved his hands once more. Before long, 3 Taoist robes floated in the air. Virtuous elder brother, thank you for your gold bricks, Zhang Xi said with a slight bow as the white robe flew into the hands of the virtuous heavenly venerable. I have never worn such a soft Taoist robe. Thank you, junior brother, the virtuous heavenly venerable replied joyfully, bowing in return. Primordial elder brother, this one is for you. Zhang Xi then handed the purple robe to the primordial heavenly venerable. It appeared resplendent, with golden threads adorning the deep blue and purple fabric. Thank you, junior brother, the primordial heavenly venerable exclaimed. Overjoyed, he cherished the robe, finding it far more beautiful than his own. Zhang Xi smiled gently as he personally presented the final black robe to the master of the heavenly Tao. Master brother, I notice you often carry a sword. Thus, I made some modifications to this robe, but let me know if it fits well. Your thoughtfulness moves me. How could there be any complaint about fit? The master of the heavenly Tao laughed heartily. With a flash of azure light, the black robe instantly adhered to his form. With his already exceptional demeanor, the addition of the black robe made him resemble a sword drawn from its sheath. Junior brother, do you not wish to create one for yourself? The revered Taoist of morality expresses concern for the way. You ought to first show respect to your master, who has donned that purple robe for countless years. It is only fitting least we have not failed to meet the master's earnest intentions. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed through the air. We humbly welcome you, Master. The three pure ones and Nüwa immediately bowed in greeting. Zhang Xi was intent on slipping away when, unexpectedly, someone tugged at the collar of his garment. A tall figure appeared beside him, smiling as he gazed at the little silkworm in the bamboo house. Unable to suppress a gentle smile, the little silkworm promptly sprouted arms and legs, beginning to spin silk and weave cloth on its own. What a remarkable technique, Master, Zhang Xi flattered. Your master has sent you down the mountain for training. Yet you hide here, indulging in winemaking and weaving with your senior sisters. What is the meaning of this? Hongjun admonished. I cannot bear to part with my senior brothers and sisters. Zhang Xi retorted with conviction. I have only just begun to interact with them, and the journey through the vast wilderness is long. Who knows how many years it will take? You are already a Luo, golden immortal, unaging and undying. Do you still fear the passage of time? Hongjun could not help but chuckle. Even if I am not afraid of time, I still dread loneliness, Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile. You are indeed justified in your reasoning. Thus, I shall permit you to remain here for another year, after which you must descend the mountain, Hongjun stated solemnly. Your status as a Luo golden immortal is not something you have cultivated. With an unstable foundation, you have already exhausted your magical power after merely casting a few spells. A typical Luo golden immortal possesses nearly limitless magical power, yet Zhang Xi, as a rapidly mature Luo golden immortal, has only barely reached the level of a golden immortal, if not lower. You speak truly, Master, Nüwa interjected. After 1 year, I shall personally escort my junior brother down the mountain, ensuring he does not linger in Kunlun. That is indeed excellent news. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, casually seated on a bamboo stool. Zhang Xi, with keen insight, served the prepared meat and poured wine for him, while he busied himself with tailoring garments. After taking a sip of wine, Hongjun scrutinized the three pure ones. Master, the three pure ones felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. In no need for concern, Hongjun waved his hand with a smile. For some reason, I feel that your attire truly reflects your essence. The disciples of Hongjun represent the facade of the Purple Cloud Palace as they traverse the vast wilderness, and thus cannot be too casual. Zhang Xi muttered. You, who cannot focus on your cultivation, are always preoccupied with peculiar pursuits. Hongjun admonished. If only you possessed half the strength of your elder brother Tong Tian, I would no longer worry for you. Master, my little junior brother is exceptionally clever. Given time, he will surely surpass me. Tong Tian hurriedly added he is not the same as you. He harbors too many expectations, Hongjun thought, and with a thought, Zhang Xi was suddenly immobilized. Master, what is the meaning of this? Nüwa furrowed her brows. Your junior brother is so kind to you. He appears to be a person deeply attached to emotions. Hongjun expressed his concern. Should he ever be swayed by emotions? You must counsel him. Master, we are all of the same sect. Should any matters arise in the future, we will naturally stand together with him, the Taoist of morality said, his expression rarely showing any change. I plan to have him infiltrate the dragon clan. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Kunlun Mountain fell into a profound silence. After a long while, Nüwa bent down, bowing her head and saying, Master, my junior brother's strength is so meager. The dragon clan possesses countless powerful beings that, if he goes there, it may lead to trouble. How about I go instead? If you had your junior brother's intelligence, it would be fine for you to go. Hongjun replied indifferently, and Nüwa found herself at a loss for words. Master, why the dragon clan? Tong Tian frowned. There are many descendants of the dragon clan who consider themselves exceptional if he enters as a descendant of the dragon clan. Even if they harbor doubts, they are likely to disregard them. Hongjun stated with seriousness, I have pondered for a long time and believe that instigating conflict between the two clans through the way is not advisable. We can only allow them to clash amongst themselves. Master, why not consider my little junior brother's opinion? The Taoist of morality suggested with a smile. Though I have not spoken much with him, I know he possesses keen insights regarding the situation in the vast wilderness. I fear he may be unwilling to go. Hongjun sighed. Master, you worry too much, the Taoist of morality said with a smile. I observe that while my junior brother fears death, just earlier at the foot of the mountain, when myriad demons came to pay their respects, he still prioritized protecting his junior sister. Hongjun remained silent for a long time, and with a thought he released Zhang Xi from his restraint. Zhang Xi, seemingly unaware, continued to cut the fabric. Xi, come here, Hongjun beckoned. Master, what is it? Zhang Xi asked curiously. I intend for you to infiltrate the dragon clan under the guise of a descendant. Hongjun stated with gravity. Master, the ancestor dragon knows me. Zhang Xi felt his legs weaken. After all, that was the ancestor dragon. The Taiji diagram claims that the master of Tongtian could slay him with a single sword. The ancestor dragon would likely be similar, right? I will disguise you. Hongjun spoke in a deep voice. Master, are you asking me to sow discord between the dragon and phoenix clans? Zhang Xi replied helplessly. But have you considered that I am a disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace? This matter may be concealed from the dragon and phoenix clans, but can it be hidden from the way? Hongjun and the others were momentarily stunned that I possessed the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal, which should suffice that at worst, I will simply refrain from leaving Kunlun Mountain. However, if the way were to take offense against the Purple Cloud Palace, anyone who has ever heard you preach may fear they will be affected by karmic retribution. Zhang Xi carefully observed their expressions, inwardly sighing in relief. What a predicament. A version of infernal affairs in the vast wilderness. The thought of the consequences of such a game sent shivers down his spine. Master, my junior brother makes a valid point. The Taoist of morality said softly, it is easy to deceive the dragon and phoenix clans, even the beings of the vast wilderness. But it is impossible to deceive the way. Should the way intervene, the fate of the Purple Cloud Palace may become precarious. Alas, my wisdom is limited. This is the only strategy one could conceive. Hongjun lamented. Master, have you ever considered that the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are not without other races to balance them? Zhang Xi suggested quietly. What do you mean by that? Hongjun inquired, astonished. Since there are 3 protagonists in the world, why can't there be a 4th? Zhang Xi smiled and said, since we cannot discern the intentions of the way, why not create our own protagonist to compete against them? We will create our own protagonist. Hongjun and the others were taken aback by Zhang Xi's words. The protagonist of heaven is recognized by the way. How can it be artificially promoted? Junior brother, you might want to clarify your thoughts further. The Taoist of morality urged gently, in the vast wilderness. Nearly all beautiful landscapes are occupied by the dragon and Qilin clans. Even if we were to create a heavenly protagonist, where would they go? Zhang Xi did not respond, but merely pointed towards the sky. The 9 heavens? Hongjun and the others pondered. I have been to the heavenly realm with my senior sister. Though desolate, it can be considered a land of beauty. Can't it? Zhang, she said with a soft laugh. What if we place a clan in the heavens, establish a heavenly court, and have Master request the way to bestow upon them the title of sovereign of the 3 realms? Wouldn't that serve to balance the 3 clans? Excellent, excellent. Hongjun clapped his hand in laughter, his eyes gleaming. What a grand vision. Why not have you become the sovereign of the 3 realms? No. Zhang Xi hurriedly clung to Nüwa beside him. Master, I truly wish to spend more time with my senior sister and brother. Besides, I have yet to grasp the intricacies of the vast wilderness. How could I possibly become the sovereign of the 3 realms? What a jest! Becoming the sovereign of the 3 realms is no trivial matter. There are countless powerful beings in the vast wilderness, and merely engaging in a battle of wits with them would be exhausting. Moreover, with the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the West, and Nüwa, the 6 great saints all surpass the sovereign of the 3 realms. Master, my junior brother speaks wisely, the Taoist of morality said seriously. Earlier, when my junior brother mentioned placing a race in the 9 heavens, even if we were to send him up there, what race would he belong to? Primordial beings. Furthermore, if we look deeper, he is of the lineage of the Purple Cloud Palace. Should you elevate him, would that not signal to the vast wilderness and the way that the Purple Cloud Palace seeks to dominate the 3 realms? That is indeed a valid point. Hongjun agreed wholeheartedly. His existence was meant to complement the way, which is currently incomplete. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are rampant in the vast wilderness, and his task is to balance the 3 clans, not to dominate the wilderness. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhang Xi's mind as he prepared to speak, only to find Hongjun and the others fixated on Nüwa. His heart raced involuntarily. Surely not? Xi. How? Is the demon clan? Hongjun inquired. Master, do you mean for my senior sister to go? Zhang Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. No, I do not intend for your senior sister to ascend. Hongjun shook his head, stating, your senior sister possesses a serene temperament and shuns conflict. She is unsuitable to govern the three realms. However, I have another disciple named Dijuan. Gulp. Zhang Xi swallowed hard, wondering if he had another younger brother named Dongwang Tai. Indeed, Tong Tian Jiao Master chuckled lightly. Dijuan is immensely powerful, already a chaos de Luo Jingxian, and his brother Dongwang is even more extraordinary. He possesses a companion treasure known as the Dongwang Bell. I once engaged him in combat, and the outcome was a tie. A tie. Zhang Xi regarded him with skepticism. Given Tong Tian's nature, if he did not win, he must have lost. What kind of tie is that? Who are you trying to deceive? Ahem, I suffered a minor setback. Just a minor setback. Tong Tian Jiao Master's face flushed as he added, but at that time I did not have the Qingping sword, and thus I was merely inferior in terms of treasures that I understand. I understand. Zhang Xi suppressed a laugh. What were your thoughts? Hongjun asked earnestly that I initially intended to propose the Witch Clan, but if Master has decided on the Demon Clan, then it is acceptable. However, let it be known that Dijuan is Dijuan, and my senior sister is my senior sister. She shall not partake in any affairs of the celestial court of the Demon Clan, Zhang Xi stated solemnly. Disciple, the Witch Clan is not suitable. Dao Tianzuan shook his head, stating, though they are descendants of Pangu, their nature is savage, reveling in the slaughter of the great wilderness demon clan, that a tribe such as this ruling the three realms would undoubtedly pose a greater threat than the dragon. Phoenix and Qilin clans in the future. Your elder brother speaks wisely. Zhang Xi nodded with a smile that he held no particular interest in who governed the three realms, whether it be the demon clan or the witch clan. It was of no consequence to him. In that case, I shall proceed to request a decree from the heavenly Tao. Hongjun rose, and as the purple gold robe flew onto him from afar, he warned, if you do not descend the mountain to undergo training within a year, do not blame your master for being heartless. Master, is it appropriate for you to speak harshly after just accepting my belongings? Zhang Xi replied helplessly. Boom! A purple lightning bolt struck him down from the sky. The three pure ones in Nüwa could not help but burst into laughter. After Hongjun departed, life returned to its tranquil state. The three pure ones continued to retreat into their quarters for cultivation, while Zhang Xi tirelessly experimented with various garments. Miracle Nikki is a favorite of the strong man. Zhang Xi was currently indulging in a real-life version of Miracle Nikki. Nüwa served as his figurine, and he ceaselessly crafted an array of outfits for her. Mini skirts, crop tops, and black stockings. Whatever he could envision, he fashioned an ensemble for Nüwa, causing her to blush and shy away from many of the outfits. Yet, unable to resist Zhang Xi's pleas, she eventually shielded her heavenly secrets and quietly donned the garments for him in the Wahuang Palace. However, when she presented herself to others, she remained clad in the timeless crimson robe. After 6 months of such days, 2 unexpected visitors arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, paid his respects to the Holy Mother Hati that moment. Nüwa, clad in DK attire and somewhat exasperated, was engaged in a game of Go with Zhang Xi. Upon hearing the voices outside, her expression sharpened, and after changing into a grand red robe, she vanished from sight and appeared at the entrance. Zhang Xi leaned against the window, curiously observing the 2 imposing men before him. The foremost man was tall and robust, with fair skin that exuded an air of majesty. He wore a dark robe. His long hair, tied back, and a crown atop his head, truly embodying the presence of a sovereign. Slightly behind him was a slender man, whose refined features resembled jade, dressed in a golden robe. With eyes that sparkled like stars, compared to Dijuan, Zhang Xi felt that this appearance truly represented the rulers of the three realms. Dongwang Tai seemed to sense someone observing him, and 2 beams of white light emanated from his eyes, darting straight toward Zhang Xi. Impudence, Nüwa scolded, hurling a large red embroidered ball directly at Dongwang Tai. Upon seeing this, Dongwang Tai hastily summoned the Dongwang Bell to block it. Clang, a visible ripple spread outward. Zhang Xi felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer. hurtling backward and tumbling several times before crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the Wahuang Palace had been fortified by Nüwa as magic, or else a significant hole might have been created. Whoosh! A blue longsword was suddenly poised at Dong Wang Tai's neck. Tong Tian Shi Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Dong Wang Tai's forehead beaded with sweat. Thousands of years prior, he could almost contend with Tong Tian Jiao Master, but now he believed that if the sword were to move, his very soul would dissipate. Dong Wang, how dare you raise your hand against the Holy Mother? Kneel at once. Dijuan rebuked furiously. Plop. Dong Wang Tai wisely knelt on the ground. Tong Tian Shi Xiao, my younger brother is ignorant. I implore you to show mercy, Dijuan said, cupping his hands in respect. This is the Kunlun domain. Think carefully before you act here, Tong Tian Jiao Master remarked with a half-smile. Your brother speaks the truth. Dijuan hastily bowed and then spoke angrily. Dong Wang, why do you spy on the Holy Mother's abode? Elder brother, it seems there is someone within the Holy Mother's residence. Dong Wang Tai hurriedly replied, having been caught peering through the window. Impudence! In my abode, how can there be any notion of spying? Nüwa's voice rang out angrily, causing Dong Wang Tai to tremble, silenced. Disciple, if you do not come out now, Dong Wang will surely be slain by your senior sister today. Yuan Shi Tianzuan laughed heartily at that moment. A beam of white light appeared beside Tong Tian Jiao Master. Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai turned their gazes simultaneously, only to see a man clad in black and white robes smiling at them. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Shi. Disciple greets you. Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai quickly returned the gesture. However, their hearts were tumultuous. How could a man be concealed within the Holy Mother's residence? Do not harbor any unfounded thoughts, esteemed brothers. Zhang Xi seemed to read their minds. I was merely playing go with my senior sister. You may discuss whatever you wish. I shall engage in some play with Tong Tian Shi Xiao. Very well. Tong Tian Jiao Master smiled slightly, and the two figures instantly vanished from sight. Nüwa looked up at the sky. Her small face tense. What brings you here? Holy Mother, currently, Master has commanded me to govern the three realms that I seek your permission to use the summoning banner to notify all demons that I have established the celestial court of the demon clan in the heavens above, inviting all great powers to ascend and assume official positions. Dijuan knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply. You may proceed. Nüwa uttered a single word, then pointed her right hand. The summoning banner appeared before Dijuan. I grant you 3 days with the banner. After 3 days, it will return to my possession. Henceforth, all matters regarding the demons will be under your jurisdiction. Thank you, Holy Mother, for your support, Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai exclaimed with joy. In the heavens above, Zhang Xi and Tong Tian Jiao Master reclined on a cloud, each holding a small gourd. Disciple, what are your thoughts on Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai? What else is there to consider? Zhang Xi sighed. Currently, neither of them has become the ruler of the three realms, so they naturally appear compliant and virtuous. Yet once they become the rulers, who knows what they will become? Oh, does it seem you harbor doubts about the two? Tong Tian Jiao Master raised an eyebrow. I harbor doubts about everyone. Zhang Xi shook his head. The demon clan is not weak. In fact, it is not inferior to the dragon clan. What do you mean by that? Tong Tian Jiao Master sat up straight. The great wilderness demon clan is not particularly numerous. The majority are primordial beings. After all, not everyone wishes to be bound by the summoning banner. Many primordial beings yearn for freedom. Previously, the demon clan was scarce due to Nüwa's laziness. Her own strength is formidable, and she did not require the demon clan to assist her in battle. Correct? Zhang Xi smiled. Indeed, my younger sister is exceptionally powerful. Tong Tian Jiao Master nodded. Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai are also strong, yet they require countless demons to wage war across the three realms. Once a person's ambition swells, it becomes uncontrollable. Zhang Xi shook his head. If I were Dijuan, I would think, I have not even conquered the great wilderness. What right do I have to call myself the ruler of the three realms? Are you suggesting that the demon clan will instigate conflict in the great wilderness? Tong Tian Jiao Master's gaze sharpened. Master's move is merely to drive away wolves and invite tigers. Zhang Xi lamented. When the demon race grows powerful, they will transform into another dragon clan. Such is the way of heaven. Thunder resonated ominously across the sky. After a lengthy contemplation, Tong Tianjiao master ultimately exhaled a profound sigh. The two circled the eastern sea before returning to the foothills of Kunlun Mountain. Why this time? Dijuan and Dongwang Tai had already departed. Why was I not invited to the revelry? Yuan Shi Tianzun expressed his dissatisfaction. Just as Tong Tianjiao master intended to respond, he was halted by Zhang Xi. Brother, your formidable strength and meticulous mind are essential. If you and Dao Shixiang do not remain to oversee matters, how might senior sister fare? Indeed, Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled with my presence. Junior sister shall not be deceived by Dijuan and Dongwang. Thus, drinking becomes quite an uncomplicated affair. Zhang Xi waved his hand, and bamboo stools and a table materialized from the ground. Come, brother, let us share a toast. Excellent. Yuan Shi Tianzun laughed heartily as he seated himself. Dao Tianzun could not help but smile wryly, acknowledging that collectively, the three of them could not outmaneuver Zhang Xi. After a prolonged period of revelry, the three pure ones took their leave to return to their quiet cultivation. Zhang Xi then accompanied Nüwa into the Huang Palace, where she grasped his hand. In no time, the injuries within him were completely healed. Thank you, senior sister. Nüwa regarded him, her words caught in her throat. Shall we continue our game of chess? Very well. Nüwa ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. After a leisurely half-month, Zhang Xi suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately flew to Dao Tianzun's doorstep. Rapping on the door, Nüwa sat on the steps, observing him with curiosity. Time passed, and Zhang Xi emerged, holding a glimmering golden object. What is this? Nüwa inquired, astonished. I always felt something was amiss. It turned out you were lacking adornments. Zhang Xi replied with a grin. You are the revered mother goddess, deserving of admiration from myriad demons. It would be inappropriate to appear too plain, so I crafted numerous golden hairpins and step shakes for you. What purpose do they serve? Nüwa blinked her large eyes. That I shall style your hair. Zhang Xi moved behind her, lifting a strand of her dark hair and began to tie it with a red silk ribbon. Once her hair was elegantly arranged, a dazzling golden step shake was delicately inserted into her tresses. The three pure ones, witnessing the two engrossed in such frivolities, could not suppress their laughter. It was one thing for Nüwa, not to engage in serious cultivation. But Zhang Xi had also spent considerable time on Kunlun Mountain without once meditating, and oh wonder their master wished to send him down the mountain. Nüwa gazed at her reflection in the Xianguang mirror. Taken aback, Zhang Xi too found himself momentarily stunned. He felt as though Nüwa had matured significantly. The great wilderness had no standard of time. Zhang Xi was uncertain how long he had been in Kunlun, but it could not have exceeded 2 years. After all, Hongjun had intended to send him down a year ago, yet had not done so, indicating that the year had not yet elapsed. When he first encountered Nüwa, she had been a girl scarcely reaching 1.60 m. Now, he estimated her height to be at least 1.70 m, and her visage had matured, exuding a subtle feminine allure, especially after her hair was styled. The aura of purity she radiated nearly compelled Zhang Xi to bow in reverence. What troubles you? Nüwa tilted her head to gaze at Zhang Xi. Why do I feel you are becoming more beautiful? Zhang Xi replied helplessly, am I more beautiful? Or is Yuan Feng? Nüwa asked softly. Yuan Feng was more beautiful back then, but now I find you to be more so, Zhang Xi said sincerely, upon hearing the first half of his statement. Nüwa felt a surge of irritation. However, the latter half caused her cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. After a moment's hesitation, she massed her foreknowledge and rose to her feet. The three old eavesdroppers could not help but sigh in melancholy. Why did it have to cut off at such a critical moment? Nüwa looked at Zhang Xi and rose on her toes to embrace him. Zhang Xi trembled, devoid of any wicked thoughts. Instead, he felt a rush of anxiety. If Fuxi Emperor were to witness this, he might very well turn him to ashes. Thank you, and no need for thanks. You are my senior sister, Zhang Xi replied, gently patting her back. Nüwa exuded a fresh, sweet scent, not cloying, perhaps due to her frequent indulgence in wine, which rendered her presence intoxicating. Yes, she turned her head to regard him. Poised to act, a sudden bolt of purple lightning struck down. Zhang Xi sensed the impending danger and swiftly pushed her aside. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Zhang Xi was once again thrown to the ground, his previously neat hair now emitting wisps of smoke. "Welcome, Master." The three pure ones promptly emerged, bowing in reverence to Xi. "What did I tell you?" Hongjun's voice thundered with anger. 1 year to descend the mountain? But has a year truly elapsed? Zhang Xi uttered in astonishment. Cough, cough, cough. It has been 3 years. Doubted Tianzun interjected. 3 years. Zhang Xi could scarcely believe his ears. "Master, it is all my fault." Nüwa on the ground. "My junior brother was unaware of the passage of time. It was I who kept him here, and I am willing to accept punishment. Self-imprisonment in the Purple Cloud Palace," Hongjun declared with a wave of his robe, causing Nüwa to vanish in an instant. "Master, surely we must adhere to reason," Zhang Xi exclaimed angrily. "What wrong has senior sister committed in seeking companionship? Moreover, it was I who chose not to descend. Why should you vent your ire upon her?" "Enough," the three pure ones hastily signaled him to silence. "Are you implying that I was at fault?" Hongjun retorted with incredulous laughter. "If I am at fault, then so are you," Zhang Xi asserted boldly. "If you punish me for not descending, it is unjust to blame senior sister. Such behavior does not exemplify your esteemed reputation, Master Hongjun." "Very well." Hongjun laughed heartily. "Since you possess such gall, I shall refrain from punishing Nüwa. Instead, how about you journey through the great wilderness with your own strength?" "Very well," Zhang Xi replied, cupping his hands in respect. "Begone!" With a wave of Hongjun's hand, Zhang Xi disappeared from sight. After a moment's hesitation, Hongjun waved his robe and summoned Nüwa back. "Master, you have stripped my junior brother of his powers. The great wilderness is perilous, and he may face danger." Dao de Tianzun urged anxiously. "Master, might I venture forth to safeguard him?" Tong Tian Jiao Master offered. "Silence!" Hongjun's voice thundered, rendering all present mute. Nüwa, however, gazed anxiously into the distance, her head bowed in silence. Time passed, and eventually, Hongjun sighed deeply, waving his robe to conjure a stone table from thin air. "Please take a seat." "Certainly." Once seated, everyone fell silent. "Nüwa, do not hold my heartlessness against me," Hongjun sighed. "The junior brother is closest to you. To prevent you from being imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace, I would rather relinquish his status as a Deluo golden immortal." "Master, he is—" "I know," Hongjun interrupted, "but you must understand, that is a matter for the future. For now, he is safe under your protection within the Hua Huang Palace. However, with his temperament, indulging in such romantic affairs offers no benefit to either you or the great wilderness." "Master, we can protect our junior brother," Tong Tian Jiao Master asserted. "Ha ha ha." Hongjun laughed heartily. "Tong Tian, when has my disciple ever needed the protection of others? Do not be misled by your current superiority over him. Should he truly wish to annihilate you, you might not fare as well as you think." Hiss, the three pure ones and Nüwa collectively inhaled sharply. Tong Tian Jiao Master could easily obliterate Zhang Xi with a mere gesture. Yet Hongjun never acted without reason. His words undoubtedly held truth. In my recent days of seclusion and calculations, I have been unable to ascertain Xi's origins," Hongjun stated solemnly. "All beings in heaven and earth have their roots. Even the foreign celestial demons venturing into the great wilderness are not uncommon. Yet when I employed the heavenly principles to deduce, Xi's origins remained shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. What could this mean? Moral panic ensues. Without any foundation, it appears out of thin air. Such a situation has never occurred in the vast wilderness, where they initially believed Zhang Xi to be a mere stone. However, it seems that matters are far more complex than they first assumed." "I do not know," sighed Hongjun. "The reason I have refrained from urging him to descend the mountain is precisely to observe his true disposition, that M.Y. Jr. possesses an extraordinary intellect, yet his character remains exceptionally pure." Yuan Shi Tianzun cautiously chose his words. He has never indiscriminately taken the lives of sentient beings, and his first instinct in any situation is to flee, even with Nüwa's protection. "How could I be unaware?" With a flicker of thought, 5 white jade wine cups appeared on the table. "Your junior is indeed to my liking, but his demeanor is overly languid. I initially thought he was disinterested in cultivation, preferring to employ his wit, yet I have now realized that he is uninterested in both. He simply enjoys remaining by Nüwa's side, creating peculiar objects to amuse her." "Master," I once heard you mention that Junior's sister will have a husband in the future. The Lord of the Heavens hesitated to say to oh, you know why she named her junior brother Xi? Hongjun chuckled bitterly. Could it be? The three pure ones gazed incredulously at Nüwa. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not lower her gaze. As a disciple of Hongjun, how could Nüwa's husband remain under the protection of others for a lifetime? Hongjun lifted his wine cup, declaring, "You senior brothers and sisters must not indulge him too much." "Yes, master," the three pure ones echoed, raising their cups in agreement. Only Nüwa gazed into the distance, lost in her thoughts. Zhang Xi soared through the air like a cannonball, unaware of how long he had been flying. Just as he was about to crash into a cliff, the Tai Chi diagram emitted a gentle white light once more, enveloping him and slowly lowering him to the ground. Tai Chi diagram. Thank you. Zhang Xi exhaled in relief. That you're welcome. The Tai Chi diagram replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, before Zhang Xi could fully comprehend his surroundings, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. Not far from him, a beast with a dragon's head and a lion's body, sporting wings, was glaring fiercely at a young boy. The boy stood 2 meters tall, his upper body bare, with only a piece of animal hide barely covering his lower half. Appearing exceedingly robust, yet the innocence of his youthful face was unmistakable. Seeing the perilous situation, Zhang Xi prepared to flee. However, the dragon-headed lion-bodied monster suddenly pounced on the boy, opening its massive jaws to bite down on his head. "Senior brother, this creature likely possesses the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. We should retreat," the Tai Chi diagram asserted gravely. "But if we leave, won't that person perish?" Zhang Xi hesitated. "Senior brother, you are merely at the Xian immortal level. Even if you intervene, it would be of little help," Song He Jian interjected. "Any assistance, however minimal, is still worthwhile." Zhang Xi's gaze steeled, and he ascended into the AIRT that moment. The boy was gripping the monster's jaws with both hands, resisting its strength with all his might. Just as he prepared to exert himself, a long sword descended from the heavens, piercing through the monster's head and emerging from its mouth. The boy stared in astonishment at the sword's blade. "Don't just stand there, hurry and leave." An angry voice emanated from the monster's head. Roaring in pain, the monster unleashed a furious howl, its wings flaring. Zhang Xi was once again sent flying, crashing violently into the mountainside. Despite the protection of the Tai Chi diagram, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother, silence!" Zhang Xi bellowed, rising with his sword once more. Upon seeing the monster toppled by the young man, he plummeted from the sky, his sword aimed at the creature's belly. The monster attempted to swipe at Song He Jian with its claws, but it severely underestimated the sword's sharpness. Upon mere contact, only 3 claws remained of the original 5. Ha! Zhang Xi shouted, driving the Song He Jian deep into the monster's abdomen. Roar! The beast howled in agony, radiating a golden light. Dodge! Zhang Xi reached out to grab the boy, preparing to retreat. Yet he was too late. Both he and the boy were sent flying by the golden light. Tai Chi diagram, protect him! Zhang Xi roared, and the Tai Chi diagram swiftly emerged, enveloping the boy. Zhang Xi, however, collided headfirst into a great tree, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground. The Tai Chi diagram quickly returned to Zhang Xi, emitting a gentle white glow. "Who are you? Why did you assist me?" The boy inquired, bewildered. "You merely appear young," Zhang Xi replied, standing with a pale complexion, gazing at the now lifeless monster in the distance. The strength he had been mustering dissipated instantly, leaving him weak and unconscious on the ground. Young, the boy glanced at Zhang Xi before hoisting him onto his shoulder. He then approached the dragon-headed lion-bodied creature, effortlessly lifting its head and walking in a specific direction. Time passed unmeasured. Zhang Xi gradually regained consciousness. Staring up at the thatched roof, he attempted to rise, but was gently pressed back down. "Your injuries are not yet healed. Rest for a while longer." A clear voice resonated, causing Zhang Xi to momentarily freeze. He looked up to see a woman clad in animal skins, her figure graceful, seated beside him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her long black hair casually tied with hemp rope, contrasting with Nüwa's gentle demeanor. Her large eyes radiated a sense of courage. Though she stood only about 1.70 meters, Zhang Xi instinctively sensed danger. "Are you of the demon tribe?" The woman inquired softly. No, Zhang Xi shook his head. Then you must be the shaman tribe? The woman pressed further. Sister, how could he possibly be of the shaman tribe? He is shorter than the children of our clan and exceedingly weak. Came a voice of mockery from outside. Even if he is weak, he still aided you. The woman retorted with displeasure. Mind your own business. Boom! Just as the boy was about to enter, it seemed as though he had been struck by some unseen force, sending him sprawling backwards, causing a commotion outside. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Zhang Xi sighed. In that moment of heated passion, he had completely forgotten that this was the realm of the vast wilderness. The formidable beings of the wilderness were numerous, and he, a mere Xian immortal, was essentially at the bottom of the food chain. My name is Ho-Tu. What is yours? The woman asked softly. I am called Xi. Zhang Xi replied, suddenly sitting up, grasping the woman's hand and asking, What did you say your name was? Ho-Tu. The woman withdrew her hand, regarding him with curiosity. Have you heard of my name? No. Zhang Xi shook his head. Yet his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Could it be a coincidence? Who is Ho-Tu? During prayers, people often invoke heaven and Ho-Tu. Heaven refers to the Almighty, while Ho-Tu is the earth deity. The revered Lady Ho-Tuesday, though Ho Qing's words were harsh, they were not without merit. You are far too weak. If you encounter conflict again, it is best to refrain from intervening, Ho-Tu stated with a hint of exasperation. I beg your pardon. Zhang Xi's face flushed with embarrassment. Come out, Ho-Tu remarked before stepping outside. Zhang Xi touched the Tai Chi diagram on his person, hesitated briefly, then ultimately followed her out. A crowd had gathered outside, surrounding him as if he were a rare spectacle. These individuals were all robust, with the height of adult men easily exceeding 3 meters. Even the children appeared to be around 1 meter, 80 or 90. Zhang Xi found it peculiar that he could not discern the true strength of these individuals. This is Xi. While he is not of the shaman tribe, he has assisted Ho Qing, Ho-Tu proclaimed loudly. Therefore, I intend to keep him within the shaman tribe until he is fully recovered, after which I will send him away. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Just then, an adolescent boy approached, seizing Zhang Xi by the waist and effortlessly tossing him upwards. Zhang Xi soared dozens of meters into the air, and had it not been for the timely intervention of the Tai Chi diagram, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries once more. He is so light, the boy mumbled. Halt, do not act in such a manner. As Ho-Tu's gaze sharpened, a dark beam enveloped Zhang Xi, instantly bringing her back to her side. Gulp! Zhang Xi looked at these individuals in terror. What in the world are these creatures? A mere child possesses the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. What is the name of your tribe? Zhang Xi whispered that we are the Hoda tribe, and I am its leader. Ho-Tu replied softly. Leader? Zhang Xi exclaimed, astonished at her. The tribe comprised hundreds, nearly all of whom were of imposing stature, while Ho-Tu was slender, seemingly even weaker than herself. How could a woman be chosen as the leader? This is my created tribe, so naturally. I am the leader, Ho-Tu stated with conviction. Understanding dawned on Zhang Xi. Hoda led her on a tour of the tribe, and the passers-by cast curious glances at her, though their interest waned quickly. After all, such a diminutive figure would hardly attract attention in the tribe. Zhang Xi, indifferent to their stares, observed her surroundings with curiosity. The tribe was established by the riverside, likely for the convenience of water access. Yet, the area was flat and unprotected, leaving them vulnerable should other races from the great wilderness attack. They would be forced to fight for their lives. There were numerous huts, albeit constructed rather hastily. A few wooden beams topped with thatch constituted a house, and there were no doors, allowing the wind to sweep through freely. Where do you hail from? Ho-Tu suddenly inquired. From the shores of the eastern sea, where I encountered a passing immortal who enlightened me. Thus I attained my path, Zhang Xi replied, half truthfully. Then why not join the demon race? Ho-Tu asked curiously. If you became a demon, you would surely be shielded by their fortune, and your strength would not be so feeble. To join the demon race would mean to be summoned by the demon banner. I prefer the freedom of solitude, Zhang Xi smiled. With your level of strength, you would likely not survive long outside our tribe. Ho-Tu shook her head. If you wish to live, you might consider becoming a demon. As far as I know, the progenitor of all demons rarely summons them for battle. Isn't your witch tribe known for slaughtering demons? Zhang Xi replied helplessly, if I were to become a demon and cross paths with your witch tribe, wouldn't that hasten my demise? That is indeed the case, Hoda chuckled, nodding. Demons are our sustenance, but we do not consume everything. At least, you do not appear appetizing. How can you tell I'm not appetizing? Zhang Xi retorted cheekily. Hotu lightly flicked her hand, and Zhang Xi instantly transformed back into her original form. We would not be so picky as to consume stones, she remarked. Zhang. She was left speechless. Hotu waved her hand again, and Zhang Xi resumed her human form. However, you're the first innate being to assist our witch tribe. Other innate beings either flee from us or come seeking to devour us. It was merely a fortuitous encounter, Zhang Xi said self-deprecatingly. Had I known Haoping belonged to the witch tribe, I would have surely run as far away as possible. Hotu did not comment further. The two arrived at the riverbank, gazing at the clear waters in silence. That moment, a line of dragons flew overhead, casting shadows upon the ground. Instinctively, Zhang Xi grabbed Hotu and leaped into the river to hide, while Hotu looked at her curiously but remained silent. Once the dragons had flown far away, Zhang Xi pulled Hotu back onto the shore. That was close. If they had spotted us, it would have been the end. Zhang Xi said, still shaken. Are you afraid of the dragon race? Hotu asked, astonished. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin races take pleasure in slaughtering the beings of the great wilderness. How could one not be afraid? Zhang Xi rolled her eyes. They would not dare to slaughter our witch tribe. Hotu laughed lightly. This is our territory. Should they dare to act recklessly, none would escape. You may be able to contend with the dragon race. But what if all three races joined forces? Zhang Xi said with a bitter smile. No matter how strong your witch tribe is, it is unlikely you could annihilate all three. We could certainly give it a try. Hotu's body shimmered with dark light, instantly drying her drenched form. She glanced at Zhang Xi, who was still wringing out his clothes, and raised her delicate hand to disperse the moisture enveloping him. Just as Zhang Xi was about to speak, he noticed the sky had turned dim. The three-legged golden crow that had been suspended above was nowhere to be seen. Let us return, Hotu said, reaching for him. Suddenly, Zhang Xi felt a blur before his eyes, and when he could see clearly again, they had returned to the tribe. The tribe had lit a bonfire, and Haoping was busy with a stone axe, swiftly dismembering a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion. Each member of the witch tribe had a sizable piece of meat, slowly tearing into it. Sister meat, Haoping proudly presented a large thigh. All right, Hotu replied with a smile, casually handing the thigh to Zhang Xi. You are injured. Eat more to hasten your recovery. Thank you, Zhang Xi said, eyeing the thigh that was half his height and instinctively swallowing. Though he was a normal human, even as an immortal, consuming raw meat was quite a psychological burden, especially with blood still dripping from a thigh. Haoping merely rolled her eyes and handed another hind leg to Hotu. After Hotu took a gentle bite, her already bright eyes sparkled even more. She excitedly grasped Zhang Xi's hand and asked, How did you manage this? How can it be so delicious? If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Zhang Xi replied with a light chuckle. Is that possible? Hotu asked in surprise. Of course. We are friends, after all. Zhang Xi smiled, patting her shoulder and leading her to the bonfire. He first found a piece of raw meat, placed it on a rack, and advised, be sure to turn it. Otherwise, if the flames are too fierce, it may burn. Hotu observed his serious countenance, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why does this innate being seem different from those she has previously encountered? Are you even listening? Zhang Xi asked, somewhat exasperated at Hotu's distraction. My apologies. I was listening. Hotu quickly gathered her focus. If you wish for an even better flavor, you can add some plants for fragrance. I am uncertain what is available in this realm, but I have plenty. I can share it all with you. With a wave of his right hand, a large barrel appeared on the ground, filled with fine powders made from salt and various spices. He took a handful and sprinkled it over the roasting meat, causing an exotic aroma to waft through the tribe once more. Almost everyone gathered simultaneously. Despite the witch tribe's brutish reputation, they were not foolish. Many had stealthily gathered around while Zhang Xi was instructing Hotu on how to roast meat. Brother Xi, may I have a bit of that? Ma pointed at the condiments and inquired, Of course, this is meant for you. Zhang Xi, wanting to reach out and pat his head, hesitated as he realized that the boy towered over him by a head, and sheepishly withdrew his hand. "Thank you, Brother Xi." After Ma joyfully grabbed a handful of seasonings, he skipped away in delight. "I want some too." Ho Ching approached, her tone somewhat brusque. "Just take it to share with your kin." Zhang Xi replied with a smile that if I have time the next few days, I will take you to the mountains to gather these items. Once I depart, you will be able to fend for yourselves. "Thank you," Ho Ching said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Though you are weak, your character is commendable. Damn it, this stubborn child. Can't you just keep your mouth shut if you have nothing nice to say?" Zhang Xi's lips twitched slightly. Huda took down the roasted meat from the fire, slicing off 2 pieces before handing the remainder to her fellow tribesmen. "Let us eat over there and leave the fire for them." "All right." Zhang Xi immediately rose to follow her. The pair settled by the riverbank, where Hudu offered him a piece of meat. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Xi waved his robe, and 2 wine bowls appeared before him. With a thought, the golden gourd at his waist soared into the air. "What is this?" Hutu asked curiously. "Wine," Zhang Xi replied as he handed her a bowl, softly adding, "Thank you for saving my life." Hutu nodded and mimicked his actions. Raising the bowl to drink it all at once, the sweet yet slightly spicy flavor surged into her lungs, causing her to exclaim, "Where did you learn to make this?" "Just figure it out myself." Zhang Xi reclined on the riverbank, gazing at the starry sky. Life in the vast wilderness is so long. If we don't find something to occupy ourselves, we might go mad. "What do you mean there's nothing to do?" Hutu chuckled softly. "Training, hunting, managing the tribe. Just those tasks take up all our time. Your tribe is only a few hundred people. Ascent that easy to manage." Zhang Xi tilted his head in curiosity. "Management is necessary. They squabble and even fight." Hutu sighed. "What do they usually fight about?" Zhang Xi asked, intrigued. "Hunting, reproduction." Hutu lay back on the ground. Today, Yi and Kwafu even fought over Yinling. Though I believe Yinling prefers Kwafu, he can't defeat. Isn't that just outright robbery? Zhang Xi exclaimed. "If Yinling likes Kwafu and Kwafu likes her too, then you should officiate their union to prevent any disputes." "Union? What is that?" Hutu asked in astonishment. "How to put it? If I like you and wish to be with you, I would tell you and ask the tribe's leader to officiate our marriage. Thus we become husband and wife. That is not allowed," Hutu stated sternly. "Our witch tribe never intermarry with outsiders, as it would taint our bloodline." Zhang Xi looked at her in horror. "Miss, did you just consume the for example I mentioned? Besides, you are far too weak to stand in our tribe." Hutu's expression hardened. "Can I say something?" Zhang Xi sighed in resignation. "No matter what you say, I will not agree." Hutu replied firmly, "I was merely making an analogy. It was a hypothetical situation. I do not truly like you." Zhang Xi chuckled bitterly, adding, "Moreover, you are from the witch tribe, while I am a primordial being. I lack the confidence in that regard." "You don't like me?" Hutu asked in surprise. "No." Zhang Xi replied seriously. "They have a fine figure and are quite attractive. I prefer girls with fairer skin. Your wheat color complexion is not to my taste." Upon hearing his words, Hutu felt inexplicably angrier than when he had expressed his affection. And with such a vast wilderness and myriad beings, do I need to worry about finding a wife? Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, causing the witch tribe, who were busily feasting on meat, to halt in their tracks. They watched as Zhang Xi soared from the riverbank directly into Hutu's hut, which instantly collapsed, its shaky structure giving way. "Damn, that annoying girl." Zhang Xi clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, Ho Qing and the others merely paused for a moment before resuming their feast. "Oomph!" Hutu snorted coldly, a flicker of black light dancing at her fingertips. Zhang Xi felt his internal injuries heal rapidly, yet not completely. The wounds inflicted by that monster still lingered. "What on earth is this?" "Don't provoke my sister. She is formidable." Ho Qing leaned closer. "How formidable?" Zhang Xi inquired, intrigued. "According to your primordial beings, she should be a chaos great Luo golden immortal." Ho Qing replied nonchalantly. "What?" Zhang Xi's eyes nearly bulged out. "A chaos great Luo golden immortal, on par with Nüwa. What is so surprising about that? I'm also a chaos great Luo golden immortal, you know," Ho Qing scoffed. "Then can you defeat your sister?" Zhang Xi asked. If I could defeat her, wouldn't the tribe's leadership be mine? Ho Ching rolled her eyes and slipped back to the campfire. Hutu strolled alone by the riverbank, her mind filled with Zhang Xi's words. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the water's edge, lightly touching the surface with her delicate hand. The once dark river instantly brightened. I'm not that bad, am I? Hutu murmured to herself. The ideal of beauty in this vast wilderness now defined by fairness? Thinking this, she glanced at Zhang Xi, who was repairing a house. Her form shimmered momentarily, her wheat-colored skin transforming to a fairer hue, enhancing her already exquisite features. I suppose this looks a bit better. Hutu muttered. Zhang Xi remained blissfully unaware of this change. Faced with the fiery Hutu, he felt a strong urge to flee. However, her earlier words reminded him of his own weakness. It would be wise to accompany the witch tribe and explore the surrounding environment first. As dawn broke, Zhang Xi lay in the house he had just repaired, enjoying a refreshing sleep. Yet, when sunlight streamed through the window, he realized that the golden crow was once again up to mischief. After tidying up the room, he suddenly felt a chill. Was this hut Hutu's? Since I'm awake, I might as well step out. Hutu's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Xi responded quickly, flinging open the door. However, upon seeing Hutu, he struggled to contain himself. What happened to you? What's wrong? Hutu replied with a stern expression. Your original wheat-colored skin was lovely. This is so lacking in character. Zhang Xi lamented with a bitter smile. Hutu's anger flared anew, dark energy swirling around her. Wait, Zhang Xi raised a hand in a gesture of pause, grasping her arm. Perhaps I spoke incorrectly, but let us find someone to mediate. Just as he was about to lead Hutu to find someone, he noticed that most of the tribe members were crouched on the ground, hands on their heads, looking battered and bruised. The most severely affected was Ho Ching, whose once handsome nose was bleeding, and her lips were swollen like sausages. Upon seeing Zhang Xi, she merely glanced up before lowering her head again. What the hell happened to you? Zhang Xi exclaimed angrily. This is the wilderness. You are from the witch tribe. Where's the law? Don't say anything, Ma tugged at Zhang Xi's shirt. What do you mean, don't say anything? Zhang Xi retorted fiercely. Let us grab our weapons and deal with this together. It was my sister, Ho Ching whispered. Your sister? What the heck? Zhang Xi instantly felt a shiver run down his spine, too scared to raise his head, and crouched down to ask quietly, why did your sister hit you? Because we echoed your earlier remarks, Ho Ching replied with a wry smile. You all are too much, Zhang Xi exclaimed, pulling Hutu over. Look at our leader. Her fair complexion and graceful figure must have captivated countless members of the witch tribe. How could you speak of her like that? You truly lack understanding. Almost all the shamanic tribe members gazed adoringly at Zhang Xi. What on earth is this innate being, and how can he exhibit such audacity? Chief, I have already scolded them, Zhang Xi remarked with a shameless grin. Humph. Hutu snorted coldly, the dark aura surrounding her gradually dissipating. Zhang Xi felt a chill run down his spine. Ho Ching had already been beaten to such a state. If he were to receive a couple of punches, would he not be left lifeless? Elder brother Xi, shall we go hunting? Ma approached. Given his current strength, it would be best to abstain. Ho Ching replied indifferently. Otherwise, we would have to allocate personnel to protect him, which is not worth the effort. Yes, I shall remain behind to guard the tribe. Zhang Xi hurriedly agreed. Hunting? What a farce. Very well, then M.A. followed the shamanic army with a hint of disappointment. Setting off into the distance, Zhang Xi wandered about the tribe. Despite attracting the scorn of many witch tribe members for not participating in the hunt, he remained unfazed as long as he preserved his life. What did it matter if he received a few disdainful glances? However, he did not wish to provoke animosity within the tribe, so he ventured outside to meander. As he strolled, a foul stench suddenly wafted through his nostrils. He promptly drew the Kang's sword, assuming a defensive stance. Brother, there's no danger. Merely the corpses of some great demons. The voice of Taiji too resonated. Corpses? Following the scent, Zhang Xi was taken aback. A towering mound of corpses, comprised of countless great demons, loomed before him. Upon crouching down for a closer inspection, he was astonished to discover a complete dragon skeleton. How could this shamanic tribe even dare to desecrate the dragon lineage? Brother, these bones are exquisite materials for crafting magical artifacts, Kang's sword cautioned, noting that most of the corpses belong to great demons of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, with even some of Chaos Deluo caliber. If given to Brother Da, one could only imagine the multitude of magical artifacts he could forge. This, however, belongs to others. Zhang Xi hesitated. Oh, you fancy these bones? A soft female voice drifted from behind him. I do appreciate them, but they are yours, Zhang Xi replied without turning. These are of no use to us. If you desire them, you may take them, Huda stated as she approached his side. Thank you. Zhang Xi shook the golden gourd, which immediately levitated in mid-air, beginning to absorb the mound of corpses. Yet, as if struck by sudden thought, he picked up a leg bone from a great demon. With a flicker of the Kang's sword, the leg bone was effortlessly cleaved in two. This leg bone, belonging to an unknown great demon, emitted a chilling sensation reminiscent of ancient jade. What are you doing? Hutu inquired curiously, crafting a small trinket. Zhang Xi sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously carving with the Kang's sword. Before long, the leg bone had transformed into a rectangular shape, roughly the height of a person. He then extracted several tendons from the corpses, attempting to stretch them. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, the tendons remained unyielding. Seeing this, Hutu placed her delicate hand on his shoulder, and the tendons immediately elongated like pliable clay. Thank you, With Hutu's magical prowess assisting him, Zhang Xi kneaded the tendons until they became slender, affixing them to the leg bone to form the body of zither. Once all 26 strings were secured, the rudimentary form of the guzheng emerged. That he placed the instrument on his lap and began to tune it. Feeling somewhat dazed, in the past, he had not understood why his parents insisted he learn such skills. But now he perceived their wisdom. At the very least, he could create many things to please himself. Time slipped away, and Zhang Xi plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound that astonished Hutu. What is that sound? Music. Zhang Xi positioned his hands on the strings and played a tune for divination. Hutu sat beside him, watching in a trance. This innate being, so seemingly feeble, had never been underestimated by her. Perhaps it was the exceptional prowess of the great demon from which the zither was crafted. With each note played, innate beings and great demons within a 100-mile radius emerged, peering curiously from afar. The shamanic tribes surrounding Hutu erupted in a frenzy. Encircling Zhang Xi upon witnessing this, he offered a faint smile. Strumming the strings once more to play a piece imbued with feminine sentiment, that moment, a towering shamanic figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, stealthily approached from behind with a wooden stick. Brother, be cautious! Taiji too exclaimed, swiftly whisking Zhang Xi away to safety. Hutu gazed upon the shamanic woman wielding the stick, a wry smile crossing her lips. Aching, he is an innate being. You cannot be with him. Zhang Xi, 100 meters away, stared in terror at the stick-wielding Aching, his back drenched in sweat. The stick was larger than him, and aimed directly at his head. Should it strike true, he would surely meet his end. Why not? Aching protested. Though he is an innate being, I like him and wish to take him home, he would taint our bloodline. Hutu replied sternly that if you were to be with him, any offspring would not be pure shamanic stock. Then we simply won't have children, Aching muttered. Nonsense. Without children, how would our tribe endure? Hutu's voice rang with authority. If everyone thought as you do, our shamanic lineage would have perished long ago. Very well. Aching sheepishly lowered the stick, her gaze lingering on the suspended Zhang Xi with lingering reluctance. Everyone, return now. Hutu waved her hand. The shamanic tribe members gradually rose and made their way back to the tribe, many glancing back at Zhang Xi, enchanted by the beauty of the music they had just heard. Thank you. Zhang Xi floated to Hutu's side, a tremor of anxiety in his voice. You should leave, Hutu spoke coldly. Zhang Xi gazed at her in astonishment. One of our tribe's women has taken a liking to you. Though I have suppressed it this time, she will not be the first nor the last. I can protect you temporarily, but I cannot always shield you. It will incite instability within the tribe. Understood. Zhang Xi nodded, presenting the guzheng to her. This is for you. I believe with your talent, you should remember the way I played just now, and you can play it yourself. Hutu accepted the guzheng, turning her head aside. Zhang Xi slightly bowed, clasping his hands in respect before vanishing from her sight. Huta then turned to gaze at the direction he had disappeared, caressing the Guzheng with a sigh. Zhang Xi soared for half a day before finally alighting on a grand tree, pulling out the golden gourd and taking a hearty swig of liquor. Goodness, I've finally escaped. Indeed, that place was far too perilous. Taiji too exclaimed in a panic. That which was at least of the Luo golden immortal strength. Brother, you nearly met your demise. Not mimic my speech. Zhang Xi shot back, glaring. Brother, where shall we go now? Kang's sword inquired. Shall we find a place to hide? Zhang Xi grimaced. The wilderness is fraught with danger. If we do not conceal ourselves to cultivate, I fear you will soon be bringing my corpse back to Kunlun Mountain. A splendid idea, Taiji too concurred. Kang, please scout the area for any great demons. If none are present, we shall remain hidden within this forest. Understood. Kang's sword promptly soared from Zhang Xi's hair. Taiji too also departed, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Before long, Kang's sword returned. There are only some innate beings of golden immortal caliber nearby. We have not encountered any great demons. Then let us reside here, Zhang Xi declared, leaping down from the grand tree to gaze upward. The tree stood at least several hundred meters tall, far too vast for even dozens of people to encircle it. How about we construct a tree house? According to his reasoning, it is undoubtedly safer to be in the trees than on the ground. Although there are no formidable beasts nearby, this is still the perilous expanse of the wilderness, where anything could transpire. Hongjun, with a grim expression, transformed into a lumberjack's axe, and after felling a fine tree, he morphed into a plane. Zhang Xi was entirely absorbed in crafting wooden planks, while the two magical artifacts engaged in conversation. Why does the senior brother insist on staying here? Hongjun lamented. Did you not hear the senior brother express his desire to cultivate? Taiji too retorted with conviction. We have accompanied him for so many years. When have you ever seen him show any inclination towards cultivation? That is true, Hongjun sighed. Our senior brother possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is utterly disinclined to cultivate. The wilderness is fraught with dangers. Those who are weak might manage, but should we encounter a true powerhouse, we could very well perish. Alas, Taiji too echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Zhang Xi, oblivious to the complaints of the two artifacts, remained focused on constructing his treehouse. He chose a location approximately 100 meters above the ground, in the part of the tree that was most lush and verdant. Hongjun and Taiji too found themselves cast aside, assisting with the installation of the wooden planks. The entire treehouse was built around the tree. Standing 5 meters high and covering roughly 200 square meters, he had initially contemplated hollowing out the tree, but upon touching its trunk, it trembled violently. Zhang Xi quickly realized that, like him, the tree had developed sentience. However, its talents were inferior to his. He had at least been able to speak, while this tree could not utter a word. Abandoning the idea of creating a hollow, he set about laying down planks and walls instead. After what felt like an eternity of labor, he gazed upon his pristine little wooden house and let out a long sigh of relief, patting the tree trunk as he said, "Tree brother, we are now neighbors. You must protect me, or I will be left without anyone to converse with." Upon hearing this, the tree stirred slightly, then extended its branches and leaves to envelop the entire treehouse securely. After Zhang Xi emerged from the treehouse and inspected it for a while, he was overwhelmed with joy. "Good brother, we shall look out for each other from now on." The treehouse had nearly melded into the tree itself, with its outer walls completely covered in foliage that, if one did not examine it closely, it would be impossible to discern the presence of a treehouse. Although the tree could not speak, its ability to safeguard was exceptional. Zhang Xi attempted to fly around from various angles, yet he could not detect the treehouse at all. It seemed he was finally safe. After crafting some furniture, he reclined at the entrance of the treehouse, resting his legs on a wooden stump, and took a sip from a nearby wine bowl. Damn, this is the life. That moment, Zhang Xi felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. If he had to descend the mountain, he could simply do so, find a place to hide, and live in solitude. Though it was a bit lonely without Nüwa, at least he wouldn't have to endure Hongjun's displeasure. The two magical artifacts observed his demeanor with bemusement. "Is this what you call cultivation?" Hongjun spat with disdain. "I never expected the senior brother to be this lazy." Taiji too remarked with a bitter smile, I've come to understand that he merely seeks a place to hide. Cultivation has never been a consideration for him. What should we do? Should we inform the master? Zhang Xi gritted his teeth. You wish to be discarded by the senior brother. Taiji too cautioned. Do not underestimate your status as a congenital treasure. I assure you, if you dare betray the senior brother, he will certainly cast you aside. Well, Zhang Xi hesitated. Given his understanding of Zhang Xi, it was indeed a possibility. Zhang Xi did not genuinely dislike cultivation. Rather, his aptitude was simply too lacking to what extent. He was only at the Xianxian level and surrounded by numerous powerful beings. His master, the esteemed Hongjun, was the foremost special instructor in the wilderness. And the cultivation methods he imparted were undoubtedly top tier. Yet even with this, after cultivating, Zhang Xi still felt no growth in strength that in fact, prolonged meditation would leave him dizzy and disoriented. Thus, he adopted a different approach. Instead of enduring such arduous cultivation, it was far better to live well. When the day arrived that Dao Tianzuan began researching elixirs, he would shamelessly seek a few pills. If not to become a great Luo Jingxian, he could at least aspire to be a Tai Sanren, right? Although Tai Sanren could not grant immortality, with his title as disciple of Hongjun, the Lord of the Underworld would surely give him some consideration. Senior brother, why don't we at least try cultivating? Taiji Tu suggested. Taiji Tu, how old are you? Zhang Xi inquired with a smile. I do not know, Taiji Tu replied with a wry smile, but I have followed the master for tens of thousands of years. Why can't you transform? Zhang Xi asked curiously. Senior brother, we are all spirit tools, Zhang Xi explained. In other words, we were awakened by the master and are not congenital beings, hence we cannot transform. What a pity. Zhang Xi sighed. You have accompanied the master in countless battles for tens of thousands of years and have never truly enjoyed your own life. Have you? Senior brother, you jest, Taiji Tu replied earnestly. My mission is to ensure your safety. Should you ever encounter a formidable foe, Zhang Hajian, and I would undoubtedly perish before you. Pa, pa, pa. You have a mouth like a crow, Zhang Xi retorted, hastily spitting 3 times before sighing. Though you are my treasures, I have always regarded you as my younger brothers. If the day ever comes when I truly depart, return to the master and serve him. Senior brother, both Taiji Tu and Zhang Hajian began simultaneously, eager to say something, when suddenly a figure flew towards them. Tree brother, Zhang Xi called out urgently. The great tree swiftly unfurled its branches and leaves, enveloping the entire treehouse, while the previously open door vanished in an instant. Plunging the treehouse into darkness, Zhang Xi sat still on the stool, scarcely daring to breathe. Senior brother. Shoo, Zhang Hajin cautioned his heart. We can speak without others overhearing. You should have said so earlier. Zhang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Who was that who just flew by? They emanated a dark glow and looked quite intimidating. It seems to be Hudu. Taiji Tu speculated uncertainly. Hutu? Just as Zhang Xi pondered this, the branches that had blocked the door began to part slowly. You certainly know how to choose a place. A clear voice chimed as the figure radiating darkness stepped inside. Hutu, how did you find me? Zhang Xi asked with a wry smile. As long as you are within the wilderness, even if you hide in the Phoenix clan's parasol tree, I can still find you, Hutu replied softly. What bravado. Zhang Xi thought dismissively, though he maintained a humble smile on his face. What brings you to my humble abode, chief? Can you teach me how to make a guzheng? Many in my tribe wish to learn. Hutu stated earnestly. Certainly, I can teach you the body refining methods of my witch tribe in return. Senior brother, you should agree to her. Yes, senior brother, quickly agree. Silence. How could I be one to covet external treasures? Zhang Xi internally derided Taiji Tu and Zhang Hejin before adopting a righteous demeanor. Chief Hutu, you flatter me. However, is the body refining method easy to learn? You know I'm a congenital being. Will learning your witch tribe's body refining methods have any adverse effects on me? Taiji Tu and Zhang Hejin were left speechless. It was evident that he was coveting their teachings, yet he spoke with such lofty righteousness. Truly shameless. Hutu did not respond but took a step forward, grasping Zhang Xi's hand. In an instant, Zhang Xi was enveloped in a shroud of dark light. The dark aura seemed to merge with his body. A series of bone-cracking sounds filled the air. Damn it, Zhang Xi cursed inwardly. immediately gritting his teeth. Then Hutu pricked her fingertip, letting her blood drop onto his forehead. An indescribable wave of agony surged through him. And Zhang Xi, whose tolerance was already limited, rolled his eyes and fainted. Yet with a sharp gaze from Hutu, Zhang Xi regained consciousness. "Can I not faint?" "No," Hutu replied sternly. "The witch tribe's body refining method must be experienced while you are conscious. Otherwise, once it is complete, you will possess the physique of the witch tribe, but be incapable of utilizing our combat techniques. Having the physique of the witch tribe is sufficient for me." Zhang Xia's teeth were on the verge of shattering, but he could distinctly feel the process of his bones fracturing, then healing, only to fracture again, with each subsequent break accompanied by pain that was exponentially more intense than the last. "Be silent," Hutu scolded sharply, her body emanating a dark glow. Zhang Xia focused his mind, gritting his teeth in endurance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gradually, the black light surrounding Hutu dissipated, and Zhang Xia's physique underwent a transformation. His height surged to nearly 2 meters, his skin became fairer, and upon removing his clothing, a faint metallic sheen could be discerned. Although his power had merely shifted from Xianxian to Jingxian, the strength of his physical form was already comparable to that of an ordinary Wu clan member. "Ah," Hutu exhaled a long breath, settling onto a stool. "That I am grateful for the immense grace of the Hutu leader." Zhang Xia bowed respectfully. "Teach me to craft a guzheng," Hutu replied coldly. Of course, Zhang Xia smiled slightly, and with a thought, a pile of beast bones and sinews appeared before him. He effortlessly shaped them into the form of a guzheng using the Zhanghe sword. Then stated earnestly, "There are many types of guzheng, ranging from 19 to 26 strings. Yet ultimately, they all adhere to the 5 notes of the gong, jiao, yuwei, and shang." Remarkably, within half a day, Hutu had mastered the art of crafting the guzheng and tuning it. Even more astonishing was that after Zhang Xia played a piece once, she immediately memorized it and played it with even greater finesse. Had Zhang Xia possessed such talent back in his day, he would not have frequently found himself on the receiving end of mixed-gender brawls. "We are even now," Hutu declared as she stood. "Very well." Zhang Xia nodded with a smile. Hutu glanced at him, stowed away the guzheng, and pointed at the trunk of a large tree. A child, modestly draped in leaves, materialized inside the treehouse. "Where did you come from?" Zhang Xia exclaimed in surprise. "Thank you for your enlightenment." "Immortal," the child bowed to the ground. Yet, Hutu did not spare him a glance, transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing into the horizon. "Who are you?" Zhang Xia furrowed his brow. "Good brother, it's me." The child pointed at the trunk. "I am your tree brother." Thwack! Zhang Xia delivered a sharp rap to the child's head, adopting a stern expression. "How old are you to be so presumptuous?" The child rubbed his head furiously, grinning. "I am 38,000 years old. Good brother, and you?" 38,000 years. Zhang Xia's lips twitched uncontrollably. The Taiji diagram and Tsang, he sort of on the brink of laughter. Others may not know, but they were well aware that Zhang Xia had only existed for a mere 300 years, a fact personally calculated by Hongjun. "Ahem, I am 39,000 years old." Zhang Xia declared solemnly, "From now on, I shall be your elder brother, and you shall be my younger brother." "Yes, elder brother." The child eagerly mimicked his earlier gesture, bowing respectfully. "Well, you are polite." Zhang Xia nodded in satisfaction. The child appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years old, somewhat pleasing in appearance, fair and adorable, yet his round, rotund figure resembled that of a ball. "Elder brother, I still do not have a name." The child said bashfully. That is indeed a dilemma." Zhang Xia mused seriously. "You appear quite round, like a ball. Should I be called Qiu?" The child exclaimed in delight. "Roll away," Zhang Xia replied, his head filled with black lines. "From now on, you shall be called Zhang Yuan, my little brother." "Thank you for the name, elder brother." The child beamed. "Yuan. What can you do?" Zhang Xia inquired, lifting him up. "What can I do?" Zhang Yuan tilted his head, pondering for a long time. "I can spit water." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a torrent of water burst forth. "What use is that?" Zhang Xia replied, exasperated. "Any moderately powerful immortal possess some magical artifact. Just look at his golden gourd, which could hold an ocean's worth of water without issue, yet could easily drain a river. That I can also plant trees." With a flicker, Zhang Yuan's arms and legs transformed into branches. The branches trembled slightly, and seeds fell to the ground. These seeds took root and sprouted visibly, blooming and bearing fruit. What is this? Zhang Xi was about to pluck the fruit, but found that no matter how hard he tried, it remained firmly in place. Intrigued, he beckoned at Zhang Xi's sword. With a flash of a blade, the fruit swiftly detached from the branches, yet as he reached to collect it, it mysteriously vanished upon hitting the ground. "Elder brother, you must catch the fruit with your hands," Zhang Yuan whispered. "Catch it with my hands?" Zhang Xi ceased his attempts to pluck it, and instead scrutinized the fruit that was green, about the size of an adult's palm, and resembled a gourd. Seeing him gaze intently, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Elder brother, this fruit only bears once every 10,000 years. "What?" Zhang Xi gasped, turning to him. "It can't be. Does it only yield 30 at a time?" "How could Elder brother know?" Zhang Yuan replied, astonished. "The grass in Dan, also known as ginseng fruit, blossoms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and requires an additional 3,000 years to mature, taking a full 10,000 years before it can be consumed. Merely inhaling its scent ages one by 360 years. Consuming one extends one's life by 47,000 years. A sudden absurdity washed over Zhang Xi. "Yuan, could you fetch me one?" "Impossible." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "If I touch this fruit, it will wither immediately. That I have never had one in my life. Withers upon contact with wood, dissolves upon contact with water." Zhang Xi murmured these two phrases, immediately dropping to the ground to search. The fruit that had fallen earlier had indeed not vanished, but had transformed into a seed-like object, quietly resting on the ground. "Elder brother," Zhang Yuan called cautiously. "Little brother, from now on, you're my true brother," Zhang Xi declared solemnly. "If anyone dares to bully you, just report it to me or invoke the name of the Zhixiao Palace." "Zhixiao Palace?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, not concern yourself with that. Just follow me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury." Zhang Xi once again gripped the Zhang He sword, and with a flash of the blade, 2 ginseng fruits landed securely in his hands. Without further ado, he stuffed one into Zhang Yuan's mouth before taking a bite himself. The ginseng fruit melted in his mouth, a wondrous fragrance filling his palate, while Zhang Yuan visibly grew a few centimeters, transforming into a youthful appearance. "Thank you, elder brother," Zhang Yuan exclaimed joyfully, and "Oh, need for thanks." Zhang Xi felt a surge of warmth within him and immediately sat cross-legged. Observing this, Zhang Yuan waved his right hand, and the treehouse was once again enveloped by branches and leaves. Time passed, and when Zhang Xi opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Even with the assistance of a ginseng fruit, he had only reached the peak of Jingxian, barely touching the threshold of Tai Jingxian. His aptitude was simply too lacking. "Elder brother, look at Yuan." The Taiji diagram whispered that moment. Zhang Yuan was also seated cross-legged nearby, his body glowing with a green light. Is this truly Tai? Zhang Xi wondered in disbelief that Yuan had the cultivation of a Jingxian upon his enlightenment. It is no surprise that after consuming this fruit, he is transformed into a Tai Jingxian. The Zhang He sword remarked quietly. Jealous, Zhang Xi's expression began to contort. Indeed, no matter how fortunate one's circumstances, they could not rival innate talent. "Elder brother, I think Zhang Yuan's words had barely left his mouth when thunderous roars echoed from the heavens. "What is happening?" Zhang Xi exclaimed in alarm. "Heavenly tribulation." The Zhang He sword uttered succinctly. Zhang Yuan screamed, struck by a bolt of white lightning that descended upon the treehouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xi followed suit, leaping down. "Elder brother, save me!" Zhang Yuan cried desperately. Just as Zhang Xi prepared to advance with his sword, he was intercepted by the Taiji diagram. "Elder brother, this is the heavenly tribulation that I know. You know the purpose of heavenly tribulation. Isn't heavenly tribulation merely the Tao of heaven forbidding all beings from attaining enlightenment?" "Not quite," replied Taiji too solemnly. "Heavenly tribulation serves to refine the bodies of those who have achieved enlightenment. Without undergoing heavenly tribulation, one's physical form cannot be tempered by thunder and fire, making future advancements nearly impossible." "And what about me?" Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. When I ascended to the golden immortal realm, there was no heavenly tribulation. Your master bore the brunt of the tribulation for your great Luo golden immortal thunder tribulation. Hence, no heavenly tribulation descended upon you. Taiji Tu sighed. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly thunder struck, causing Zhang Yuan to weep uncontrollably. Elder brother, a Yuan, endure it, Zhang Xi encouraged from his side. This heavenly thunder is to refine your body. Do you wish to become a great Luo golden immortal? I do. Zhang Yuan wiped his tears away. Then persevere. Once you become a great Luo golden immortal, you will no longer age, die, or cease to exist. Zhang Xi clenched his fists, preparing Taiji Tu for any eventuality. Should Zhang Yuan falter, Taiji Tu would immediately shield him. Brother, if I intervene, what will become of a Yuan in the future? How can we speak of the future if he is no more? Zhang Xi said impatiently. Keep a close watch on him, that if he truly cannot endure, you must step in to block the heavenly thunder. Understood, elder brother, Taiji Tu replied, somewhat helplessly. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended. Zhang Xi, who had been watching the spectacle, was knocked to the ground, while Taiji Tu and Song Hejian had already retreated to a safe distance. That I say, heavens, have you struck the wrong person? Zhang Xi shouted upwards. The one undergoing tribulation is over there. Why strike me? Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell. All living beings within a 10-mile radius turned to ashes. Zhang Xi understood. This heavenly tribulation inflicted area damage. He initially considered fleeing. But his legs felt numbed. He immediately attempted to use his spells to escape, yet his body remained unresponsive. What the hell? Zhang Xi raised his hand, gazing at the multitude of heavenly tribulations, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Boom, boom. The lightning poured down like rain. Zhang Xi found himself unable to lift his head, while Zhang Yuan fared worse, curled up on the ground with his hands over his head. This was indeed a lack of experience. Had he known to send Zhang Yuan away before the tribulation struck, things would have been different. Now, his chosen base was obliterated, as for the lightning above. Truth be told, it felt as if it had no real effect upon him. Time passed without him realizing. The lightning gradually weakened until it finally disappeared. The sky returned to its former swelter. The Yuan. Are you all right? Zhang, she hurriedly helped Zhang Yuan to his feet. That I'm fine. Zhang Yuan replied. That heavenly tribulation was too fierce. I nearly scared myself to death. No worries. Your elder brother is here with you. Zhang Xi ruffled his hair. In the future, when you face the tribulation for the great Luo golden immortal, I will accompany you, so you need not fear. Really? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Elder brother never lies, Zhang Xi asserted earnestly. Taiji Tu and Song Hejian exchanged glances, smirking. The truth is, you never speak honestly. They thought. However, Zhang Yuan trusted Zhang. She completely grasped Zhang Xi's hand, gazing at the devastated trees around them, his expression tinged with sorrow. Many of these trees grew alongside me. They were my friends. Fear not, Zhang Xi comforted softly. Aren't you skilled at planting trees? Look for seeds. You can replant them. Indeed, I can replant the trees, Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Suddenly enlightened, he immediately composed himself and hovered in mid-air, transforming into a treant once more. He formed hand seals. A massive water orb appeared before him, which began to spin and transform into fine raindrops. Before long, the trees, previously leveled by heavenly thunder, visibly began to turn green, with great trees sprouting from the ground, restoring the forest to its lush state. How can he, as a Tai golden immortal, be so powerful? Zhang Xi marveled. He is a legitimate Tai golden immortal, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Thus, his strength is only natural. Taiji Tu sighed. Elder brother, if you were but half as diligent, you too would be formidable. Why do you, like our master, never stray from the topic of cultivation? Zhang Xi retorted. Young people should embody youthful vigor. What sort of demeanor is this? Taiji Tu was about to respond when suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked across the sky. Without hesitation, Zhang Xi soared into the air, embracing Zhang Yuan as he prepared to flee. Yet the purple light swiftly caught up, enveloping both of them. This is it, Zhang Xi thought as his vision blurred, and they reappeared in a grand palace. Who are you to dare lay hands on us? Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. Stepping in front of Zhang Xi, I am from the Purple Cloud Palace. You best release us at once. Enough, Zhang Xi gritted his teeth. Pulling him back, elder brother, do not be intimidated by their numbers. We are not afraid. Zhang Yuan bared his teeth defiantly. You are from the Purple Cloud Palace. How could I not know? Hongjun chuckled softly. That is what my elder brother said. Zhang Yuan retorted proudly. He told me that if I ever encountered danger, I should invoke the name of the Purple Cloud Palace, and you would let us go. Uffed. Nüwa could not help but laugh, and soon the entire Purple Cloud Palace erupted in laughter. Xi, you never reveal your background while out and about, yet you're quick to find a support for yourself. Tong Tianjiao master guffawed. What if he were deceived, being so young and in possession of a treasure? Zhang Xi lamented, oh, possessing a treasure. Hongjun and the others exchanged surprised glances. Yuan. Plant trees, Zhang Xi said solemnly. Yes, elder brother, Zhang Yuan replied, his gaze sharpening. He waved his hands, and a large tree sprouted from the ground. Indeed, a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Dao Tianzin marveled. These fruits contain such profound Dao rhythm. If others were to learn of this, they would surely fight over them in the great wilderness. That is correct, Zhang Xi sighed. Sanghe Jian flickered, and 6 fruits landed steadily. He caught one, first feeding it to Zhang Yuan, then presenting the remaining fruits to Hongjun. I require no sustenance. Hongjun shook his head. Master, this is not merely fruit. It is a token of my filial piety. Surely you can grant me this courtesy? Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. You indeed, Hongjun sighed. Picking up a fruit. Elder brother, Zhang Xi then offered fruits to the 3 pure ones. Thank you, junior brother. The 3 pure ones returned the gesture, and no need for thanks. After the 3 pure ones accepted their fruits, he then presented the last one to Nüwa, whose cheeks flushed, yet she still took a bite. The fruit instantly transformed into a streak of azure light that flew into her mouth. However, as Hongjun had stated, at their level of cultivation, such externalities held little value, serving merely as a novelty. Yuan, quickly kneel and bow your head, Zhang Xi commanded sternly. Huh? Bow to whom? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Truly foolish. Zhang Xi pressed him down before Hongjun. This is our master. You must heed his teachings. If you dare to defy me, I'll hang you up and beat you. Master, Zhang Yuan began, but Hongjun could not remain seated. Wait, when did I ever agree to accept him as a disciple? What a joke. Hongjun had his own reputation to uphold. How others chose to call themselves as disciples was irrelevant. But in the Purple Cloud Palace, especially with the 3 pure ones, Nüwa, and Xi as witnesses, if he bowed his head now, there would be no denying it. Master, surely you jest? Zhang Xi said helplessly. You just accepted his offering, and now you would disavow him. That was you. Hongjun's expression changed. The herb isn't mine, Zhang Xi retorted, rolling his eyes. Moreover, I was quite clear. This is a token of my filial piety, and you accepted it. Everyone can bear witness. Surely you, Hongjun, would not go back on your word? Nonsense. Hongjun was filled with rage, his fingertips trembling as he pointed. You actually dared to scheme against your own master. The 3 pure ones and Nüwa nearly burst into laughter. Over the course of thousands of years, only Zhang Xi had the ability to provoke such ire in their master. This was not a scheme. It was a manifestation of filial piety. Zhang Xi pressed Zhang Yuan's head down and began to knock it forcefully against the ground. Zhang Yuan, regaining his senses, immediately shouted, Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. Hongjun remained silent, merely glaring at Zhang Xi. Unfazed, Zhang Xi discreetly hid behind Nüwa. Master, wouldn't it be better to give your junior brother a bit of face? The virtuous heavenly master suggested with a bow. Indeed, master, the primordial heavenly master added, your junior brother has already attained the golden immortal cultivation. Surely he deserves some respect. Enough, Hongjun interjected, halting Tongtian and Nüwa, exasperated that I once told you that your junior brother was exceptionally talented. Yet you did not believe me. Now even I have fallen victim to his schemes. You must be cautious in the future. Master, my junior brother harbors a sincere heart. He would not wish us any harm. Tongtian said with a smile that he will be spoiled by your indulgence sooner or later. Hongjun remarked, turning his gaze to Zhang Yuan. Since your senior brother has recommended you, you shall henceforth enter my sect. In my Zixiao palace, there is a garden that I shall entrust to your care. Thank you, Master, Zhang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Your senior brother has named you Yuan, so you shall take the title of Jinyan. Hongjun chuckled. Elder brother, the master is changing my name. Zhang Yuan murmured. Smack. Zhang Xi slapped him on the head, exclaiming, Is it not a good thing for the master to name you? From now on, you shall proclaim yourself as the Jinyuan de Xian of Zixiao Palace. Does that not sound more imposing than Zhang Yuan? Very well, Zhang Yuan replied, rubbing his head and lowering his gaze. In truth, he preferred the name given by his senior brother. Jin, you may go to the backyard. I have matters to discuss with your senior brother. Hongjun instructed. Yes, master, Jin Yuan replied, bowing respectfully. With a flick of his Taoist robe, Hongjun made him vanish without a trace. Junior brother, with such heavenly treasures, why do you not keep some for yourself? The virtuous heavenly master teased that it is better that he remains unaware for now. If others learn of it, I cannot guarantee his safety, Zhang Xi sighed. Jin is a primordial being, our junior brother. We cannot treat him as mere treasure. Your words hold merit. I shall heed them, the virtuous heavenly master replied solemnly. Primordial heavenly master and Tongtian were also taken aback. Such magnanimity, no wonder he is held in high regard by the master. It is best for him to undergo some trials. Your junior brother has now acquired the bloodline of the Wu clan. Hongjun chuckled softly. The bloodline of the Wu clan? Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in surprise. Master, that cannot be right. I have merely practiced the body refinement techniques of the Wu clan. Junior brother, how could one practice the body refinement techniques of the Wu clan without being of their bloodline? Tongtian laughed. The techniques of body refinement merely harness the power of the bloodline to enhance the physical form. Not just any bloodline will suffice. Even the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans cannot master it. Gulp. Zhang Xi instinctively swallowed. Cautiously inquiring, so am I now considered a member of the Wu clan? From the perspective of bloodline, indeed, Hongjun jested. Did you not always hold the Wu clan in high esteem? Now that you have become one of them, why the discontent? Master, I have heard that the Wu clan does not intermarry with outsiders. Does that mean I must seek a Wu clan woman in the future? Zhang Xi lamented. Nonsense, Nüwa said sternly. The Wu clan's decision to avoid intermarriage is their own affair. Our matters in Zixiao Palace are not subject to their interference. Sister, it is not as simple as that, Zhang Xi sighed. During my travels through the three realms, I encountered two leaders of the Wu clan, both of whom were Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortals. If it were to clash with the Wu clan, how could we possibly prevail with so few of us? Their numbers may be great, but what of it? If all the myriad demons rise up, I wonder how many members of the Wu clan will remain. Nüwa retorted coldly. Nüwa, Hongjun called out, exasperated. It was only then that Nüwa realized her reaction had been overly intense. Junior brother, although you possess the bloodline of the Wu clan, you are not truly one of them, the virtuous heavenly master said, suppressing a laugh. When the time comes for you to wed, simply inform your master. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. That is a relief, Zhang Xi said, patting his chest anxiously. Master, has my journey come to an end? May I return to Kunlun Mountain? How long have you been traveling? Tongtian exclaimed hastily. Your senior brother and sister have roamed the vast wilderness for millennia. Surely, one must attain at least the great Luo golden immortal cultivation before concluding their journey. He continued to cast meaningful glances at Zhang Xi. Upon noticing this, Hongjun pointed with his right hand. A purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared above Tongtian's head. Master, I was mistaken. Tongtian quickly bowed. I have never stated that reaching the great Luo golden immortal level would grant you the right to conclude your travels. That was your senior brother's assertion. Do you not think for a moment that I have truly lost my wits? Hongjun scolded with a chuckle. When the time for your trials concludes, I shall summon you back. For now, continue your journey. Master, Zhang Xi began to speak, but suddenly the world around him blurred. He found himself back in the forest. If I had known better, I would not have left Jinyuan behind. He muttered under his breath, feeling a pang of regret. Had Jinyuan remained, at least he would have had company. Now, he was once again alone. After sighing deeply, he selected a large tree and began to construct a treehouse. In Zixiao Palace, the virtuous heavenly master expressed his concerns. Master, our junior brother is entangled with the Wu clan. This cannot bode well. The Wu clan places great importance on bloodlines, and now that they have refined his body through secret methods, they likely have ulterior motives. Master, perhaps I should accompany him, Nüwa suggested with a bow. Although my junior brother is clever, he is still inexperienced in the vast wilderness. He may be deceived. You are too worried. Hongjun laughed heartily. It has always been your junior brother deceiving others. Who would dare to deceive him? To exchange bloodlines through secret methods requires the strength of a chaos great Luo golden immortal. Your junior brother mentioned encountering 2 chaos great Luo golden immortals from the Wu clan. The primordial heavenly master remarked, his gaze sharpening. He has merely reached the Xian immortal level and yet managed to escape unscathed while obtaining secret techniques. I have said before, if your junior brother is truly determined to eliminate Tong Tian, even Tong Tian may not emerge unscathed, Hongjun said with a light chuckle. That time. None of you believe me. How do you feel now? 2 chaos great Luo golden immortals cannot easily handle your junior brother. Can they? The 3 pure ones in Nüwa were immediately taken aback. They had indeed doubted him at that time. Now, it seemed that this young junior brother possessed remarkable skills. In the vast wilderness, who does not know that the Wu clan is the most tempestuous? Whether primordial beings or demon races, they are all their prey, if not for their small numbers, the dragon. Phoenix and Qilin clans might not fare so well against them. Master, how did our junior brother learn that the Wu clan does not intermarry with outsiders? Nüwa asked, posing a crucial question. Could it be that the one granting him secret techniques is a female member of the Wu clan? Tong Tian suggested instinctively that Nüwa's expression darkened instantly. Hongjun, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight upon his mind. For thousands of years, Nüwa had maintained a tranquil temperament, rarely engaging in conflict. Yet now, when it came to Zhang Xi, she seemed to transform entirely. What should be done? In the forest, after Zhang Xi successfully rebuilt the treehouse, he took out the Zhang Xi sword and poked the large tree. This time, the tree remained unresponsive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though he had little compassion, he could not bring himself to hollow out a primordial being's essence. Senior brother, what are you doing? The Taiji diagram inquired curiously. Creating a safe haven, Zhang Xi replied solemnly, we will hollow out the tree. The treehouse is merely for show. In reality, we will reside within the tree, allowing us to escape if enemies attack. Senior brother, with your Wu clan physique, you are hardly vulnerable. The Zhang He sword remarked helplessly. Better to be cautious than to err, Zhang Xi replied dismissively. Having a Wu clan physique does not guarantee invincibility. Look how powerful the Wu clan is. How many people are there in a single hooded tribe? If they were truly that formidable, wouldn't they have already dominated the vast wilderness? The Taiji diagram and the Zhang He sword found themselves at a loss for words. They realized that they seemed to have a profound misunderstanding of their senior brother. You might say he fears death, yet when he witnessed Ho Qing being attacked by a monstrous beast, he didn't even glance at the opponent's cultivation level before charging forward with his sword. Conversely, if you claim he is unafraid of death, then the existence of tree houses and safety shelters is utterly perplexing. Zhang Xi was oblivious to their myriad thoughts at a height of 100 meters above the ground. He had hollowed out the interior of a massive tree, with the tree house situated several dozen meters above his head. Although this tree was not as colossal as Jin, its interior spanned nearly 100 square meters, ample enough for one person to reside comfortably. Standing within the tree hollow, he pondered for a moment, then dug upwards an additional 3 to 4 meters, raising the total height of the hollow to 7 meters. He then fashioned 2 wooden windows beside him, allowing sunlight to stream in. After toiling for an indeterminate period, Zhang Xi finally exhaled a sigh of relief once he completed the installation of the wooden door. Senior brother, I believe your efforts may be in vain, spoke the Taiji diagram. Why is it in vain? Zhang Xi furrowed his brow. The Deluo golden immortal does not rely on sight to locate others, but rather on sensing. The Taiji diagram replied with a wry smile. For instance, if Hotu were to seek you, there would be no need for her to look. A mere thought would suffice for her to discern your whereabouts. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhang Xi exclaimed in frustration. There are still ways to resolve this. The The Taiji diagram quickly interjected. How so? Zhang Xi's tone softened slightly. You merely need to focus your mind and conceal your aura. It won't be so simple for others to find you. However, should you employ your magical powers, it will become exceedingly easy for others to locate you. The Zhang diagram elaborated. Does that count as shielding the heavenly secrets? Zhang Xi inquired, tilting his head. Shielding the heavenly secrets is no simple task, the Taiji diagram sighed. Unless one is a chaos de luo. Even a de luo, golden immortal, cannot obscure the heavenly secrets. Moreover, to shield the heavenly secrets essentially means severing the connection to the heavenly path. Without using magical powers, others naturally cannot find you. Isn't that akin to disabling location tracking? Zhang Xi mused, stroking his chin. Senior brother, what does disabling location tracking mean? Zhang He's sword asked curiously. Cough, cough, cough. It's nothing. Zhang Xi cleared his throat before changing the subject. So, if I refrain from using magical powers, I could simply hide away and live my life. Right? Forgive my candor, but if you do not utilize magical powers, stepping out of this threshold would result in your demise, the Taiji diagram cautioned. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about that? Zhang Xi realized he was currently perched 100 meters high. Without magical powers, even exiting the door posed a problem. And oh wonder the heavenly path is untroubled by the shielding of heavenly secrets. Within the vast wilderness, survival without magical powers is an arduous endeavor. Forget it. I shall address these matters later. Zhang Xi shook his head and flew down from the tree hollow. He flitted through the woods like a little bee, tirelessly searching for various items. Anything that could be of use was promptly collected into his golden gourd, and he even hunted some small beasts for sustenance. Although golden immortals can survive without food, it remains true that gourmet delicacies are a passion. After a few days of diligent activity, Zhang Xi reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, gazing at the lush greenery of the forest while sipping his tea. If only there were someone to play chess and converse with. It would be even better. Though the Taiji diagram and Zhang He's sword could communicate with him, their ambition was overwhelming. Their conversations rarely strayed from cultivation or their travels through the wilderness. Initially intriguing, the repetitions soon became tiresome. Furthermore, they could not take on human forms, which was a significant drawback. Yet for Zhang Xi, who had been a stone for so many years, solitude was the least of his concerns. One day, a sudden mournful cry echoed through the air. Startled from his slumber, Zhang Xi swiftly climbed to the window, cautiously surveying the surroundings. That moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the door was shattered. What the hell? In a panic, Zhang Xi prepared to flee, only to find a fiery red sword poised at his throat. Silence. Zhang Xi quickly nodded. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous figures zipped past the tree hollow, and fortunately, the shattered door had been blocked by a spare door provided by the Taiji diagram. A roar akin to a dragon's reverberated through the skies. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Xi's forehead as he instantly focused his mind. Outside the hollow, several colossal dragons relentlessly collided with the towering trees, causing trunks that would require dozens of people to encircle to snap under the pressure. As they drew nearer, a voice rang out. "Oh Guang, do not act recklessly," an elderly voice echoed. "Uncle, that accursed phoenix has vanished. I cannot sense its presence." Someone responded angrily. "I am aware." The elderly voice replied helplessly that we took advantage of its nirvana to launch our surprise attack. It cannot undergo nirvana again, likely perish somewhere. Elder, why don't we level this forest to the ground? Someone suggested. Absolutely not, the elder retorted sternly. Our ambush on the phoenix must remain absolutely confidential. If the Yuan phone learns of this, the consequences will be dire, we simply let it go. Ao, Guang protested. There are many phoenixes. We can hunt another without causing further complications, the elder warned. Let us depart. The phoenix's mournful cry will surely attract its kin. Understood. Dozens of dragons spread their wings and took flight. Zhang Xi cautiously turned back to glance, utterly stunned. Within the treehouse lay a vibrant phoenix, its blood still flowing, and the flames that once engulfed its body had extinguished. Beside it lay a fiery red sword. Senior brother, we're in trouble, the Taiji diagram exclaimed anxiously. The phoenix's mournful cry was a signal to its companions. Now that the phoenix is dead, we cannot explain ourselves. Stay calm for now, Zhang Xi said, removing the gourd to collect the phoenix's corpse, forcing himself to remain composed. From this moment on, neither of you is to use any magical powers, nor act independently. He longed to return to Kunlun Mountain immediately. Yet he knew he could not outrun the Phoenix clan, that if intercepted halfway, even Hongjun would struggle to protect him. The Phoenix clan differs from the Dragon clan. While dragons reproduce rapidly, phoenixes take thousands of years to lay eggs and another 1,000 to hatch. Though few in number, the phoenixes possess immense power. Otherwise, with the valuable nature of their being, they would have been exterminated long ago. Zhang Xi now faced two choices. Firstly, to flee back to Zixiao Palace, asserting that he had no connection to the deceased phoenix, thus leaving the Phoenix clan without evidence. Surely, even the formidable Yuan Feng would have to adhere to reason within Zixiao Palace. Secondly, he could continue to hide in the hollow and feign death. The dragons had mentioned that the phoenix's mournful cry would attract its kin, yet he was uncertain whether he could evade their search. Just as Zhang Xi found himself in a tough spot. Flames suddenly erupted within the hollow where he was concealed. What the hell? Zhang Xi shouted in fury, swiftly dashing out of the hollow. However, before he could steady himself, a hand seized his neck. "Itsu. Lord Yuan Feng, long time no see." Zhang Xi gazed at the delicate hand around his throat, feeling utterly paralyzed. He couldn't tell if it was the woman's pettiness or Yuan Feng's deep feelings for her kin that had drawn her out due to the death of a phoenix. "Why have you left Zixiao Palace to wander into the wilderness?" Yuan Feng asked with a smile that held no warmth. In response to your question, Lord Yuan Feng, I am traveling through the wilderness on the orders of my master. Zhang Xi replied cautiously. "I wonder what brings you here." Continue to feign innocence. Yuan Feng gripped his neck and forcefully threw him to the ground. Zhang Xi crashed into the earth like a cannonball, creating a large crater as dust swirled. This wretched woman, Zhang Xi cursed inwardly, lying on the ground and playing dead. "If you do not rise within 3 breaths, I shall make you taste the flames of the phoenix," Yuan Feng said indifferently. With that, Zhang Xi sprang into the air, hovering mid-flight. "Lord Yuan Feng, we bear no grudge against one another. Is it truly appropriate to resort to violence over a mere disagreement?" "No grudge," Yuan Feng scoffed. "A member of my Phoenix clan perished here, and with no one else around, do you dare claim there is no connection between us?" Hovering beside her, the phoenixes exhibited a sudden intensity in their gaze, their wings emanating flickers of flame. "Wait a moment," Zhang Xi hastily called out. "May I inquire, esteemed Yuan Feng, what is the cultivation level of your kin? Our Phoenix clan is the protagonist of the heavens and earth, naturally possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal," Yuan Feng proclaimed with pride. Zhang Xi immediately grasped her hand. "Impudent, do you dare to treat me with such levity?" In a fit of rage, Yuan Feng lifted her long, straight leg and struck him in the chest. Boom! A burst of fire erupted from Zhang Xi's chest, and after spewing blood into the air, he was sent flying backwards. "Sooner or later, I shall make you bear my child," he cursed inwardly, losing his balance, and, rather than steadying himself, used the momentum of his flight to hastily escape the scene. Thinking of fleeing, Yuan Feng sneered, instantly transforming into a streak of red light in pursuit. Oh no! Zhang Xi felt the searing heat behind him and quickened his pace. Yet in terms of speed, he was no match for the Phoenix clan. Even without reverting to her true form, within 3 breaths, he found himself grasped by the throat. "Do you think your status as a disciple of the Zixiao Palace gives you the audacity to treat me lightly?" Yuan Feng mocked. "Esteemed Yuan Feng, you have misunderstood," Zhang Xi quickly replied. "I merely wish to demonstrate my level of cultivation to you. Do you truly believe that with my abilities, I could slay your kin?" Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "How could you possess merely golden immortal cultivation? Every disciple of the Zixiao Palace is a prodigy, be it the 3 pure ones or Nüwa. Who among them is not a chaos great Luo golden immortal? This boy only has golden immortal cultivation. He has brought shame upon Hongjun. Your discerning eye is commendable," Zhang Xi flattered. "As a mere golden immortal, no matter how many schemes I concoct, do you truly think I could harm the Phoenix clan?" "Smooth talking," Yuan Feng retorted, once again sending him crashing to the ground. There's no sense of reason here. Zhang Xi, lying in the large pit, felt utterly aggrieved. His mind raced for an escape plan. Yuan Feng descended rapidly, standing at the edge of the pit, her cold voice cutting through the air. This is strange. If you were merely a golden immortal, how could your physical body be so formidable? Esteemed Yuan Feng, you are being unreasonable, Zhang Xi said with a pained expression as he crawled out of the pit. My physical strength is a gift from my master's treasured artifact. But that does not imply I can defeat a great Luo golden immortal, does it? You are the only one here. Even if you did not commit the deed, you cannot escape responsibility, Yuan Feng coldly huffed, grasping his throat again. You will first accompany me back to Wutong, and once matters are clarified, if you are truly innocent, I shall naturally release you. Esteemed one, how about I summon my master and senior brothers and sisters for an on-site investigation? Zhang Xi suggested tentatively. You wish to use Hongjun to pressure me. Yuan Feng chuckled lightly. Now that my kin are dead, not even Hongjun, nor the ancestral dragon or the beginning Qilin can absolve me of my demand for justice. Damn it, she is utterly unyielding. Zhang Xi thought fiercely, extending his right hand as the Zhang He sword appeared instantly. Whoosh, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Yuan Feng's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Yet she showed no intention of releasing him. Her surprise. However, the Zhang He sword left a cut on her wrist. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Zhang Xi leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of white light heading towards the Zixiao Palace. You dare to injure me? How amusing! Yuan Feng laughed heartily, immediately reverting to her true form. Oh no! Zhang Xi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and panic surged through him. In an era where treasured artifacts were not yet commonplace, battles were primarily fought through close combat. Regardless of the race, once one transformed into their true form, it signified either anger or a willingness to fight to the death, both of which posed dire consequences for him. The resplendent phoenixes blotted out the sky. Yet, Zhang Xi suddenly halted, slightly bowing to the void. Esteemed master. Hongjun, Yuan Feng also stopped, glancing back, upon realizing there was nothing in the sky. She erupted in fury. You little thief, do you dare to toy with me? Though Zhang Xi had already fled over 1,000 miles, he still heard Yuan Feng's furious roar, sending chills down his spine. Yuan Feng spread her wings, merely flapping them lightly, and in an instant, she was beside Zhang Xi. Yuan Feng, are you intent on exterminating me? Zhang, she said helplessly, you have injured me and toyed with me. Even if Hongjun were to arrive now, he could not protect you. Yuan Feng scolded, extending her claws to seize him. But at that moment, Zhang Xi was enveloped in black light and vanished from sight. Oh! Yuan Feng screeched, the ground trembling beneath her. Yuan Feng, why did you attack my kin? A clear voice accompanied the appearance of a figure shrouded in black light in the air. Which clan? Yuan Feng transformed back into human form, her delicate brows furrowing. Before her, as the black light dissipated, the figure of Hutu gradually became discernible. This moment, dozens of phoenixes appeared behind Yuan Feng, their gazes fixed on Hutu without a flicker of hesitation. More than people, Hutu scoffed as dozens of streaks of black light surged skyward from the ground. Which clan? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. That little thief has slain my phoenix kin. Yuan Feng retorted coldly, setting aside whether he possesses the strength to slay a phoenix. Even if he did, what of it? Hutu replied with a sneer. Very well. Which clan? Shall we settle this here? Yuan Feng, furious, transformed into her true form, that if it is battle you seek, what do we, the Witch clan, have to fear? Hutu bellowed, her black light intensifying. Hutu remained silent, transforming into a streak of black light and charging towards Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng showed no sign of fear, flapping her wings and becoming a streak of red light. The two clashed in the skies. Kill! At Hutu's command, the Witch clan surged towards the Phoenix clan. Zhang Xi, hiding on the ground, watched the chaos above and instinctively swallowed hard. The Phoenix clan at least had the ability to spit fireballs and use their wings to send others flying. The Witch clan, however, fought recklessly, willing to risk their lives. Even if their arms were pierced by the beaks of the phoenixes, they would still pluck a feather from the phoenix, displaying an astonishing ferocity. "Brother, what should we do?" Taiji Tu asked solemnly. "What can I do?" Zhang Xi replied helplessly. "Any random individual up there could eliminate me. Wouldn't he? I'd be courting death by going up. I mean, if the Witch and Phoenix clans truly engage in battle. Wouldn't he the great wilderness descend into chaos?" Taiji Tu said with a wry smile. Do you think I have any control over this?" Zhang Xi rolled his eyes. "If the Witch and Phoenix clans truly tear the great wilderness apart, that is their affair. Am I meant to intervene?" Taiji Tu was left speechless. Just as the two clans were locked in a fierce struggle, a multitude of armored warriors suddenly appeared in the clouds, darkening the sky. They wielded long spears and war armor, with the foremost two donned in dark robes and crowned with imperial tiaras. Yuan Feng and Hutu immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, separating and swiftly blocking their kin. Yuan Feng, "Hutu, how dare you quarrel here?" Dijun declared with authority. "What business is it of yours?" Yuan Feng retorted with a sneer. "Demon clan, do you dare to intervene in the matters of my witch clan?" Hutu added in a deep voice. Dijun's expression darkened considerably. Yuan Feng, "Hutu, the sovereign is the appointed ruler of the three realms by the heavenly Tao, and thus has the duty to mediate disputes." Dong Wang Tai stepped forward, stating, "Your conflict is your own, but the instability in the great wilderness falls under the jurisdiction of my heavenly court." Dong Wang, "If that is the case, then let us settle this here." Yuan Feng screeched, shaking the heavens. "Your Majesty, the demon emperor of the Phoenix clan has mobilized," a middle-aged man whispered. Dong Wang Tai and Dijun exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Observing this, Hutu signaled to Hutu Qing behind her. Hutu Qing, unwilling to be outdone, erupted with even more black light. Countless witches soared into the sky, flying towards this direction. In an instant, the heavens trembled. What a lively day! A colossal figure raced through the sky, halting just hundreds of meters away from Yuan Feng. Ancestral dragon! Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Continue the fight." "Why have you stopped?" A cerulean Qilin descended upon the clouds, its imposing stature rivaling even that of the ancestral dragon. With the head of a ram, the hooves of a wolf, and the body of a lion, it exuded an aura of formidable majesty. "Is this the primordial Qilin?" Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is," replied Taiji Tu with a hint of resignation. "Brother, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the Witch clan from the Celestial Court, have all arrived. This matter is unlikely to be trivial." "What concern is it of mine?" Zhang Xi retorted, rolling his eyes. "Although this situation originated from my actions, it no longer pertains to me. The heavens are populated by powerful figures. What can a mere golden immortal such as I accomplish?" "That is true," Taiji Tu sighed. "Primordial Qilin, descend. I wish to spar with you," bellowed a robust man, standing 4 meters tall with long flowing hair. "And who might you be?" the primordial Qilin inquired, perplexed. "Ha ha!" A hearty laughter resonated through the heavens. "Gong Gong you, the leader of the Witch clan, and he does not recognize you." "Zhurong, he may not recognize you either," Gong Gong scoffed, leader of the Witch clan. The onlookers all wore solemn expressions. Father, Ho Tu, and Ho Qing bowed slightly to Gong Gong. After a brief glance at the two, Gong Gong directed his gaze towards Dijun and Dong Huang Shun. "Beasts, what use is it for you to soar so high? Why not come down and face us?" "Witch clan?" Dijun intoned gravely. "This matter arises from your Witch clan and the Phoenix clan. We, the Celestial Court, are ordained by the heavenly Tao to mediate. If your Witch clan truly wishes to engage with our Beast clan, we can select a time," he added. "Mediation for what?" Gong Gong declared loudly, "If a fight is to ensue, we shall see it through. Our Witch clan does not fear battle. Do you think I am afraid of you?" Yuan Feng, filled with rage, transformed back into her true form. The Phoenix clan quickly followed suit, thousands of flaming phoenixes hovering in the air, a sight to behold. "Primordial Qilin, it has been long since we last sparred. Let us see if you have improved." The ancestral dragon also reverted to his true form. "Come then," the primordial Qilin responded, unperturbed. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, he felt an involuntary tension. Should a conflict truly erupt? The celestial court would become a laughingstock, and oh, one pays you any mind. What good is your desperate mediation? Just as all parties prepared for battle, a flash of purple light suddenly streaked across the sky. We welcome you, Master Dijun and Dong Huang Tai quickly bowed. The figure of Hongjun slowly materialized, flanked by the three pure ones and Nüwa. After giving a slight nod to the two, he raised his right hand. Zhang Xi, who had been hiding in the mortal realm, was instantly summoned to his side. Master, Zhang Xi said, mustering the courage to bow. You little rascal, do you dare approach again? Yuan Feng seethed. Yuan Feng, why harbor such malice toward my disciple? Hongjun arched an eyebrow slightly. Yuan Feng hesitated before speaking harshly. Was the only one within 100 miles when a member of my clan perished. Speak, Hongjun said nonchalantly. This matter is indeed strange, Zhang Xi remarked with a wry smile, that I came to the mortal realm to cultivate as per my master's decree, and I was merely sleeping in a cave when Yuan Feng suddenly set my dwelling ablaze and dragged me out. She claimed that a member of the Phoenix clan had perished where I was, and despite my explanations of ignorance, she insisted on taking me back to the Wutong tree for investigation. Ridiculous, Nüwa interjected, visibly displeased. My junior brother is merely a golden immortal. Your Phoenix clan possesses the power of great Luo golden immortals upon maturity. If a golden immortal could easily slay your clan, what does that make you in the grand scheme of things? Nüwa, my kin had just undergone nirvana and was in a weakened state. Should this little rascal launch a sneak attack? It is not inconceivable, Yuan Feng retorted coldly. Then allow me to pose a question. Zhang Xi interjected earnestly. As far as I know, your Phoenix clan typically returns to the Wutong tree after nirvana. How could one undergo nirvana in the great wilderness? If he truly underwent nirvana in such a state, is it not possible that someone inflicted severe injury upon him? A profound silence enveloped the crowd following this revelation. By your reasoning, who could possibly inflict such harm upon my Phoenix clan? Yuan Feng raised her brows slightly. You are mistaken, Zhang Xi replied, his displeasure evident. I have no obligation to investigate this matter. I merely wish to clear my name. Yuan Feng clenched her silver teeth. This little rascal had once referred to her as Lady Yuan Feng when he lacked backing, but now that he had support, he hardly regarded her. What do you mean by you? Zhang Xi retorted coldly. Even if you are a protagonist of the heavens, one must adhere to reason. The heavenly Tao has ordained Dijun as the sovereign of the three realms, and it is incumbent upon him to mediate the disputes among the myriad clans that if you are dissatisfied, you might as well heed his counsel. Ahem. Dijun cleared his throat before speaking loudly. Xi's words do indeed hold merit. Your Phoenix clan has suffered a loss. It is only right for your clan and the Celestial Court to investigate this matter, while he merely needs to clear his name. Do you think my Phoenix clan is easy to bully? Yuan Feng shouted furiously. Whether it be the Celestial Court or the Zixiao Palace, feel free to converge upon us. Our Phoenix clan fears nothing. And what if we add the Witch clan, Dragon clan, and Qilin clan in the mix? Would you still not fear? Zhang Xi asked with a hint of melancholy that I never claimed to take action against the Phoenix clan. The ancestral dragon replied, displeased. So, does your Dragon clan stand with the Phoenix clan, or do you wish to take advantage of the situation? Zhang Xi sighed. Are you waiting for us to weaken the Phoenix clan before swooping in a deal with them? The ancestral dragon's already dark complexion grew even grimmer. Ancestral dragon, primordial Qilin, why don't we unite our three clans and show the myriad clans who truly holds the mantle of the celestial protagonists? Yuan Feng declared coldly. The avian clans may unite, but the primordial Qilin is a terrestrial beast. Why would it align with you? Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. The primordial Qilin, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely inching closer to the Witch clan. The ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng both felt a sense of foreboding. Should the primordial Qilin side with the Celestial Court, their two clans would have to join forces against the Beast clan. The Witch clan and the primordial Qilin, along with the Zixiao Palace, which would not guarantee victory. Observing this, Zhang Xi swiftly exchanged glances with Dijun before Dijun could act. However, Dong Huang Tai reacted first, stepping forward and saying, Yuan Feng, ancestral dragon, this is all a misunderstanding. Shall we consider this matter resolved? Very well, The Dragon Clan shall grant the Celestial Court this favor, the ancestral dragon proclaimed. Humph, Yuan Feng scoffed, remaining silent. Her piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Xi, as if she wished to devour him whole. Zhang Xi, in turn, discreetly hid behind Nüwa, avoiding her gaze. Such a disappointment, Gong Gong muttered before transforming into a dark light and vanishing. Zhurong, witnessing this, also felt disenchanted and gradually faded away. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, relieved by their departure, released a sigh of relief. Other clans were manageable, but the Witch Clan was far too volatile. They could erupt into conflict over the slightest disagreement, and should a battle truly break out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Your name is Xi? The primordial Qilin asked, a smirk playing on its lips. Greetings, esteemed elder. Zhang Xi responded hastily, bowing respectfully. I shall remember you. The primordial Qilin laughed heartily before ascending into the clouds. Boy, do not let me catch you, the ancestral dragon threatened before also taking flight. Only Yuan Feng remained, glaring fiercely at Zhang Xi. What will you do, Yuan Feng? Zhang Xi asked with a smile. Now that the Dragon Clan has departed and the Celestial Court is observing, should you dare to strike, we shall thoroughly incapacitate you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Very well, Xi. Let us engage in a duel, Yuan Feng declared, transforming in anger into her true form. Zhang Xi restrained the already poised Nüwa, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the opportunity to uphold justice has arrived. Dijun was momentarily taken aback before a surge of anger enveloped him. Dong Huang Tai, he also sighed inwardly before raising the Dong Huang bell, positioning it protectively in front of Zhang Xi. Yuan Feng, shall we end this here? Dong Huang, do you dare to insult me? Yuan Feng was on the verge of a breakdown. Since her inception, she had never endured such indignity. This matter has been made abundantly clear. Dijun stated coldly, If you persist in this manner, our beast clan shall accompany you to the bitter end, with a wave of his right hand. Countless beast kin materialized upon the clouds. Yuan Feng, think carefully. Zhang Xi smiled and said, Even if you triumph today, it is likely to be a Pyrrhic victory to you truly believe that the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan are benevolent beings? It is quite possible that once you are reborn, the Wutong tree will be toppled by them. Yuan Feng trembled with rage. However, when the Witch Clan of the Hodu tribe advanced, she immediately regained her composure. She harbored no fear of the Demon Clan, nor did she fear the Witch Clan. Yet, if the Zhixiao Palace intervened, with a 3-to-1 advantage, even a protagonist of the heavenly realm might find themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing the situation stalemated once more, Zhang Xi swiftly extended his right hand and grasped the Zhang He sword. It would be prudent for you to remain hidden in the Zhixiao Palace for the rest of your life. Yuan Feng tore through the void with a swift motion and stepped inside first. Observing this, the Phoenix Clan followed suit, taking to the skies behind her. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your assistance today. Zhang Xi said, cupping his hands in respect to Emperor Junhumph. Emperor Jun snorted coldly before departing with a flourish. Dong Huang Tai, however, returned the gesture and followed in his footsteps. Only a middle-aged man remained, fixated on Zhang Xi. Who is that? Zhang Xi inquired, tilting his head. Bai Zhe Nüwa softly replied, the foremost of the 10 demon lords sanctioned by the heavenly court. Bai Zhe, Zhang Xi echoed, then soared to stand before Hutu. Cupping his hands again. Leader Hutu, I extend my gratitude for today's events. You are part of my Witch Clan, and thus I shall ensure your safety, Hutu said with a stern expression. Witch Clan? Hutu and the others looked astonished. Hutu offered no explanation, transforming into a streak of black light as she flew towards the realm. Hutu's followers immediately followed her lead. Let us go, Hongjun commanded, waving his robe, and the group returned to the Zhixiao Palace. Junior brother, why provoke Yuan Feng? Dao Tianzun furrowed his brow. Master, we must shield the heavenly secrets, Zhang Xi replied softly. With a wave of Hongjun's right hand, the entire Zhixiao Palace was enveloped in mist. Zhang Xi focused his thoughts, and a long-dead phoenix materialized before them. The crowd gasped in shock. It was not my doing. It was the Dragon Clan, Zhang Xi said with a bitter smile. The Dragon Clan? Hongjun's brows knitted together. Had they not long since forged an understanding with the Phoenix clan? How could they hunt them down? There are many reasons, Zhang Xi replied helplessly. The Phoenix clan is the protagonist of the heavenly realm. Yet their bodies are filled with treasures. They can be used to forge weapons, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Why did you not speak of this at the time? Tong Tian Jiao Zhu frowned. What good would it have done? Zhang Xi sighed. The moment the Phoenix's corpse appeared, I would be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with Yuan Feng. Even for the sake of the Phoenix clan's honor, she would stop at nothing to kill me. What does this have to do with your provocation of Yuan Feng? Nüwa frowned. To establish authority for the heavenly court, Zhang Xi stated earnestly. Elaborate, Hongjun urged gently. Currently, the heavenly court is newly established, and no one takes them seriously. Thus they require a target to assert their dominance, Zhang Xi explained. The only factions present are the Dragon Clan, the Witch Clan, the Qilin Clan, and the Phoenix Clan. The Witch Clan and the Demon Clan are sworn enemies. If they're made a show of, conflict is inevitable. The Dragon Clan harbors ulterior motives, and if they feel cornered, they might resort to killing to silence witnesses. As for the Qilin Clan, they are merely spectators. It would be inappropriate to provoke them. That leaves only the Phoenix Clan, doubted Tianzun realized. The Phoenix Clan lacks evidence to claim that the Phoenix was slain by you. Yuan Feng's aggressive stance is already 3 parts in the wrong. If you unite the Heavenly Court, the Witch Clan, and Zixiao Palace to pressure her, she may very well hesitate to take action. Indeed, a fitting target to establish authority. But what if Yuan Feng truly strikes? Yuan Tianzun frowned. Did I not make myself clear? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhang Xi's eyes. Once hostilities commence, the 3 factions will act in unison to severely injure her, forcing her into immediate rebirth. The 3 pure ones suddenly felt a chill run down their spines out of chaos. Luo, Golden Immortal, a top-tier powerhouse of the great wilderness. Could one truly inflict such harm so easily? Are you certain that the Heavenly Court and the Witch Clan will take action? Nüwa asked curiously. If Emperor Jun hides at this juncture, he will become a laughingstock as the ruler of the 3 realms. Zhang Xi mocked. As for the Witch Clan, once conflict erupts, they will inevitably be drawn towards the Phoenix Clan. Their restraint will falter. After severely injuring the Phoenix Clan, will not the Dragon and Qilin clans grow stronger? Hongjun frowned. Naturally, that won't do. Once Yuan Feng is incapacitated, we will immediately dispatch forces from the Heavenly Court to protect the Wudong Tree. The Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan each have their own agendas. And if anyone dares to launch a surprise attack on the Wudong Tree, the Heavenly Court will swiftly unite with the other faction to crush them. And what of the remaining faction? Doubted Tianzun pressed urgently. Once such a grand conflict is ignited, how will we deal with it? Zhang, she chuckled coldly. Master, you must promptly inform the Heavenly Tao and have it dispense karmic retribution. Once they are ensnared by karmic forces, will they still possess the strength to cause turmoil? The assembly inhaled sharply at this revelation. The 3 clans, the Heavenly Court, even the Witch Clan and Zixiao Palace, all were ensnared in his intricate schemes. As if he were playing a game of chess, anticipating every move, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was drenched in cold sweat. If the Phoenix Clan were so thoroughly ensnared in Zhang Xi's machinations, then should he engage with Zhang Xi? The outcome was far from certain. After a lengthy silence, Hongjun finally regained his composure and spoke softly. Now that the 3 clans have yet to initiate conflict, what shall we do? Master, the conflict has already begun. Zhang Xi replied with a light laugh. From the moment the Dragon Clan hunted the Phoenix Clan, the fates of the 2 clans were sealed. If they could slay a phoenix once, they could certainly do so again. Junior brother speaks wisely, doubted Tianzun nodded. However, when the 2 clans clash, it is likely that countless lives in the great wilderness will perish. That is a matter for the 2 clans. Not ours, Zhang Xi smiled. Elder brother, do not lament the suffering of the world. The Heavenly Tao is unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. Speak cautiously. Hongjun and the others interjected in unison. Junior brother, you must not speak lightly of the Heavenly Tao. Nüwa admonished sternly. Zhang Xi chuckled, choosing not to continue the discourse. You should go and hone your skills. This matter ends here. Without waiting for a response, Hongjun waved his robe, dismissing him. The three pure ones gazed at the vanishing figure of Zhang Xi. Enveloped in silence, what do you think? Hongjun smiled. Ultimately, it is evident that our junior sister possesses keen insight. With his golden immortal cultivation, junior brother navigates the realm's top powerhouses without falling behind, a truly rare feat. Yuan Shi Tanzun sighed. Indeed, everyone is ensnared in his schemes, Hongjun lamented. Yet he seems rather dismissive of the heavenly Tao. Master, he is still quite young, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu remarked. Young yet possessing such intellect? Hongjun smiled bitterly that I merely worry that one day he may oppose the heavenly Tao with his methods, and when that time comes, the entire great wilderness may fall into devastation. Master worries too much. Dao de Tianzun chuckled. The heavenly Tao is indeed unfeeling. It treats all beings as mere fodder. I am weary. Let us return, Hongjun said, his enthusiasm waning. Understood, the three pure ones in Nüwa cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Preparing to depart. None are permitted to seek out your junior brother. Should I learn of it, the punishment shall be severe, Hongjun's voice echoed in the ears of the three pure ones in Nüwa. The group exchanged glances, abandoning the thought of searching for Zhang Xi that moment. Zhang Xi reappeared in the forest. However, the woods had already been set ablaze by Yuan Feng, and he lacked the ability of Zhen Yuan to rejuvenate all things. Just as he hesitated, a flash of black light appeared. Follow me, the leader of Hutu commanded. Where to? Hutu offered no answer, merely grasping his hand. In an instant, Zhang Xi found himself within the tribe. Brother Xi. Ma immediately rushed forward. Zhang Xi reached out to embrace him. Xi, how do you possess the bloodline of the witch clan? Ho Qing asked, puzzled. Zhang Xi was about to explain when Hutu interrupted him. Our witch clan descends from Pangu. Yet in the great wilderness, many clans have received blessings from the great Pangu. If they cultivate the witch clan's body-refining techniques, they may awaken the bloodline of the witch clan. Is that so? The expressions of surprise on the faces of Ho Qing and the others were unmistakable. This is what my father told me. If you do not believe it, you may inquire with him. Ho Tu stated earnestly. Perhaps it's best to let it be, Ho Qing replied, drawing back slightly. From now on, she shall be a member of our Ho Tu tribe, Ho Tu proclaimed with clarity. Indeed, the members of the Wu clan echoed in unison. Zhang Xi cast a peculiar glance at Ho Tu, who, after giving him a sharp glare, quickly lowered his head in submission. Brother Xi, let us proceed to roast the meat, Ma said, extending his arm around him as they hurried towards the bonfire. At that moment, a headless monster lay upon the flames, with Ho Qing holding it aloft while the others applied spices to its body. Observing this, Zhang Xi gathered some wood and fashioned 2 racks. Then took the monster from Ho Qing's hands, placing on the rack to rotate. This is splendid, truly splendid, Ho Qing clapped in delight. The continuous rotation ensures the meat is evenly heated, enhancing its flavor, Zhang Xi remarked with a smile. Allow me to take a turn, Ma eagerly suggested. Very well, Zhang Xi replied, relinquishing his position to him and sitting down. With a flick of his robe, a wooden bowl materialized before him. Why did you not call me to drink? A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Zhang Xi to glance sideways. What are you staring at? Ho Tu inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy. Nothing, Zhang Xi responded, waving his robe again, conjuring a larger bowl from the ground. Without waiting for him to speak, Ho Tu seized it and took a hearty gulp. Thank you, Ho Tu, Zhang Xi whispered. Ho Tu acknowledged, internally exhaling a sigh of relief, for the first time in thousands of years. She had deceived her kin, and it was all for an innate being. The thought alone was astonishing. Brother Xi, what are you all drinking? A lad of modest stature approached. Wine. You're still too young for it. Zhang Xi chuckled. Yet he is already 700 years old, hardly a child. Ho Tu reminded him 700 years. Zhang Xi exclaimed in surprise that in our Wu clan, one is considered an adult at 500. Another youth interjected, introduce yourselves. Shall I provide you with some wine? Zhang Xi suggested with a grin. I am 700 years old. I am Kwa Fu, also 700. I am Nyo, 900 years old. The youths each introduced themselves in turn. Excellent. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, Waving his right hand, and a bamboo tube appeared in each of their hands. He then removed a golden gourd and tossed it into the sky. Immediately, an exotic fragrance emanated from the bamboo tubes, causing Kwa Fu and the others to salivate profusely. "Come, drink to your fill." Zhang Xi raised his wine bowl to our fill. The youths mimicked, lifting their bamboo tubes in unison. "Delicious! I have never tasted anything like this before." "Brother Xi, I want more," the youths clamored excitedly. Zhang Xi smiled gently, refilling their bamboo tubes with wine. "Take tea this moment." Ho Qing and Ma rushed over, and upon seeing the bamboo tubes in the youth's hands, they wasted no time in snatching them and taking a swig, their eyes lighting up immediately. "Do not steal mine," Kwa Fu protested angrily. "Get out of the way," Ma retorted, flipping him onto the ground. Kwa Fu rolled twice before coming to a halt, glaring at Ma, but hesitating to approach. Observing this, Zhang Xi pointed his right hand, and another bamboo tube appeared in his grasp, instantly bringing joy to Kwa Fu. Ho Tu chuckled and shook her head at the scene. "I wish to learn this. Can you teach me?" Ho Qing scampered over eagerly. "Of course," Zhang Xi replied with a smile. "Tomorrow, you shall gather fruits, and when you return, I will teach you how to brew wine." "Thank you," Ho Qing exclaimed joyfully as he dashed away. Zhang Xi pondered for a moment before summoning Ma over, whispering a few words to him, nodded vigorously, and then hurried off. "What did you tell him?" Ho Tu asked curiously. "I asked him to gather some gourds so that I can prepare wine gourds for these young ones," Zhang Xi replied with a soft chuckle. "You can forge magical treasures?" Ho Tu inquired, astonished. "I cannot, but you certainly can." Zhang Xi smiled. "I cannot either." Ho Tu shook her head. "Our Wu clan has never relied on external objects. Magical treasures would only disturb our focus on body refinement." Zhang Xi paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head. Indeed, during his time in the Great Wilderness, he had rarely seen anyone employing magical treasures. Dong Huang Tai was one, and Nüwa was another. Nearly everyone else engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Do not concern yourself with them. They are merely children at heart. Ho Tu said softly. "No matter. I will inquire with someone," Zhang Xi replied with a slight smile. Tossing the tsang, he soared into the air. The tsang he soared transformed into a beam of purple light, vanishing into the horizon. "Sister, is eating meat." Ho Qing handed over 2 pieces of roasted meat. "Thank you," Zhang Xi smiled, tearing into the meat. However, after delivering the meat, Ho Qing did not leave. Instead, he gazed longingly at the two, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Do you have something else to say?" Ho Tu frowned. "This roasted meat is quite splendid, far superior to my own skills." Zhang Xi praised it. "I told you so," Ho Qing exclaimed with delight. "Boasting, you say my roasted meat is delicious. How dare they claim otherwise? Just wait until I teach them a lesson." With that, he dashed off, and soon the tribe was filled with cries of lamentation. Not indulge them too much," Ho Tu admonished, especially regarding Ho Qing. "His reckless nature could lead to significant trouble if you continue to pamper them." Zhang Xi appeared incredulous. "You dare to confront the Yuan Feng directly and even engage in warfare with the 3 clans, yet you call others reckless? What expression is that?" Ho Tu retorted fiercely. "I'm not like Ho Qing. I can discern the gravity of matters, all right?" Indeed, you are the wise and formidable leader, naturally distinct from others," Zhang Xi responded hastily. Just as Ho Tu was about to retort, the tsang he soared materialized before her. "How did it arrive so quickly?" Zhang Xi asked, astonished. "My senior brother Dao sent it back with me." The tsang he soared shimmered slightly, and a small gourd fell from it. Zhang Xi reached out, and the gourd transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his body. Instantly, his mind was filled with several insights on forging equipment. Truly, he was the foremost master of forging in the Great Wilderness. Zhang Xi marveled, then suddenly recalled that he still possessed a phoenix's corpse. "Leader, can you obscure the heaven's secrets?" "Obscure the heaven's secrets?" Ho Tu furrowed her brow. "T means we hide in a place and isolate it, so that no one can discover us." Zhang Xi explained. After contemplating for a moment, Ho Tu grasped his hand, but a flash of black light enveloped them, and they found themselves in a vast cave. The cave was strewn with straw, and remnants of a bonfire suggested that it had once been inhabited. Zhang Xi attempted to step outside, but found the area shrouded in mist. rendering it impossible to see. What is this place? In our Wu clan, upon reaching adulthood, each woman possesses her own cave. Ho-Tu blushed as she explained. When we marry, we bring our husbands here to engage in procreation. Ah, this is your cave? Zhang Xi asked, astonished. Yes, Ho-Tu replied, waving her right hand, causing the cave to be enveloped in black light. You can do anything here without anyone knowing. Anything. Zhang Xi's expression grew peculiar. Why are you looking at me like that? I am your leader, Ho-Tu said, both shy and indignant. Ahem, I am merely curious. Purely curious. Zhang Xi hastily turned his head aside. With a flicker of thought, the corpse of the phoenix materialized within the cave. Ho-Tu sat cross-legged on the straw, her gaze piercing as she regarded him. Aren't you curious where this phoenix corpse originated? Zhang Xi inquired with a smile. Not at all, Ho-Tu replied, shaking her head. In the vast desolation, both the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan are merely sustenance. Yet you seldom hunt the two clans, do you? Zhang Xi continued, that we rarely pursue them because they seldom appear in the wilderness. Ho-Tu spoke softly. Moreover, the Dragon clan typically appears in groups, making them difficult to hunt. As for the Phoenix clan, I have encountered one only thrice in my lifetime, and before I could strike, it fled. Impressive, Zhang Xi remarked, giving a thumbs up. He then took out the Tsang, he sword and effortlessly dismembered the phoenix. He began by plucking all the feathers from the tips of its wings, acquiring 12 large feathers. After selecting a feather from the phoenix's spine, he extracted its sinew. Chanting an incantation, a blaze erupted in the air. Zhang Xi cast the spine into the flames, and his eyes narrowed as the fire surged skyward. This was the true flame of Samadhi, imparted by the celestial venerable of morality. It may not be formidable against foes, but it is exceptional for refining artifacts. Zhang Xi was acutely aware of his standing. As a golden immortal, he was hardly noteworthy in the vast wilderness, especially as a disciple of Hongjun. The figures surrounding him, Sanqing, Nüwa, and Ho-Tu, were all powerful beings of the chaos great Luo golden immortal tier. In the absence of saints, apart from the enigmatic Hongjun, they represented the pinnacle of combat strength in the wilderness. Currently, all was calm, but should conflict arise, he would at least need the ability to protect himself. In truth, he believed that assessing an immortal's combat prowess could be viewed through 3 lenses: supernatural abilities, magical artifacts, and cultivation level. For instance, the Wu clan's body refinement techniques exemplified supernatural abilities. Zhang Xi, now half of the Wu clan, could withstand several blows from a Yuan Feng, despite merely possessing golden immortal cultivation. Had this been in the past, he would have been spitting blood as from magical artifacts. The foremost in the wilderness undoubtedly belonged to Nüwa, the summoning banner. This artifact was exceptionally versatile, capable of combat and summoning, rendering it nearly perfect. Following closely was the Eastern Emperor Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell, which could withstand Yuan Feng's attacks without faltering, marking it as an elite artifact. Regarding cultivation, if one had not attained saintly status, the Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal tier was relatively comparable. What are you pondering? Ho-Tu asked softly. I am contemplating how to slay a powerful being of the Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal tier. Zhang Xi replied, stroking his chin. Quite simple, Ho-Tu said nonchalantly. If I cannot prevail, I shall summon Ho Qing. If neither of us can succeed, we will join forces with other Wu clan members. It seems you and Ho Qing are not particularly close to your father. Zhang Xi remarked cautiously. My father is a slayer. Ho-Tu replied gravely, a slayer. Zhang Xi was taken aback. In his limited understanding, it seemed that slaying was inherent to the Wu clan. Even if Ho-Tu was somewhat gentler, she could still utter words like both dragon and phoenix are mere food. If the mighty dragon and phoenix clans could be treated thus, one could only imagine the fate of other beings in the wilderness. My father enjoys turning against his own kind, Ho-Tu sighed. Since I became aware of my surroundings, he has conquered numerous Wu clan tribes nearby. Those who defy him are nearly all exterminated. Zhang Xi fell into silence. While it was not uncommon for beings to turn against their kin in the wilderness, hearing the term conquer was a first for him. After I came of age, I quarreled with him several times. He deemed me lacking in ambition and unworthy to be his heir, which is why I ventured out to establish my own tribe. Ho Tu explained calmly. Ho Qing, upon reaching adulthood, sought me out to avoid slaughtering our kin. So that is how it is, Zhang Xi realized, understanding why Ho Qing seemed so fearful of her father and why father and the leader of Zhurong are the strongest of the Wu clan. Ho Tu stated earnestly, even if Ho Qing and I join forces, we could not match them in the future. If you encounter them, keep your distance. Should you provoke them, they will not spare you simply because you are of the Wu clan. Understood, Zhang Xi nodded. What do you intend to do? Ho Tu inquired, gazing at the phoenix spine being refined by the true flames of samadhi. You know that my strength is insufficient, therefore I plan to craft a bow. Zhang Xi replied, glancing at the waning flames with a hint of resignation. His golden immortal power could hardly sustain prolonged magical output. Observing this, Ho Tu waved her hand. The flames, which had nearly extinguished, reignited, now infused with an eerie black hue. Zhang Xi intended to voice a warning, but discovered the phoenix spine had already been shaped to his liking. What shall we do next? Ho Tu tilted her head. Bend it, then bind it with the phoenix sinew. You understand my meaning, right? Zhang Xi replied cautiously, Ho Tu reached into the flames, retrieving the phoenix spine, which she bent with a flourish of black light. She deftly tied the sinew at both ends. Tighten a bit more. Zhang Xi whispered that if I tighten it further, can you draw it? Ho Tu raised an eyebrow to tee this tension. Drawing 20 arrows is already at your limit. Can it harm a chaos great Luo golden immortal? Zhang Xi queried that it cannot, but it may be effective against a great Luo golden immortal. Ho Tu replied candidly. Then tighten it a bit more. Zhang Xi insisted. All right. After bending the spine once more and readying it, she handed it back to him. Zhang Xi recited the incantation again, summoning a blaze in the air. Without needing his reminder, Ho Tu focused her gaze, causing the flames to surge to the cave's apex. Zhang Xi tossed the phoenix bow into the fire, hesitating before daring not to touch it. He was confident in the true flames of samadhi, but feared the black flames of Ho Tu might scorch his hand. Let me handle it, Ho Tu said, extending her hand into the blaze with a gentle exertion. The once irregular phoenix bow immediately became smooth and even, while the 6 sinews twisted together, gradually merging under the flame's influence. Time slipped by, and when the flames extinguished, a bow resembling white jade appeared before Zhang Xi. The phoenix bow measured approximately a meter in length. Pristine and immaculate, yet upon closer inspection, flames danced upon its surface, with flashes of black light interspersed within the crimson flames. Zhang Xi followed suit, crafting 20 bone arrows from the phoenix's wing bones and feathers. This time, he refrained from intervening, allowing Ho Tu to forge them entirely. Consequently, the bone arrows emerged as dark as ink, adorned with 4 elegant phoenix feathers at their tails. Thank you, Zhang Xi expressed sincerely. No need. Ho Tu leaned against the straw, her demeanor weary. Why not rest for a while? We can return later, Zhang Xi suggested. All right, Ho Tu replied softly, lying down on the straw. You should rest too. Your magical power is depleted. Is that appropriate? Zhang Xi hesitated that moment. Ho Tu's gaze sharpened, and the next instant, he found himself lying beside her. Take a moment to rest. Ho Tu yawned. Zhang Xi acknowledged, yet remained motionless. Observing this, Ho Tu waved her hand, plunging the cave into darkness while a wave of black light surged toward the Taiji diagram and Zhang sword. Before either could utter a word, they were sealed. Zhang Xi, hearing no response from the Taiji diagram or Zhang sword, was about to speak when a small hand rested upon his chest. Time passed, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Ho Tu, sensing his steady breathing, couldn't help but sigh lightly. She was acutely aware that while Zhang Xi's veins coursed with the blood of the ancestral witch, he still perceived himself as a primordial being. Thus, she dared not entertain even the faintest unrealistic fantasies regarding Ho Tu's day. Suddenly, Ho Tu felt a pang of regret for having told him that the Wu clan did not intermarry with outsiders. Yet now it seemed that everything was a bit too late. When Zhang Xi awakened, Ho Tu was already seated at the entrance of the cave. He hurriedly scrambled up and walked over to her. Smiling, "You've woken up? Why didn't you call for me? I noticed you looked quite fatigued, so I thought it best to let you rest a little longer," Ho Tu replied with a light laugh. Now that the magical artifact has been forged, shall we return? Wait a moment. Zhang Xi summoned the Sanmei, true fire once more, and pulled out dozens of gourds from his robe, tossing them into the flames to commence the refining process. These gourds were sponsored by the Tao de Tianzun. To him, anything capable of storing items was a priceless treasure. However, for the Tao de Tianzun, these trinkets seemed as trivial as glass marbles. Available in abundance. Observing this, Ho-Tu couldn't help but smile slightly. To the very least, Zhang Xi treated her kin well, even those troublesome youngsters. Ho-Tu tried. Sister Xi, where have you been? Ho-Ching inquired with curiosity. I took Xi for a stroll around our tribe's vicinity. He said he wanted to assist you in refining wine gourds, Ho-Tu stated with utmost seriousness. Wine gourds? Upon hearing the word wine, the youths of the tribe erupted in excitement. Brother Xi, come teach me how to brew wine. Ho-Ching exclaimed, breathless with anticipation. Certainly, Zhang Xi replied with a smile, subsequently following them to the center of the tribe. At that moment, the area was already piled high with various fruits, resembling small mountains. Brother Xi, is this enough? If not, we can gather more. Quafu urged anxiously that it's sufficient. Zhang Xi gently stated, first, place the fruits into the gourd. Then add water to by utilizing magical energy, we can expedite the passage of time within the gourd, allowing these fruits to ferment. Among the Wu clan, there is no one who does not love to drink. Thus, even some adults, and even the elderly among the Wu clan, gathered closely around him, attentively listening to his instructions. Ho-Tu sat atop a thatched hut, her face adorned with a smile. She felt it would not be amiss for Xi to lead the tribe. At the very least, these tribesmen had never looked down upon him due to his power. I have some gourds here. Each of you may take one. If it's insufficient, you can search for gourds in the mountains and ask the chief for assistance in refining them. Thank you, Brother Xi, Ho-Ching and others exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Some elderly members of the Wu clan could only watch enviously as the jubilant youngsters celebrated that moment. Ho-Tu approached them, producing many bamboo tubes and tossing them aside. These are gifts from Xi. Thank you, Xi. The elderly Wu clan members responded, their spirits lifted. Zhang Xi looked at Ho-Tu in surprise, but she merely winked at him. In that instant, he understood. This was certainly something Ho-Tu had secretly refined herself, solely to help him integrate better into the tribe. Brother Xi, shall we go hunting? Quafu eagerly invited. Quafu, Xi's strength is too feeble. Ho-Ching interjected seriously. He should stay in the tribe to brew wine or assist sister with tribal affairs. Ho-Ching, you should refrain from underestimating others. Zhang Xi replied with a cheerful smile. I have made ample preparations to hunt alongside you. Saying this, he produced a phoenix bow. What is that? The youths of the tribe gathered around him. This is, this is a bow. Zhang Xi nearly let slip the name. He could not utter the words phoenix bow, for if they reached the ears of the Feng clan, he would surely find himself in great trouble. Is this thing useful? He asked skeptically to Xi. Let us give it a try. Ho-Ching proclaimed, thumping his chest. If it can inflict damage, then I will take you along for the hunt. Are you certain? Zhang Xi asked, his expression peculiar. This was the first time he had heard such a request. If I cannot inflict any harm, you might as well remain in the tribe. Ho-Ching laughed heartily. How about you stand a bit farther away? Zhang Xi kindly suggested. No need, let us do it like this. Ho-Ching retorted with a pout. Very well then. Zhang Xi aimed his bow at Ho-Ching, who stood less than 20 paces away. Suddenly, the phoenix bow erupted with a surge of black light. Quafu and the others instinctively sensed danger and swiftly moved aside. Ho-Ching also sensed something amiss and was about to speak when a bolt of black light shot forth from the bow, piercing through his chest in an instant. Boom! A massive crater appeared in the ground, spanning several tens of meters. Simultaneously, a gaping hole the size of a fist marred Ho-Ching's left shoulder. Now ensnared by the black light, he gazed incredulously at the gaping pit behind him, then looked down at the wound on his chest, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had that arrow been aimed at his head, he surmised he would have sustained severe injuries. Are you all right? Zhang Xi inquired with concern. I'm fine. Ho-Ching stammered, desperately trying to use magical energy to heal the wound, but instead of closing, it seemed to expand further under the influence of the black light. This left him in a state of panic that it was known that the Wu clan's physique allowed them to recover from even grievous injuries, such as severed limbs, in the blink of an eye. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Just then, Ho-Tu approached, placing her hand on Ho Qing's wound. The spread of the black light finally ceased, and healing began at a slow pace. "Brother Xi, where did you acquire this bow?" He asked excitedly. "If the opportunity arises, I shall craft one for you too," Zhang Xi replied with a smile. "But you must promise me one thing." "Brother Xi, as long as I can do it," he said, thumping his chest. "You must cherish your kin," Zhang Xi stated seriously. "I heard from the chief that you have feelings for Enlightenment. Do you wish to be with her?" "Indeed," he nodded. "Once I grow a bit older, I will move into a cave with her. But have you considered what Enlightenment likes?" Zhang Xi patted his shoulder. "Reproduction and combat are not the same. Enlightenment is one of us, not a prize for the taking. You must first ascertain whether she has feelings for you, so that you may be together and reproduce. Is that necessary?" He asked. Astonished. "Of course it is," Zhang Xi replied earnestly. "We are kin. We cannot judge someone's worth merely by their cultivation level. Moreover, our fists are meant to protect our kin, not to harm them." "Then I shall go ask Enlightenment," he declared, rushing towards a Wu clan girl and whispering a few words. Enlightenment cast a troubled glance at Quafu before lowering her head once more. "Quafu, if you truly like Enlightenment, you must tell her," Zhang Xi urged softly. "But I cannot defeat E," Quafu murmured. His head hung low. "In matters of matrimony, strength is not essential," Zhang Xi encouraged. "Our lifespans are long, so we should be with those whom we love." "Yes, brother Xi." Quafu summoned his courage and approached Enlightenment. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Wu clan tribe grew tense. Ho-Tu and Ho Qing stepped forward simultaneously, their gazes steely. It was not uncommon for conflicts to arise among the Wu clan over women, and even instances of murder had occurred. "Enlightenment, do you like Quafu?" he asked, his expression stern. Enlightenment glanced at him, then at Quafu, before lowering her head again. In the Wu clan, only the strong had the right to choose their mates. This held true for both genders, that a powerful female Wu would strike a male Wu on the back of the head with a stick, rendering him unconscious before dragging him back to her cave to commence reproduction. However, one positive aspect of the Wu clan was that, despite their near-immortal lifespans, they could only have one partner. "I know I cannot compete with you, but I genuinely like Enlightenment," Quafu mustered his courage. "I still have 300 years to improve. I will eventually surpass you." He ignored him, instead focusing on Enlightenment. "Oh, you like Quafu?" "I do," Enlightenment replied softly. "I really like Quafu, even though he is weak." The entire tribe held its breath in anticipation. He stared at the two, and after a moment, he spoke. "Brother Xi is right. Since you do not harbor feelings for me, there is little point in our association." With that, he turned and walked away. "What does that mean?" Quafu furrowed his brow and said, "Enlightenment is yours. Treat her well." He did not turn back. Zhang Xi suddenly called out. When he turned his head, he found a bow being thrown directly at him. "Brother Xi, this is yours. It is a man's." Zhang Xi gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, brother Xi." He, overjoyed, held the phoenix bow close to his chest. Clearly, the allure of the phoenix bow far surpassed that of Enlightenment here. 20 arrows. Zhang Xi handed him a quiver made of beast hide. "This bow is powerful. Do not aim it at our kin." "Understood," he said, irritably fastening the phoenix bow to his side as he paraded through the tribe. Many young members of the Wu clan cast envious glances at him. "Is it really worth giving him such a treasured artifact that you painstakingly crafted?" Ho-Tu remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Of course it is worth it." Zhang Xi shook his head. "Do not underestimate Yi's decision to withdraw from the contest for Enlightenment. This is quite significant for our tribe." "How so?" Ho-Tu asked, intrigued. "At the very least, it sets a precedent for us," Zhang Xi stated with seriousness. "From now on, the Wu clan's choice of partners will not be determined solely by strength, but rather by mutual affection. After all, who does not wish to find someone with whom they share a deep connection over the long passage of time?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ho-Tu's beautiful eyes, but she quickly concealed it, adopting a serious demeanor instead. "Now that you lack a treasured artifact, will you still accompany them on the hunt?" "Oh no, how could I forget this?" Zhang Xi exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and hurriedly chased after. "Could you lend me the bow for a while?" I promised to return it after the hunt. No way, this is my bow, he replied with caution. I just need to borrow it for a bit. No. Don T come to me. He leapt away and vanished into the tribe. That little rascal. Zhang Xi muttered indignantly under his breath. She. Let us go. Ho Qing beckoned to him. I am not feeling well today. Perhaps, brother Xi, spare me, even managed to injure Ho Qing. How could you be unwell? Hua Fu quickly put his arm around his shoulder. Come on, don't repay kindness with malice. Zhang Xi shouted in anger. Hurry, we are leaving. Ma and Nyo grabbed his hands, insisting he join the main group. Ho Tu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xi's forlorn expression. Many from the Wu clan were taken aback. In their impression, the leader rarely laughed, and when she did, she was truly captivating. Zhang Xi found himself encircled by young members of the Wu clan, with Ho Qing leading the way ahead, while Yi stood beside him with the phoenix bow. Followed by Hua Fu and Nyod, he had initially thought that hunting with the Wu clan would be easy, but after accompanying them, he realized it was far from simple. Many primordial beings sensed the presence of the Wu clan and fled from afar. The ones that did not escape were merely ordinary-sized beasts, hardly enough to satisfy the Wu clan's hunger. Thus Ho Qing and the others ignored them entirely. After about 3 days of aimless searching, I see this aimless wandering a bit pointless? Zhang Xi suggested. I don't know why, but there used to be great beasts living in these areas. Ho Qing frowned. Is it possible that these great beasts have been summoned by the heavenly court to serve as soldiers? Zhang Xi ventured cautiously. Damn it, Ho Qing lamented. No wonder when you battled the phoenix last time. I saw so much food in the sky. Those were heavenly soldiers. Food, really? Zhang Xi's mouth twitched slightly. Why don't we catch some xiao and raise them in the tribe? That way, we wouldn't lack food in the future. Not happening, Ho Qing declined. Our hunting is indeed for food, but also for tempering our bodies. If we hide in the tribe all day, we will never become true members of the Wu clan. Zhang Xi fell silent. Brother Xi, do you know why our Wu clan is powerful? Hua Fu whispered. Aren't we descendants of the Panga deity? Our bloodline is innately strong. Zhang Xi replied matter-of-factly. Not at all, he interjected. The Wu clan's method of body refinement comes through life and death experiences. Thus, if we do not hunt, our bloodlines will not awaken. In the vast wilderness, there will no longer be a place for our Wu clan. Is it really that extreme? Zhang Xi was taken aback. Although he spoke lightly, the words life and death sounded perilously ominous. Xi, if you wish to become a true member of the Wu clan, you must continuously hunt. Only through constant hunting can our bodies grow stronger. Free from fear, Ho Qing stated earnestly. All right, Zhang Xi nodded solemnly. A discovery. Suddenly, Neo shouted. In an instant, all the young members of the Wu clan stood up and raced forward. You mere weeds dare to trample upon the dignity of the Dragon clan? A very familiar voice rang out, causing Zhang Xi to pause momentarily. Ahead, a handsome youth stood atop a snow-white fox, the fox's 3 tails thrashing behind it, eyes filled with despair. Surrounding the fox, dozens of foxes of various colors had already met their demise. While a few that were still alive were being toyed with by members of the Dragon clan, some even casting lewd glances. The Dragon clan truly spares no one, not even foxes. They could rival Third Brother in their cruelty. Who? The Dragon clan youth suddenly snorted coldly and transformed into his true form. Attack! At Ho Qing's command, a black arrow shot forth from the crowd, striking a giant dragon that was clutching a fox in its chest, leaving a massive black hole. Roar! The giant dragon bellowed in anguish and then collapsed. You dare to attack the Dragon clan? The Dragon clan youth roared furiously as he flew towards the Wu clan. The dragons behind him also transformed into their true forms. Ho Qing charged forward, landing a punch directly on the Dragon clan youth's head. With a thunderous crash, the Dragon clan youth was hammered into the ground. Yet, Ho Qing showed no intention of letting up. He leapt high and stomped on the dragon's head again. Roar! The Dragon clan youth howled in fury, blood spewing from his mouth and nostrils like a giant dragon. Witnessing this, rushed over and clawed through Ho Qing's shoulder, throwing him aside. After crashing into several large trees, Ho Qing got back up. Instead of feeling discouraged, he was even more exhilarated. Wu clan, how dare you ambush me? Do you wish to wage war against the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan youth shouted angrily. Ao Guang, cease your words. The dragon that had struck Ho Qing transformed back into human form, revealing a man with white hair, yet youthful appearance. Elder Ao Zhu. The Wu clan differs from us, he whispered. Although they are combative, they mostly follow their tribal leaders. And in the vast wilderness, there are a total of 12 leaders of the Wu clan, each incredibly powerful. If a true conflict arises, we do not know how many of our kin would perish. But are we to allow them to bully us? Ao Guang protested. Ao Zhu was about to respond when a black arrow flew towards him. He raised his hand to catch the arrow, but the immense force sent him flying back 100 meters before he could regain his balance. I never expected the mighty Wu clan to resort to such despicable ambushes, Ao Zhu mocked. Nor did I anticipate the formidable Dragon Clan to cruelly slaughter a few foxes in the vast wilderness, a serene voice echoed, causing everyone to tremble slightly. Who are you? Ao Zhu asked coldly. Brother Xi, do not waste your breath with these little insects. Just slay them, he said, standing beside Zhang Xi with the phoenix bow in hand. Xi? After muttering a few words, Ao Zhu suddenly erupted in fury, questioning, as a disciple of the Zixiao Palace, why are you collaborating with the Witch Clan to slaughter our Dragon Clan? The absurdity of his words drew a light laugh from Zhang Xi, who replied, This is the great wilderness, not your sea, You may massacre the Fox Clan, but we cannot retaliate against you. On what grounds? Just because you have the Ancestor Dragon to protect you? With a sharp tongue, Ao Zhu declared, Let me see what extraordinary abilities the disciples of Zixiao Palace possess. He then transformed into a white dragon, his razor-sharp claws swiftly lunging towards Zhang Xi. In an instant, he shot 3 black arrows, one piercing through Ao Zhu's claw, while the other 2 targeted his chest and head. The excruciating pain in his claw compelled Ao Zhu to evade the arrows, only for Ho Qing, soaring in midair, to deliver a punch that sent his dragon head into the ground. Kwa Fu then leaped forward, seizing his tail and forcefully slamming him down. With a resounding crash, dust billowed as Ao Zhu was driven deep into the earth. Yet Kwa Fu showed no intention of letting go, yanking his tail and throwing him towards Nüwa, who, having gathered his strength, struck Ao Zhu with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling through the air, bloodied scales scattering in his wake. Elder! Ao Guang's eyes widened in rage as he prepared to transform. However, a purple longsword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Dare to make a move, and I shall use your dragon horn as a wine cup, came the threat. Which clan? You dare kill me? Ao Guang retorted arrogantly, I am of the pure bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Should anything happen to me, your Witch Clan will face our extermination in an instant. You may certainly. Tried a flash of purple light appeared, and the sword embedded itself into his flesh. Xi, if you dare harm him, our Dragon Clan will be locked in eternal enmity with your Zixiao Palace. Ao Zhu bellowed. You are truly laughable, Zhang Xi responded, shaking his head. Let us not even consider whether your Dragon Clan has the capability to confront us if we were to ally with the Witch Clan. Even your Ancestor Dragon would think twice. Wouldn't he? Well said. A voice thundered from above. A sudden black light surged towards Zhang Xi. Recognizing the familiar voice, beads of sweat formed on Zhang Xi's brow. As the black light drew near, Ho Qing and Nüwa abandoned their opponents and surged towards it. With a mighty explosion, a shockwave radiated outward. Ao Guang was immediately sent flying, while Zhang Xi, grasped by an unseen force, was whisked away to safety, coughing up blood. Ho Qing and the others reeled from the impact, while only a tall man remained standing at their previous position. Ancestor Dragon, Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and called out, Xi, I wish to see how your Zixiao Palace intends to overcome my Dragon Clan. The Ancestor Dragon proclaimed proudly. You have offended Yuan Feng and the Dragon Clan. Is there still a place for you in this great wilderness? Ha! Zhang Xi laughed heartily. Oh, you truly believe your Dragon Clan is invincible in this world? How absurd! Above us is the heavenly court. If you wish to rampage through the great wilderness, have you consulted the heavenly court or the way of heaven? As the Ancestor Dragon opened his mouth to respond, a dark mass appeared in the sky, revealing a group of figures, led by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Your Majesty, Zhang Xi saluted Emperor Jun. This great wilderness is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Your ancestor dragon slaughters my people at will. How shall you deal with this? Here we go again, Emperor Jun thought, tightening his grip on his sword. The Zixiao Palace was indeed a place of extraordinary heroes, yet this young junior brother had a knack for dragging others into trouble, providing reasons that were impossible to refute. Emperor Jun, what will you do? The ancestor dragon asked coldly. Ancestor dragon, you and your people should leave. Emperor Jun sighed that she's correct. As the ruler of the three realms, I cannot allow you to indiscriminately slaughter my people. Ridiculous. When did you? Emperor Jun, develop a heart of compassion. The ancestor dragon mocked. I remember when you led the demon clan to wreak havoc in the great wilderness. You showed no such mercy then. Times change, Zhang Xi remarked with a light laugh. Previously, your majesty was merely the leader of the demon clan. Now, he is the ruler of the three realms. With a different status comes different responsibilities. Sharp-tongued, the ancestor dragon scoffed, reaching out to grasp Zhang Xi, who found himself uncontrollably flying towards him. Just then, a large bell descended from the sky, interposing itself between them. Dong Huang, what is the meaning of this? The ancestor dragon roared out. If so, let us have a battle. Emperor Jun slowly drew his sword. Behind him, Baizhe raised his hand, and countless celestial soldiers brandished their weapons. Your Majesty, if you and Dong Huang can keep the ancestor dragon occupied, we will swiftly take care of these fellows. Zhang Xi shouted. The ancestor dragon's expression darkened. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai also wore serious faces. How dare this individual give them orders? Yet the constant address of your Majesty made it hard to refuse. Hearing Zhang Xi's words, the ancestor dragon's face turned grim. He could not fathom how the Zixiao Palace, filled with elite heroes, could produce such a miscreant. Ancestor dragon, what say you? Emperor Jun said nonchalantly, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. My dragon clan fears nothing. Ao Guang roared. Very well, then let us have a contest. Emperor Jun declared, descending from the sky with the slaughtering sword in hand, followed by Dong Huang Tai and the 10 great demon lords. The dragon clan transformed into their true forms, ready for battle. Emperor Jun, think carefully. Our dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are the mainstays of the heavenly court. If one flourishes, all flourish. If one suffers, all suffer. Even if you unite with the witch clan to defeat my dragon clan today, can your heavenly court withstand the phoenix and Qilin clans? The ancestor dragon slowly stated. Emperor Jun's expression shifted, becoming increasingly grim. Beware of your words. Zhang Xi stepped forward, clasping his hands. If we obliterate your dragon clan today, your Majesty will immediately petition the way of heaven to decree the Phoenix clan as the foremost avian species in the great wilderness and the Qilin clan as the revered terrestrial beasts. The two clans will jointly uphold the order of the three realms. How splendid that would be. Well said. Emperor Jun clapped in delight, laughing heartily. Ancestor Dragon, I believe Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin would be delighted to witness your downfall. The Ancestor Dragon fell silent, his gaze towards Zhang Xi filled with malice. Dong Huang Tai stepped forward, subtly positioning himself in front of Zhang Xi, while the witch clan encircled him protectively. Ready to shield him at the first sign of conflict, a tense stalemate ensued. Neither side dared to make the first move. Ancestor Dragon, will you fight or not? Zhang Xi asked with a smile. If not, then take your people and leave. The Emperor is the ruler of the three realms, possessing a compassionate heart, and will naturally not hold you accountable. Damn it. Who gave you the right to speak here? Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi's lips twitched. Though this fellow constantly stirred up trouble, his words were both respectful and pleasing to the ear of Xi as a disciple of the Zixiao Palace. Hiding behind others is no true skill, the Ancestor Dragon taunted. Why not come out and face me alone? Your words are quite amusing, Zhang Xi replied with a smile. You know that as a disciple of the Zixiao Palace, it is only natural for my senior brother to support me. Are your dragon offspring not hiding behind you as well? If so, let me have my clan's younger generation face you alone. The Ancestor Dragon suggested. This matter should be resolved by you. I think that proposal is excellent. Emperor Jun smiled softly. Junior brother, I cannot always protect you. Of course. Zhang, she took a step forward, turning to Ho Qing. If anything happens to me, you must not intervene. That if I fall today, return my body to the Zhixiao Palace, and tell my master and senior brothers and sisters not to seek revenge for me. Both Emperor Jun and the Ancestor Dragon twitched at his words. Was this a form of intimidation? Xi, let me handle this. Ho Qing stood beside him, and oh need. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Did you not tell me that if one cannot face their inner fears, they are unworthy of being a true member of the Witch clan? Very well. Ho Qing nodded, casting a glance at Emperor Jun and the Ancestor Dragon. Why, Lord, let me take this on. Ao Guang stepped forward, declaring, he has humiliated me today. If I do not slay him, how can I walk freely in the great wilderness in the future? Agreed. Zulong proclaimed loudly, as a descendant of my dragon clan, your ambition is truly commendable. Unlike certain individuals who resort to cunning schemes. Upon hearing his agreement, Ao Guang immediately transformed into his true form, a colossal azure dragon, several hundred meters in length, exuding the formidable aura of a Daluo golden immortal. Zhang Xi took a deep breath and bowed respectfully towards the heavenly palace, addressing his master, Hongjun. The crowd gasped in astonishment, glancing towards the sky at that moment. Zhang Xi transformed into a beam of white light, while the Kang sword radiated a blinding glow. Roar! Ao Guang suddenly bore a massive gash across his body. Do you dare to deceive me? Zulong bellowed in fury. Zulong, what are your intentions? Ho Qing and the others stepped forward. Their expressions sterned at Di Jun, and the others wore bitter smiles, realizing that this fellow was indeed shameless. I will slay you. Ao Guang roared, raising his dragon claw towards Zhang Xi. Unfazed, Zhang Xi brandished the Kang sword, which once again emitted a dazzling white light. Seeing this, Ao Guang lowered his claw slightly, evading the sword's edge, and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames. Zhang Xi hurriedly positioned his sword in front of his chest. With a thunderous boom, he was sent flying. Ao Guang, slightly trembling, transformed into a streak of azure light, pursuing Zhang Xi. After stabilizing himself mid-air, Zhang Xi unleashed several sword beams from the Kang sword, all of which Ao Guang skillfully dodged. Just as Ao Guang reveled in his triumph, he caught sight of Zhang Xi's enigmatic smile. Alarmed, he hastened towards Zhang Xi. However, Zhang Xi extended his right hand, causing the Kang sword to vanish, replaced by a flawless white longbow. Shimmering with dark light, whoosh, an arrow shot forth. Ao Guang ducked to avoid it. Go. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, and his Taoist robe immediately soared into the air, transforming into a massive taiji diagram that enveloped Ao Guang. Whoosh! Another arrow was released. Ao Guang attempted to evade again, but found himself ensnared tightly by the taiji diagram, unable to move an inch. The dark arrow pierced through his chest. Ao Guang, Ao Zhu Shote, ready to rush forward for aid, only to be halted by Zulong. Our dragon clan's word is our bond. Since we agreed that it would be a duel between two, no one else may intervene. With a resounding crash, Ao Guang was propelled away. Zhang Xi sheathed the phoenix bow and recalled the taiji diagram, transforming into a beam of white light as he pursued, delivering a powerful punch to Ao Guang's back. Ao Guang, who had been suspended in midair, was immediately slammed to the ground, and Zhang Xi once again became a white light, forcefully stepping down. Ao Guang was driven deep into the earth, dust swirling around him. Just as he attempted to rise and counterattack, an arrow glimmering with dark light was already pressed against his forehead. Beads of sweat appeared on Ao Guang's brow, and he dared not move. The previous arrow had left a profound impression on him. Should it strike his head, he would likely be gravely injured, if not killed. Zulong, what say you? Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Zulong's face was ashen, remaining silent. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, however, looked on in astonishment. It was astonishing that a mere golden immortal could defeat a Daluo golden immortal, although the first strike had an element of surprise. A Daluo golden immortal battling a golden immortal was hardly a glorious affair, yet they could not fathom why this junior disciple, despite his formidable strength, consistently pulled them in as shields, just as Zulong was about to speak. A graceful figure appeared in the sky. Senior sister, Holy Mother! Zhang Xi and Di Jun exclaimed in unison. Zulong gazed at Nüwa hovering above, his expression darkening further. The Master commands that you continue your journeys through the three realms. All matters are to be handled by Di Jun, and you must not continue to clash with the Dragon Clan. Nüwa stated calmly. I shall faithfully adhere to the Master's decree. Zhang Xi and Di Jun both bowed deeply. Ao Guang then transformed into a streak of azure light and returned to Zulong's side. Observing the black hole in Ao Guang's chest, Zulong waved his right hand, and the once profusely bleeding wound healed instantly. Thank you. My lord. Ao Guang exhaled in relief. Zulong, what say you? Zhang Xi smiled. You have won. Zulong gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words, reverting to his true form. Just as he prepared to flee, Zhang Xi chuckled. Is it truly so simple for the esteemed progenitor of dragons to admit defeat? What more do you desire? Ao Guang retorted angrily. I do not converse with defeated foes. Zhang Xi replied with a cold laugh. Do not overreach. Zulong warned in a deep voice. I have spared your dragon sons and grandsons. You must offer something in return. Zhang Xi laughed. I have heard that the Dragon Clan possesses countless rare treasures. I happen to be in need of a mount. What do you say? You dare to treat my Dragon Clan as a mere mount. Zulong roared with fury. At that moment, Nüwa descended from the sky, standing beside Zhang Xi. Without uttering a word, her demon-summoning banner indicated her stance. Zulong, I merely stated that your Dragon Clan possesses countless rare treasures, but I did not suggest that they serve as mounts. Zhang Xi laughed heartily. Zulong, are not a petty person and would not simply use a trinket to dismiss me, would you? You! Zulong was on the verge of exploding with rage, utterly humiliated to be outmaneuvered by a mere golden immortal. My lord, why not give him the 9-dragon incense palanquin? Ao Zhu whispered. This fellow is quite troublesome, and with Nüwa here, should things escalate, we may not emerge unscathed. Give it to him. Zulong gritted his teeth. As you wish, after a slight bow. Ao Zhu transformed into his true form and opened his mouth, producing an exceptionally ornate palanquin. The palanquin was golden in color, adorned with exquisite carvings, drawn by 9 5-clawed golden dragons. However, the expressions of the 5-clawed golden dragons were vacant. Clearly soulless puppets, yet they were undeniably magnificent. Thank you, Lord Zulong, for your generous gift. Zhang Xi clasped his hands in gratitude. No need for thanks, Zulong huffed coldly. What transpired today will surely be repaid in kind in the future. We take our leave. With that, he tore through the void, transforming into his true form and vanishing within. The other dragons followed suit. As Ao Guang entered the void, he cast a fierce glare at Zhang Xi. As if to engrave his visage in memory, Di Jun looked at the palanquin Zhang Xi had claimed, feeling a mix of discomfort. After all this commotion, he had gained nothing and instead incurred the enmity of the Dragon Clan, which was utterly preposterous. Your Majesty is undoubtedly busy with important matters. I shall take my leave. Zhang Xi smiled, clasping his hands. Today, your Majesty wielded the might of the heavenly court to repel the Dragon Clan. Such a wise sovereign is indeed a blessing for the great wilderness. Di Jun's previously grim expression softened slightly upon hearing this compliment, at least appreciating the flattery. However, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Bai Zhe regarded Zhang Xi with grave expressions. Recognizing that this previously inconspicuous golden immortal possessed a keen intellect and exceptional skills, manipulating the heavenly court, the Dragon Clan, and the Witch Clan with ease, he would likely become a formidable adversary for the heavenly court in the future. Junior brother, have you heard the Master say not to stir up trouble and to travel peacefully through the great wilderness? Di Jun admonished. Naturally, Zhang Xi replied, gently holding the tightly furrowed brows of Nüwa. Smiling softly, with your Majesty overseeing the heavenly court, the great wilderness will undoubtedly remain peaceful. No one will dare to provoke me. I hope so, Di Jun remarked before gradually fading from view. Dong Huang Tai Yi and the others bowed to Nüwa before ascending into the sky. Zhang Xi sighed deeply and lay down on the ground. Utterly exhausted, that moment, a 3-tailed white fox approached, raising its small paws to support him. Why are you not fleeing for your life, but here instead? Zhang Xi inquired. My kin have been relentlessly slaughtered by the Dragon Clan. We have nowhere left to go, the three-tailed white fox lamented. Your fox clan is not insignificant. How could you all have been exterminated? Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Come, go in search of your kin. Esteemed immortal. May I stay by your side? The white fox pleaded pitifully. The great wilderness is perilous, and I fear that before I find my kin, I will be devoured by a great demon. You are indeed a pitiable soul. Zhang Xi extended his hand to gently stroke the head of the white fox. In an instant, the creature, which had originally stood as tall as a person, shrank to a diminutive size and leaped onto his shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Nüwa's expression darkened with displeasure. The white fox immediately curled up into a ball. Refraining from uttering another word, Xi, let us retrieve the food first. You must hurry back, Ho Qing suggested with a smile. Food? Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback. He observed as Kuafu and the others expertly began to lift the lifeless bodies of the fox clan. Slain at the hands of the dragon tribe, tears welled in the eyes of the white fox, yet it dared not speak. Come back with me first, Nüwa urged, grasping Zhang Xi's hand at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Tontian, patriarch, boisterously declared, Junior disciple, how remarkable it is that you defeated the dragon tribe with merely your golden immortal cultivation today. Elder brother, please do not mock me, Zhang Xi replied helplessly. If it were not for the weapon refining methods taught to me by my virtuous senior, I would surely have met a tragic end at the hands of the dragon tribe today. Impossible, said Yuan Shi Tianzun, shaking his head. Our master has calculated that you have a 90% chance of victory against Ao Guang. How did he arrive at that conclusion? Zhang Xi's lips twitched slightly. Master said that if you did not employ magical artifacts, you would definitely lead Ao Guang to a deserted location and allow the witch clan to deal with him. Dao Tianzun remarked with a light chuckle. Our master cannot defame one's reputation without cause, Zhang Xi retorted, discontented. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning descended from above, striking Zhang Xi to the ground. Even the white fox perched upon his shoulder was not spared. Its once pristine white fur turned pitch black, emanating wisps of smoke. If you did not intend to deceive, why did you have Hood ambush from afar? Hongjun's figure materialized beside him. Was it not to guard against the ancestor dragon's deceit? Zhang Xi defended himself with conviction. Then why did you instruct Hutu that once you had slain Ao Guang, he should unite with the heavenly court to eradicate the dragon tribe? Hongjun sneered. I fear that the ancestor dragon would not take defeat lightly, Zhang Xi confessed, feeling guilty. What if I were to kill Ao Guang? And in his fury, he retaliated with all his might. I am merely a golden immortal, after all. You are aware that you are only a golden immortal. Hongjun replied sharply. You dare to engage with a great Luo golden immortal? If you were to become a great Luo golden immortal one day, would not your senior brothers and sisters become your prey? Master, how could you sow discord among us brothers? Zhang Xi exclaimed angrily. Am I the one sowing discord? Hongjun laughed incredulously. Who is it that told Huda to eliminate Dijuan and frame it upon the dragon tribe should he fall? Master, you can hear our private conversations too? Zhang Xi's face fell in despair. The three pure ones and Nüwa looked at him in horror, realizing that he had made extensive preparations even before the battle. You, as a golden immortal, defeating a great Luo golden immortal of the dragon tribe, is indeed commendable and does not bring shame to our Zixiao palace. Master, please do not be too harsh on him, Dao Tianzun advised. The reason he is so reckless is due to the indulgence of you senior brothers and sisters. Hongjun expressed his discontent. Master, to my knowledge, this matter does not involve junior brother. Nüwa spoke softly. If it were not for the dragon tribe's massacre of the fox clan that junior brother witnessed, he would not have intervened. Speaking of this, Zhang Xi cradled the fox resting upon his shoulder and asked softly, why does the dragon tribe seek to exterminate your clan? They wish to capture us and make us their slaves. The white fox replied, tears glistening in its eyes. Since the emergence of the world, our Qingxiu fox clan has suffered multiple massacres at the hands of the dragon tribe. All male foxes have been slaughtered, while the females are abducted to serve as concubines. The dragon tribe truly spares no one, Zhang Xi lamented. Junior brother, why do you keep this fox by your side? Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired solemnly. We all hail from reputable teachings as the rightful lineage of the great wilderness. We should not associate with such beings of fur and horn, born from dampness. How can you say such a thing? Tontian Patriarch objected. I in the great wilderness. Anyone with 9 orifices can attain enlightenment. We must not be excessively harsh. Elder brother, if I recall correctly, I too am of fur and horn, born from dampness. Zhang Xi replied gravely. How can you be the same? Yuan Shi Tanzun exclaimed urgently. You were personally enlightened by our junior sister and received teachings from our master. You are the rightful successor of our Zixiao palace, and cannot be compared to those of the unorthodox paths. Elder brother, our Zixiao lineage ought to benefit all beings in the great wilderness, adhering to the principle of inclusiveness. Zhang Xi sighed. Well said. Tontian Patriarch clapped and laughed heartily. Junior brother, your words resonate with my heart. We, as reputable teachings, must continue the legacy of our master's doctrine and embrace inclusiveness. Junior brother, this assertion is fundamentally flawed. Dao Tianzun interjected respectfully. Those of fur and horn, born from dampness, wreak havoc in the great wilderness. To enlighten those with ill nature would only bring disaster upon it. Elder brother, the great wilderness remains unstable. It is too early to discuss such matters. Zhang Xi replied, bowing respectfully. The great wilderness is vast. When the 3 of you establish your own sects in the future, you may teach according to your own principles. Junior brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun began to speak. But Zhang Xi raised his hand to stop him. Elder brother, let us speak no more. Kunlun Mountain fell into silence. After a long pause, Hongjun finally spoke. You are all exceptionally talented individuals. Do not allow external matters to sway your understanding of the Tao. She is correct. The great wilderness is vast, and when you establish your own sects in the future, you will naturally attain insights. We shall heed your teachings, the group replied in unison, with a flick of his right hand. Hongjun transformed the white fox into human form. She appeared graceful and dignified, bearing a striking resemblance to Nüwa, yet with an added touch of allure. Her delicate, pitiful face was adorned with tears, evoking deep sympathy. You are female? Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Tu Shanyiya. I thank the Tao ancestor for this enlightenment, the white fox said as she gracefully knelt. Junior brother, you truly did not know she was a female? Tontian Patriarch teased. I thought this was a match you sought for yourself. Humph, Nüwa huffed, displeased. Tontian Patriarch quickly realized he had misspoken and fell silent, bowing his head. Elder brother, please do not jest, Zhang Xi stated with gravity. I merely felt compassion for her entire clan being slaughtered. Moreover, I am still unaware of my own bloodline, so how could I harbor such intentions? Bloodline is not of utmost importance. Nüwa spoke softly. I have told you before, although you possess the bloodline of the witch clan, you are an innate being, and no one can influence your thoughts. Thank you, senior sister. Zhang Xi sincerely grasped her hand. Despite Nüwa's irritable temperament and impulsive nature, she truly had no faults in her treatment of him. Rise, Hongjun gestured with a slight lift of his right hand, and Tu Shanyi stood up immediately. Since you acknowledge Xi as your master, you shall serve him faithfully henceforth. Do not let him down. Serve him? Zhang Xi seemed to recall something, waving his right hand. The 9 dragons of incense appeared before the assembly. Junior brother, where did you acquire this item? Yuan Shi Tianzun asked, his breath quickening. I spared A.O. Guang's life. Surely the dragon tribe would make some gesture. Zhang Xi replied with a gentle smile. Elder brother, when I first laid eyes on this item, I felt a connection to you, so I brought it back to Kunlun Mountain as a gift. Unacceptable, Tongtian Patriarch said sternly. Junior brother, this item was obtained through your perilous confrontation with the ancestor dragon. How can you so easily give it away? Third brother speaks wisely. This matter cannot proceed, Dao Tianzun added. Junior brother, this is not permissible, Yuan Shi Tianzun stated stiffly. Hongjun and Nüwa remained silent, observing Zhang Xi quietly. Elder brother, do you blame me for a few words exchanged? Zhang Xi feigned displeasure. Though we are brothers, it is often said that an elder brother is like a father. Can there truly be lingering resentment between brothers? How can you utter such heart-wrenching words? Yuan Shi Tianzun exclaimed, aghast. We are merely engaged in a battle of wits. As your elder brother, I care for you and would not harbor resentment. Then accept it, Zhang Xi declared, pointing with his right hand. The 9 golden dragons roared and rushed towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. This Yuan Shi Tianzun hesitated. Elder brother, this is a token of my genuine affection. Zhang Xi spoke earnestly. To be frank, among the 3 clear ones, he found the most affinity with Tong Tian Jiao Master. Dao Tianzun resembled a wise mentor and friend, always ready to assist whenever needed without hesitation. Conversely, his interactions with Yuan Shi Tianzun were limited, primarily due to Yuan Shi's penchant for maintaining an aloof demeanor and his inclination towards lecturing. Nevertheless, he treated Zhang Xi with a modicum of kindness, since it is a gift from your junior brother. You ought to accept it, Hongjun remarked. Though your junior brother is exceptionally intelligent, he has never plotted against you, and henceforth, you all should look out for him, that we shall diligently heed our master's teachings. The others promptly replied with respectful bows. Following the acquisition of the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin, Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared quite pleased. Yet at that moment, Tong Tian Jiao Master jested. Second brother, your junior brother has bestowed such a treasure upon you. How can you not offer him something in return? What utter nonsense! Zhang Xi retorted, his displeasure evident, and my sincere admiration for my elder brother has been reduced to a transaction in your words. Do not take offense, junior brother. I misspoke, Tong Tian Jiao Master hastily clarified. You're simply too hasty, Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, waving his Taoist robe, but a black wooden staff materialized in his grasp, topped with a blood-red cloth that shimmered with light, subtly revealing the colors of chaos and yin-yang, with characters flowing across it, inscribed with the great Tao prophecy. Panga banner? Nüwa was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Yuan Shi Tianzun would produce such an item. Master, this object is far too precious. I am but at the golden immortal level and unworthy to possess it, Zhang Xi said, bowing respectfully. Oh, you not know what this is? Dao Tianzun inquired with a smile. I do not, Zhang Xi replied earnestly. But judging by his elder sister's reaction, it was undoubtedly a congenital treasure and one of Yuan Shi's cherished possessions. The principle of a gentleman not seizing what others cherish certainly applies here. Well said, well said. A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Hongjun laughed heartily. I initially thought you to be quite cunning, worrying for your future, yet I did not anticipate your character to be so open-hearted. It appears I have overthought. Master, what image do you hold of me? Zhang Xi questioned, his face darkened. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter, startling numerous small creatures into fleeing. Tushan Yaya transformed into a white fox and leaped back on Zhang Xi's shoulder. She had no place to speak among such esteemed figures. Junior brother, do not speak excessively, Yuan Shi Tianzun insisted, placing the Panga banner into Zhang Xi's hands with sincerity. Though I lack eloquence, my care for you is not less than that of our elder brother and third brother. We should maintain frequent interactions henceforth. Indeed, as brothers and neighbors, how could we lack communication? Zhang Xi smiled. I almost forgot. Yuan Shi Tianzun teased. After you descended the mountain for training, Kunlun Mountain has lost its former vibrancy. Elder brother, are you repaying kindness with resentment? Zhang Xi retorted angrily, as expected. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Hongjun's expression darkened immediately. That I sent you for training. What are you doing here? Master, should you provoke trouble again, I shall imprison you in the Zixiao Palace for 1,000 years, Hongjun declared sternly, waving his sleeve, causing Zhang Xi to vanish instantly. The 3 clear ones and Nüwa exchanged glances, bursting into laughter once more. In the great wilderness at the Hoda tribe, Zhang Xi had just arrived when he was embraced by Quafu and, Brother Xi, you have finally returned, Quafu exclaimed with concern. The chief said if he didn't come back soon, we would have to seek you out in the Zixiao Palace. Do not fret. I merely returned to visit my master, Zhang Xi replied, turning to Yi. Why are you not drinking and roasting meat? What are you doing here? Brother Xi, my bow, he said, his face reddening. Look at your stingy demeanor. Do you think I would misuse it? Zhang Xi remarked, waving his Taoist robe, causing the phoenix bow to hover before him. Before he could speak, he eagerly seized it and sighed in relief. Brother Xi, why did you bring this fox clan back? We have enough food to eat. Haoqing's remark instantly ruffled Tushan Yaya's fur. She clung tightly to Zhang Xi's neck, her eyes blazing red. Are you reacting? Zhang Xi glanced at her, pulling her into an embrace, then smiled. Do not speak nonsense, She will be my pet from now on. Not food, a pet. Haoqing scoffed. She merely possesses the cultivation of Xianxian. What use is such a worthless creature? Is it your concern? Zhang Xi retorted indignantly. You have the freedom to pluck fruit and brew wine daily. Yet I cannot have my own preferences? Look at you. I was merely joking. Why are you angry? Haoqing laughed, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Since you enjoy caring for such a creature, I shall find you more tomorrow. So you can have your fill. Spare me. Zhang Xi shot back, but let it be known beforehand, you cannot eat my pet. She has little meat on her, not enough for me alone. Haoqing laughed. Come, let us drink. The crowd surrounded Zhang Xi at the campfire, where Hudu had long been waiting. Upon seeing the white fox in Zhang Xi's arms, she paused momentarily, then said sternly, Our witch clan's bloodline must not be tainted by outsiders. Sister, this is Yi's pet, Haoqing chuckled. Besides, when have you seen the witch clan intermarry with outsiders? A pet. What use is it to raise her? Huda's expression softened slightly. That I obtained a 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin from the ancestral dragon. But it is too extravagant and would make me a living target. So my master bestowed the white fox upon me for mobility. Zhang Xi explained helplessly. Could you not find a phoenix or dragon as a mount instead? Haoqing scoffed. The white fox cannot soar through the clouds nor traverse the seas. What good is she? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me today? Zhang Xi shouted angrily. Not at all. I merely spoke my mind. Haoqing hastily assured. Since you like her, you may keep her, but remember my words that I understand. Zhang Xi patted Tushan Yaya, who immediately transformed into human form and followed him closely. Haoqing and the others merely cast her a glance before losing interest. To the self-important witch clan, no matter how beautiful an outsider appeared, they were merely food. Brother, let us drink. Nüwa handed over a bamboo bowl. This is quite well made. Zhang Xi marveled. The bowl's rim was white while its body was a deep green. Though crafted from bamboo, it felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of fine jade that I made it. Nüwa replied joyfully. They all say such things are useless, but I think it looks quite nice that Dio not mind them. Zhang Xi said, wrapping an arm around Nüwa's shoulder. Life is so long. Aside from cultivation, we ought to have our own hobbies, right? Since you possess such talent, why not craft me a set of wine vessels? Absolutely, Nüwa exclaimed, swelling with pride. After we finish drinking, I will search for materials and guarantee a beautiful set of wine vessels for you. Good brother, Zhang Xi embraced him. Hudu observed this and couldn't help but feel a bit reproachful. Why did he enjoy teasing the young ones? Do sit down. Do not be anxious. Zhang Xi turned to Tushan Yaya and softly said, Here, no one can harm you. Enjoy your drink and meat. Yes, master, Tushan Yaya expressed her gratitude. Master? Zhang Xi was taken aback upon hearing the term, but seeing Tushan Yaya's nervous expression, he could only offer a wry smile. He recalled how cautious she must have been when Nüwa enlightened him in the past. The group sat on the ground drinking. Tushan Yaya nestled closely against Zhang Xi, too timid to reach for the meat. Only when Zhang Xi offered it did she dare to take it, lowering her head to nibble gently. Yet when she tasted the roasted meat, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, one must never underestimate the allure of delicious food, Zhang Xi mused softly in his heart. At that moment, Hutu produced an ancient zither and handed it to Zhang X. It has been a long time since I last heard you play, she remarked. Very well. Zhang Xi placed the guzheng upon his lap and, after a gentle caress, began to play. The once boisterous tribe fell into an immediate hush, with nearly all eyes fervently fixed upon the closed-eyed Zhang Xi as he caressed the strings. Tushan Yaya gazed at him in sheer admiration. Could it be that such enchanting melodies existed in the wasteland? Once upon a time, Zhang Xi had fantasized about what it might be like to attain immortality. Yet now, in the great wilderness, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, he found life still rather tedious. Hunting had once been a pleasurable pastime, but Haoqing and the others did not venture out daily. They only hunted when the tribe faced a shortage of food. After finishing his drink, Zhang Xi whispered something to Nüwa, whose eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as they walked arm in arm. Observing this, Tushan Yaya transformed into her true form and leapt onto his back. Sister, where are they off to? Haoqing inquired curiously. How would I know? Hutu replied with exasperation. Your elder brother, she's like a child, always frolicking with you. That is not fair, Ho Ching retorted. Displeased, she's a child. I'm far more mature than he is. Go on. Off to play, Ho Tu said, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi followed Nüwa for quite a distance until they stumbled upon a lush bamboo grove. The stalks as thick as a grown man's waist and remarkably resilient. Elder brother Xi, this place is quite far from the tribe. How did you discover it? Zhang Xi asked, intrigued that I have a fondness for wood. So I often wander around the tribe's outskirts. Nüwa grinned that I too have a fondness for wood. After patting Nüwa's shoulder, Zhang Xi extended his right hand, grasping the Zhang He sword. Nüwa wielded a large stone axe, ready to embark on the bamboo felling endeavor. Yet before he could make a move, Zhang Xi's white light flickered, and the ground was soon strewn with severed bamboo. Wow! Nüwa gasped, eyes wide with envy. Elder brother Xi, your tool is far superior to my axe. This cannot be shared, Zhang Xi replied, retracting the Zhang He sword. It was bestowed upon me by my master, but when the time comes, we shall gather some materials, and I will craft you a fine axe. Thank you, elder brother Xi, Nüwa exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Within the tribe, countless individuals envied Yi's phoenix bow, yet all had been warned by Ho Tu not to pester Zhang Xi for weapon crafting. Otherwise, they would have spoken up long ago. The Wu clan was never one to mince words. Let's head back, Zhang Xi said, patting Nüwa's shoulder. Certainly. Nüwa was about to hoist the bamboo when he noticed Zhang Xi tapping the golden gourd. Instantly, the scattered bamboo was drawn into the gourd. Observing the longing expression on Nüwa's face, Zhang Xi chuckled softly and waved his right hand, producing a small wooden gourd. This can also hold items. But you mustn't tell anyone that I won't say a word. I promise, Nüwa hurriedly assured him. Take this. After tossing the gourd to Nüwa, Zhang Xi led the way back to the tribe. Nüwa clutched the gourd, stuffing a large stone inside, and then retrieved it joyfully, playing with it. Tu Shanyi, who had remained silent, wore an expression of astonishment. For a fox clan, storage treasures were exceedingly rare. Many formidable demons did not possess such items. And yet her master had gifted one away so casually. What troubles you? Zhang Xi glanced at Tu Shanyi. Master, is this item of great value? She asked softly. Nüwa, who had been playing with the gourd, suddenly halted and stared at Zhang Xi. Nüwa is my kin and my brother. Its value is of no consequence. Zhang Xi gently ruffled her hair and said nonchalantly, if you desire such a thing, I shall craft one for you when I have the time. No, that's unnecessary. Tu Shanyi quickly responded that I'm merely curious. I meant no offense. Noticing her response, Zhang Xi chose to remain silent. As Nüwa hurried back to the tribe, he concealed the gourd. This item must remain hidden from others. Should it be stolen, it would be disastrous. Where have you been? Ho Tu approached. I went to gather some bamboo. Zhang Xi said, waving his robe, causing the bamboo to materialize on the ground, piled high enough to surpass a person's height. Xi, what purpose does this serve? Ho Ching scoffed at it can be used to construct houses. Zhang Xi shrugged. Our tribe's homes are merely a few wooden beams and thatch, lacking personal space and protection from the elements. Isn't that the case for everyone? Ho Tu exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Zhang Xi shook his head. Falling silent, he approached the former dwelling of Ho Tu and waved his robe again. The house was swept away by a gust of wind, soaring into the sky. Then, with a focused gaze, he made all the bamboo rise into the air. The bamboo was broken, bent, and assembled almost entirely in midair. With experience from constructing the Wu Palace, building a small house was trivial for Zhang Xi. Within just a few hours, an exquisite bamboo house stood before the onlookers. The bamboo house was elevated on stilts, approximately 2 meters off the ground, fully furnished with tables and chairs. This is absolutely stunning. Nüwa exclaimed, Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Zhang Xi said with a gentle smile. Really? Nüwa shouted excitedly, embracing him. That of course, but there are conditions, Zhang Xi teased. Once I teach you, you must build houses for everyone in the tribe. Starting with the elders, then the women, and only afterward for you youngsters. No problem. Nüwa patted his chest in assurance. First, if we were to build houses, we can create a model. Zhang Xi sat on the ground, summoned a piece of bamboo, and divided it into numerous small blocks and strips, akin to building blocks. Many tribe members gathered around, attentively listening to his explanation. However, Ho Qing and the others had no interest in house construction. They slipped away from the tribe to search the mountains for fruits. This was inspired by Ma's discovery that different fruits yielded entirely distinct flavors of wine when fermented. Thus, they aimed to seek various fruits to experiment with. Ho-Tu sat on the steps of the house, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Zhang Xi, who was deeply engrossed in his work, a faint smile creeping on her lips. Perhaps this was what a tribe leader ought to be like. It must be said that Nyo's aptitude was remarkable. In merely a few days of instruction, he could independently construct bamboo houses. Despite the various issues that arose with his constructions for the Rufu clan, this was already quite impressive. Over half a year passed. Under the collaboration of Zhang Xi, the designer, and Nyo, the engineer, the Ho-Tu tribe had undergone a remarkable transformation. Viewed from above, the village now appeared circular, surrounded by bamboo fences, with houses built around the enclosure, and a vast square in the center for communal activities. Moreover, the houses were not solely bamboo. A variety of woods were utilized. After all, to the architectural maestro Nyo, bamboo was merely one type of wood. Tempted by Zhang Xi, he even began to consider using stone for constructing houses. However, Zhang Xi faced a dilemma. His houses seemed to suffer from poor feng shui. Each time they were completed, they would be damaged for various reasons, whether from Ho Qing and the others fighting or stones inexplicably falling from the sky and shattering, that he rebuilt several times. Ultimately losing patience, that he decided to reside in Ho-Tu's house, for the leader's dwelling occupied the largest area in the entire tribe. Xi, let us go hunting, Ho Qing exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhang Xi, who was chatting with Ho Tuesday. All right, Zhang Xi readily agreed. Tu Shanya, who had been basking in the sun nearby, immediately leaped onto his shoulder. You shouldn't go, Ho Qing warned Tu Shanya. With your strength, you might get eaten by a great demon. I want to go. Tu Shanya clung tightly to Zhang Xi's neck. Ho Qing, don't get any ideas about her. Zhang Xi cautioned, I haven't forgotten how you used her as bait last time. I'm just trying to keep her from going. Ho Qing awkwardly said. Tu Shanya remained silent, clinging tightly to Zhang Xi's neck, unwilling to let go. Enough of the idle chatter. Let's be on our way, Zhang Xi remarked, giving her a gentle pat before leading the group out of the tribe. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the once feeble demon clan had swiftly ascended to become the dominant race in the vast wilderness, although their reputation could not yet rival that of the dragons. Phoenix's Chilins, or the Witch Clan, some had already begun to refer to the current Heavenly Court as the Demon Clan Heavenly Court. Countless primordial beings had flocked to join the Demon Clan, and those with formidable strength were almost all conscripted as heavenly soldiers. Dijun was now in high spirits, commanding an army of 1,000,000. However, they still harbored trepidation towards the three main protagonists of the Heavenly Court, wary of overstepping their bounds. This, however, was not welcome news for the Witch Clan. In the eyes of the world, the Witch Clan was known for their belligerence. Yet, Zhang Xi understood that they could only fully unleash their bloodline power through continuous combat. Without battle, their strength would stagnate. Despite the multitude of beings in the wilderness, it was rare to encounter a mighty demon at the level of a Deluo Jinxian. Why endure fear on the earthly plane when they could enjoy comfort in the Heavenly Court? The group had been walking for an indeterminate amount of time when a sudden roar jolted everyone to attention. There's a situation, Ho Qing exclaimed, charging ahead. Zhang Xi and the others followed closely behind. Not far away, a white tiger with wings was viciously attacking a two-headed hound. Judging by its overwhelming presence, this white tiger had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Jinxian realm. Tu Shanya trembled, clinging to Zhang Xi's back. Who will go first? He casually asked. That I shall. Nyo was eager to try. Very well. You go. Ho Qing gestured for everyone to remain on standby. After stretching its limbs, Nyo transformed into a streak of black light and hurled itself toward the white tiger. The white tiger, seemingly sensing something, abruptly raised its head and met the oncoming Nyo, swiftly shielding its head with its wings. Boom! Nyo collided with the tiger as if it had struck a wall, spewing blood and flying several feet away. Ha! Ho Qing and the others showed no sympathy, instead bursting into laughter. After all, the Witch Clan's recovery ability was comparable to that of the Dragon Clan. Even if they suffered severed limbs, given enough time, they would recover. Such minor injuries were of little consequence. The white tiger roared angrily at the sky. Zhang Xi instantly sensed something amiss and gravely remarked, "It seems to be summoning its companions. Just in time. Let's enjoy a good hunt today." Ho Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhang Xi gazed at the distant mountains, swarming with white dots, unable to help but chuckle wryly. "Are you certain we are the hunters today and not destined to become their prey?" Ho Qing was momentarily taken aback. Yet as the white dots approached, the group soon realized they were not mere dots, but rather hundreds of winged white tigers. "Retreat," Zhang Xi bellowed, transforming into a beam of white light and fleeing. The others followed suit. The Witch clan may have been reckless, but they were not foolish. With so many white tigers, even if each of them could slay 10, they would never finish, especially considering the opponent's formidable strength. The white tiger pack let out a collective roar, swiftly pursuing them. Despite their considerable size, their speed was astonishing. With a flap of their wings, they could cover vast distances in an instant. "Split up!" Ho Qing shouted angrily, leading several of the winged white tigers away. After shooting down one white tiger, veered to the right, causing over 100 white tigers to abandon the main group in pursuit of him. Hua Fu and the others followed suit, drawing the white tigers away. Nonetheless, even with such tactics, around 10 white tigers continued to relentlessly chase Zhang Xi. "Damn it, if I must die, then so be it." Zhang Xi steadied himself and swung his sword at the nearest white tiger. The tiger immediately spread its wings to block, but Zhang Xi's sword sliced through effortlessly, severing half of the tiger's wing, causing it to plummet from the sky. Roar! Upon witnessing their companion injured, the remaining white tigers became enraged. One white tiger charged fiercely at Zhang Xi, its immense power sending him crashing down from the sky. The white tigers swiftly turned and descended towards the earth. However, just as Zhang Xi was about to hit the ground, he steadied himself, forcefully landing and then soaring back up through the pack of white tigers. The tigers, realizing they had been outmaneuvered, became even more furious. Zhang Xi inwardly lamented. If it were only a single white tiger at the Luo Jinxian level, he could rely on his treasures to fight to the death. Yet with so many white tigers, capture meant certain death. Just as he contemplated his escape, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him and instinctively ducked. Whoosh! A massive paw, larger than half his body, swept past above him, the gust nearly frightening him to death. If that paw had landed, he would surely have been gravely injured, if not killed. Just as he was recovering from that scare, another foul wind rushed toward him. He hastily descended, attempting to evade, but a giant paw had already struck his chest. "Damn it, these tigers are ruthless." Zhang Xi cursed inwardly as he was sent flying, crashing through a small mountain. "Master, are you all right?" Tu Shanyi asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Zhang Xi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, preparing to transform into a beam of white light to escape. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted in the distance, and over a dozen white tigers fell from the sky, unable to utter a sound. "Master, we've been saved," Tu Shanyi exclaimed with delight. "I would rather be pursued by tigers than encounter her," Zhang Xi said, his face pale. "Her?" Tu Shanyi looked towards the distant figure. There a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman hovered in midair, wearing a half-smile as she regarded them. "If you do not come out within 3 breaths, I shall let you taste the flames of the phoenix." Whoosh! Zhang Xi immediately took to the air, his face beaming as he clasped his hands together. "Lady Yuan Feng, it has been a long time." Bang! Yuan Feng raised her leg slightly and kicked Zhang Xi down to the ground. "Damn you, shameless woman," Zhang Xi silently cursed, then softly said, "Tai Chi diagram. Send Tu Shanyi back to Kunlun. Quickly!" Yes, the Tai Chi diagram enveloped Tu Shanyi and swiftly flew away. "Oh, you actually sent that little fox away?" Yuan Feng descended slowly, stepping on Zhang Xi's chest. "Who would have thought you could be so treacherous yet also possess loyalty?" "You are exposed," Zhang Xi said awkwardly. "What do you mean by exposed?" Yuan Feng frowned at Zhang Xi pointed at the depths of her thigh. "Impudent," Yuan Feng rebuked, kicking Zhang Xi away. Without the protection of the Tai Chi diagram, Zhang Xi crashed through dozens of large trees before rolling several times, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. This woman surely has violent tendencies, Zhang Xi thought to himself, then transformed into a streak of white light. Yet, before he could ascend, someone had seized his neck. Lady Yuan Feng, you've already struck me. There is no need to go to such extremes, right? Zhang Xi chuckled bitterly. You dare to be disrespectful to me? Even if Hongjun were here today, you would still owe me an explanation, Yuan Feng replied coldly. What an injustice, Zhang Xi protested. You wear a skirt without being mindful, and you enjoy such large movements. I can't help but look. Sharp-tongued and insufferable, Yuan Feng's cheeks flushed slightly as she forcefully threw him to the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, Zhang Xi was once again buried in the earth. Yuan Feng descended, ready to stomp on him, but suddenly seemed to remember something, her cheeks reddening as she raised her right hand, grabbing the collar of Zhang Xi's garment. Without waiting for him to speak, she waved her hand. The very fabric of space was torn apart. Lady Yuan Feng, where are you taking me? Zhang Xi exclaimed in terror. Humph. Yuan Feng let out a cold snort, grabbing him and plunging into the spatial rift. Upon emerging from the fissure, she casually discarded Zhang Xi onto the ground. Zhang Xi looked up and was instantly paralyzed with shock. Before him stood a towering tree. From his vantage point, its girth appeared immeasurable. As if stretching into infinity, he gazed upward along the trunk. It was as if the sky itself was obscured, with sunlight completely blocked out. Yet the glimmering orbs of fire scattered throughout the tree provided a semblance of illumination to the surroundings. Is this a phoenix tree? Zhang Xi inquired cautiously. At least you possess some discernment, Yuan Feng replied with a cold laugh, transforming into her true form. After grasping him with her claws, she soared skyward. Zhang Xi strained to discern his surroundings, but Yuan Feng flew at such an incredible speed that the scenery became a mere blur. After what felt like an eternity, he was once again unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Yuan Feng had reverted to her human form, her face adorned with a mocking smile as she regarded him. Lord Yuan Feng, we harbor no deep-seated enmity, do we? Zhang Xi managed a wry smile. Did you not claim you would incapacitate me? The moment is ripe for that, Yuan Feng retorted with a scoff. Surely not. Zhang Xi quickly stood, clasping his hands in respect. I in the vast wilderness, who does not know that I hold you? Lord Yuan Feng, in the highest regard? Under your protection, the Phoenix clan thrives in peace, free from the threat of being hunted by other races. Moreover, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted and would never hold a grudge against me. Would you? Is that so? Yuan Feng replied, a smile dancing on her lips. Indeed, Zhang Xi asserted earnestly that if you doubt my sincerity, you may inquire with my master or my senior brothers and sisters within the 3 realms. You are the one I admire most. Yuan Feng raised her right hand, a burst of flame erupting from her fingertips. Boom! Zhang Xi was sent flying, thus smooth-tongued. Yuan Feng snorted. Damn it, this wretched woman, Zhang Xi groaned. Clutching his chest as he struggled to rise, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized he was atop a colossal platform. In the corners of the platform were 2 enormous pits, one brimming with water, the other bubbling with molten lava, a truly peculiar sight. More importantly, the sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, completely devoid of sunlight. Instead, a brilliant moon hung in the distance, casting a serene glow in the silence that enveloped the area. Is the phoenix tree not in the wilderness? Zhang Xi exclaimed in alarm. Who told you the phoenix tree was in the wilderness? Yuan Feng chuckled lightly. Here, aside from Hongjun, your fellow disciples cannot enter. Curse it, I was careless. Zhang Xi smacked his forehead. Had I known, I would have sent 2 Shanya to Zixiao Palace using the Tai Chi diagram. Are you pondering sending your little fox to Zixiao Palace for assistance? Yuan Feng teased. I harbor no such intentions. Zhang Xi replied with righteous indignation. As the leader of the Phoenix clan and a recognized sovereign of the land, you would never commit the heinous act of indiscriminate slaughter. That is not a certainty, Yuan Feng replied with a light laugh, drawing a fiery phoenix feather from thin air with a flick of her wrist. Zhang Xi instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the flaming feather. Whoosh! The feather pierced directly through Zhang Xi's chest. A gaping wound instantly appeared in his chest, flames licking at the edges. A searing pain coursed through him, causing him to curl up in agony. How does the taste of phoenix fire feel? Yuan Feng approached him. I asked there no room for negotiation. There no room for negotiation. Zhang Xi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that, how can we negotiate? Yuan Feng crouched down. Damn you. May you perish. Zhang Xi swung his right hand, sending a streak of sword light toward Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he still possessed the strength to resist. Her right hand immediately became adorned with feathers, blocking the sword energy. However, Zhang Xi swiftly struck at her waist with his sword once more. Whoosh! The blade grazed Yuan Feng's slender waist. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated severing did not occur. Not even a drop of blood was shed. Instead, her elegant gown was torn apart, revealing her long, fair legs before Zhang Xi's eyes. I swear I did not intend for this. Do you believe me? Zhang Xi spoke cautiously. Yuan Feng's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes seeming like they could ignite with fury. Zhang Xi remained frozen, too afraid to move. The atmosphere hung in a tense standoff. That moment, a rift in the distance tore open, and the Tai Chi diagram sped toward Zhang Xi. With a flicker of thought, the Tai Chi diagram transformed into a black and white robe. He stood and draped the robe over Yuan Feng's shoulders. I merely wished to eliminate you. I never intended to tear your gown. You can perish, Yuan Feng bellowed, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Xi's abdomen. He was sent hurtling off the edge of the platform, but he utilized the momentum to transform into a streak of white light to escape. Yet, just as he attempted to flee the platform, it felt as though he had collided with an unseen barrier, propelling him back to Yuan Feng's feet. Thinking to escape? Yuan Feng scoffed, seizing him by the collar and tossing him aside. Zhang Xi landed in one of the platform's water pits like a bouncy ball. The lingering flames of phoenix fire on his chest extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. Although the water was frigid and piercing, it was a welcome reprieve from the phoenix fire, and Zhang Xi preferred to remain submerged rather than emerge. If you do not come out soon, you need not bother coming out at all, Yuan Feng's voice echoed in his ears. Hesitating, Zhang Xi finally surfaced, a bitter smile on his face. Lord Yuan Feng, what do you truly wish to accomplish? If your hatred for me runs so deep, why not grant me a swift end? You have disrespected me twice and humiliated me before others. Killing you would be too lenient, Yuan Feng retorted coldly. Yet you cannot torment me indefinitely, Zhang Xi sighed. You are the sovereign of the three realms, the leader of the Phoenix clan. Surely you cannot stoop to the level of the Dragon clan? The Dragon clan is despicable. Yuan Feng regarded him with disbelief. Who in the three realms does not know that the Dragon clan revels in the slaughter of living beings? Zhang, she replied earnestly. The Phoenix is noble, never engaging in indiscriminate killing. This is a consensus in the wilderness. Moreover, Lord Yuan Feng enjoys a revered status among the beings of the wilderness and would never stoop to such base acts. Ha ha ha! Yuan Feng laughed heartily, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. The Phoenix clan indeed looks down upon the slaughter of innocents, except when it comes to despicable beings. Alas, Zhang Xi sighed, leaning against the edge of the water pit. Lord Yuan Feng, be honest with your conscience. When have you not sought trouble with me? I have never provoked you. The fall of the Azure Phoenix is closely tied to you. Yuan Feng's smile faded, her voice turning cold. I initially believed your golden immortal cultivation could not defeat the Azure Phoenix. Yet you previously left Ao Guang utterly defenseless. I underestimated you. Damn it. Zhang Xi finally comprehended Yuan Feng's motives for troubling him. Indeed, fame breeds fear, and he had forgotten this crucial detail. The Azure Phoenix also possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, and Ao Guang was likewise a great Luo golden immortal. If he could defeat Ao Guang, then killing the Azure Phoenix would naturally be within his capabilities. Why do you not defend yourself? Yuan Feng remarked with a dismissive huff. Defending myself is futile. You will not listen. Zhang Xi sighed. My victory over Ao Guang was due to a surprise attack combined with the advantage of my treasures. It does not imply I could defeat the Phoenix clan. Those are two entirely different matters. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng extended her delicate hand, and a blazing red longsword manifested in her grasp, her form shifting as the sword pressed against Zhang Xi's throat. Continue speaking. Furthermore, I hold no grudge against your Phoenix clan. Why would I slaughter your kin without reason? Zhang Xi replied helplessly, I have heard it said that you have a penchant for forging artifacts. Yuan Feng's sword edged closer to his throat. The Phoenix clan is born of treasures. Even a single feather can incite a frenzy among the various tribes of the wilderness. Did you not slay the azure phoenix to harvest its essence for your craft? Lord Yuan Feng, do not overestimate yourself, Zhang Xi replied calmly. While I indeed have a keen interest in forging artifacts, who am I? A disciple of Zixiao Palace, with a master who is the Tao ancestor and brothers who are the three pure ones. In the entire wilderness, what treasures could I not acquire? Why would I risk being hunted by you to slaughter the Phoenix clan? Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's demeanor softened somewhat. The words of this little rascal seemed to possess a semblance of logic. In the wilderness, all tribes favored battling with their own strength. Yet, it is solely the lineage of Zixiao Palace that revels in the advantage of magical artifacts. Lord Yuan Feng, I can swear to the way of heaven. Zhang Xi raised his right hand, declaring that should the azure phoenix fall by my hand, I would rather be struck down by heavenly thunder. And oh, sooner had he spoken than a thunderclap echoed through the sky. Zhang Xi was taken aback, and Yuan Feng stood stunned. Good heavens, does the way of heaven truly adhere to reason? The azure phoenix was indeed taken by him for forging, yet his demise was entirely unrelated to me. Zhang Xi silently lamented. Yuan Feng, however, gazed gravely at the heavens that moment. A purple lightning bolt descended from above. The phoenixes perched upon the parasol tree seemed to sense something, erupting into a cacophony of cries. Upon seeing the purple lightning, Zhang Xi immediately summoned the Panga banner. With a vigorous wave, Yuan Feng was sent tumbling back several dozen meters by the chaotic energy. Damnable thief! Yuan Feng seethed with rage, gripping her sword tightly and transforming into a streak of red light charging towards Zhang Xi. Clang! A blue sword blocked Zhang Xi's path. The two blades clashed, sending them both retreating 7 or 8 meters. Tong Tian, do you dare to hinder me? Yuan Feng shouted furiously. Yuan Feng, you have kidnapped my junior disciple. Do you truly believe that Zixiao Palace fears your Phoenix clan? The Tong Tian replied coldly. Then let us engage in a contest. Yuan Feng advanced with her sword, and the Tong Tian displayed no fear as a red and a blue beam shot skyward. At this moment, countless phoenixes soared onto the platform, letting out a resounding cry. Zhang Xi stood tall, holding the Panga banner. Just as the phoenixes were about to charge towards him, a purple light descended from the heavens, propelling Zhang Xi into the air, enough that a delicate huff resonated throughout the parasol tree. The Tong Tian, who had been battling Yuan Feng, immediately returned to Zhang Xi's side. Hongjun, what do you intend to do? Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Yuan Feng, my disciple has been law-abiding and has never stirred up trouble. What justification do you have for abducting him? Hongjun's figure slowly appeared before Zhang Xi. Law-abiding and never stirring up trouble. The three pure ones and Nüwa exchanged peculiar glances at Zhang Xi. Even Zhang Xi, with his thick skin, felt a hint of embarrassment. It's been a while, master. His fall is inextricably linked to my kin. I naturally must seek clarity from him. Yuan Feng declared proudly, I end the vast wilderness. No race has ever dared to hunt our Phoenix clan. Chirp! Countless phoenixes began to cry out. Zhang Xi was somewhat astonished, not expecting the legendary phoenix cries to be rather endearing to Xi. What say you? Hongjun inquired softly. I have just sworn to the way of heaven that the fall of the azure phoenix is in no way related to me. It is merely Yuan Feng who refuses to reason and insists that I be held accountable. Zhang Xi lamented. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this address, Yuan Feng's ire flared. This little thief can distinguish well when lacking support. He respectfully called me Lord Yuan Feng, but now that he is backing, he simply calls me Yuan Feng. Truly shameless. Yuan Feng, since my junior disciple has sworn to the way of heaven, how can you continue to cling to this matter? Nüwa exclaimed angrily. You have repeatedly humiliated my junior disciple. Do you truly believe that we fear you? Yuan Feng shot a glance at Zhang Xi, who was holding Nüwa's hand, and felt a surge of anger within. But as soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. If this were to spread, how would she survive in the vast wilderness? The entire parasol tree fell into a deathly silence. Hongjun and the others gazed incredulously at Zhang Xi. while the Phoenix clan glared at him with contempt, wishing to peck him to death on the spot. After a long pause, Nüwa summoned the demon-subduing banner, gripping it tightly as she ground her teeth, and said, "Junior disciple, how do you explain this? I am wronged." Zhang Xi was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "She wanted to kill me. In my defense, I merely tore her long skirt. That is the considered lewd?" Bang! The demon-subduing banner struck his head with a resounding thud. Zhang Xi plummeted like a cannonball, leaving a large crater on the platform. Seeing this, Hongjun helplessly raised his right hand. Zhang Xi, barely half-conscious, returned to his original position. "Junior disciple, how could you be so reckless?" Nüwa scolded. "Can you blame me?" Zhang Xi replied, his expression one of grievance. During a life-and-death struggle, who would have such thoughts unless they were mad or foolish? "That is indeed true," the moral celestial master interjected, clasping his hands. "Yuan Feng, my junior disciple, is of a noble disposition, showing little interest in such matters. His low cultivation level, coupled with panic, leading him to draw his sword is quite understandable. What my elder brother said is correct," the primordial celestial master added, bowing to Yuan Feng. "My junior disciple has never behaved in such a manner since attaining enlightenment. I believe you must have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Yuan Feng snorted coldly. "Once is a misunderstanding, but twice. Is that also a misunderstanding? Twice." Hongjun and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Bang! Zhang Xi was once again sent flying like a baseball, crashing into the platform. "Sister, you must at least allow him to speak." "Right," the Tongtian chuckled bitterly, flicking his robe, and Zhang Xi was raised once more. "Sister, would it not be better for you to just kill me?" Zhang Xi lamented, tears nearly spilling. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Nüwa demanded angrily. "The first time, Yuan Feng captured me, claiming I was the murderer of the Azure Phoenix. To prove my innocence, I had no choice but to take her hand to show her my strength." "Nonsense," Hongjun interjected, displeased. "With Yuan Feng's power, she could discern your cultivation level with a mere glance. Why would she need to hold your hand?" Zhang Xi was taken aback. "Then why did Tongtian only know my cultivation level by holding my hand?" Everyone turned to look at the Tongtian. The Tongtian said awkwardly, "I held my junior disciple's hand to show closeness. It was not that I needed to hold it to ascertain his cultivation level. I never imagined my junior disciple would misunderstand." "Misunderstand? You nearly got me killed. Do you understand?" Zhang Xi glared at him. "Junior disciple, do not be angry. It was my fault. The Tongtian attempted to take his hand, but realized the gesture was inappropriate, instead settling for an embrace around his shoulders. Yuan Feng, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, how about I apologize on behalf of my disciple?" Hongjun bowed respectfully. "Apologize?" Yuan Feng scoffed. "I do not care whether it was intentional or unintentional. The fact remains that I have been slighted. For thousands of years, I, Yuan Feng, have never endured such humiliation. What do you intend to do?" Nüwa retorted icily that I demand he remain under my parasol tree for 1,000 years to assuage my resentment. Yuan Feng declared with venom. "Then let us engage in a contest," the Tongtian said, frowning. "Yuan Feng, we are merely seeking justice. That does not mean we fear your Phoenix clan." "Very well, Phoenix clan, heed my command. Unleash your full strength to slay Xi." Yuan Feng transformed into her true form. Yes, countless phoenixes soared into the sky, their fiery brilliance eclipsing the moonlight. "Wait!" Zhang Xi stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Yuan Feng, if we broaden the matter, I have slighted the leader of the Phoenix clan. But if we narrow it down, it is merely a personal grudge between us. I do not wish to involve my brothers, nor should you allow your kin to perish for your personal vendetta." "Xi," Nüwa called out, but was stopped by Hongjun. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment before reverting to her human form. "You speak wisely. This is our personal grudge and need not involve the Phoenix clan." "Leader!" Countless phoenixes transformed into human form, encircling her. "Return. This is my private matter." Yuan Feng waved her hand. Yes. Though the phoenixes were reluctant, they obeyed the order and returned to the parasol tree to Xi. "I offer you two choices. First, we engage in a duel. Second, you confine yourself under my parasol tree for 1,000 years. Yuan Feng proclaimed with pride that I shall fight for my junior disciple. The Tongtian stepped forward with his sword raised. "Tongtian," Do not presume I fear you. Yuan Feng replied coldly. Zhang Xi mentioned. This is a personal grudge between him and me. Do not interfere. Step back. Hongjun waved his robe. Yes, the Tauntaun, begrudgingly, retreated to Zhang Xi's side. 1,000 years is too long. Let it be 10 years instead. Zhang Xi clasped his hands in greeting, addressing Yuan Feng. Indeed, I acknowledge my mistake in this matter. However, as the saying goes, ignorance is no sin. I have only just begun to understand the customs of the great wilderness under the guidance of my senior sister, and I am not well versed in its etiquette. Is a mere declaration of ignorance sufficient to alleviate one's guilt? That is rather absurd, Yuan Feng retorted mockingly. That is indeed the case, Zhang Xi replied with hearty laughter. But if you propose a duel, I would not be opposed. Hongjun interjected, furrowing his brow in an instant. Yuan Feng transformed into her true form, poised for action. Zhang Xi immediately straightened his posture and bowed respectfully, saying, Yuan Feng, I concede. The air momentarily froze. The three pure ones and Nüwa exchanged wry smiles. Shaking their heads at Zhang Xi, Hongjun felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards his disciple. It is a universal truth that people are drawn to the clever and quick-witted, yet Zhang Xi's penchant for trouble was a source of constant frustration, especially considering he often provoked the most formidable beings of the great wilderness. What are you doing? Yuan Feng inquired, her lips parting in surprise. I said I lost. Zhang Xi replied earnestly. If you wish to duel, I cannot possibly defeat you, hence I concede. Yet if you still intend to kill me, are you not taking advantage of the fact that there is no one in the Zhixiao Palace to defend me? This shamelessness nearly drove Yuan Feng to the brink of fury. In the realms of the great wilderness, disputes among powerful beings rarely culminated in annihilation. It was not merely a matter of adhering to rules. Everyone had friends and allies. For instance, despite the millennia-long conflict among the three clans, no one dared to strike down their opponents mercilessly. The Dragon Clan might hunt the Phoenix Clan, but they did so covertly. If matters were to be brought into the open, even the Ancestor Dragon could not protect them. The three clans maintained a delicate balance. Should Yuan Feng become enraged and ally with a beginning Qilin against the Dragon Clan, even the Ancestor Dragon might be powerless to intervene. The Zhixiao Palace was no different. Although Hongjun had few direct disciples, each possessed extraordinary abilities. Nüwa and the three pure ones, even one of them would be enough to give Yuan Feng a run for her money. Yuan Feng, my disciple has conceded. Can we consider this matter settled? Hongjun said, stifling a laugh. Earlier, you mentioned he was frivolous towards you. The Zhixiao Palace indeed bears some responsibility. He has agreed to your duel. But should you truly intend to kill him, rest assured that we in the Zhixiao Palace fear no challenge. Yuan Feng was rendered speechless by this rebuttal. Yuan Feng, since there is no further issue, we shall take our leave, Zhang Xi stated sincerely, casting a meaningful glance at Hongjun, urging him to depart from this place of discord. Hongjun understood, and after bowing to Yuan Feng, prepared to withdraw, but Yuan Feng transformed into a flash of red light, and, to the astonishment of all present, collided into Zhang Xi's embrace. Are you once again being frivolous with me? Yuan Feng roared, shoving Zhang Xi, causing him to stumble. No, Yuan Feng, are you not the one provoking me? Zhang Xi exclaimed, flustered. This shameless woman is truly outrageous to perform such antics in front of so many witnesses. Zhang Xi thought, exasperated, I will not tolerate this. Your master and fellow disciples have witnessed you embracing me. Yuan Feng, struggling to suppress her embarrassment, declared, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall make a scene at your Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun and the others looked on in disbelief. Had Yuan Feng truly been influenced by Zhang Xi? How had she become so brazen? Yuan Feng, you were the one who initiated the collision, Nüwa exclaimed, infuriated. Why did he not evade? Yuan Feng countered. This is not the realm of the great wilderness. It is my Wutong tree. He saw me approaching and chose to embrace me. Thus he bears the blame. Goodness, this shameless woman is insufferable, Zhang Xi thought, utterly perplexed. Yuan Feng, Nüwa began to argue, using her demon-summoning banner. But Hongjun intervened. Yuan Feng, what do you wish to do? I will concede. He shall remain imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace for 10 years, and this matter will be settled, Yuan Feng proclaimed defiantly. However, upon closer inspection, her ears had already turned red. Very well. Let it be as you wish, Hongjun said solemnly. But let us agree that if she sustains any harm, our pact shall be rendered void. Master, Nüwa called out anxiously. Do not speak further, Hongjun replied sternly, turning to Xi, and you too must refrain from causing trouble. If anyone dares to insult you, you are to report it to me immediately. Understood, Zhang Xi replied, steeling himself. Let us depart, Hongjun commanded, and with a wave of his robe, they returned to the Zixiao Palace. Master, why do we not confront her? Nüwa asked, frowning. How long have you known Yuan Feng? Hongjun countered. Several millennia, perhaps, Nüwa answered uncertainly. The Phoenix clan had always been proud and aloof. How could they suffer such indignities? Hongjun sighed. Your junior brother is clever and shrewd. He would not be taken advantage of by the ancestor dragon or the beginning Qilin, but he is utterly defenseless against Yuan Feng. Why is that? Nüwa inquired, bewildered. Because she is a woman, Hongjun replied with resignation. Yuan Feng harbors a grudge if we do not allow her to vent her anger. Your junior brother may not enjoy a peaceful journey through the great wilderness. Who knows what further troubles may arise? And what if she harbors feelings for him? Nüwa asked, her cheeks flushed. That is impossible. The moral celestial master shook his head. Both the ancestor dragon and the beginning Qilin have countless concubines, yet Yuan Feng has remained chaste for millennia. She has never shown interest in any man. Keeping your junior brother around is merely a means to satisfy her grievances. Indeed, the celestial master of the way of heaven added with a smile. The Phoenix clan values their feathers above all else. They have never intermarried with other clans. Moreover, while your junior brother's temperament is rather carefree, he is still trustworthy in this regard. Let us hope that is the case, Nüwa said, her brow furrowed with concern. Wutong Tree, Lord Yuan Feng, where shall I reside? Zhang Xi inquired cautiously. Such a title of lord is most flattering. Yuan Feng scoffed. Lord Yuan Feng jested. Zhang Xi responded earnestly. In my heart, you shine as brilliantly as the golden crow in the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence. Humph! Yuan Feng snorted, landing on the platform and ignoring him. Zhang Xi let out a sigh of relief, finding a corner on the platform to crouch down. Senior brother, I can tear through the void. The Taiji diagram whispered, do not be foolish, Zhang Xi replied, rolling his eyes. If I flee, that shameless woman will certainly create a scene. It is better to remain here obediently. Senior brother, 10 years is a bit excessive. Is it not? Zhang Jian interjected. Hey, are you not a branch of the Wutong tree? Shouldn't it feel like going home to you? Zhang Xi teased that I am the spirit of the Zhang sword. I have no connection to the Wutong tree. Zhang Jian replied with exasperation at I see, Zhang Xi said, then as if recalling something, spoke to the Taiji diagram, go send a message to Ho Qing, so they do not worry about me. Then return to the Zixiao Palace and have senior brother look after Tu Shanyi for me. Understood. The Taiji diagram transformed into a beam of white light and shot into the sky. Where are you sending your treasure? Yuan Feng asked nonchalantly. Is that any of your concern? Zhang Xi retorted with a smirk. Yuan Feng's brows knitted together, and a flame of phoenix fire appeared at her fingertips. Come on, Zhang Xi challenged, opening his robe with a cold smile. That if you dare to harm me, I will report to my master, and our agreement will be void. Yuan Feng was instantly furious. And a phoenix feather came hurtling toward him. It sliced past Zhang Xi's ear, leaving a large hole in the platform. Zhang Xi chuckled coldly, crouching back down. His heart raced wildly. Had that strike landed on his head, it would have been the end of him. Yuan Feng ground her teeth in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against him. If she truly violated their agreement, she believed Hongjun would not grant her a second chance. Moreover, this cunning little thief had many tricks up his sleeve. Once he returned to the Zixiao Palace, it would be difficult for her to deal with him. Seeing her in action, Zhang Xi soared into the air. What do you intend to do? Yuan Feng frowned. I simply wish to survey my surroundings. Is that not permissible? Zhang Xi shrugged. After all, I must reside here for 10 years. I cannot spend every moment glaring at you. Furthermore, as long as I remain within the bounds of the Wutong tree, It should not constitute a breach of our agreement, correct? Yuan Feng was rendered speechless in an instant. Zhang Xi, uninterested in her, was about to soar towards the ground for a better look, but after a mere glance, he retreated. Goodness, that height is staggering. The swirling mist beyond the platform obscured his view of the ground entirely. Why not descend? Yuan Feng taunted. How tall is this parasol tree? Zhang Xi murmured. Even at full speed, I would need a considerable time to fly down. How tall do you think it is? Yuan Feng responded dismissively. Gulp? Zhang Xi swallowed hard. In the realm of the great wilderness, when it comes to speed, if Yuan Feng claimed second place, no one would dare assert they were first that if she needed a lengthy flight. It would be wise to temper his curiosity. You are so fearful of death. How did Hongjun choose you as a disciple? Yuan Feng mocked. Are you not afraid of death yourself? Zhang Xi rolled his eyes. If you're so indifferent to your life, why don't you demonstrate your nirvana right here? That little scoundrel certainly knew how to provoke. Yuan Feng clenched her teeth in frustration. Zhang Xi lay on the platform, propping his head with his hands, gazing dreamily at the starry sky. In the great wilderness. Such a scene was a rarity for him. Yuan Feng transformed into her true form, burying her head within her wings. Time passed without measure. Zhang Xi again approached the edge of the platform, peering down. Senior brother, perhaps we should wait for the Taiji diagram to return, Zhang Jian suggested cautiously. What if you fly halfway and exhaust your magical power? What if I leap without using any power and only activate it just before I land? Would that work? Zhang Xi tilted his head. Zhang Jian glanced at the ground, falling into silence. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xi leapt 10 seconds later. Ouch! A cry of pain rang out from beyond the platform, eliciting a fit of laughter from Yuan Feng, who had been secretly watching Zhang Xi. The parasol tree was lush and dense. Jumping down without caution was akin to courting death. It bruised and battered Zhang. She was tossed back onto the platform by Yuan Feng, not due to his inability to fly, but because the branches were too numerous, and he had nearly met his demise in his attempts. This was your own doing. Don't try to shift the blame on me later, Yuan Feng said, stifling her laughter. This parasol tree is far too intricate, like a labyrinth. Zhang Xi complained, I cannot fathom why you all prefer to dwell in such places. What do you know? Yuan Feng retorted. Our Feng clan originated upon this parasol tree, and it exists in the void, shielded from external threats. Is there anyone foolish enough to disturb you? Zhang Xi asked, astonished in his understanding. In the great wilderness, it was a blessing if the three clans did not disturb others. Who would dare to attack them? You have only just attained enlightenment. How can you grasp the perils of the great wilderness? Yuan Feng sat down on the ground, sighing in the primordial chaos, who among the extra-mundane demons and ancient gods was easy to provoke. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao granting us three clans the status of celestial protagonists and uniting with Hongjun to eradicate the ancient gods and repel the extra-mundane demons. Would there even be a great wilderness today? Such matters exist? Zhang Xi exclaimed, surprised. I had thought the heavenly Tao favored you, hence your designation as celestial protagonists. Indeed, the heavenly Tao does favor us, but many of our kin perished in the battle at Xuandu, which earned us the heavenly Tao's blessing, rendering us sacred from birth, Yuan Feng said softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi fell silent. Yuan Feng waited patiently, and upon seeing he did not speak, she chuckled lightly. Why are you silent? Yuan Feng. I owe you an apology, Zhang Xi said, rising and offering a slight bow. I admit I held biases against your three clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. Your haughty demeanor in the great wilderness led me to forget that you once sacrificed your lives for it. I believe you are mistaken. Yuan Feng shook her head. It was not only our three clans. The Yao and Wu clans also fought, including your master and senior brothers and sisters, who bled in the battle at Xuandu, which is why we have the current great wilderness. Otherwise, it would have long been ruled by the extra-mundane demons and ancient gods. What are the ancient gods? Zhang Xi asked, intrigued. Deities formed from the turbid essence of Pangu, known for their volatile tempers and requiring blood sacrifices from various clans. Otherwise, calamities would befall them. Yuan Feng explained casually. The clans of the great wilderness, unable to endure such humiliation, slaughtered the deities under Hongjun's leadership. Hiss. Zhang Xi inhaled sharply. Those are deities birthed from Pangu's essence, and they were slain just like that. If even ancient deities can fall, what hope do we have? Yuan Feng lay back on the ground, gazing at the starry sky with a hint of self-mockery that I have a premonition that one day, our Feng clan will also fall like the ancient deities, ultimately becoming a legend of the great wilderness. Zhang Xi remained silent, internally sighing deeply. The power of the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans was overwhelmingly great. With a mere gesture, they could obliterate heaven and earth. Such entities undoubtedly pose an unstable factor to the heavenly Tao. Thus, the heavenly Tao would likely seek ways to weaken them or, perhaps, bring about their downfall. The two remained enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Taiji diagram returned. What took you so long? Zhang Xi laughed. The leader of Hudu was quite worried about you, continually confirming your safety with me. She even wanted me to bring her to the parasol tree. Taiji diagram chuckled. Ultimately, it was Tu Shanyaya who came to the tribe to verify your well-being before I was allowed to leave. Hutu is quite kind to you, Yuan Feng remarked mockingly. Can you hear my conversations with the Taiji diagram? Zhang Xi asked. Alarmed, he communicated with the Taiji diagram solely through thoughts. Could this be eavesdropped upon by others? That is not difficult, Yuan Feng replied with a light laugh. Do you not assume that only your master can divine and calculate? Anything that occurs in the great wilderness is within my knowledge if I desire it. Then who is the most beautiful woman in the great wilderness? Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. Bang! Zhang Xi was sent flying by a punch from Yuan Feng. Your senior brother claimed you had no such thoughts. It seems he truly underestimates you, that if you wish not to answer, then why resort to violence? Zhang Xi grumbled, rubbing his face in displeasure. Everyone has their curiosity. Did you not claim to understand the three realms? Curiosity? Yuan Feng's expression softened. What interest do you have in knowing who the most beautiful woman in the three realms is? You are of the Wu clan bloodline, for tens of thousands of years. The Wu clan has never intermarried with outsiders. I am not of pure Wu clan blood. Zhang Xi sighed. My master told me that I can marry anyone I wish without adhering to the Wu clan's customs. That is true. Yuan Feng nodded, that if you were indeed of pure Wu lineage, you would likely not have survived to this day. After all, Wu clan men reach the level of the Luo Jingxian upon maturity. While you're merely a lowly Jingxian, easily devoured by other beings, who is the most beautiful woman in the three realms? Zhang Xi pressed. Returning to the topic, Shihi, Changxi, Yuan Feng revealed two names. Upon seeing his bewildered expression, she chuckled. Shihi and Changxi are the wives of Dijun. The three-legged golden crow is Shihi's son, and as far as I know, Changxi has no offspring. So they are married women. Zhang Xi instantly lost interest. Why not inquire where they are now? Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. They are all married. What use is there in asking? Zhang Xi shrugged. Not to mention that Dijun is my senior brother. Even if he were a stranger, it would be utterly shameless to pry into another's wife. I underestimated you. Yuan Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration, but I have a small question. Would you indulge me? Zhang Xi asked cautiously. Speak. Were you born looking like this, or did you take on this form after seeing other beautiful women from different clans? As soon as Zhang Xi finished speaking, he flew far away. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Feng couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so afraid? I won't harm you. Was that not the little thief who struck me? Zhang Xi lamented. That was a result of your indecent question. Yuan Feng laughed. Why would I strike you when we are having a serious conversation? Then answer my question. Zhang Xi returned to her side. I do not know. Yuan Feng shook her head. Since my first transformation, I have always appeared this way. Besides, as the leader of the Feng clan, to borrow another's appearance would invite ridicule from the clans of the Great Wilderness. TSK, you are rather fortunate. Zhang Xi chuckled. Among all the women I have encountered, you would easily rank in the top 3. Yuan Feng arched an eyebrow. Pray tell, who could possibly take precedence over me? Nüwa and Hutu are both quite striking. Bang! Zhang Xi was unceremoniously kicked off the platform by Yuan Feng, plummeting swiftly. That wretched woman, so untrustworthy. He cursed inwardly, then began to summon his magical powers. Zhang Xi was unaware of how long he had been falling. But just as he was about to hit the ground, the Tai Chi diagram emitted a gentle glow, cradling him softly. Thank you, Tai Chi diagram, and oh need for thanks, senior brother, the Tai Chi diagram chuckled in response. After casting a glance at the towering tree before him, Zhang Xi shot outwards at great speed. I could see that moment. A flash of red light appeared beside him. Where do you think you're going? What do you want now? Zhang Xi looked at Yuan Feng with exasperation. You are but a captive of the Wutong tree. How could I allow you to wander freely? Yuan Feng replied with a light laugh. Ah, Zhang Xi sighed. That I merely wish to take a look around. That surely does not contravene the customs of your Feng clan. Does it? At this pace, who knows how long it will take to escape the Wutong tree? After saying this, Yuan Feng transformed into her true form, extending her claws to grasp him, her wings fluttering as they became a streak of light. Zhang Xi surveyed the surrounding environment, astonished. Yuan Feng had flown for at least 10 hours, yet they were still ensconced in the shade of the Wutong tree. Where are you taking me? Zhang Xi could not help but inquired. The edge of the Wutong tree, Yuan Feng replied succinctly. Before accelerating once more, after what felt like an eternity of flight, Zhang Xi finally beheld a shimmering river, at which point Yuan Feng halted, setting him down before transforming back into her human form. This is the edge of the Wutong tree. If we wade into the river and proceed further, we shall enter the void. Yuan Feng spoke softly. With your strength, should you inadvertently step into the void, even Hongjun would be unable to locate you. Oh perilous. Zhang Xi took 2 steps back. Once, a member of the Feng clan with the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal ventured into the void. I sought him out, yet returned empty-handed. Yuan Feng seated herself by the riverbank, hugging her knees. Zhang Xi hesitated for a moment, then sat not far from her, gazing blankly at the glimmering surface of the river. Suddenly, something leapt from the water, startling him. That is a water creature, Yuan Feng stated nonchalantly. There are water creatures in this river. Zhang Xi exclaimed, bewildered. Isn't the center of the river simply the void? Do these water creatures not fear straying into it? Not at all, for they are not foolish. Yuan Feng chuckled lightly. These creatures were brought here from the great wilderness. They thrive and multiply in this environment. Why did you bring them here? Zhang Xi asked. Astonished, for sustenance, Yuan Feng replied, her expression akin to that of someone contemplating the obvious. You also require sustenance. Zhang Xi was even more surprised. When the Feng clan was first born, we needed sustenance. Yuan Feng explained gently. Only upon maturity can we forego it, absorbing the spiritual energy of the Wutong tree instead. That's how it is, Zhang Xi realized. Tilting his head, he retrieved a piece of emerald bamboo from his golden gourd, fashioning a fishing rod using a bit of silk. What are you doing? Yuan Feng inquired curiously. Fishing, Zhang Xi replied, attaching a piece of meat to the hook before casting it into the river. If you wish to consume a water creature, why go through such trouble? Yuan Feng raised her hand slightly, and a fish-like creature with a dragon's head landed on the riverbank, its tail thrashing in terror. This isn't a dragon, is it? Zhang Xi asked cautiously. I cannot say. Yuan Feng replied with a hint of sarcasm. The dragon clan is known for its indulgence. The bloodlines of water creatures have been nearly entirely tainted by them. Thus, it is not surprising for these creatures to possess dragon blood. The dragons themselves are indifferent to it. With that, her gaze sharpened. The dragon-headed water creature instantly froze in place. Observing this, Zhang Xi retracted his fishing rod, approached the creature, drew the Zhang He sword, and swiftly decapitated it, casually tossing the dragon head into the water. In a matter of moments, the surface of the water churned, and before long, the dragon head was reduced to mere bones and scales. Extracting the innards, he set a fire, his actions fluid and seamless. Yuan Feng remained silent, simply watching him with her arms wrapped around her knees. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted to her nostrils. Here, eat. Zhang Xi offered half of the cooked fish to her. How did you accomplish this? Yuan Feng asked in astonishment. What do you mean? Zhang Xi tilted his head to look at her. How can a water creature be so delectable? Yuan Feng pointed to the half of the fish in her hand. Bewildered, I have eaten water creatures before. While they were delicious, they never possessed such flavor. You ate it raw, Zhang Xi replied with a hint of exasperation. This is cooking. You know that if you wish to learn. I can teach you that I have no desire to learn. Yuan Feng shook her head. Well, Zhang Xi observed her haughty demeanor and decided against pressing the issue. With a flick of his robe, 2 bamboo bowls appeared before him, and with a thought, fine wine began to flow into them. Seeing him lift a bamboo bowl to drink, Yuan Feng remained silent, taking a sip for herself. The sweet and fragrant taste instantly brightened her eyes. "This is wine." Zhang Xi chuckled lightly that it has a splendid flavor. Yuan Feng complimented. Zhang Xi tore off a piece of fish meat, nodding in satisfaction. Despite their odd appearances, these creatures were indeed quite tasty. After all, Tong Tian had once remarked that any being with 9 orifices could cultivate. Although these beings could not transform, they all possessed some level of cultivation. The two remained silent, simply drinking cup after cup. Time passed unmeasured until Zhang Xi noticed the stillness beside him. Turning his head, he saw that Yuan Feng had already sprawled on the ground, still clutching her bamboo bowl. Even a chaos great Luo golden immortal can become intoxicated? Zhang Xi exclaimed in surprise. How could I not? The Tai Chi diagram chuckled. Ho Qing is also a chaos great Luo golden immortal, yet he often drinks to excess as long as he does not use his magical powers. Too much wine affects everyone, regardless. That is true. If one employs magical powers, drinking loses its charm. Zhang Xi mused, shaking his head, his expression turning forlorn as he gazed towards the Wutong tree. Tai Chi diagram. Wrap her up? Let us return. Certainly, senior brother. The Tai Chi diagram responded promptly, transforming into a gentle white light that gently lifted Yuan Feng. As Yuan Feng languidly regained consciousness, she instinctively touched her long skirt. Noticing it was still perfectly in place, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Although this little rascal possesses a despicable character, he does adhere to some rules. She propped herself up, preparing to stand, only to be startled by the sight of a rather grand palace that had been erected not far away. Numerous members of the Feng clan had transformed into human form, encircling Zhang Xi and bombarding him with various inquiries. I plan to renovate my cave dwelling. Could you assist me? Of course, the Wutong tree is so vast. Why not simply hang a tree house? How do you build a tree house? I shall craft a small one for you from wood. You can take a look. Zhang Xi took several pieces of wood and began to construct. In no time, a delicate little wooden house appeared in his hands. This is excellent. This is excellent. The members of the Feng clan cried out in unison. Observing this, Yuan Feng couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. This little rascal certainly knew how to make friends. Just days ago, these clan members would have been eager to see him dead, yet now they were quite familiar with him. The Feng clan. Being inherently intelligent, after Zhang Xi helped one of them build a treehouse, the others began to emulate him. Before long, the branches of the Wutong tree were adorned with tree houses, creating a whimsical sight. Why do you not cultivate? Yuan Feng flew to Zhang Xi's side that I lack talent. Zhang Xi replied with conviction. Even if I were to cultivate, I would achieve nothing noteworthy. It is better not to cultivate at all. Zhang He and the Tai Chi diagram exchanged looks of disbelief. How could that be? Yuan Feng exclaimed. What an esteemed figure your master is. Which of his disciples is not a prodigious talent? Sanqing, Nüwa, Dijuan Dongwang. Who among them is not a chaos great Luo golden immortal? I am not. Zhang Xi pointed at himself. I possess merely the cultivation of a golden immortal, and that only due to, well, let us just say it was by chance that I reached this realm. Otherwise, I would still be in Xian immortal. Then does that not imply you are at risk of falling? Yuan Feng furrowed her delicate brows. It is a consensus in the great wilderness that any cultivation level below the Luo golden immortal cannot achieve a state of neither birth nor death. How is that possible? Zhang Xi exclaimed incredulously. I am a disciple of the Zixiao Palace. The lineage of Hongjun why master possesses such formidable power. With just a wave of his hand, I could ascend to the rank of the Luo golden immortal. That is external force. Yuan Feng replied sternly. Such power, granted to you by Hongjun, will dissipate upon his demise. Are you aware of what you are saying? Zhang Xi looked at her with disdain. And what of it? Yuan Feng's brows knitted together. If my master has already perished, do you truly believe I can survive alone? Zhang Xi scoffed. Your mindset explains your meager cultivation. Yuan Feng sneered. Be why your reasoning, should I fall, the entire Feng clan would be doomed to extinction. Is that not the case? Zhang Xi questioned, bewildered. Certainly not, Yuan Feng replied with gravity. While I do protect the Feng clan, I am not irreplaceable. Should I fall one day, the clan will undoubtedly elect a new leader to guide them in their survival. Does the Feng clan have other Deluo golden immortals? Zhang Xi inquired, frowning. Do you consider the Deluo golden immortals to be the pinnacle of power? Yuan Feng mocked. Zhang Xi remained silent, merely waiting for her to continue. Your Wu clan's Ho Qing is also a Deluo golden immortal. If I were to exert my full strength, he would not last 10 breaths. Yuan Feng stated calmly. However, the Wu clan's He Tu is a different matter. Should we engage, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yes, there is such a vast disparity among the Luo golden immortals? Zhang Xi expressed doubt. That is indeed the case. Yuan Feng sighed. You think the various clans of the great wilderness show your master respect for no reason? Is it not due to the strength of the Zixiao palace? The three pure ones, Nüwa, Dijuan, and Dongwang, are all top-tier powers in the great wilderness. Do not be deceived by the numbers of our three clans. Should a conflict arise with the Zixiao palace, the outcome is far from certain. That is how it is. Zhang Xi nodded, somewhat enlightened. The great wilderness is teeming with formidable beings. Do not assume that reaching the level of the Luo Golden Immortal grants you the freedom to act as you please. Yuan Feng cautioned, as far as I know, the river of the underworld, the Western Jin, and the likes of Zhuni are all exceptionally talented individuals. TSK. They say phoenixes are proud. Yet it seems you are not without wisdom. Zhang Xi began, but was abruptly struck to the ground by Yuan Feng's fist. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I shall toss you from the Wutong tree. I shall not speak, Zhang Xi replied, rubbing his head and casting a timid glance at her. Yuan Feng hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp his hand. Zhang Xi instinctively withdrew, but she held on to the not move. Understood. Zhang Xi's body stiffened, not daring to move. How curious. Yuan Feng released her grip, perplexed. You should be a primordial being, yet how is your Wu clan bloodline so potent? I do not know. Zhang Xi scratched his nose. He certainly could not reveal that it was bestowed upon him by He Tu. Why not abandon your magical prowess and focus solely on body refinement? Yuan Feng proposed that if you fully awaken the Wu clan bloodline within you, becoming a Deluo golden immortal would not be an insurmountable task. And if I were to forsake my magical abilities, what then? Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. Every clan possesses unique abilities. Ours, the Feng clan, involves Nirvana and the Phoenix Fire. The Dragon clan wields thunder and lightning, while the Qilin clan traverses clouds and listens to the winds. The Wu clan, however, is distinct. Their bodies are their abilities, Yuan Feng explained, shaking her head. The body is the ability? Zhang Xi frowned. Not underestimate the Wu clan's capabilities. Yuan Feng said with a hint of self-deprecation. It is said that our three clans are the protagonists of heaven and earth. Yet each of the 12 leaders of the Wu clan possesses immense strength. Should they unite, our three clans would only be able to achieve a stalemate. Then why do they remain obscure? Zhang Xi questioned, astonished. Because they can never unite, Yuan Feng replied, shaking her head. The mightiest among them, Gonggong and Zhu Rong, I have witnessed in Xuandu. Even when faced with the extraterrestrial demons, they fight separately. If a Wu clan from one tribe sees another tribe as Wu clan perish, they remain indifferent. Zhang Xi suddenly understood. He had wondered why the Wu clan was so strong yet did not dominate the great wilderness. It turned out there were conflicts among the tribes. Would you like me to help you awaken your Wu clan bloodline? Yuan Feng stifled a laugh. How would you do that? Zhang Xi asked. It is quite simple. Yuan Feng transformed into a streak of red light and directly sent Zhang Xi flying. She quickly followed up with a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Puffed. Zhang Xi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he extended his hand. Wait a moment. How is it? Yuan Feng inquired cheerfully. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Xi shouted angrily. Who awakens bloodlines in such a manner? If it were not for the protection of the Taiji diagram, I would have died long ago. Not at all. I only exerted half my strength. Yuan Feng laughed heartily. The Wu clan's body refinement technique involves constantly teetering between life and death, relying on the power of the bloodline to heal the body. Then perhaps not. Zhang Xi shook his head that if you accidentally kill me, who will I turn to for justice? Then let it be, Yuan Feng said dismissively. Wait, are you using this as an excuse to beat me up? Zhang Xi glared. Haha, Yuan Feng could not help but burst into laughter. However, Zhang Xi had wronged her. She genuinely wished to awaken his bloodline, of course. Her initial intention was merely to make him more resilient. What bad luck, Zhang Xi grumbled before promptly retreating into his dwelling. Yuan Feng, seeing this, transformed into a streak of red light and followed him inside. What do you want? Zhang Xi glared. This is my cave. You are my captive. How could I not come? Yuan Feng chuckled lightly as she surveyed her surroundings. That I must say, this little rascal has no shortcomings aside from his low cultivation. The entire room is elegantly constructed, with all the necessary furniture, and in the corner, there are even some bamboo plants, creating a charming atmosphere. Above the 9 heavens, the once desolate celestial realm had undergone a remarkable transformation. Pavilions and towers now dotted the landscape. And the demon clan had enclosed a vast area, erecting 4 grand gates, each guarded by demon soldiers, exuding an air of solemnity. Hecate, the center of this expanse, the demon clan constructed a magnificent palace. Had Zhang Xi been present, he would have recognized that this palace was modeled after the Zixiao Palace. Unlike the Zixiao Palace, which is solemn and austere, this palace was resplendent and opulent. The plaque at the entrance bore the 3 grand characters. Lingxiao Palace. Emperor Jun, adorned with a 12-feathered crown and dressed in a dark robe, sat majestically upon the throne, exuding an air of imperial authority. To his left sat the Eastern Emperor Tai, similarly clad in dark attire and wearing a 9-feathered crown. To his right were the 10 demon lords led by Bai Zhe. Despite their peculiar appearances, each possessed peak cultivation at the level of the Luo Golden Immortal. Your Majesty summoned us for what purpose? Eastern Emperor Tai inquired, clasping his hands. Though we have established the heavenly court, the earthly realm suffers under the tyranny of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, while the Wu clan mercilessly slaughters our demon kin. The river of the underworld's ancestor completely disregards us. How should we navigate this situation? Emperor Jun spoke softly. Your Majesty, perhaps we should mobilize troops to conquer the river of the underworld? Philian, with a bird's head and human body, stepped forward respectfully. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are the protagonists of heaven and earth, shielded by the heavenly principle that a hasty military action may provoke the heavenly principle's ire. Yet, the mere river of the underworld defies the heavenly court's orders, diminishing our authority. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to war. All the demon lords, except Bai Zhe, proclaimed with raised hands. Bai Zhe, what do you say? Emperor Jun asked calmly. Though the river of the underworld commands the Azura clan, they are indeed the weakest among the various clans. Bai Zhe replied solemnly. While conquering the river of the underworld would undoubtedly bolster our heavenly court's prestige. If we cannot achieve a decisive victory, we may find ourselves unable to withstand the might of the 3 clans. I second that. Eastern Emperor Tai stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, our immediate priority is to address the affairs concerning the 3 clans. The river of the underworld is of little consequence. Once we have the capacity, we can deal with it at our leisure. This reasoning holds weight. Emperor Jun frowned slightly. However, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are protected by the heavenly principle, and should we rashly attack one clan, the other 2 may become wary in light of this. Why not allow them to engage in conflict amongst themselves? Bai Zhe chuckled lightly. I have heard that the ancestor dragons sought the heavenly Tao's counsel in the Xiandu long ago, wishing to wed the Yuan Feng, only to be rebuffed. Indeed, such an event transpired. Di Jun intoned solemnly. I was present on that occasion. Had it not been for our master's intervention, Yuan Feng might have compelled the ancestor dragon to a confrontation. Perhaps we should once again seek the heavenly Tao's guidance and propose the union of Yuan Feng with the ancestor dragon. Bai Zhe suggested earnestly. If this comes to fruition, the union of the dragon and phoenix clans would surely render our heavenly court insignificant. Ing Zhao interjected, stepping forward to voice his concern. You are overly apprehensive. Di Jun laughed heartily. I have known Yuan Feng for millennia. Such a proud individual would never acquiesce to such a proposal. The ancestor dragon has countless offspring. Yet I have never heard of Yuan Feng producing any descendants. But what if Yuan Feng refuses? Ing Zhao furrowed his brow. In that case, we would naturally mobilize our forces at the Wutong tree, compelling her to heed the heavenly Tao's decree. Bai Zhe replied coldly. The ancestor dragon dares not impose upon Yuan Feng, for their clans are evenly matched. However, with our demon clan and the heavenly court joining forces, the annihilation of the Wutong tree would be but a matter of days. This cannot be, Dong Huang Tai declared, his voice heavy. Should our three clans engage in battle, the great wilderness would surely suffer countless casualties. And should Yuan Feng fight with desperation, the devastation wrought upon the great wilderness could be unimaginable. Tai, exhibiting feminine compassion. Bai Zhe chuckled lightly. Once we strike, we shall ensure Yuan Feng is reduced to a state of nirvana, preventing her from retaliating. And what of the Qilin clan? Dong Huang Tai frowned. The strength of the Shi Qilin is formidable. Should he ally with the Feng clan, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Thus, we must first identify a rival for the Shi Qilin. Bai Zhe smiled faintly. The Wu clan has preyed upon our demon kin for years. Your Majesty harbors deep resentment towards them. We might capture some members of the Qilin clan and deliver them to the Wu clan. I believe the Shi Qilin would not stand idly by while the Wu clan slaughters his kin. Bai Zhe truly deserves his title as the foremost strategist of our demon clan. This plan is indeed brilliant, Di Jun exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Your Majesty should reconsider, Dong Huang Tai interjected, bowing respectfully. If we proceed in this manner, chaos will erupt across the great wilderness. Should the heavenly court fail to maintain control, we may suffer dire consequences. Tai, when you and I waged war against the various clans, you were not of such a timid disposition, Di Jun retorted. Displeased. Why is it that now, as we ascend to the heavens, you are filled with trepidation? Your Majesty speaks the truth, Ing Zhao mocked. Tai, was once a valiant demon, but since ascending to the heavens, he has become soft-hearted, a most disgraceful transformation. Are you suggesting that you wish to challenge me? Ing Zhao, Dong Huang Tai sneered, revealing a small, spinning bell in his palm. Shall I show you what a true demon's ferocity looks like? Upon seeing the Eastern Emperor's bell, Ing Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately lowered his head in silence. The other demon leaders, who had intended to speak, wisely chose to remain silent. Tai, what are you doing? Di Jun's voice thundered that we are all of the demon race. How can you turn against your kin? Put away that artifact at once. As you command, Your Majesty, Dong Huang Tai replied, a cold smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fist, causing the Eastern Emperor's bell to vanish without a trace. Tai, we act solely for the sake of the demon race and the heavenly court, with no selfish motives, Bai Zhe declared earnestly. In a recent conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix clans and the disciples of the Zixiao Palace, who regarded the heavenly court with any respect, the heavenly Tao has entrusted you with the governance of the heavenly court for the sake of the great wilderness. Do you not understand this? Dong Huang Tai, he cast a glance at the visibly displeased Di Jun, falling silent. Seeing that he no longer spoke, Di Jun's expression softened. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with Bai Zhe's plan. Very well. The assembly replied in unison before dispersing. Dong Huang Tai, he lowered his head and walked slowly out of the Lingxiao Palace. The demon leaders, who had once been quite close to him, now ignored him, departing in small groups. Di Jun remained seated upon the heavenly emperor's throne, his expression grave, despite being the sovereign of the three realms and the leader of the demon race. He was not the strongest among them. The true might belonged to Dong Huang Tai, the wielder of the Eastern Emperor's bell. Though they had never clashed, he understood that should a confrontation arise, he would not be a match for Dong Huang. Why does Your Majesty not return to the palace? A soft voice inquired, causing Di Jun's brow to relax. What brings you here? I heard of the dispute between Your Majesty and my second uncle, and thus I came to check on you. The woman spoke, her figure graceful, clad in a flowing golden robe, her long hair artfully pinned with a golden hairpin. Her delicate features bore a porcelain-like complexion, and when she smiled, she exuded elegance. In laughter, she radiated allure. She was none other than the most beautiful woman in the three realms. Atop the Wutong tree, two lounge chairs were set, where Zhang Xi and Yuan Feng reclined. gazing at the moon and engaging in idle chat. In truth, if he could remain undying and unyielding, being confined by Yuan Feng for a millennium would not be unbearable. After all, the Wutong tree was not situated within the great wilderness, and few could tear through the fabric of reality. This place was sufficiently secure. More importantly, Yuan Feng had not overly restricted his freedom, as long as he did not leave the territory of the Wutong tree. He faced little trouble. Thus, he often hosted barbecues and brewed wine. For whatever he desired, the Feng clan would find a way to provide. Why do you not devote yourself to cultivation and instead waste time on these trifles? Yuan Feng remarked with a smile. Return my clothes to me, Zhang Xi retorted, displeased. Every garment you wear and every adornment you don are the result of my painstaking research. Are the foods and drinks you enjoy merely trifles as well? To pass the time, he had summoned the transformed silkworm mother, blessed by Hongjun, to create several outfits for Nüwa. Little did he expect Yuan Feng to take a keen interest in this endeavor. Yet, true to her character, she would never state her desires outright. Instead, she lingered by Zhang Xi's side daily, observing the silkworm mother at work. Zhang Xi, being clever, promptly crafted several long skirts for Yuan Feng as a gesture of goodwill. However, Yuan Feng remained ungrateful, for Nüwa favored vibrant red, while she herself harbored an aversion to anything crimson, preferring soft shades of blue instead. Such external adornments served only to elevate one's mood. Possessing little further utility, Yuan Feng remarked with a light laugh. Then for what purpose do we cultivate? Zhang Xi scoffed. Living each day in discontent, what does it matter if I'm the mightiest in the great wilderness? I cannot simply roam about, slaying those who displease me. Is it truly so? Yuan Feng sighed. That be why becoming the strongest in the great wilderness. I could protect my kin. Without power, will my Phoenix clan not suffer the same fate as the myriad clans of the great wilderness? At the mercy of others, have you ever considered that it is precisely your existence that allows your kin to enjoy your protection with peace of mind? Zhang Xi lamented. The Wu clan boasts 12 formidable warriors. What are your Phoenix clan? Aside from you, how many Chaos de Luo golden immortals do you possess? Yuan Feng found herself momentarily at a loss for words. While the Phoenix clan did possess several Chaos de Luo golden immortals, in the eyes of the Heavenly Realm's protagonists, their numbers were not particularly noteworthy. After a lengthy pause, she finally regained her composure. And what of you? Your lack of ambition. Should I blame it on your master and senior brother? Of course, Zhang Xi declared with conviction. It is precisely because I have my master and senior siblings protecting me that I can't afford to explore these trifles. Otherwise, survival would be a challenge, let alone engaging in such pursuits. His reasoning was compelling, leaving Yuan Feng momentarily speechless. Yet upon seeing his triumphant expression, she could not help but feel a surge of irritation. This fellow was truly insufferable, just as she contemplated finding an excuse to give Zhang Xi a good thrashing. A rift suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure of Tong Tian emerged. Tong Tian, what brings you here? Yuan Feng soared into the air, her long sword materializing in her grasp. Yuan Feng, I come at the behest of my master to retrieve my junior brother for a council at the Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian proclaimed, bowing respectfully. What concern is that of mine? Yuan Feng arched an eyebrow. She is my captive. It has scarcely been 2 years. Once the 10-year term concludes, I shall release him, and my master has decreed that since we promised to confine our junior brother at the Wutong tree for 10 years, we shall not renege on that vow. However, there is indeed an urgent matter that requires his return, and I hope you can be accommodating. Once the matter is resolved, I will ensure he is returned. The heavenly teacher spoke earnestly. Yuan Feng, with her elegant brows knit together, was just about to speak when she noticed Zhang Xi arriving at their side, clasping his hands and smiling. Do you still not understand my master's temperament? He instructed me to remain here for a decade, and he would never renege on that. His urgency in seeking me surely indicates a pressing matter. Upon my return, I shall craft for you a new gown. How does that sound? Yuan Feng regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before replying. I can't permit your return, but I wish to accompany you. Enough of this, Zhang Xi replied, exasperated. My master has summoned me for discussions regarding the affairs of the Zixiao lineage, and there is absolutely no possibility of you being permitted to eavesdrop. It would be quite inappropriate for the esteemed Yuan Feng to wait outside like a mere servant. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng conceded, recognizing the validity of his words, and stated earnestly, "Then let it be limited to 1 month. Should you not return within that time frame, do not blame us if the Feng clan decides to assault the Zixiao Palace." Agreed, Zhang Xi responded with a smile, then flew to the side of the heavenly teacher. After the heavenly teacher gave Yuan Feng a respectful nod, he once again tore through the void, taking Zhang Xi with him. Yuan Feng watched the gradually sealing space with a soft sigh. She returned to her chaise longue, yet found herself unable to rest comfortably, no matter how she yelled the Zixiao Palace. Upon Zhang Xi's arrival, he noticed 2 Taoists standing beside Yuan Tian'an. Their faces bore a friendly demeanor, yet their forms were somewhat unusual, and their Taoist robes appeared exceedingly plain, even somewhat tattered. "This must be Brother Xi," the plump Taoist said, bowing respectfully. "I am here to guide the newly accepted disciple of our master." "Greetings, Brother Jin." Zhang Xi returned the gesture. "I am Zhuan, the lean Taoist added with a smile. "Zhuan, my junior brother." Zhang Xi nodded and turned his gaze towards Hongjun, who sat at the main seat. "Now that everyone is present, Jin, please explain the situation," Hongjun said in a deep voice. "Recently, while passing through the Great Wasteland, I discovered that the Demon Clan has been stealthily capturing members of the Qilin Clan," Jin explained softly. "Upon capturing them, they did not slay them, but instead released them near the Wu Clan's territory, which led to the Wu Clan discovering and directly slaughtering those Qilin. Why would the Demon Clan deliver food to the Wu Clan?" The heavenly teacher furrowed his brow. "I do not know." Jin shook his head. "Does she? What is the meaning of this?" Hongjun inquired quietly. "The heavenly court intends to take action against the 3 clans. Zhang Xi's statement left everyone momentarily stunned. "The heavenly court seeks to hunt the Qilin clan. How can that be?" Zhuan questioned. "If I am not mistaken, those demon clansmen must be disguising themselves as members of the Wu clan. Am I correct?" Zhang Xi tilted his head. "Indeed," Jin nodded. "The demon clan transformed into the guise of the Wu clan, trapped those Qilin, and then cast them outside the Wu clan's territory to Xi. Does the heavenly court wish for the Wu clan to confront the Qilin clan?" Hongjun's brow furrowed, and then incite a conflict between the dragon and phoenix clans? "Indeed," Zhang Xi confirmed. "Though I am unaware of the specifics of their scheme, it is certain that one of the 2 clans will receive assistance from the heavenly court. And how shall the remaining clan be dealt with?" Dao Tianzuan asked. "If I were Emperor Jun, I would simply eliminate Yuan Feng or the ancestor dragon without harming their clansmen," Zhang Xi said with a bitter smile. "Once the clan leader is slain, the remaining clansmen would surely fight to the death. That point, would there be any clan left?" A collective gasp escaped the members of the Zixiao Palace. "What you say holds merit, yet I find one matter unclear." Jin whispered. "If the heavenly court first unites with Yuan Feng to defeat the ancestor dragon, what then becomes of the ancestor dragon? The ancestor dragon is the mightiest of the dragon clan. Who, then, is the strongest among the demon clan?" Zhang Xi scoffed. "Currently, the heavenly court boasts a multitude of warriors. With the dragon clan entangled with the phoenix clan, it should not be overly difficult to slay a solitary ancestor dragon." Emperor Tai, the expressions of everyone grew grave. "Does she? What course of action should we take?" Hongjun's inquiry was met with astonishment from Jin and Zhuan. Master is seeking counsel from his disciples, they thought, considering what outcome Hongjun desired. Zhang Xi sat cross-legged, speaking nonchalantly. "If the intention is the destruction of the 3 clans, then we need do nothing, that we must not bring calamity upon the various clans of the Great Wasteland." Hongjun said sternly. "Then we cannot allow the clan leaders of the 3 clans to perish." Zhang Xi replied lightly. "Should the situation turn dire, we must immediately intervene to protect the clan leaders. Yet they must not survive. Junior brother, we are quite dim-witted. Perhaps you collaborate further," Dao Tianzuan chuckled. "That entails directly bringing Yuan Feng to the brink of nirvana and putting the ancestor dragon and the first Qilin into a slumber lasting at least several millennia." Zhang Xi stated earnestly that in such a state, the 3 clans would naturally restrain themselves, and the heavenly court would not dare to act recklessly. Jin and Zhuan displayed expressions of terror. This junior brother possesses a truly rare cunning. They thought that Xi's words resonate with me. Hongjun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Master, I do not mean to dampen your spirits, Zhang Xi said helplessly on the battlefield, where circumstances shift in an instant, even with your vast powers. It cannot be guaranteed that we can bring the clan leaders to such a state, can it? Once the clan leaders fall, the great wasteland will undoubtedly be shattered. Then should we not attempt to thwart the heavenly court? The heavenly teacher suggested solemnly. All this turmoil originates from the heavenly court. As long as they cease to stir the pot, the great wasteland will naturally remain at peace. Brother, you are too naive, Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile. While it is true that the master is the Tao ancestor, Emperor Jun is the recognized sovereign of the three realms by the heavenly Tao. To be honest, at his level, even a master may not be able to sway his thoughts. Your words are greatly mistaken. We all revere the master's will. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned. Brother, Emperor Jun is first and foremost a member of the demon clan. Only secondly is he a disciple of the Zhixiao palace. Zhang Xi sighed. We all possess our own thoughts and ideas. While the master can indeed confine Emperor Jun with great powers, what of Emperor Tai? What of the 10 great demon lords? Indeed, if he can control them with great powers, then why not simply annihilate the demon clan? We would all be at peace. The members of the Zhixiao palace fell silent. After a long pause, Hongjun finally spoke. When you proposed to confer the title of sovereign over the three realms, did you foresee such events? Naturally, Zhang Xi shrugged. I suggested allowing the Wu clan to ascend because, despite their strength, recklessness, and brutality, they possess one significant advantage. What advantage? Nüwa inquired with curiosity. They're few in number, Zhang Xi replied with a bitter smile. Their various tribes total only a few tens of thousands. And I have heard Yuan Feng mention that their 12 leaders are not united in purpose. Such a race, once they ascend to the heavenly court, would be easier to control. What use do we have for controlling them? The heavenly teacher furrowed his brow. The current state of the demon clan is the result of a lack of control, Zhang Xi lamented. This is the fault of the master, Hongjun said dejectedly. Master should not be so pessimistic. Perhaps this is simply the outcome chosen by the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xi consoled. It may well be that once the Wu clan reaches the heavens, they may already be warring with the three clans. Who can say? Your words hold much truth, Dao Tianzun said with a bow. Master should not be too disheartened. There remains room for maneuver in this matter. Very well. Let's first observe how the three clans will respond. Hongjun said softly. Qi, do not return to the Wutong tree for now. Reside in Kunlun mountain for a time and observe how the situation unfolds. Yes, master, Zhang Xi bowed respectfully. Everyone may now take their leave. I am fatigued. Hongjun waved his Taoist robe, and the others instantly vanished from sight. He stood alone in the empty hall, softly murmuring, Heavenly Emperor, in Kunlun mountain. As Zhang Xi steadied himself, he immediately grasped Nüwa's hand and, as if presenting a treasure, produced a golden hairpin. Sister, look what I have made for you. Junior brother, with such great upheaval in the great wasteland, how can you still find time for these trinkets? Dao Tianzun sighed with a wry smile. What can I do about matters beyond even the chaos Daluo golden immortal's control? Zhang Xi retorted. Your reasoning is sound, the heavenly teacher said. Come, I shall show you something novel. The heavenly teacher promptly took Zhang Xi by the hand and headed toward the mountainside of Kunlun. Nüwa gazed at the shimmering hairpin in her hand, lightly pressing her lips together before deftly placing it among her flowing hair. Dao Tianzun and Yuan Shi Tianzun exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in amused resignation. Brother, what is this? Zhang Xi asked with curiosity. Come, meet your master uncle, came the reply. The heavenly master spoke in a deep voice. As soon as his words fell, a large white mouse scurried out from within the room. Standing about half a meter tall, it was entirely snow white, with a golden ingot dangling from its tail, appearing quite adorable. What on earth is this? Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. That I am not just any creature. I am the duo-bao mouse, the white mouse declared, standing upright with its hands on its hips. Junior brother, this is my newly accepted disciple, Duo-bao. What do you think? The heavenly master chuckled. It certainly looks impressive, Zhang Xi complimented, then spoke earnestly. However, senior brother, this child should be given some dignity as he grows up. Standing there with a gun doesn't seem very refined, does it? Puffed. The three pure ones could not help but burst into laughter. Nüwa, blushing, pinched Zhang Xi's ear and scolded, "How can you speak so frivolously in front of the younger generation?" "Master, what does it mean to stand with a gun?" Duo Bao asked curiously. "Sister, just wait a moment," Zhang Xi said as he crouched down and flicked his finger under Duo Bao's waist, explaining, "This is what it means to stand with a gun. Even though you Haven T transformed, we can still see everything." "Ah." Duo Bao immediately covered his groin and screamed. "Huh." The three pure ones laughed heartily once more, "That if you continue to act foolishly, I shall not spare you," Nüwa warned, pulling Zhang Xi along towards the Huing Palace. "Sister, be gentle. You're going to rip my ear off." Zhang Xi cried out in pain that Dio not speak. Nüwa chided sharply. "Master, I need to wear clothes." Duo Bao lamented, "Uncle is right. You all have seen everything." All right. I shall make you a set of clothes," the Heavenly Master said, both amused and exasperated. Instantly, a short skirt made of beast skin appeared on Duo Bao. Duo Bao then transformed into a streak of light, darting into Nüwa's palace to flaunt his new attire. They certainly seemed to get along well, the Taoist of moral heaven chuckled. After all, they are both creatures adorned with fur and horns. Born from moist eggs, the Heavenly Master replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Third brother, if our junior brother ever holds a grudge against me, it will be entirely your fault." The primordial Heavenly Master, with a cold expression, left behind a remark before gradually vanishing from sight. "Junior brother, has Yuan Feng said anything to you?" Nüwa feigned indifference. What did she say?" Zhang Xi inquired, puzzled. "It was about your bloodline and marriage." Nüwa said, somewhat anxious, "We did discuss some matters." Zhang Xi sighed. "She finds me rather peculiar. After all, I'm a primordial being, yet I possess the blood of the Wu tribe. I asked that all?" Nüwa asked, astonished. She always felt that Yuan Feng's gaze toward Zhang Xi was somewhat strange, especially when she went to such lengths to keep Zhang Xi at the Wutong tree. If it were a creature from the demon tribe, it would be understandable, but Yuan Feng was a proud phoenix. What else could it be? Zhang Xi shrugged. The phoenix is known for its purity. Surely, it cannot be that she would betroth a phoenix to me as a wife. "Do you wish to marry a member of the phoenix tribe?" Nüwa's expression darkened. "How could that be?" Zhang Xi lay back on the bamboo bed, sighing. Now that the heavenly cord is beginning to stir trouble, the entire great wilderness may soon descend into war. With my current cultivation, I cannot guarantee the safety of a wife. The phoenix tribe reaches the great Luo golden immortal upon maturity. Why would you need to protect her? Nüwa's expression softened slightly, jokingly adding, "If you truly manage to marry Yuan Feng, you would no longer need to worry about falling from grace, given the secret methods of the phoenix." "You certainly dare to dream," Zhang Xi retorted. "Yuan Feng has had no offspring for tens of thousands of years. Her standards must be extraordinarily high. My junior brother possesses quite the self-awareness. How can you belittle yourself?" Nüwa admonished seriously. "Your cultivation may be limited, but your intellect is unmatched throughout the great wilderness. Even the chaos great Luo golden immortal is but a plaything in your hands. You do have faith in me." Zhang Xi was about to tease her when a flash of white light suddenly landed on his abdomen. "Uncle, look at my new clothes," Duo Bao exclaimed proudly, standing on his belly. "Did your master make those for you?" Zhang Xi asked with curiosity. "Of course. My master dotes on me the most," Duo Bao replied, beaming with pride. "Your master's craftsmanship doesn't seem all that impressive," Zhang Xi remarked, pouting. "It's just a piece of beast skin. It makes you look like a wildling." "Preposterous," Duo Bao retorted angrily. "Look at your ignorant demeanor." Zhang Xi, somewhat disdainful, lifted him up and placed him on the table. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a large piece of red cloth floated in the air. With a thought, the red cloth split in half and was quickly sewn back together. In less than a few breaths, a vest appeared in his hand. With a point of his finger, Duo Bao's short skirt vanished, and before he could cover himself, the bright red vest was draped over him. Zhang Xi examined it and felt something was amiss, so he tied a bow around the golden ingot hanging from Duo Bao's tail, finally nodding in satisfaction. "Take a look for yourself. My taste surpasses that of your master." Duo Bao paused slightly before darting towards the pond in the backyard. Seeing the vest and the bow on his tail brought him immense joy, and he flew back to Zhang Xi's side, exclaiming, "Uncle, your clothes are far more beautiful than what my master made." "That is for certain," Zhang Xi declared triumphantly. "Your master may be powerful, but what does that matter? All day long, she's just swinging her sword at others. It's dreadfully dull. Ahem, ahem." Suddenly, a cough echoed from outside the door. Zhang Xi immediately changed his tone, becoming serious. "Duo Bao, you must learn diligently from your master. Focus on the Tao, and remember not to imitate your uncle." "I think uncle is much better than my master," Duo Bao mumbled. In a flash, a green light whisked Duo Bao away, followed by a cry of despair. "Master, I swear I won't do it again." Seeing this, Nüwa couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter. Zhang Xi was indeed entertaining during his time on Kunlun Mountain. Moments later, a bruised and battered Duo Bao returned. "Uncle, play with me. You just been beaten to a pulp, and you still want to play?" Zhang Xi exclaimed in surprise. "What else am I supposed to do?" Duo Bao replied innocently, "My master wants to meditate on the Tao, and she asked me to sit with her to cultivate, which is terribly dull." "You make a fair point, Zhang," she said seriously. "Meditating and cultivating can indeed be tiresome. Come, uncle will take you for a stroll." Duo Bao's body, originally over a meter tall, immediately shrank to the size of a palm. Just as he was about to fly on his Zhang Xi's head, he was knocked aside by a flash of white light. As he steadied himself in midair, he noticed a pure white fox baring its teeth at him. "Who are you to dare strike me? I am Tu Shanyi. Who are you?" The fox leaped on a Zhang Xi's shoulder, speaking angrily. "I am the Duo Bao mouse. If you dare hit me, watch me retaliate." Duo Bao transformed into a streak of white light and charged at Tu Shanyi. Unfazed, Tu Shanyi met his charge head-on. 3 breaths later, Duo Bao found himself pinned beneath the fox's paw. "Uncle, help! Enough! Yeah, let him go," Zhang Xi said helplessly. "Duo Bao, this is your senior sister. Do not provoke her in the future." "Yes." Duo Bao wiped the blood from his nose, glanced at Tu Shanyi, who was resting with her eyes closed on Zhang Xi's shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and then flew to perch on Zhang Xi's head. Seeing this, Nüwa couldn't help but smile, though she did not understand why Zhang Xi enjoyed playing with them so much. "Sister, let us go find Zhen Yuan and play," Zhang Xi said, taking Nüwa's hand. "All right." After Nüwa nodded, she waved her hand, and the four of them instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the back courtyard of the Purple Cloud Palace. Zhang Xi looked around, deeply astonished. He had initially thought the back courtyard of the Purple Cloud Palace was merely a small garden, but to his surprise, it was an endless expanse of flat land, filled with blooming flowers and fruit trees, with small creatures darting by, resembling a paradise. "Who dares intrude upon the Purple Cloud Palace?" A voice resonated, both imposing and yet tinged with youthful innocence. "What if I invade your Zixiao Palace?" Zhang Xi stated with utmost seriousness. "Not only will I invade your Zixiao Palace, but I shall also uproot all of you." Impudent. With a furious rebuke, the trees surrounding them instantaneously transformed into humanoid figures, encircling Zhang Xi and his companions. Soon after, a diminutive figure appeared atop one of the tree beings' heads. "Oh, you have reinforcements?" Zhang Xi scoffed. "Senior brother?" Zhen Yuan exclaimed in surprise and immediately descended, clutching his elder's leg and lamenting. "Senior brother, why have you not come to see me? I've been imprisoned and unable to visit you." Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile. "Who would dare to confine you? Let us demolish his place." "Indeed," Zhen Yuan declared with fury, "that in our Zixiao Palace lineage, we are the ones who bully others. No one dares to bully us." Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback by the brazen tone he exhibited. "Who, pray tell, shaped Zhen Yuan into this?" he asked incredulously. "Whose words are you repeating?" "My little brother," Zhen Yuan replied with a proud grin. Beckoning to the distance, a large, black creature resembling a monkey promptly approached. Its towering figure and dark skin accentuated by 2 massive tusks protruding from its mouth. "How hideous," Tu Shanyi remarked disdainfully, wrinkling her nose. "Fox, you are hardly one to talk about beauty." The monkey retorted, displeasure evident in its tone. "This creature can speak," Duo Bao said, astonished. "If mice can speak, why not a monkey?" The creature huffed. You are quite amusing, Zhang Xi chuckled lightly, as far as I know. This is the garden of Zhixiao Palace. How did you come to be here? I know not, the monkey replied, shaking its head. I was sleeping on the mountain, and upon awakening, I found myself here, after consuming the fruits from the trees. I gained sentience. You are indeed fortunate. Nüwa smiled, and then turned to Zhang Xi. Perhaps when our master gathered wood in the wilderness, he inadvertently brought you into the garden as well. That seems likely, Zhang Xi nodded with a smile. Had you remained in the wilderness, you would have likely become a meal for a great demon by now. Why has the immortal come here? The monkey asked in a deep, rumbling voice. Bang! Zhen Yuan delivered a punch that knocked the creature to the ground, declaring angrily, This is my elder brother, and thus you shall not speak to him in such a manner. Yes, elder brother. The monkey quickly scrambled to its feet. Observing the scene, a sly grin spread across Zhang Xi's face. Since fate has brought us together, may I bestow upon you a name? Thank you. Immortal? No. Thank you. Elder brother for the name. The monkey immediately prostrated itself. Let's call you Tian Peng, Zhang Xi said, his smile devious, as though he had stolen something. Junior brother, what does Tian Peng mean? Nüwa inquired with curiosity. Seeing that he is so large, I hope he will shield the beings of the wilderness from the winds and rains in the future. Zhang Xi replied, whimsically, a splendid name. Nüwa nodded. Extending her hand, Tian Peng instantly transformed from a wild boar into a muscular giant, though the boar's head remained. Even uglier, Tu Shanyi remarked. Fox, should you continue to call me ugly, I shall charge at you. Tian Peng retorted angrily. Humphed. Tu Shanyi huffed, closing her eyes. Bang! Tian Peng received another punch, blood gushing from his nose. Do not be disrespectful to my elder brother's pet, Zhen Yuan said sternly, his expression serious. Yes, elder brother. Tian Peng wiped his nose and obediently stood behind him. Elder brother, let me show you around, Zhen Yuan said proudly, pulling Zhang Xi along. I want to show you my tree. It seems to have grown again. Has it grown again? Zhang Xi asked, astonished. The ginseng fruit tree, while not particularly large among the great trees of the wilderness, paled in comparison to the towering parasol trees, after flying several hundred miles. Zhen Yuan showcased a large tree surrounded by stones, laden with fruits that it does seem a bit larger. Zhang Xi mused, stroking his chin. But the fruits above have yet to fully develop? Not so easily. Zhen Yuan lamented. If we wait for these fruits to mature, it will take at least 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Zhang Xi shook his head with a wry smile upon hearing that number. He was uncertain whether he would live long enough to witness the ginseng fruits ripen once more. That moment, Zhen Yuan produced a small golden hammer, soaring into the tree to knock down 2 fruits, catching them in a tray before presenting them to Zhang Xi and Nüwa. Senior brother, senior sister, here, eat up. You have a tree that only bears 30 fruits in 100,000 years. And you offer us some? Zhang Xi teased. You are my elder brother, Zhen Yuan replied, thumping his chest that a good brother should be loyal. Elder brother, I too wish to eat, Tian Peng chimed in, approaching eagerly. Scram, scram. You can eat nothing. Zhen Yuan replied impatiently. Feeling dejected, Tian Peng squatted on the ground, silent. Zhang Xi presented 1 fruit to Nüwa and then divided the other in half, tossing 1 half to Tu Shanyi and the other to Duo Bao. Thank you, master, uncle master. Both Tu Shanyi and Duo Bao exclaimed joyfully. Although they were unaware of the fruit's purpose, its rarity was evident. After all, 30 fruits over 100,000 years signified a treasure of the heavens and earth. Go ahead and eat, Zhang Xi encouraged with a smile. Seeing this, Zhen Yuan flew back up to knock down 2 more fruits. After tossing 1 to Zhang Xi, he imitated him by splitting the other in 2, consuming 1 half and giving the other to Tian Peng. Thank you, elder brother, Tian Peng yelled in excitement. I shall listen to elder brother from now on. Indeed, Tian Peng opened his mouth wide, swallowing half the fruit in 1 gulp. Zhang Xi couldn't help but chuckle, hesitating briefly before eating half of his fruit. As he had anticipated, the fruit held no further benefit for him. Aside from slightly enriching his magical power, it provided almost no growth in his cultivation. He waved his right hand, storing the remaining half of the fruit in a golden gourd. Elder brother, what shall we do next? Zhen Yuan asked while clinging to Zhang Xi's leg. How about we prepare some roasted meat? Zhang Xi suggested, stroking his chin. However, this is the master's garden. What if we anger him by consuming his cherished beasts? Elder brother, that won't happen, Jin Yuan whispered. Tianpeng and I often slay small beasts for meals. Yet the master has never discovered us. Then let us proceed, Zhang Xi replied with a grin. Let us go. Jin Yuan clapped Tianpeng's thigh, and understanding the cue, Tianpeng transformed back into his original form. Lying on the ground, Jin Yuan flew onto his back, and together they dashed out, startling the small beasts in the garden, causing them to scatter in fright. Duo Bao watched with envy. Observing this, Zhang Xi patted his head, saying, Go play with your uncle, master. Yes, Duo Bao replied, transforming into a beam of white light and soaring out. Mounting Tianpeng's back, should you not properly guide Duo Bao, be wary of trouble from senior brother Tong Tian. Nüwa chided playfully. Children should behave like children, Zhang Xi mused as he gazed skyward. If they do not play now, they may never enjoy such joy once they grow up. Tu Shanyi gently nudged Zhang Xi with her head in a comforting gesture. Nüwa sighed, sensing Zhang Xi's sorrow, even if she did not fully grasp its meaning. Before long, Jin Yuan and the others returned, laden with various small beasts. Zhang Xi promptly ignited a bonfire, plucking feathers and skinning the creatures to roast over the flames. At that moment, a flash of purple light startled everyone. Jin Yuan, is this how you manage the garden for your master? Hongjun asked, his expression a mix of amusement and reproach. Jin Yuan turned pale with fright. While Tianpeng lay flat on the ground, too scared to utter a word, Duo Bao, trembling, hid within Zhang Xi's hair. Master, how about a drink before reprimanding him? Zhang Xi suggested with a broad smile, offering a bamboo cup. You should protect them, Hongjun replied, a twinkle of mirth in his eyes. Hongjun spoke with a hint of irritation. You have benefited from the Witch Clan, and now that the Witch Clan and the Qilin Clan are at war, how do you intend to navigate your position? The Witch Clan and the Qilin Clan are in conflict. Zhang Xi furrowed his brow. That it seems you have miscalculated. Hongjun sighed, aside from the Hooded tribe. Both Gongong and Zhurong from the Witch Clan have also joined the fray, and they're fighting fiercely that it is only natural for Gongong to participate. After all, Hutu and Hoqing are his descendants. Zhang Xi remarked with a sigh. Is this true? Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. As for Zhurong, that is even more understandable. He has always vied for the leadership of the Witch Clan against Gongong. Although both have entered the battle, they are merely fighting for their own causes. Zhang Xi waved his right hand, and roasted meat flew into the bamboo bowl on the ground. He gestured to Hongjun with a sign of invitation. Hongjun unceremoniously sat down and, turning to Jin, smiled. With your senior brother advocating for you, let this matter rest. Next time, do not recklessly slay the creatures in my garden. Yes, master, Jin Yuan replied, letting out a sigh of relief as he sat down beside Zhang Xi. Junior brother, how do you plan to proceed in this war between the Witch Clan and the Qilin Clan? Nüwa inquired solemnly. I have received benefits from Hudu and must naturally give something in return. Zhang Xi stated with resolve that if a diplomatic resolution can be reached, that would be ideal. If not, I will participate in the conflict between the Witch and Qilin clans in a personal capacity. In a personal capacity? Both Hongjun and Nüwa were taken aback slightly. Specifically, as she of the Witch Clan, this has nothing to do with the Zixiao Palace. Zhang Xi spoke softly. Master, do not worry for me. Although my strength may be lacking, I am adept at escaping. Not be overconfident, Nüwa admonished earnestly. The Qilin clan is filled with formidable beings, and you may not be able to flee from them. Then I shall leave it to fate, Zhang Xi sighed. Having received kindness, I must consider repayment. If I do not participate, even if I achieve great success in the future, I fear I shall be troubled by inner demons. After all, it is our Zixiao Palace that has aspirations. Hongjun clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He then pointed with his right hand, causing 4 long swords to materialize in the air. Although they hovered separately, they were faintly connected by mist, occasionally revealing the colors of the Bagua. The sword array of annihilation? Nüwa exclaimed in surprise. Is this the sword of annihilation? Zhang Xi's gaze sharpened. This weapon's reputation was indeed resounding. It was a sword array only broken by the 4 great saints, Surely not a name without merit. How did you come to know of this sword array? Hongjun raised an eyebrow slightly. It was mentioned by Yuan Feng. Zhang Xi fabricated, stating that she had said that during the battle against the outer heavenly demons at Xuandu, the sword array of annihilation had shone brilliantly. She treats you quite well. Hongjun chuckled lightly, then reached out to tap Zhang Xi's forehead. Instantly, the diagram and usage of the sword array of annihilation appeared in Zhang Xi's mind. It consisted of 4 celestial swords named Juxian, Juexian Luxian, and Xianxian. Each sword complemented the others, and none could be absent. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure. You are my disciple. There is no need for such formality. Hongjun replied with a smile, that if you are to go, it would be best to seek a resolution. If that is not possible, do not increase the bloodshed unnecessarily. Remember this. Understood, Zhang Xi nodded, flicking his robe. The 4 swords vanished without a trace. Senior brother, I will accompany you. Jinyan grinned. Whoever dares to strike you, I shall transform into a great tree. Uncle Master, I shall accompany you as well. Dao Bao straightened up. Enough nonsense, Zhang Xi said, gently lifting Dao Bao down and placing him beside Hongjun. Then gestured for Tushanya to descend. Master, our fates are intertwined. If you go, how can I remain safe? Tushanya stated earnestly. Let us not, Zhang Xi replied, setting her down beside Nüwa. We do not know what fortune or misfortune lies ahead. If a true battle ensues, I cannot look after you. Master, Tushanya attempted to protest, but was silenced by Nüwa. Junior brother, rest assured, I will take care of them, Nüwa assured. Thank you, senior sister. Zhang Xi raised the bamboo bowl to clink with Hongjun's before gradually becoming translucent. In the great wilderness of the Hutu tribe, Hoqing wielded a giant axe, hovering in mid-air, facing dozens of Qilin. Which clan? You have slaughtered my kin. You must give me an explanation. The leader, a green Qilin, spoke in human language. Filled with rage, Gaochen, if you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado, Hoqing sneered. Then let us engage in battle. Gaochen howled to the heavens, and the dozens of Qilin charged forward. After Hoqing felled the Qilin with a swing of his axe, another Qilin struck him in the lower back, sending him soaring into the sky. Gaochen flickered and reappeared above, planting a foot on Hoqing's chest, causing him to plummet to the ground. As the Qilin clan prepared to surround him once more, a black arrow shot through the air. One Qilin let out a wail as a fist-sized hole appeared in its chest. Yet it still managed to hover in the air, with its formidable physique that Gaochen's gaze sharpened as he howled to the heavens. Countless Qilin surged forth, blotting out the sky. Hutu soared into the air, landing a punch on Gaochen's head. Gaochen fell 100 meters before stabilizing and transforming into a streak of green light, charging at Hutu. Hutu clasped her hands together in front of her chest. But the tremendous force sent her hurtling backward several hundred meters. The remaining Qilin charged towards the witch clan, with casualties on both sides. Like the tea that moment, the figure of the first Qilin appeared in the sky. Clan leader, Gaochen, and the others immediately bowed their heads in greeting. First Qilin. Hutu's gaze sharpened, sensing an ominous premonition. Sister, father, and leader Zhu Rong are not entangled with him. Hoqing whispered, "It seems father is lost." Hutu replied with a bitter smile. Lost? Hoqing looked utterly bewildered. He had never seen his father defeated. The first Qilin was not in good condition either, with one of its horns broken, though it was slowly recovering. Dark energy still swirled around it, and it bore several deep wounds on its chest, exposing bone. Truly a horrifying sight. Which clan? Will you not surrender? What are you waiting for? The first Qilin's voice resonated, shaking the heavens and earth. Our witch clan only knows how to die in battle. Have you ever seen a witch clan that surrenders? Hutu scoffed. Then perish, the first Qilin howled, charging forward. Gaochen and the others roared in anger, transforming into streaks of green light. Hutu also shouted, her body enveloped in dark energy. Just as the two clans were about to engage in a life-and-death struggle, for long swords descended from the heavens. A massive Bagua diagram appeared, blocking the first Qilin's assault. Hongjun, the first Qilin, recognized this sword array, having participated in the battle at Xuandu in the past. But when he looked up, he saw a young man smiling down at him. It is you, Zhang Xi said with a light laugh, flying in front of Hutu. Continuing this way is not a solution. Why not discuss matters? Hutu gazed at his figure, and for some reason, a faint smile crept on her lips. Does your Zhixiao palace intend to assist the witch clan? The first Qilin inquired solemnly. Naturally not, Zhang Xi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Did I end the conflict between the Qilin clan and the witch clan? As a member of the witch clan, I must participate. This matter is unrelated to my sect. Though the sword array of annihilation is formidable, it may not suffice to stop me in your hands. The first Qilin declared proudly, I have no intention of stopping you. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. However, I would like to inquire how far the Qilin clan intends to pursue this battle. Will you eliminate the entire witch clan? Or will you wait until the Qilin clan faces extinction? Such arrogance, Gao Chen scoffed. Your witch clan has been steadily pushed back by my Qilin clan. How can there be talk of our extinction? Oh, have you slain Gong and Zhu Rong? Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. That is only natural, Gao Chen declared proudly. Gong and Zhu Rong attacked the clan leader and were defeated by our leader. What I am asking is, have you killed Gong and Zhu Rong? Zhang Xi retorted with a cold smile that if I am not mistaken, the clan leader merely left them severely injured, but did not slay them, am I right? The primordial Qilin remained silent, simply observing Zhang Xi. Given the regenerative abilities of the witch clan, it would not take a century for them to be capable of waging war against the Qilin clan once more. But what then? Zhang Xi replied earnestly, what is your intention? The primordial Qilin spoke slowly to halt the conflict. Zhang Xi clasped his hands respectfully. As the leader of the Qilin clan, it was indeed our fault to mistakenly harm members of your kin. However, you must also understand that our witch clan feeds upon myriad beings. Sometimes, it is merely a matter of circumstance, and your clan's rampant slaughter of my people was also a matter of circumstance. The primordial Qilin retorted angrily. Qilin clan leader, why not discuss this matter below? Zhang Xi proposed earnestly, of course, if you wish to continue the fight, our witch clan fears no challenge, even if we cannot emerge victorious. Your descendants may not fare any better. Impudent, Go Chen bellowed. Your witch clan has already been defeated by us. How dare you speak so boldly? Go Chun, Zhang Xi interjected, unless you can annihilate our witch clan entirely. I assure you that this conflict will be a matter of life and death. The primordial Qilin cast a glance at the four swords of Zhuzhen suspended in the air, then at the Pango flag in Zhang Xi's hand. Feeling a surge of trepidation, this young man may lack strength, but he possesses an alarming number of treasures. Any one of them could be considered a congenital supreme artifact, particularly this Zhuzhen sword array, which had once slaughtered 1,000,000 extraterrestrial demons. What say you, Qilin clan leader? Zhang Xi inquired softly to Xi. I shall grant you a modicum of respect. Let us descend and discuss. The primordial Qilin responded, soaring towards the ground. After embracing Ho Tu and Ho Qing, Zhang Xi followed suit. While Ho Qing remained unperturbed, Ho Tu's cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. Upon reaching the ground, the primordial Qilin transformed into a humanoid form, appearing as a strikingly handsome young man clad in a blue robe. Go Chun and the others watched from a distance, their eyes fixed intently upon the two. Ho Tu and Ho Qing refrained from approaching, yet remained on high alert. Zhang Xi smiled slightly as the Zhuzhen sword descended, creating a barrier between them. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? The primordial Qilin chuckled. Fearful, indeed, Zhang Xi replied with a grin. But should you take my life, the Zhuzhen sword array would activate instantaneously, resulting in our mutual demise out of course. Given your cultivation, I cannot ascertain whether the Zhuzhen sword array could slay you, but it is worth a try. Ha ha! The primordial Qilin laughed heartily. The ancestor dragon spoke of your despicable nature, calling you a thoroughly contemptible individual. Yet, it seems you are not entirely so, for at least you dare to engage me. Shall we both perish then? Zhang Xi murmured. Qilin clan leader, do you not find this matter exceedingly peculiar? In what way? The primordial Qilin's expression shifted. Your Qilin clan occupies the Buzhou mountain range and seldom traverses the vast wilderness without necessity. Meanwhile, our witch clan proliferates throughout the wilderness and rarely hunts in specific locations. Why will we specifically venture to Buzhou mountain to capture a Qilin? Zhang Xi stated firmly, why can witness your witch clan slaughtering near Buzhou mountain? The primordial Qilin countered. Are you certain it was slaughter and not capture? Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. What difference does it make? The primordial Qilin's brows furrowed. Our witch clan acts decisively in battle. We do not leave survivors when encountering prey. Zhang Xi asserted gravely. If it were indeed my witch clan's doing, why not simply slay the Qilin instead of capturing them? Are you suggesting that someone instigated a war between our two clans? The primordial Qilin's demeanor darkened. If I were to name the instigator directly, you might not believe me, Zhang Xi replied softly. Perhaps there are members of the witch clan who have slain Qilins. But we would never assault Buzhou Mountain. That is certain. How do you intend to handle this situation? The primordial Qilin inquired. Shall we cease hostilities? Zhang Xi extended his hand. The witch clan is presently gravely weakened, and I doubt your Qilin clan is in a much better state. You announce a halt to hostilities, and I shall declare the witch clan's defeat. Let us see who truly seeks to incite a war between our clans. To my knowledge, the witch clan never admits defeat. The primordial Qilin laughed heartily. You are not even a tribal leader. How can you represent the witch clan? Currently, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong are on the verge of falling due to your actions. I believe the other witch clan leaders are not faring much better. Of the 12 leaders of the witch clan, only Ho Tu remains that I am confident I can persuade her. Very well. The primordial Qilin extended his hand and lightly struck Zhang Xi's palm. Chuckling, Xi, you are quite intriguing, more so than I had anticipated. However, are you aware that the ancestor dragon is already seeking an opportunity to kill you? Primordial Qilin, I have shown you my sincerity, yet you still sow discord. That is rather excessive, Zhang Xi replied with dissatisfaction. If the ancestor dragon truly wished to kill me, he would have acted long ago during my extensive travels in the wilderness. With his temperament, he would not bide his time. Huh, the primordial Qilin laughed uproariously. You have seen through him. Yet the ancestor dragon indeed harbors deep-seated hatred towards you that if you encounter him, it would be wise to steer clear. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly slay you. You need not concern yourself with that. After retracting the sword array, Zhang Xi declared loudly, I hereby announce that our witch clan has been defeated in this battle. You have triumphed, Da Shi. Ho Qing swiftly flew over, grasping his sleeve with an anxious expression. Silence. Zhang Xi shot her a glare before bowing to the primordial Qilin. Da Shi, what status do you hold to represent the witch clan? Go Chen interjected sarcastically. He is my husband. Thus, he naturally represents our witch clan. Ho Tu's proclamation was thunderous. Husband? The primordial Qilin regarded Zhang Xi with a playful glimmer in his eyes that I in that case. Xi, as the representative of the Qilin clan, I accept your apology and let the two clans cease hostilities. However, Buzhou Mountain is a forbidden zone for the witch clan. No member is permitted to trespass. Understood, Zhang Xi maintained his composure, bowing respectfully. Let us depart. The primordial Qilin reverted to his true form, shattering the void with a single step and vanishing within. Go Chun shot Zhang Xi a fierce glare before leading his kin to follow suit. Outside the Ho Tu tribe, Zhang Xi gazed at the numerous lifeless bodies, remaining silent. The Ho Tu tribe had never been populous, and this battle claimed dozens of lives, resulting in a grievous loss. While the witch clan could reproduce with relative ease, their growth was slow, compounded by their nearly self-destructive cultivation methods, resulting in a high mortality rate. Without several millennia, the witch clan would struggle to recover. Xi, do you truly wish to be with my sister? Ho Qing whispered. Certainly not. Zhang Xi shook his head. Your sister merely made that remark to silence the primordial Qilin. Do not take it to heart. Elder brother Xi, your words are not entirely accurate. Quafu murmured. A leader's word is always their bond. If it were merely a strategy against the primordial Qilin, she would rather perish than utter such sentiments. Zhang Xi paused, glancing at the distant Ho Tuesday, surrounded by witch clan women. Ho Tu was engaged in animated conversation. Sensing someone observing her, she lifted her gaze and met Zhang Xi's eyes. His expression bore no shame or evasion, which somewhat eased his mind. Truth be told, he was unprepared for marriage. Though he lacked ambition, he at least aspired to protect his wife. Despite his numerous treasures, the Tai Chi diagram, Pangu flag, Zhejian sword array, and Tsang He sword, he remained uncertain about his true combat prowess should a conflict arise. As he pondered, a dark light emanated from the tip of Ho Tu's finger. Moments later, flames erupted from the bodies of the fallen tribe members. All the tribesmen knelt upon the ground, their hands clasped in prayer. Zhang Xi, however, focused his thoughts and tossed the Pangu flag into the air. Kneeling before the altar, the Bagua emanates light, standing firm to transcend the realm. For male or female, the burden is borne by oneself. Wealth or poverty, it is summoned by thee. Command the salvation of the multitude. Hasten their rebirth. His voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunderous roars. The already fallen horses and oxen astonishingly floated in mid-air, leaving Hutu and others utterly astonished. Who dares to encroach upon my netherworld? A furious roar echoed. And suddenly, someone tore through the void above. Without a moment's hesitation, Hutu soared into the sky and struck him with a punch to the head. The man was immediately sent crashing to the ground. And as Ho-Ching leaped forward, aiming a kick, the man swiftly dodged, ascending once more into the sky, leaving a large crater where Haoping had landed like a T that moment. Several others broke through the void. Seeing this, Zhang Xi brandished the summoning banner, standing tall. Hutu and the others swiftly took flight behind him, their gazes fixed intently upon the heavens. Xi, how have you accomplished this? Hongjun gazed in astonishment at the floating horses and oxen, bewildered, for they were neither of the Wu clan nor innate beings. What could this mean? Master. The man who had been knocked down by Hutu clasped his hands in respect, saying, I was minding my own business in the netherworld when a horde of Wu clan members surged in. Upon their arrival, they began to massacre my Azura tribe. Mingi, this is not your place to speak, Tongtian Patriarch coldly retorted. Yes, senior brother. Mingi replied, feeling wronged, and dared not speak further. He could only gaze with a flicker of greed at the Panga banner in Zhang Xi's hand. Xi, how did they transform into this state? Nüwa flew to Zhang Xi's side, grasping his hand, exclaiming, there is such a dense aura of death surrounding them. It is indeed rare. Zhang, she glanced at the horses and oxen, perplexed, and asked, Senior sister, if one were to perish in the great wilderness, where would their soul go? It would go to the Guishu. Hongjun descended, speaking solemnly, all innate beings who perish will ultimately return to the Guishu. But will they not reincarnate? Zhang, she furrowed his brow. Reincarnation? The crowd gasped in shock. Upon perishing, the soul goes to the netherworld, awaiting the moment to reappear in the great wilderness in a new form. Zhang, she softly explained. Thunder rumbled once more across the sky, and a red light appeared upon Zhang Xi. The heavenly Tao bestows blessings. Tao, Tianzuan exclaimed in astonishment. Junior brother, how have you garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao? Yuanshi, Tianzuan breathed heavily. Just as Zhang Xi was about to respond, a dark cloud drifted across the sky. In an instant, countless red lightning bolts descended. Hutu was about to advance, but Nüwa swiftly intervened with her sword, saying, This is the tribulation thunder. Do not approach. Tribulation? Tongtian Patriarch was taken aback. Did not Master exempt Junior brother from the great Luo golden immortal tribulation? How is it that he faces tribulation again? Your junior brother possesses profound fortune. Hongjun chuckled lightly. I spared him from the golden immortal tribulation, thus lessening some risks, but also diminished the tempering by the thunder, which the heavenly Tao has perceived. Hence it descends once more to refine his body. The heavenly Tao? The crowd gazed skyward. That moment. Zhang, she was rather ungracefully sprawled on the ground, his body flickering with countless electric sparks. His long-dormant cultivation suddenly surged, ascending steadily from golden immortal to the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal before finally pausing. After a considerable time, Zhang Xi rose to his feet, the Taiji diagram instantly transforming into a black and white Tao robe that adhered to him. Xi, you have accomplished great merit in delivering the souls of the departed. All beings that perish in the three realms will henceforth enter the netherworld, becoming part of the Ghost Clan. The majestic voice of the heavenly Tao resounded throughout the cosmos. Ghost Clan? Hongjun was slightly taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. My disciple is capable. I, as his master, also share in the glory. Junior brother, how did you achieve this? Dao, Tianzuan flew to Zhang Xi's side. I do not know. Zhang Xi shook his head. I merely witnessed the Wu clan and Qilin clan suffer such losses. When burning the corpses, I wished to spare them from suffering, hence I intended to deliver them. No wonder you received the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Junior brother, you possess a heart of great compassion, the Jain Taoist sincerely remarked. Perhaps, Zhang Xi replied with a bitter smile. Master, the netherworld has always been the domain of my Azura tribe. Now that there's an added ghost clan, how are we to coexist? Mingyi clasped his hands in respect. If you're dissatisfied, you may seek to reason with the heavenly Tao. What use is there in consulting Master? Zhang Xi replied with a light smile. The ghost clan is a creation of the heavenly Tao. What concern is it of ours? You. Mingyi was incensed, charging forward with the Abijna sword in hand. Just as Nüwa and the others were about to act, Hongjun stopped them. As Mingyi's sword struck down, Zhang Xi let out a cold laugh, revealing the Kang sword in his hand. Clang, the two swords collided, sending a ripple that turned into a tempest, stirring up countless dust. Mingyi, you are but a trifling matter. The Kang sword vanished from Zhang Xi's grasp, replaced by the Panga banner. He gently waved the Panga banner, and the energies of yin and yang surged forth, rushing towards Mingyi. Mingyi was taken aback, preparing to evade, but the Taiji diagram had already enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The energies of yin and yang transformed into countless bolts of lightning, battering him until he was drenched in blood. With a thought, Zhang Xi summoned the Excalibur array. Trapped within the array, Mingyi beheld the myriad sword energies surrounding him and cried out, Junior brother, I concede. Above in the sky, Emperor Jun sat majestically upon the clouds, flanked by the 10 great demon leaders and millions of heavenly soldiers. Yet at that moment, not a soul spoke. The Hongjun's disciples gazed at Zhang Xi in disbelief. How could Mingyi, a renowned figure for many years, be so effortlessly defeated by Zhang Xi? Master told us not to indulge junior brother, yet the Kang sword, Taiji diagram, and Excalibur array. How favored he is by Master. Tontian Patriarch sighed. If your junior brother possessed your strength, there would be no need for concern. Hongjun chided with a chuckle. Master, junior brother defeated Mingyi without any means of defense, using his great Luo golden immortal cultivation. Can this truly be deemed lacking in strength? Yuan Shi, Tianzu jested. The treasures have been bestowed upon him. Thus they are his that, if you desire them, simply ask him. Hongjun laughed heartily. The three pure ones shook their heads in amusement. Jain and Zuni Taoists, however, wore grim expressions. They had been disciples of Hongjun for years, yet he had never granted them treasures. Greetings, Master. Emperor Jun bowed respectfully to Hongjun. Hongjun nodded, then spoke softly, as you are now the ruler of the heavenly court. Do not bow to me again. Go and fulfill your duties. How can that be? Emperor Jun retorted earnestly. We owe our present state to Master S teachings and grace. How could we forget? Hongjun slightly inclined his head, but fell silent. Shi, how have you stirred up trouble again? Dong Wangtai reprimanded. It was clearly Mingyi who struck first. Why should the blame fall upon me? Zhang Xi replied with a light smile. Do you wish to show favoritism towards him? I am the sovereign of the three realms. How could I favor Mingyi? Dong Wangtai replied, displeased. Your Highness, since the dawn of creation, the netherworld has belonged to my Azura tribe. Now that she has created the Ghost Clan, countless beings have entered the netherworld, slaughtering my Azura tribe. Mingyi lamented passionately. Your Majesty and your Highness are the rulers of the three realms. Please, grant me justice, Shi. What do you have to say? Emperor Jun inquired slowly. The Ghost Clan is a creation of the heavenly Tao. If your Majesty is dissatisfied, it would be better to reason with the heavenly Tao, wouldn't it? Zhang Xi replied with a smile that bore no warmth. Presumptuous, Dong Wangtai erupted in fury. He immediately descended to the lower realm, flipping his right hand as the Dongwang bell began to spin. Zhang Xi let out a cold laugh, brandishing the Kang sword as he soared into the heavens. Go, Dongwang Tai bellowed, and the Dongwang bell expanded, hurtling towards Zhang Xi. Unfazed, Zhang Xi formed seals with his hands. Just as the Dongwang bell was about to collide with him, the Excalibur array materialized. Boom! A deafening sound resonated through the cosmos. Zhang Xi was sent flying back hundreds of meters, but the Dongwang bell was also halted by the Excalibur array, Unable to advance further, he extended his right hand, and the Taiji diagram transformed into two yin-yang fish, encircling the Donghuang bell. Without the Taiji diagram, what do you have to compare with me? Donghuang Tai Yi let out a cold laugh, brandishing a black longsword as he advanced forward. Zhang Xi, undeterred, held the Zhang He sword aloft, placing it defensively before himself. The two swords clashed, sending him hurtling backward once more. Donghuang Taiyi's expression briefly brightened, but in the next instant, Zhang Xi deftly waved the Panga banner, unleashing the dual energies of yin and yang that surged toward him. Donghuang Tai Yi immediately sought to summon the Donghuang bell, yet remained ensnared by the Zhuxian sword formation and the Taiji diagram. Unable to be freed in the short term, that he could only cleave at the approaching yin and yang energies with his sword. But at that moment, a purple longsword flew towards him, forcing him to block with his own. Clang! The Zhang He sword was sent flying. Donghuang Taiyi's expression relaxed slightly, but he soon sensed something amiss. That a flash of white light surged forth, and a massive fist struck him squarely in the face. Caught off guard, he lost grip of the longsword in his hand. Yet, how could Zhang Xi let such an opportunity slip by? Transforming into a beam of white light, he charged toward him once more. You dare to contend with me, a great Luo golden immortal, in physical combat? Donghuang Tai Yi roared in fury, also morphing into a streak of white light. His punch connected with Zhang Xi's chest. But Zhang Xi hesitated only momentarily before unleashing a barrage of fists upon his face. Within mere moments, Donghuang Tai Yi found himself utterly defenseless, while he was superior in cultivation when it came to physical prowess. None in the great wilderness could rival the Wu clan, not even the Dragon clan. You audacious wretch! The demon leader Ing Zhao bellowed, extending his wings as he prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a green longsword was placed at his throat. You would do well to refrain from any rash movements. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in the underworld, the Tongtian Patriarch remarked with a chilling smile. What does this mean, Tongtian Patriarch? A bead of sweat trickled down Ing Zhao's forehead. Donghuang is my junior brother, as is Xi. When brothers quarrel, outsiders have no right to interfere. Do you truly believe my Zixiao palace is without defenders? Tongtian Patriarch replied, nonchalantly. If this is a matter between brothers, then I shall witness my junior brother's prowess. Dijun slowly drew the Slaughter Wu sword, ready to take to the skies. However, at that moment, a figure stood in his path. Junior brother, why not allow your elder brother to accompany you in a few exchanges? Yuan Shitian Zun chuckled lightly. Why do you deceive me, elder brother? Dijun spoke in a low tone that she is merely a great Luo golden immortal. For Tai Yi to engage him is already an act of bullying the weak. If you join in to make it 2 against 1, it would tarnish your reputation as the heavenly emperor. Yuan Shitian Zun sneered. Dijun tightened his grip on the longsword, falling silent. While he held no fear of Yuan Shitian Zun, a victory would be favorable. However, should he lose, his status as heavenly emperor would indeed become inconsequential. Above the sky, Donghuang Tai Yi, disheveled, bore a once handsome visage now marred with swelling and bruises. His robes tattered and torn, clearly having suffered a significant defeat. Zhang Xi bore a massive sword wound across his chest, bloodied yet visibly healing before the naked eye. Your Highness, how do you fare? At that moment, Donghuang Taiyi's expression was grim, yet he dared not respond. If only he had the Donghuang bell in hand, he could have brought Zhang Xi to his demise in mere moments. Yet now, it was evident that Zhang Xi was prepared for the Donghuang bell, employing 2 supreme treasures to bind him. Between brothers, let not the harmony be disturbed, Dao de Tianzun admonished as he stood beside Zhang Xi. Junior brother, Tai Yi has been in the sect for tens of thousands of years. How can you abuse him with the advantage of treasures? Your teachings are well taken. It is indeed my fault. Zhang Xi replied with a respectful bow. Donghuang, shall we consider this battle a tie? Junior brother, you are favored greatly by our master, yet do not overstep, Donghuang Tai replied, his countenance darkening. As your elder brother, I must naturally show you leniency. Let this battle be deemed a draw. Thank you, elder brother. Zhang Xi slightly bowed and waved his hand. The Zhuxian sword formation vanished without a trace, while the Taiji diagram transformed into a robe, draping over him once more. Dong Huang Tai, he gazed at the spinning Dong Huang bell in his hand, yearning to hurl it at Zhang Xi to finish him off. However, upon meeting the stern gaze of doubted Tianzun, he quickly abandoned that thought. If he were to throw the Dong Huang bell, this elder brother would likely execute him on the spot. The river of the underworld and the ghost clan were created by the heavenly Tao. Should you be dissatisfied, you may certainly report it to the heavenly Tao. Di Jun spoke slowly, though she may have inadvertently led to the creation of the ghost clan. It was not his intention. If you seek to vent your frustrations, you may challenge him. The river of the underworld does not dare. The patriarch of the river of the underworld immediately lowered his head. Had he not submitted quickly, once the sword formation activated, he would likely have perished on the spot. Observing the expressions of the Sanqing and Nüwa, it was clear that if he were to die, none would speak on his behalf. She, take heed. Di Jun spoke solemnly. I bid you farewell, your majesty. Zhang Xi bowed deeply. Humph. Di Jun snorted coldly, his figure gradually fading away. The celestial soldiers and generals, who once obscured the sky, vanished without a trace in an instant. Junior brother, your sword formation is truly exquisite. May I have the honor of observing it? The Tontian patriarch said, his face flushed. Zhang Xi regarded him, pondering for a moment before waving his hand, causing the 4 swords of Zhuxian to hover in the air. Elder brother, this treasure should have been bestowed upon you by our master. Junior brother, what do you mean by this? The Tontian patriarch exclaimed in astonishment. Hongjun, however, pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had initially intended for the 4 swords of Zhuxian to be given to Tontian. After all, Tontian was his youngest disciple and held a special place in his heart. Elder brother, since you have taken many treasures as disciples, it seems you have aspirations to establish your own sect. Zhang Xi said earnestly, in establishing a sect, how can one do without a treasure to uphold the teachings? The master merely lent it to me for protection. Now that all matters are settled, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. With that, he pushed the 4 swords of Zhuxian toward the Tontian patriarch. What do you take me for, dear brother? The Tontian patriarch exclaimed angrily. Your elder brother, how could I covet your treasures? Then does elder brother no longer acknowledge me as his junior? Zhang Xi retorted fiercely. If so, then let us cease all future relations. Turning to leave, he was seized by Tontian. Junior brother, do not be angry. It was my mistake to speak thus. It is my fault. Humph, Zhang Xi scoffed, feigning displeasure. If it is a gift from your junior brother, then you should accept it. Hongjun spoke softly. The junior brother speaks rightly. In establishing a sect, how could one be without a treasure to uphold the teachings? In the future, should I find something good, it shall not be without your junior brother's share. Upon hearing Hongjun speak, the Tontian patriarch's face turned red as he replied, Master, I feel unworthy to accept this from my junior brother. Elder brother, do not act like a delicate maiden. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. This treasure is destined for you, so it is only right that I in that case. Third brother, do express your gratitude to your junior brother. Doubted Tianzun smiled. Who among us does not know that junior brother is the most righteous? No matter how precious an item may be, if it pleases us brothers, he will gladly offer it. We must not let him down. Thank you, junior brother, the Tontian patriarch said, grasping Zhang Xi's hand with a smile. Do not resort to such tricks. The last time, your fondness for handshakes nearly cost me my life at the hands of Yuan Feng. Zhang Xi remarked, shaking off his hand, it is better for us to maintain some distance in the future. Laughter erupted from all, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Observing their jovial camaraderie, the river of the underworld shot Zhang Xi a resentful glare before vanishing into the void. Jean and Junie looked on with envy. Such a treasure to uphold the teachings, to give without hesitation. This little junior brother is truly foolish, is he not? So generous, since you have matters to attend to. You may remain with the Wu clan. Hongjun chuckled lightly. However, be cautious in your words and actions. Do not stir up trouble, lest we worry. Master, have you grown old? Why have you become so verbose? Zhang Xi scoffed. Thunder rumbled. A purple lightning bolt struck down, sending Zhang Xi crashing to the ground. Then you may continue to provoke trouble. Should someone capture you again, I wonder if I would come to your rescue. With that, Hongjun waved his robe and vanished from sight. Master, I was wrong. Zhang Xi said, gazing up at the purple lightning, kneeling straight upon the ground. Ah, only a junior brother would dare to provoke the master thus. Dao Tianzun clapped his hands in laughter. You could certainly give it a try, Zhang Xi replied sincerely, and oh thanks. Dao Tianzun quickly waved his hand. Junior brother, do not put me in harm's way. Very well, we shall return to Kunlun. Once you have settled your affairs, come to find us, he declared. The primordial heavenly sovereign clasped his hands and smiled, saying, certainly. Zhang Xi nodded with a smile, with a wave of his robe. The primordial heavenly sovereign made everyone vanish. Nüwa had intended to converse with Zhang Xi, but upon noticing the watchful eyes of Hutu and others lurking in the distance, she reluctantly refrained in the hooded tribe. It was uncertain whether the Golden Crow had gone to comfort Donghuang Tai, but the vast wilderness had unexpectedly welcomed the night. The members of the witch clan sat around the campfire, their spirits somewhat dampened. Zhang Xi observed the young members of the witch clan and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The horses and oxen had perished in battle, and Yi and Kwa Fu were grievously wounded, resulting in significant losses. That he rose to his feet, raised his wine cup, and declared, brothers and sisters, today we have faced defeat against the Qilin clan. The witch clan never speaks of defeat, yet we have never shied away from challenges. Today we may have lost, but we shall reclaim our honor on another day. Hai speaks wisely. Ho Qing also stood and said, both our father and chief Zhu Rong have fallen to the hands of the first Qilin. We must remember this lesson and strive to strengthen our bodies. When enemies come again, we shall eradicate them. Indeed, the spirits of the witch clan began to lift. Brothers and sisters, let us drink to our heart's content. Zhang Xi bellowed, to the leader's health. The crowd raised their wine bowls in unison. Zhang Xi then took out a guzheng, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His fingers gently caressed the strings, beginning to play. The first rain in linen, a piece he cherished dearly, filled the air. The witch clan members were soon immersed in the enchanting melody. That moment, a shadow darted behind Zhang Xi. She held a large staff. A smile playing on her lips, under the expectant gazes of the witch clan, she lightly tapped Zhang Xi's head. Enemy attack. The moment those words flickered in Zhang Xi's mind, he instantly lost consciousness. Sister, does this mean Hai is truly to be my brother-in-law? Ho Qing said, her face contorted with concern. Had it not been for Hai's intervention today, our tribe's elders, women, and children would have likely faced dire straits. Hutu remarked solemnly. Moreover, even Donghuang Tai could not defeat him. With his strength, he could easily lead us. That is indeed so, Ho Qing nodded. Hutu embraced Zhang Xi, and with a wave of her right hand, the two vanished from before the others. Time passed, and when Zhang Xi slowly awoke, he found himself cradling someone in his arms. Looking down, he saw Hutu unclothed, her strikingly beautiful face glistening with tears. Could it be? Zhang Xi's heart raced. What could possibly cause such a remarkable woman as Hutu to weep? He lifted the covers and was met with a crimson stain. Gulp! Zhang Xi swallowed hard. Though he could not recall all of Hutu's future titles, he was aware of one most renowned, the Empress of Earth, who embodied the celestial and terrestrial spirits. Such a goddess, he truly dared not to offend. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Hutu furrowed her brow, only to find herself locking eyes with Zhang X. in an instant. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. Hutu? Yesterday. Indeed, Hutu replied softly. You once said, should you meet someone you desire, you would take them as your spouse, but I am not of the witch clan. You know this. Zhang Xi smiled wryly. You possess my blood within you. How can you not be of the witch clan? Hutu asserted, we have 12 great witches, each possessing a drop of heart's blood that grants innate beings access to witch clan powers. Even if other great witches were present, they would not deny your place among us. What merit have I to earn your favor? Zhang Xi sighed. Do not speak thus, Hutu said, wrapping her arms around him gently. You are unlike any innate being I have encountered. Speaking with you is pleasant and brings me joy. Though at times I find you vexing, I'm still fond of you. Zhang Xi gazed at her for a long moment before sitting up. Waving his right hand, a vibrant red robe materialized around Hutu, while he donned a dark robe. What beautiful garments! I have never seen anything like this. Hutu exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight. Zhang Xi took her hand and knelt at the cave's entrance. Above in the heavenly Tao, today I take Hutu of the Witch clan as my wife, vowing to never betray one another in this life and the next should I fall in battle. Our union shall be dissolved, and Hutu may seek another worthy partner without it being deemed a betrayal. How can you say such a thing? Hutu frowned. The wilderness is perilous, and my strength is lacking. Should misfortune befall me in the future, you may forget me and seek a hero from the Witch clan, Zhang Xi stated earnestly. Unacceptable, Hutu replied coldly. By the heavenly Tao, Hutu of the Witch clan swears that should I fall in battle, I shall transform into the 9 serene underworlds, eternally guarding my husband. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth punish me. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky turned a crimson. My dear. Why must it come to this? Zhang Xi sighed helplessly. If I perish, I shall become the yellow springs. Should you fall, I shall not live on alone. Hutu declared resolutely. I yield to your wishes, Zhang Xi said. Embracing her, if you should fall, I will follow you into the underworld. How does that sound, beloved husband? Hutu murmured, then enveloped the cave's entrance in a veil of darkness. In that moment, the cave was filled with a spring-like radiance. In the purple cloud's palace, Hongjun's thoughts shifted, and upon careful calculation, his expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, the 3 pure ones appeared before him. Master, you summoned us. What is the matter? Doubted Tianzun inquired respectfully. Your junior brother has wed Hutu, Hongjun said with a rueful smile. The 3 pure ones momentarily fell silent, their faces rapidly paling. Master, does the junior sister know of this? Tong Tian Jiao Master asked in a grave tone. How could I allow her to find out? If she learns of it, she will undoubtedly seek out Hutu, Hongjun replied helplessly. What if they were to clash? Why must the junior brother be so reckless? Yuan sure, Tianzun sighed. Knowing that the junior sister has feelings for him, he still pursued Hutu. How could he know of the junior sister's affections? Hongjun said softly, I have never revealed a word of their fate. Knowing the junior sister's nature, I doubt she would speak of it. Master, what should we do now? Dao Tianzun asked respectfully. It has been long since I spoke the Tao with you. Bring your junior sister here, and we shall enter seclusion to discuss it, Hongjun advised. The matters of Hutu and Hai must not be disclosed. You must remember this, but in the future, Tong Tian Jiao Master hesitated. The fates of Hai and Nüwa are decreed by the heavenly Tao. No one can alter that, Hongjun shook his head. Though I cannot foresee how this will conclude. The 3 pure ones sighed in exasperation. In the Hutu tribe, Zhang Xi was currently instructing Ho Qing and others in the art of garment making. While Hutu blushed, quietly observing him, sister-in-law, I find the garments of the demon clan to be quite imposing. Can you craft such attire? Ho Qing asked. Those cannot be considered garments. They are more akin to armor. Zhang Xi chuckled. If we can procure some iron tools, it should not be difficult if you desire armor. Perhaps you could gather some iron, and we can experiment. I shall go find some now. Ho Qing exclaimed excitedly. I shall accompany you. Yi Fu and several other young members suddenly stood. Go ahead, but do not wander too far. Zhang Xi replied with a smile. Ho Qing and the others transformed into streaks of black light, darting off into the distance. Others come forth. Let us continue our lessons in weaving garments, Zhang Xi called out. The members of the Witch clan quickly gathered around. Time passed, and eventually, Ho Qing and her companions returned, each carrying a massive stone. Zhang Xi extended his 9-toothed rake and struck the stone fiercely, shattering it with a resounding crack. He picked up a piece of the stone and chuckled. How did you know this was iron, or we captured a few innate beings and had them guide us in our search? He replied proudly. Quite clever, Zhang Xi said with a light laugh. This is indeed iron ore. Let us attempt to forge a set of armor. With that, he crushed the iron ore into powder using the 9-toothed rake. Before he could speak again, Hutu raised her delicate hand, and a roaring black flame floated in the air. Thank you, my dear. Zhang Xi offered a faint smile before casting the iron ore into the dark flames. Hutu, blushing crimson, dared not utter a word. However, the younger members of Ho Qing's group burst into laughter. Thank you, my lady, one remarked, to which Zhang Xi replied, It is no trouble at all that Yi and Fu mimic their banter in a teasing manner. prompting uproarious laughter from the surrounding Wu clan. Embarrassed, Ho-Tu retaliated by kicking both of them away with a swift motion. The other clan members, observing the scene, immediately subdued their expressions, fearing that Ho-Tu might take her anger out on them as well. Before long, the iron ore had melted. Zhang Xi first fashioned a hammer and an anvil, then placed the glowing red ore atop and began to hammer it. Ho Qing and the others watched in rapt fascination as the iron transformed under his skilled hands. After some time, a brand new suit of armor emerged before Ho Qing, gleaming in a dark hue, complete with a helmet, breastplate, and battle skirt. Eagerly, Ho Qing tried it on. The substantial armor, when adorned on his nearly 3-meter-tall frame, exuded an imposing presence. Who wishes to try next? Zhang Xi asked with a light chuckle. I do. Nearly all the young members of the Wu clan exclaimed, raising their hands in enthusiasm. You may distribute among yourselves. Zhang Xi replied, placing the hammer upon the anvil before taking Ho-Tu's hand and departing. Instantly, Yi Kwa Fu and the other youth began a brawl, nearly coming to blows. You are deliberately tormenting these youngsters. Ho-Tu chided playfully. Who told them to laugh at my lady? Zhang Xi replied with a smirk. Hubby, Ho-Tu murmured, waving her right hand. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. No, my lady, we cannot do this under the broad daylight. Silence, she commanded. The already dim cave was enveloped in darkness, becoming utterly pitch black. One must admit, the Wu clan possessed remarkable stamina. Despite her high cultivation, after tasting the pleasures of life, Ho-Tu was no different from a young girl. She followed Zhang Xi daily, observing how he managed the tribe, and whenever they had free time, she would drag him back to the cave. On this day, Zhang Xi was engrossed in studying the song he soared when suddenly a flash of red light streaked across the sky. Ho-Tu immediately donned her armor and soared into the air. Yuan Feng, what brings you to my Wu clan? She inquired. I seek my captive. What business is it of yours? Yuan Feng transformed into human form. Clad in a sky-blue robe, her bare feet still visible. Nonsense, my Wu clan would rather perish than be captured by anyone. Ho Qing, accompanied by a group of young Wu clan members, also ascended into the sky. All adorned in armor, wielding massive axes or hammers, looking quite formidable. She, reveal yourself. Yuan Feng commanded sharply. Zhang Xi was enveloped in red light, lifting him into the air. Yuan Feng, long time no see. To Xi, Hongjun has confined you to the Wutong tree for 10 years. Barely 2 years have passed, and you do not come, Yuan Feng coldly retorted. Yuan Feng, how dare you imprison my husband? Ho-Tu seethed with fury, transforming into a streak of black light and charging towards Yuan Feng. Husband? Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling an unbridled anger within her. The clash of black and red light in the air intensified, their speed increasing. Damn it, Zhang Xi cursed inwardly, quickly forming a hand gesture. The Tai Chi diagram soared from him, enveloping Ho-Tu before returning to his side. She? Release me, Ho-Tu shouted angrily. My lady, this matter was promised by my master, Zhang Xi replied, gently ruffling her hair. Our lineage at Zixiao Palace is known for its integrity. 8 years is but a fleeting moment. Husband, how could your master allow you to suffer under the Wutong tree? Ho-Tu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Yuan Feng reverted to human form, regarding Zhang Xi with a bemused expression. Zhang Xi felt his face flush with embarrassment as he replied earnestly. Initially, due to a misunderstanding that remained unresolved, my master had no choice but to resort to this strategy. You must guard the tribe well until I return. Understanding the inevitability of the situation, Ho-Tu wiped her eyes and said, Husband, I shall await your return here. Take care of yourself. Indeed, Zhang Xi embraced her and then hugged Ho Qing, instructing her to protect the tribe and her elder sister. When I return, I shall forge an axe more formidable than any other for you. All right, Ho Qing nodded in agreement. Yuan Feng, witnessing the scene, transformed back in her true form, extending a claw to grasp Zhang Xi before tearing through the void. Ho-Tu hovered in the air, reluctant to depart. Wutong tree, how did you marry Ho-Tu? Yuan Feng inquired, furrowing her brow. As far as I know, your master sister treats you quite well. Lady Yuan Feng, such words cannot be carelessly spoken, Zhang Xi stated seriously. why Master Sister's affection for me is different. My bond with Ho-Tu is one of mutual love, not merely a matter of concern. I do not believe it, Yuan Feng scoffed. While it is true that Ho-Tu cherishes you, I sense no such sentiment from you towards her. What do you know? Zhang Xi retorted. Just as he finished speaking, a long, fair leg struck his face. Oh, have you attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal? Yuan Feng teased. Damn it. Zhang Xi rubbed his cheek, saying, did we not agree to refrain from fighting? If you strike me again, our agreement will be nullified. I merely wish to test your strength, Yuan Feng replied with a light laugh. After a few days of seclusion, I have not had the chance to converse with you. How did you achieve the status of Great Luo? I do not know. Zhang Xi shook his head. The red light descended from the heavens. And then I became a Great Luo, a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Yuan Feng's eyes sharpened, and she formed a hand gesture, exclaiming, you actually created a new race. How did you manage that? I truly do not know. Zhang Xi shrugged. I simply wished to guide the fallen Wu clan into the afterlife, not expecting the heavenly Tao to bestow upon them the title of Ghost Clan. Your fortune is indeed profound, Yuan Feng remarked. What profound fortune? If it were truly profound, I would at least be a chaotic Great Luo golden immortal, wouldn't I? Zhang Xi pondered aloud. You wishful thinker, Yuan Feng rolled her eyes. The chaotic Great Luo golden immortal, known as Sub-Saint, cannot simply be attained through cultivation. Then how does one achieve that? Zhang Xi inquired curiously. Through the insight of divine abilities, Yuan Feng replied earnestly. In that case, I shall pass, Zhang Xi said, feeling apprehensive. What if you accidentally killed me? I prefer to remain a Great Luo golden immortal. Who told you that gaining insight into divine abilities requires one to be beaten? Yuan Feng chuckled. Indeed, the Wu clan's body-tempering methods necessitate an understanding of life and death. But did you not know you could explore other paths without practicing the Wu clan's divine abilities? Ah, it can be done this way. Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment that he had thought that divine abilities were limited by one's race, not realizing that was not the case at all. Watch closely, Yuan Feng commanded, swiftly transforming into her true form. She grew larger and larger until she overshadowed the Wutong tree. Zhang Xi soared into the air, standing upon her back, silently astonished. If you were to sprout wings, you would surely crush your own head. Who told you to ride on my back? Are you seeking death? Yuan Feng reprimanded. My apologies. Zhang Xi quickly returned to the Wutong tree. At this moment, Yuan Feng had also reverted to her true form, her cheeks slightly flushed as she remarked, you possess quite the audacity to dare ride upon my back. Shall we use a different phrase? Saying I stood upon your back instead? Zhang Xi suggested cautiously. Humph. Yuan Feng snorted and gently replied, this is my divine ability, not that of the Feng clan. Could this technique be the legendary law of heaven and earth? Zhang Xi inquired, leaning closer. Law of heaven and earth? Yuan Feng's eyes brightened, and she said earnestly, I have yet to name this divine ability, but your suggestion is quite fitting. Henceforth, it shall be called the law of heaven and earth. In truth, this divine ability had a name, and it was quite simple. Enlarge. Two simple words perfectly encapsulated the essence of this divine ability. Are there any others? Zhang Xi asked with keen interest. There are, but I do not wish to share them with you. Yuan Feng pouted at Oh, you wish to learn to enlarge. Cough, cough. I mean the law of heaven and earth? I can teach you. What must I sacrifice? Zhang Xi inquired warily. It is quite simple. Just suppress the dual energies of yin and yang for me. Yuan Feng replied, her cheeks flushed. What exactly does it mean to suppress the dual energies of yin and yang? Zhang Xi asked, intrigued. With a wave of her hand, Yuan Feng enveloped the treetop in a crimson light. In an instant, magma erupted from the corner. Zhang Xi, witnessing the molten rock flowing perilously close to his feet, immediately soared into the air. However, at that moment, the water pool in the corner began to surge as well. Upon contact with the icy water, the magma boiled and churned violently. Before long, the entire treetop had transformed into a realm of lava. With a playful admonition, Yuan Feng transformed into her true form. She then lay upon the lava, and as countless streams of magma cascaded over her, they retreated like the tide. Zhang Xi was awestruck by this extraordinary spectacle. Had it not been for the protection of the Taiji diagram, even a being of the great Luo golden immortal level might not withstand such searing magma. She, descend, Yuan Feng gently called. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xi flew down to stand before her. Yuan Feng's elongated beak softly touched his forehead, and the divine ability of law and nature immediately manifested in his mind. This is, use the law and nature to shield me. Yuan Feng lamented, for I have no offspring and thus suffer from the disturbances of the dual energies of yin and yang. Once these energies enter my body, I will bear progeny. Zhang Xi's expression turned peculiar at once. The notion of the dual energies of yin and yang entering one's body and leading to conception. Was this truly the way of the great wilderness's protagonists, able to perpetuate their lineage in such a manner? Hurry, Yuan Feng exclaimed, both reproachful and vexed. Without hesitation, Zhang Xi unleashed his powers, transforming into a giant hundreds of meters tall, and embraced Yuan Feng. Do not touch me. There will be offspring, Yuan Feng playfully chided. Oh, my apologies. Zhang Xi braced himself against the magma, adopting an exceedingly awkward position to shield her. That moment, the sky darkened ominously. Two beams of light, one black and one white, plunged from the heavens, striking Zhang Xi's back. His astonishment, he realized that the white light was actually fortifying his cultivation. That is yang energy, beneficial to males, Yuan Feng softly explained, just as Zhang Xi intended to respond. The black light descended, causing his countenance to change drastically. An overwhelming tide of desire nearly shattered his composure, filling his mind with thoughts of intimacy. Why not find a male from the Feng clan to marry? Zhang Xi's voice became hoarse, unable to meet Yuan Feng's gaze. This cursed dual energy of yin and yang, and even Yuan Feng, transformed in her true form, appeared so alluring. Not a single male from the Feng clan catches my eye. Yuan Feng murmured. What about the Dragon clan? Zhang Xi attempted to divert his attention. Such a filthy lineage should not even be mentioned, Yuan Feng reproached. How often does this dual energy of yin and yang manifest? Zhang Xi asked with a wry smile, that if I were not present, how would you withstand it? Once every 1,000 years, Yuan Feng replied, her cheeks flushed. If you are not here, I would simply retreat into the magma and undergo a rebirth. Then why not directly undergo rebirth? Zhang, Xi clenched his teeth. You toy with me, claiming you can rebirth yet still indulge in such games? Rebirth is not so straightforward, Yuan Feng playfully chided. Currently, the great wilderness is in turmoil. Should I undergo rebirth, the Wutong tree would be left unguarded for at least a century. If foreign entities were to invade, how would the Feng clan respond? And if I were to succumb to my primal instincts, how would you manage? Zhang Xi expressed his dissatisfaction. That will not happen, Yuan Feng replied with a light laugh. Though you are despicable, you have never taken advantage of another's misfortune. You truly think highly of me. Zhang Xi shook his head. That moment, he felt as though thousands of ants were crawling over him. The tumultuous emotions within him were almost overwhelming. If we were to be like that, I would not mind. Yuan Feng spoke softly, for among the realms, the number of males I find appealing is quite limited. What in the world is wrong with you? Zhang Xi sensed something amiss and hurriedly looked down. He found that Yuan Feng's wings had stretched out without him noticing. Now shrouded in dark energy, he instinctively reached out to retract her wings, but upon contact, his consciousness began to blur, in a hazy state. It felt as though he was trapped in an interminable dream. They found themselves in another world, a realm devoid of formidable beings, divine deities, only boundless do not touch me, Yuan Feng admonished sharply. Snapping Zhang Xi back to reality, he quickly withdrew his hand, once again positioning himself before her. Do not extend your wings, Zhang Xi protested. I was nearly ensnared by that illusion. What if something had happened? I do not wish for it either, Yuan Feng replied helplessly. The dual energies of yin and yang ensnare me in various ways, causing me to fall into illusions. Perhaps you should simply marry a man who pleases your eye. Zhang Xi sighed. This dual energy is far too fierce. You cannot rely on rebirth to evade it every time. But is there truly a man out there who meets your standards? Yuan Feng sighed deeply. Just then, the Wutong tree trembled, and the already disoriented Zhang Xi was knocked into the magma. The dual energies of yin and yang surged into Yuan Feng's body. "What the?" Zhang Xi exclaimed in panic, preparing to flee, but a beam of red light enveloped him. "Yuan Feng, undergo rebirth. Hurry and rebirth Xi. You are the man I desire." Yuan Feng's gaze was dazed, her delicate face drawing closer. "Taiji diagram. Seize him," Zhang Xi shouted furiously. The Taiji diagram transformed into a radiant white light, enveloping Yuan Feng. Zhang Xi once more summoned the law and nature, attempting to shield against the dual energies of yin and yang. However, he was taken aback to find that the energies had reverted to their original state, vanishing from sight. "Senior brother, the dual energies have been absorbed by Yuan Feng. We must flee," Zhang Jian urged urgently. Zhang Xi, filled with both fear and surprise, transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the sky. Yet unexpectedly, a colossal ancient bell descended, crashing down upon him. His head struck the bell's rim, sending him tumbling back towards the magma. Upon witnessing this, the Taiji diagram abandoned Yuan Feng, swiftly protecting Zhang Xi instead. Freed from her restraints, Yuan Feng transformed into a red light and clung to Zhang Xi like an octopus. "What in the world is happening outside?" Zhang Xi shouted in anger. "Senior brother, we are trapped under the Eastern Emperor bell," Zhang Jian cried anxiously. From the sounds outside, it seems both the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Court have arrived. Zhang Xi intended to summon the Panga banner, but was interrupted by a small mouth, fragrant with fruit, pressing against him. "Taiji," a flash of red light enveloped the Taiji diagram. "I will not allow you to confine me again," Yuan Feng giggled. "Zhang Jian, either slay her or slay me." Zhang Xi urged desperately, "I would rather become part of the Ghost Clan than face Yuan Feng's wrath afterward." Another flash of red light ensnared Zhang Jian as well, just as Zhang Xi prepared to struggle. He was wrapped in countless phoenix feathers, plunging him into the magma. The Wutong tree, the ancestor dragon, and Eastern Emperor Tai stood side by side, with several Feng clan members lying at their feet. Behind them, countless dragons and celestial soldiers followed. Is Yuan Feng undergoing rebirth? The ancestor dragon wondered at no. Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head. Within the Eastern Emperor bell, Yuan Feng is still active, merely sustaining herself with her magic. "I am unaware of the situation inside." "Then why does she not emerge?" The ancestor dragon furrowed his brow. "I do not know." Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze sharpened, observing the Feng clan hovering in the air, glaring at them. Logically, they should not be so passive. They had exerted considerable effort to draw Yuan Feng out. Although they had not slaughtered the Feng clan, those beneath their feet would struggle to recover their cultivation for centuries. Or perhaps she is in the midst of a breakthrough. After speaking, the ancestor dragon involuntarily trembled. If Yuan Feng truly reached the saint level, annihilating their dragon clan would be effortless. "Impossible," Eastern Emperor Tai scoffed. "My highly perceptive senior brothers and sisters have yet to touch that realm. What merit does Yuan Feng possess? Could it be that you have attained the saint level yourself?" "No," the ancestor dragon sighed, contemplating the elusive nature of the saint realm. "For tens of thousands of years, I have been seeking understanding, yet I have never been able to grasp that threshold." "That is precisely it." Dong Wang, Tai chuckled lightly. "You and Yuan Feng are equal in both strength and comprehension. How could she possibly reach the saint realm before you? Just wait a little longer. She will inevitably emerge." The ancestor dragon spoke softly. Within the Dongwang bell, Yuan Feng had regained her senses, while Zhang Xi curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Before them lay two enormous eggs, or rather, phoenix eggs. Each egg stood half a meter tall, immaculate and snow-dash white. Is this the will of heaven? Yuan Feng, bare of clothing, gazed skyward, but the heavens were shrouded in an opaque darkness, obscuring all visibility. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xi planned to stealthily escape and search for the Taiji diagram. "If you dare to leave, I shall sever your legs at once," Yuan Feng stated coolly. "Lady Yuan Feng, this situation is truly not my fault," Zhang Xi protested, feeling aggrieved that I was protecting you well, but for some unknown reason. "The Wutong tree shook and I fell into the lava. I do not blame you," Yuan Feng replied, rising to her feet with a stern tone. "However, should a third party learn of this, I will be the one to end you." I promise I won't speak a word. Zhang Xi hastily covered his mouth and whispered, "How about you put on some clothes first? This situation feels quite inappropriate, especially now that we have descendants." Although Yuanfeng's tone remained calm, her fair cheeks flushed. She approached Zhang Xi and extended her hand, demanding, "Give me your clothes. Aren't your clothes right there?" Zhang, she pointed to the blue robe on the ground. "I want the red one." Yuan Feng replied softly, "I initially thought you and your senior sister were a pair, and I did not wish to compete with her. However, now that we have descendants, I am naturally deserving of the red attire." Such peculiar reasoning. After muttering to himself, Zhang Xi produced a red robe. "Put on for me," Yuan Feng instructed, her lips slightly parted. Reluctantly, Zhang Xi assisted her in dressing. Earlier, when Yuan Feng had taken advantage of him, he had only focused on struggling. But now, upon closer inspection, he noted that Yuanfeng's skin was exceptionally fine, possessing an almost sickly pallor. Yet when touched, it felt remarkably soft and full. "Have you had your fill of touching?" Nearly, Zhang Xi instinctively replied before suddenly realizing his hand was still on Yuanfeng's cheek, having even rubbed it. "Release me at once." Yuan Feng huffed coldly. Zhang Xi responded, hastily withdrawing his hand, with a wave of her right hand. The restrictions on the Taiji diagram and the Kang sword were lifted. "Senior brother, please don't say anything that I am no longer pure," Zhang Xi thought, just as a hard kick struck his stomach, sending him soaring into the sky. Crashing against the Donghuang bell with a thunderous sound, she has finally emerged. Donghuang Tai's gaze sharpened as he opened the Donghuang bell. Instantly, a red light surged forth, propelling him from the sky. "Donghuang!" Ying Zhao and Bai Zhe shouted from behind, rushing toward the red light. Yet as they made contact, a severed arm shot skyward. Ying Zhao roared, clutching the severed limb as he was flung hundreds of meters away. Bai Zhe, witnessing this, prepared to retreat. But suddenly, a white light flashed, and he was struck hard in the face. "Itsu." Bai Zhe's eyes narrowed as he transformed into his true form. "I thought Bai Zhe was some insignificant creature. Turns out he is a winged mountain goat." Zhang Xi scoffed. "Shi, why do you oppose my heavenly court?" Bai Zhe inquired solemnly. "Now that is an interesting statement," Zhang Xi replied with a smile. "You come to the Wutong tree, injuring the Phoenix clan, and now you accuse me of opposing you? We are here by the decree of heaven to seek Yuanfeng's hand in marriage." Donghuang Tai soared upwards, wiping the blood from his lips. "Now that makes it even more interesting." Zhang Xi laughed heartily. "Though the heavenly court rules over the three realms, the Phoenix clan is also a prominent force. Are you suggesting that a marriage proposal could be made so easily? What if I were to seek my master's permission to betroth Changxi and Shihe to me? If he consents, then what?" "Impudence!" The generals of the heavenly court roared in unison. Yuan Feng transformed in her true form. Gazing at Zhang Xi with a face full of resentment, "Xi, you have insulted my elder sister-in-law. Today, we shall settle this." Donghuang Tai fumed with rage. The dark Donghuang bell floated before him, spinning rapidly. "Donghuang, swift resolution is necessary. Without the extermination sword array, he is no match for you." Bai Zhe whispered, "Very well." Donghuang Tai's expression hardened as the Donghuang bell hurtled toward Zhang Xi. Yuan Feng, preparing to act, witnessed Zhang. She produced the Panga banner, gently shaking it. The yin and yang energies on the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram transformed into four long swords. Occupying the four cardinal directions, he tossed the Kang sword into the sky. Forming a hand seal, the Kang sword embedded itself at the center of the four swords, and a massive yin-yang 8 trigrams emerged, blocking the oncoming Donghuang bell. "Gather," with a pinch of his right hand. "Zhang," she commanded. Using the Kang sword as the focal point, the four illusory long swords immediately converged. The Donghuang bell was once again ensnared. "How can you still do this without the extermination sword array?" Donghuang Tai exclaimed in alarm. "Oh, you think I intended to bestow the extermination sword array upon senior brother Tong Tian?" Zhang Xi retorted with a cold laugh, transforming into a beam of white light and charging towards Donghuang Tai. "Kill!" Bai Zhe, aware that in close combat, Donghuang Tai might not be Zhang Xi's match, promptly ordered the heavenly soldiers to swarm Zhang Xi. "Phoenix clan, do not leave a single one alive," T. Yuanfeng's command. A chorus of thousands of phoenixes erupted in song. "You block the dragon clan. I shall handle this." Zhang Xi scoffed, and his body immediately grew to an immense size. "What kind of divine ability is this?" Bai Zhe gasped in terror. Boom! Zhang Xi's fist struck forth, sending tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Dongwang Tai gritted his teeth and flew upwards, only to be kicked away by Zhang Xi. Observing the heavenly court's defeat, the ancestor dragon transformed into his true form. "Ancestor dragon, your opponent is me," Yuan Feng declared with a fierce reprimand as she transformed into her true form as well. As the two clashed, the entire Wutong tree trembled violently, ripping open the void and heading toward the great wilderness. Zhang Xi roared, delivering a punch that sent Bai Zhe into the earth. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately tore through the void, flying towards the great wilderness, with countless phoenixes trailing behind her. Once Zhang Xi returned to his normal size, he first emerged from the void before daring to retract the Taiji diagram and Kang's sword. Nevertheless, the Dongwang bell continued its furious charge towards him, in the great wilderness. Countless beings fled in all directions as the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng collided with primal force above. With each impact, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. "Shi, you shall perish," Dongwang Tai roared, sending the Dongwang bell flying from the void. Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and raised the Taiji diagram to shield himself. Even so, he was still flung away, spitting blood mid-air. "Who dares to act against me in the domain of the Zhixiao Palace?" A voice of authority reverberated, shaking the three realms. "Master, this matter is ours. Do not interfere." Donghuang Tai, blinded by rage, uttered that before once again wielding the Dongwang bell against Zhang Xi. "Impudence," Nüwa scolded sharply, preparing to step forward, but was halted by Hongjun. "She is correct. This matter has transcended my disciple's affairs." "Master, but she, Dongwang Tai, is not only my disciple, but also a demon emperor," Hongjun replied softly. "And she is already one of the 12 leaders of the Witch clan. This conflict between our clans should not involve the Zhixiao Palace." Sanqing and Nüwa remained utterly silent, while the Taoist of connection and the Taoist of purity wore expressions of delight. They were eager for Dongwang Tai to eliminate Zhang Xi, as this would present them with an opportunity to divide his treasures among themselves. The question then arose, would they take the Panga banner or the Taiji diagram, or perhaps both? Zhang Xi steadied himself in the air, sensing the imminent approach of the Dongwang bell. Gritting his teeth, he once again ensnared the bell with the yin-yang fish and the Taiji diagram. Upon witnessing this, Baze nearly spat blood in fury. How could Dongwang Tai be so forgetful? The master of the celestial gate gazed at the colossal Bagua array in the sky, and after a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed, "Without the extermination sword, how can my junior use a sword array?" With your junior's comprehension, I fear he has already grasped the intricacies of the extermination sword array. Hongjun laughed heartily, saying, "I wondered why he could bestow his life-preserving treasures upon others. It turns out he had a countermeasure all along." After confining the Dongwang bell, Zhang Xi once more invoked the law of heaven and the phenomenon of earth. As the swiftly approaching Dongwang Tai attempted to evade, Zhang Xi seized him and forcefully smashed him to the ground. The onlookers from Zhixiao Palace nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. "Master, how does my junior possess such divine abilities?" exclaimed Dao Tianzun. "I do not know," Hongjun replied, shaking his head. After being slammed to the ground, Donghuang Tai coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Zhang Xi stomped down with great force. "Dongwang!" Baze roared, charging at Zhang Xi. To his surprise, Zhang Xi grasped the horns atop his head and swung him around several times before hurling him towards a mountain. Boom! Baze was embedded within a mountainside. Before he could catch his breath, a massive fist came crashing down. Bang! Another resounding impact flattened the peak, leaving Baze gravely weakened. "She, cease this at once!" A commanding voice resonated from the heavens. "Your Majesty, what counsel do you offer?" Zhang Xi retorted with a cold smile. "Shi, how dare you strike against my heavenly court?" Emperor Jun glared at the ascending Dongwang Tai, a flicker of menace in his gaze. Dongwang, the mightiest among the demon clan, was reduced to such a pitiful state. Clearly, he had underestimated this junior. "Your Majesty, Although you are the sovereign of the three realms, all matters are governed by a singular principle. Zhang Xi stated with solemnity, as the leader of the witch clan, I represent their honor. Dongwang Tai has repeatedly attacked me. Does he truly believe my clan is easy to bully? Upon hearing this inversion of truth, Dongwang Tai exploded with rage. Clearly, what exactly am I? Zhang Xi interrupted coldly. Did I invade the heavenly court, or did I pursue you in battle? In the vast wilderness, you assailed me, and, out of respect for Dao Xixiao, I let it slide. Yet, while I was peacefully residing by the Wutong tree, you came to provoke me. Oh, you truly think I am afraid of you? My junior has misunderstood, Emperor Jun said, struggling to suppress his fury. Tai was following the celestial decree to accompany the ancestor dragon to the Wutong tree for a matrimonial discussion. Zhang Xi burst into laughter. Accompanying the ancestor dragon to discuss marriage, yet injuring the Phoenix clan members first? Is that a proposal or a declaration of enmity? The ancestor dragon faltered momentarily, only to have Yuan Feng claw off a piece of his wing. Stop. We must clarify this matter first, the ancestor dragon, enduring the pain, transformed into human form and flew to Zhang Xi's vicinity. Why are you here instead of engaging Yuan Feng in battle? Zhang Xi remarked with amusement, this matter does not concern you. The ancestor dragon said darkly, you believe that waging war against the Feng clan is not enough excitement. You wish to include my witch clan as well, do you? Zhang Xi shrank in size and let out a sharp whistle. Countless strands of black light surged into the sky. Standing behind him, this moment, Yuan Feng also transformed into human form, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Xi. You, the ancestor dragon gazed at the fierce-looking witch clan, feeling a twinge of hesitation within. The beginning of the Qilin had already declared the mountain sealed. Though he had triumphed over the witch clan, the casualties were still severe. If the Feng clan were to ally with the witch clan, the dragon clan would not emerge unscathed. Leader, do not waste words with them. Simply eliminate them, Ho Qing proclaimed loudly. There is no rush, Zhang Xi replied with a subtle smile, bowing slightly to Emperor Jun since the Heavenly Emperor has yet to speak. How can we decide on our course of action? Would that not be overstepping? Emperor Jun, what do you say? The ancestor dragon spoke solemnly. Yuan Feng, your marriage to the ancestor dragon was sanctioned by the heavenly decree. What is your stance? Emperor Jun declared, I oppose it. What of it? Yuan Feng retorted with a cold laugh. In the past, I rejected the heavenly marriage bestowal at Xuandu. Now, I refuse once more. What can be done about it? Boom! The skies darkened with thunderclouds. Instantly, countless red lightning bolts surged toward Yuan Feng. She promptly transformed in her true form, shielding her head with her wings. Nevertheless, the red lightning still tore at her flesh. Countless phoenix feathers rained down, turning to ashes before they even touched the ground. Clan leader, countless phoenixes rushed toward her. Not approach. Yuan Feng bellowed, this is divine retribution. To touch it is to invite annihilation. The phoenixes halted, gazing mournfully at the red lightning filling the sky. Zhang Xi's eyes glimmered with hatred as he observed the heavenly lightning. His body then grew enormous, and he embraced Yuan Feng protectively. Xi! Countless voices cried out. Ho Tu and Nüwa flew over, prepared to push him away. Not come closer. Zhang Xi warned, clutching Yuan Feng tightly. If Yuan Feng were to fall, our witch clan would surely not stand a chance against the ancestor dragon. Within his embrace, Yuan Feng felt a flicker of sweetness, yet recalling his clumsy reasoning, her lips pouted in displeasure. With offspring already born, was she truly concerned about what others might say? Had Zhang Xi known her thoughts, he would have retaliated with a punch. Was he afraid of others' opinions? No. He feared Ho Tuesday. If Ho Tu were to discover his infidelity during their marriage, it would indeed be a life-threatening situation. The red lightning raged for a full hour before gradually subsiding. Zhang Xi's back was battered and bloodied. Had it not been for the Taiji diagram alleviating much of the damage, he would have long since joined the ranks of the ghostly beings. You need not shield me, Yuan Feng transmitted. Thousands of years ago, I endured divine retribution without even using my nirvana. I managed to withstand it. Why did you not say so earlier, after spitting out a mouthful of blood? Zhang Xi's form began to shrink. Nüwa and Ho Tu attempted to support him, but at that moment, a flash of green light swept by. The master of the celestial gate embraced Zhang Xi and returned to Hongjun's side. Nüwa and Ho too exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Emperor Jun, Ancestor Dragon, I too have suffered divine retribution. If this conflict is to continue, let us engage in battle, Yuan Feng declared fiercely as she transformed into human form. Emperor Jun and the Ancestor Dragon's expressions darkened. Bei's, feeling helpless, had initially planned to strike while Yuan Feng was weak, but now she stood before them revitalized, flanked by the vigilant Witch clan. Should a battle ensue, the Heavenly Court would likely gain little that we originally had good intentions. But since you are unwilling, so be it, Emperor Jun said slowly. So be it. Zhang Xi, mustering his strength, soared into the air. How do you justify Dong Huang Tai's slaughter of the Phoenix clan? She, do not push too hard, Dong Huang Tai retorted angrily. If that is the case, then today the Heavenly Court and the Phoenix clan shall engage in battle. Zhang Xi coldly replied. Ancestor Dragon, shall we oversee the battle to prevent any underhanded attacks? Indeed, the Ancestor Dragon replied with a grim countenance, inwardly cursing Zhang Xi with every profanity he could muster. You. Dong Huang Tai was both astonished and furious. Should the Ancestor Dragon withhold his assistance, the Heavenly Court, or rather the Demon Clan, would stand little chance against the Phoenix clan, and regardless of the outcome, they would become a laughingstock among the rulers of the three realms. Junior, do not force our hand. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, waving his right hand. Suddenly, a scroll inscribed with the Bagua diagram appeared in the heavens. What is this? Zhang Xi furrowed his brow. The river diagram and the Luo book. Emperor Jun spoke fiercely, suggesting that this item should be regarded as a tribute to the Phoenix clan. How does that sound? You inquire about its purpose. I am merely a bystander. Zhang, she chuckled lightly. Yuan Feng, this matter was originally a misunderstanding. We of the Heavenly Court are merely acting in accordance with the will of the Heavenly Tao. Dong Huang Tai intoned solemnly. If you are unwilling, we too have no desire to play the villain. This item is a treasured possession of my brother, and we offer it to you as an apology. Very well, Yuan Feng replied, and with a flourish of her robe, she stowed away the He Tu and Luo Shu. Let us depart. Emperor Jun snorted coldly and soared into the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the ancestral dragon hastily tore through the void and returned to the CI. He had originally approached with a casual attitude, and if Yuan Feng agreed, that would be splendid. If not, the Heavenly Court was leading the charge, and he would incur no loss. S. Zhang, she saw them leave. The breath he had been holding dissipated immediately, and his body began to plummet towards the ground. Yuan Feng prepared to transform into a crimson light to catch him, but a flash of violet light intervened. Zhang Xi's form vanished from sight. Hongjun, what is your intent? Yuan Feng's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was sent to us at the Zhixiao Palace by you, and we agreed upon a 10-year term. It has barely been 3 years. My disciple is injured. Once I have treated his wounds, I shall naturally send him to you. Hongjun replied with a light laugh. Hutu, you should return as well. Understood, Hutu acknowledged before transforming into a dark light and vanishing. Hulking and the others followed suit. Yuan Feng cast a glance at Nüwa, murmuring under her breath before tearing through the void and returning to the Wutong tree. Hongjun observed this with a shake of his head and a wry smile. He distinctly heard Yuan Feng lamenting about how to make her attire appear more exquisite. Zhixiao Palace, with a wave of his robe. Hongjun caused Zhang Xi to hover in mid-air. Immediately, with a gesture of his right hand, the wounds inflicted upon Zhang Xi by the heavenly punishment were restored to their original state. Zhang Xi awoke instantly, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. How could you be so reckless? Hongjun admonished with a stern expression. What tremendous power lies within the heavenly punishment. And yet you dare to use your mere Deluo, golden, immortal physique to confront it. Utterly outrageous. But I have experienced such trials before, Zhang Xi replied with an ingratiating smile. Fortunately, the Tai Chi diagram safeguarded my heart's pulse. Otherwise, today would have ended poorly. The Tai Chi diagram? Hongjun scoffed. Had it not been for your enhanced physique, how could the Tai Chi diagram have shielded you from the heavenly punishment? Is the Tai Chi diagram so feeble? Zhang Xi pondered, stroking his chin. Buzz, The robe upon him lifted without wind, clearly expressing the Tai Chi diagram's discontent. It is not that the Tai Chi diagram is weak. Rather, you are the one who is lacking. Nüwa chided. The power of a treasure derives from the strength of its master. Take the Zhangxian sword array, for instance. Had it been wielded by Tong Tian, the river of the underworld would have long since met its end. Junior sister, do not speak so. Tong Tian chuckled wryly, and my younger brother possesses great talent and can create his own sword arrays. I am ashamed. Isn't it quite simple? Zhang Xi tilted his head. There are only a few positions. As long as one arranges the corresponding treasures according to their attributes, the formation can be activated. Dao Tianzun and the others were left speechless. You call this simple? You ought to focus on your cultivation rather than pondering these external matters. Hongjun pointed at Zhang Xi's head. Master, I have some cultivation-related questions I wish to consult with you about, Zhang Xi said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Junior brother, what questions do you have? I shall provide answers. Tong Tian stepped forward. Brother, if Master were not present, it would be best to inquire of you. However, with Master here, I believe it is better to ask him. Zhang Xi forced a smile. But what are the matter regarding divine powers? Dao Tianzun remarked with a smile. Junior brother possesses vast divine powers. Surely, it is a secret not to be shared. Should we not step aside? Thank you. Elder brother, Zhang Xi expressed his gratitude. Dao Tianzun smiled gently and waved his robe. Instantly, everyone vanished from sight. Hongjun regarded Zhang Xi with curiosity, yet Zhang Xi made a gesture to shield the heavenly secrets, with a wave of Hongjun's robe. The Zhixiao Palace was enveloped in mist. Outside the hall, how did Master manage to obscure the heavenly secrets? Jane asked, puzzled. Junior brother is naturally seeking guidance from Master. What is so strange about that? Dao Tianzun maintained a smile, yet soon began to discuss matters privately with the Sanqing. What do you think Junior brother seeks from Master? It is certainly not merely to inquire about divine powers. Tong Tian asserted. Given Junior brother's generosity, he is certainly not the type to harbor secrets. This is known to all. Yuan Shirtan Zun smiled lightly. I suspect it is quite likely related to Hoodoo. Junior brother may have sensed his sister's intentions and is unsure how to navigate the situation. That is possible, Dao Tianzun concurred. Earlier, sister witnessed the confrontation between Dong Huang and Junior brother, and the demon flag was brought forth. Had it not been for Master's intervention, Dong Huang would not have left unscathed today. Yet, why does it feel as though I have encountered Junior brother's divine powers before? Tong Tian fell into contemplation that in Zhixiao Palace. Master, I have wet hoodoo. Zhang Xi said shyly, I initially intended to inform you and my brothers and sisters upon my return, but unexpectedly, I was captured by Yuan Feng. This matter must not be publicized, Hongjun cautioned. Your brothers and sisters are devoted to the Tao, seeking the Saint Realm. Do not disturb their resolve. I can understand my brother's aspiration for the Saint Realm. Yet my sister does not seem to yearn for it. Does she? Zhang Xi remarked with a perplexed expression. Nonsense, Hongjun reprimanded. Your brother's resolve is steadfast, allowing him to remain unaffected by worldly distractions. However, your sister is meticulous in her thoughts. You must not disclose this matter to her. Otherwise, I shall confine you within the Zhixiao Palace for 10,000 years. Very well. Zhang Xi acquiesced awkwardly. But there is one more thing. Speak. Hongjun's expression softened slightly a few days ago. Yuan Feng offered to teach me divine powers in exchange for my help in blocking the yin and yang energies. You dare to agree to her proposal? Hongjun nearly choked in disbelief. But her technique, law of heaven and earth, is truly formidable, Zhang Xi replied, lowering his head. Thus, I assisted her. Utter foolishness. Hongjun's voice rose in anger. The yin and yang energies were established by the heavenly Tao specifically for ancient powers like Yuan Feng, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. If you absorb these energies, you could have descendants. How can you constantly oppose the heavenly Tao? I was not unaware of this, Zhang Xi admitted, his face flushed. Initially, when I helped her, it was quite smooth. You know me, I'm already married, so I naturally bear a moral burden. Get to the point, Hongjun exclaimed, striking Zhang Xi's head with a crimson banner. Master, what treasure is this? Zhang Xi exclaimed in surprise. You must first finish your tale, Hongjun replied, feeling an unusual pain in his chest from frustration. Oh, Zhang Xi lowered his head again. recounting how the situation had initially progressed smoothly until Dong Huang and the ancestral dragon arrived to disrupt it, causing Yuan Feng's barrier to collapse, resulting in her being controlled by the yin and yang energies. You had an intimate encounter with her? Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Zhang Xi admitted, his face burning. Moreover, it seems she quickly laid 2 phoenix eggs, and I cannot discern whether they are mine or the result of the yin and yang energies. Are you seeking to drive your master to the brink of madness? Hongjun roared, causing the entire Zixiao palace to tremble. Outside the hall, the Sanqing and Nüwa stared in terror, as they had never witnessed Master in such a furious state. Time passed, and eventually, Hongjun ceased his outburst while Zhang Xi lay trembling on the ground. It was not that Hongjun refrained from striking him. Rather, he had beaten him to the brink of unconsciousness, healed him, then beaten him again, and this cycle repeated countless times. Zhang Xi was nearly desensitized to the pain. Eventually, when Hongjun struck him, Zhang Xi felt less discomfort. Naturally, due to his silence, Hongjun extended the duration of the beating. This is the Li Diyin Guang banner from the 5 Directions flags of primordial origin. I noticed your keen interest in formations. Next time, simply utilize this to set up your array. Hongjun cast the flag in his hand towards Zhang Xi. Upon grasping it, the Li Diyin Guang flag immediately split into 5 distinct banners. The Li Diyin Guang flag, the Wu Jixing Huang flag, the Qing Lian Bao Se flag, the Su Se Yun Jie flag, and the Zhen Wu Zhao Jiao flag. After casting a fleeting glance at Hongjun, Zhang Xi hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, he hurled the flag back towards Hongjun. Instantly, a sword formation manifested on the ground, with the Wu Jixing Huang flag at its center and the other 4 flags surrounding it. Countless sword energies surged forth. You rebellious disciple, do you dare to test my magical treasures? Hongjun roared in fury. After a brief moment, although Zhang Xi's body had recovered, his face remained marred with bruises, evidence of Hongjun's wrathful fists. Master, how should we address this matter? Zhang Xi whispered. What other course of action is there? Hongjun sighed. The Heavenly Court has already set its sights on the Phoenix clan, and a conflict in the great wilderness is inevitable. Your descendant, cough cough, placing the Yuan Feng's offspring beneath the Wutong tree is not safe. They should be moved to Zixiao Garden. Master, how long will it take for this creature to hatch? Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. Bang! Zhang Xi received another punch. How can you refer to your descendant as a creature? Hongjun scolded. Descendant, descendant. Zhang Xi quickly lowered his head. Very well, I shall personally visit the Wutong tree, with a wave of Hongjun's robe. Zhang Xi felt a flash before he once again beheld Yuan Feng standing before him. Hongjun, Yuan Feng was about to speak when Hongjun enveloped the entire Wutong tree's peak in a shroud of mist, even isolating Zhang Xi from the scene. Time passed, though how long was unknown, as the mist dissipated. Hongjun passed by Zhang Xi, delivering a sharp kick before vanishing from sight. What did you discuss with my master? Zhang Xi queried as he rose. I shall not tell you, Yuan Feng replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. And you must not disclose our descendant to others. I won't say a word, Zhang Xi hastily assured. But how long will it take for them to hatch? I do not know. Yuan Feng shook her head. Generally, Phoenix descendants can hatch within a millennium, but ours possess both Wu and Phoenix bloodlines, which may result in them not being true Phoenixes. That would be unfortunate, Zhang Xi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If they return to the Wutong tree, won't they face discrimination from your kin? Who dares to discriminate against my child? Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed, flames igniting around her. Calm down. I was merely expressing a thought. Zhang Xi quickly interjected. Humph. Yuan Feng extinguished the flames, playfully chiding. Regardless, you are forbidden from speaking of our descendant. Even if they hatch, you must claim them as your disciples. Why not have them worship my master as their teacher? Zhang Xi asked in astonishment. In the entire great wilderness, is there a more formidable master than Hongjun? You are courting disaster, Yuan Feng exclaimed, her almond eyes widening. If they would take your master as their teacher, wouldn't they be your junior disciples? If outsiders were to discover this, how would you navigate such a situation? Indeed, we must not disrupt the hierarchy. Zhang Xi slapped his forehead. Once a disciple, forever a father. My master is quite commendable. Foolishness. Yuan Feng rolled her eyes, then waved her hand. The top of the Wutong tree was once again enveloped in a red glow. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xi asked in surprise. "I sense that the yin and yang energies within me have not yet dissipated," Yuan Feng replied, her face flushed. "Again, this time, there won't be more descendants." "Will there?" Zhang Xi asked in terror. "How could that be?" Yuan Feng replied helplessly. "A phoenix can only give birth once every 5,000 years. That is somewhat reassuring," Zhang Xi said, patting his chest with lingering fear. "Xi, what do you mean by that?" Yuan Feng demanded angrily. "Do you feel that having descendants with me tarnishes the reputation of your Wu clan's great shaman, or does it disgrace your teachings?" "Speak clearly." "No, wait. How did you get so hands-on?" No, I'll do it myself," Zhang Xi protested. "Yuan Feng, take it slow." Ever since the two had a descendant, Yuan Feng seemed to have unlocked a new realm of possibilities. As long as she willed it, the yin and yang energies had yet to be completely dispelled. Zhang Xi found it quite strange. Had these energies become persistent, it had already been a year or two, and they had not been exhausted. Of course, after he posed his question, he nearly faced Yuan Feng's wrath point one day. As Zhang Xi lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, he noticed several phoenixes carrying phoenix eggs soaring towards the top of the Wutong tree. "How did they achieve nirvana?" Yuan Feng asked in surprise. The clan leader and several elders attempted to breach the chaotic Deluo golden immortal realm, but were severely wounded by the tribulation lightning and had no choice but to undergo nirvana. Elder Qing Wan explained helplessly. "Sigh, send them to the forbidden grounds." Yuan Feng sighed deeply. "Understood." At a few phoenixes carrying the eggs leapt off the platform. "Your phoenix clan is indeed favored by the heavenly Tao," Zhang Xi remarked in awe. To fail in the pursuit of the chaotic Deluo golden immortal, yet still achieve nirvana. Does that not mean that reaching such a realm is merely a matter of longevity? "It is not as easy as you suggest," Yuan Feng replied with a delicate roll of her eyes. "These elders have been Deluo golden immortals for tens of thousands of years, and each attempt to break through has ended in failure. This nirvana may take a century at the least, or a millennium at most. Still, that is quite impressive." Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. "If it were other races, such as the Wu clan, failing to breach the Deluo golden immortal, they would face death and the obliteration of their souls, with no chance to continue cultivation. Death and obliteration." Hearing these words, Yuan Feng's heart tightened. Indeed, Xi is of the Wu clan. If he were to perish in battle, he would only be sent to the underworld, now that he has offended the heavenly court and the dragon clan. With the ancestor dragon and Emperor Jun unwilling to let it go, what if he were to be ambushed? "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Xi asked curiously. Yuan Feng glanced at him before waving her robe. The top of the Wutong tree was once again shrouded in red light. "Yuan Feng, you must exercise restraint," Zhang Xi said with a grimace. "You are courting death." Yuan Feng shot him a fierce glare, her face reddening as she beckoned. Zhang Xi was uncontrollably drawn towards her. "This time, can you be on top?" Zhang Xi whispered, "Be silent." Yuan Feng scolded sharply, then extended her delicate hand to gently tap his forehead. Zhang Xi felt his entire being go numb. Phoenix secret technique. Nirvana rebirth. Yuan Feng, this is a closely guarded secret of the Phoenix clan. How can you so readily bestow it upon another? As the Phoenix clan's leader, I may impart this knowledge to whomever I please. Yuan Feng huffed, then softly added, "You must not teach this nirvana technique to your Wu clan kin. It requires the blood of a phoenix to be effective. Should outsiders attempt to use it, they will be instantly consumed by flames. Is it that serious?" Zhang Xi asked in surprise. Of course. Not to mention the Deluo golden immortal. Even the chaotic Deluo golden immortal would be incinerated without phoenix blood. At best, they would regress in cultivation. At worst, their souls would be devoured, Yuan Feng stated solemnly. "But wait," Zhang Xi suddenly slapped his forehead. "I have no phoenix blood. If I use it, won't that be seeking my own demise?" "Be quiet. Who said you possess no phoenix blood?" Yuan Feng replied, her face flushed. "When we were under the influence of the yin and yang energies, our blood naturally mingled. I carry Wu clan blood. So you naturally possess phoenix blood. That's so?" Zhang Xi glanced at Yuan Feng, and with a thought, he suddenly felt a thin membrane enveloping him, the sensations around him gradually fading, and his consciousness began to blur. "Oh no, It seems I've messed up. This was his final thought before losing consciousness. This fellow is truly insane. Yuan Feng gazed at the vivid red egg before her, nearly collapsing in despair. Phoenix Nirvana. How dare he use it so recklessly? Time passed, and when Zhang Xi awoke, he found Hongjun standing beside him. Master, what brings you here? Boom! Zhang Xi was struck down by a beam of purple light. Not far away, Yuan Feng was on the verge of applauding, thinking it was time to give him a proper lesson. You audacious disciple, how dare you toy with the Phoenix secret arts? Do you wish to drive me to my wit's end? Hongjun bellowed in wrath that I merely wish to experience it. It's not like I've never seen it before, Zhang Xi replied, somewhat sheepishly. And have you ever experienced your own downfall? Is that what you seek to try next? Hongjun's expression darkened ominously. There's no need for that. Zhang Xi hastily interjected, Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. Were it not for my intervention, your rebirth would have taken centuries. Hongjun retorted bitterly, if you act recklessly again, we shall see if I will intervene that I wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't dare. Zhang Xi bowed deeply. Yuan Feng, the decade has passed. I shall take him back to the Zixiao Palace now. Hongjun stated, turning his head. What? Has it been so long? Zhang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. He has only been reborn for 6 years. That does not count. Yuan Feng expressed her displeasure. But I did not instruct you to teach him rebirth. Hongjun replied sternly, though his rebirth was indeed a result of his own ignorance. It was ultimately you who imparted the knowledge. However, do not think that my disciples are easy to bully. Hongjun's expression turned severe as he declared, what transpired that day was indeed his fault, which is why I allowed him to apologize under the Wutong tree. But the time has come. Should you persist, do not blame me for what follows. With that, without waiting for Yuan Feng to respond, he waved his robe, and the two vanished from sight. Yuan Feng, witnessing this, could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. Her mind racing with schemes on how to keep Zhang Xi under the Wutong tree for a millennium, or even longer, to the Zixiao Palace. Upon Zhang Xi's return, the three pure ones, Nüwa, and the duo of Jin and Juni had all gathered. Greetings, fellow disciples. They all saluted him. Hello, everyone. Zhang Xi responded with a smile and a nod. Let us speak of serious matters. Hongjun waved his hand, shielding the conversation from heavenly scrutiny, and spoke softly, currently with the Qilin sealed away and the Wu clan weakened. The Feng clan remains hidden. The Dragon clan and the Heavenly Court appear to be forming a formidable alliance, wreaking havoc across the great wilderness. What shall we do? The gaze of Dao Tianzuan and the others turned towards Zhang Xi simultaneously. Why do you all look at me so? Zhang Xi asked, bewildered. Xi, share your thoughts, Hongjun commanded in a grave tone. The others erupted in laughter. If they had a good plan, Hongjun would not have gone to such lengths to retrieve him from the Wutong tree. The might of the Heavenly Court and the Dragon clan is merely superficial, Zhang Xi sighed, for there can only be one sovereign between heaven and earth. Both the Dragon clan and the Heavenly Court are well aware of this. Continue, Hongjun urged, sitting upright. The alliance between the Dragon clan and the Heavenly Court exists because the Feng and Qilin clans are still around. Once either of those clans dwindles, their alliance will naturally unravel. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Master, what was the extent of the injury sustained by the first Qilin during its battle with the Wu clan? First Qilin? Hongjun's eyes brightened at the mention. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun stood at the forefront, hands clasped together, muttering softly to himself. Before him was a swirling mass of colorful clouds. This the Tao of Heaven. Zhang, she whispered. Speak cautiously. Dao Tianzuan admonished. Disciple, the Tao of Heaven is the essence of Pangu. It must not be offended. Oh, Zhang Xi replied, stroking his chin as he gazed at the Tao of Heaven, that if he were to use a modified version of the exquisite sword formation against the Tao of Heaven, he wondered if it would be effective to not act rashly. Nüwa sensed his thoughts and immediately grasped his hand, warning him, the Tao of Heaven is the supreme law of the universe and the foundation of the great wilderness. Understood, Zhang Xi smiled, dismissing the unreliable notion that it wasn't that he lacked courage. He simply felt that if it were possible to eliminate the Tao of Heaven, someone would have attempted it long ago, leaving him no opportunity to as he pondered. Suddenly, the Tao of Heaven soared into the sky. A beam of red light enveloped a colossal pillar in the distance. a pillar that seemed boundless, reaching from the ground to the heavens above. "What is that?" Zhang Xi inquired with curiosity. "That is Mount Buzhou," Tongtian Jiaozhu replied softly. "Mount Buzhou is the junction between the heavenly and earthly realms. The sole pathway for terrestrial creatures to ascend to the heavens that isn't at the territory of the Qilin clan." Zhang Xi remarked just as the red light around Mount Buzhou intensified. The Qilin clan, being the protagonists of the three realms, had once vanquished the otherworldly demons and upheld order in the great wilderness, thus being revered as the sovereigns of beasts, commanding all creatures of the wilderness. The imposing voice of the Tao of Heaven resonated throughout the cosmos, and in an instant, the Dragon Clan, Feng Clan, Heavenly Court, and all notable clans of the great wilderness rushed forth, filling the skies around Mount Buzhou. Even the ancient beings of the underworld river emerged to witness the spectacle. The lineage of the Zixiao Palace stood furthest away, observing the first Qilin kneeling in reverence before the Tao of Heaven. "Thank you, Tao of Heaven, for your blessings. My Qilin clan shall henceforth lead all beasts." As he spoke, his already massive form grew even larger, instilling fear in countless beasts merely by his presence. The ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng exchanged glances, both radiating dangerous intent. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai regarded the first Qilin with displeasure, thinking, "You may be the sovereign of beasts, but what does that make me? The ruler of the three realms." Oblivious to the impending danger, the first Qilin cheerfully ascended into the air, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, dear friends, for coming to celebrate." In the future, before he could finish his sentence, a streak of black light flashed past. Boom! The ancestor dragon collided with him, only to be sent flying back several dozen meters. "Ancestor dragon, what do you intend?" The first Qilin sneered. "Now that I am blessed by the Tao of Heaven, as the sovereign of beasts, do you dare to strike against me?" "Yuan Feng," the ancestor dragon called out. In an instant, red light flickered, and a fiery phoenix feather pierced the first Qilin's chest, embedding halfway before igniting him in flames. "Arc!" The first Qilin roared in pain, immediately transforming into his true form. Yuan Feng and the ancestor dragon, not to be outdone, also transformed, rushing to engage. The three clans, the Qilin, Dragon, and Feng, were soon embroiled in a fierce battle. "Master, how could they come a blows?" Duo Bao clung to Zhang Xi's head. "Ask your master," Zhang Xi replied, lifting him off and tossing him to Tongtian Jiaozhu. "Master," Duo Bao called out timidly, with the Qilin clan blessed by the Tao of Heaven. Their power surged, bringing the first Qilin within a step of becoming a sage. Tongtian Jiaozhu shook his head. "Even if I were to intervene, it is unlikely I would be his match. Does that not matter?" Duo Bao queried in confusion. "It absolutely matters," Tongtian Jiaozhu replied tersely. "Should the Qilin clan gain prominence, both the Dragon and Feng clans would have no choice but to submit." "Then let them submit," Duo Bao said nonchalantly. "Fool!" Zhang Xi could not help but scold him with a chuckle. "Submitting is easy, but what if he desires more? For instance, demanding the Feng clan to offer up their kin as concubines to the Qilin clan, or requisitioning the corpses of the Dragon clan to forge artifacts. Would you comply?" "Certainly not." Duo Bao bared his teeth. "If he dares to take my things, I shall bite him to death. But if we do not act now, once the Qilin clan rises, the two clans will be powerless to resist," Zhang Xi lamented. "Then let us strike him down now," Duo Bao declared, climbing onto Zhang Xi's head and standing tall, eye in the sky. "Your Majesty, shall we not intervene?" Dong Huangtai's voice was cold. "There's no rush. Let them fight for a while." Emperor Jun sat upon a golden throne intricately carved with the likenesses of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, exuding an air of grandeur. "Your Majesty, should we be wary of the Zixiao Palace and the Wu clan?" Bai Zhe inquired softly. "No need." Emperor Jun shook his head. "As long as we do not provoke Xi, the Wu clan will not act against us for the Zixiao Palace. Since my master has conferred upon me the title of ruler of the three realms, he would not conspire against me from the shadows." Upon hearing that name, Xi and Bai Zhe immediately gritted their teeth in hatred. Were it not for this individual, they would have long since united with the ancestor dragon to vanquish the Phoenix clan at the Wutong tree. Ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng, Your combined strength amounts to little. Why not engage in a duel solely between us? The furious roar of the primordial Qilin reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Many beasts were left bewildered. Having just been conferred the title of Bee Sovereign, how could they have sustained such injuries? Yuan Feng and Ancestor Dragon remained silent, directing their onslaught towards the primordial Qilin. Ancestor Dragon clawed at the primordial Qilin, while Yuan Feng unleashed a massive fireball that collided directly with the Qilin's chest. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the fireball burned a gaping hole in the Qilin's chest. With a roar, the primordial Qilin broke free from its restraints and hurled Ancestor Dragon away with its horn, causing countless dragon scales to rain down from the sky, among the bolder beasts on the ground. Some rushed into the battlefield to collect the dragon scales. Although the art of forging was not yet widespread, many innate beings had begun to recognize the benefits of magical artifacts at a mere handful of phoenix feathers. Dragon scales or Qilin blood would be immensely valuable. However, as these beasts approached the dragon scales, a wave of black flames swept over them, leaving them no time to scream before they were reduced to ash. Seeing their leader so mercilessly assaulted, the Qilin clan intensified their assault. Yet against the united forces of the dragon and phoenix, they stood little chance. Countless members of the Qilin clan plummeted from the sky. "Master, do you think Qilin meat tastes good?" Duo Bao tilted his head and asked. "I have never tasted it," Zhang Xi contemplated, "but it appears quite palatable, given that they are all beings endowed with spiritual power." Hongjun and the others were left speechless. What were these two thinking? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were embroiled in a fierce battle, yet they were pondering the taste of Qilin meat. Duo Bao transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from sight, causing Tong Tian to twitch involuntarily. "Junior brother, do not act recklessly." "What do you mean, senior brother?" Zhang Xi shrugged. "Duo Bao is your disciple. If you do not reprimand him, why seek me out? You clearly bear the Taiji diagram." "Do you truly think I am blind to it?" Tong Tian gritted his teeth. "You caught me." Zhang Xi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Junior brother, with such an abundance of phoenix feathers and dragon scales, why not share some with your elder brother?" Dao Tianzuan clasped his hands. "Since elder brother has spoken, I shall naturally comply," Zhang Xi replied cheerfully. "Elder brother, our western lands are barren," Jane said somewhat awkwardly. "I do not see it," Zhang Xi replied earnestly, "that if you are aware of the western barrenness, then focus on cultivating your character and refrain from frivolous thoughts." Damn it, Xuandu and Jane were nearly pushed beyond their limits by his words. This fellow was so generous to Dowd, yet miserly towards them. It was truly infuriating. Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xi, but remained silent. While he could not claim to fully understand Zhang Xi, he was aware that this disciple always had his own agenda. Duo Bao's opportunistic behavior on the battlefield inevitably attracted the attention of Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng glanced at the Taiji diagram draped over him. Displaying indifference, Ancestor Dragon, however, could not contain his anger and spat out a breath of dragon flames. Yet, Duo Bao instantaneously vanished from his original position, only to reappear hundreds of miles away, in his moment of distraction. He was subsequently trampled by the primordial Qilin. After spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, he quickly flew far away. The Qilin clan, unable to withstand the onslaught of the two clans, retreated to Mount Buzhou after suffering thousands of casualties. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xi soared above the Qilin clan and proclaimed, "Let both clans heed my words. While conflict may ensue, do not harm the pillar of heaven. For if it falls, the vast wilderness shall meet its end." This is a matter concerning the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Who are you to meddle? Ao Guang stepped forward, his voice filled with rage. "Is that so?" Zhang Xi extended his right hand, and the Tsang He sword materialized instantly. "Ao Guang, I know you harbor grievances. Why not engage in a duel between us?" "Agree to him," the Qingwan of the Phoenix clan urged. "Ao Guang, you are the direct descendant of Ancestor Dragon. How can you allow a mere Wu clan to act so brazenly?" "Ao Guang, do not act rashly." Ao Zhu transformed into human form and clasped his hands. "She, you are of the Zixiao lineage. Why do you interfere in our clan's strife?" "I do not interfere in your clan's quarrel. I merely advise that fighting is permissible, but do not disturb the pillar of heaven," Zhang Xi replied earnestly. Should the pillar of heaven collapse, it will no longer be merely your clan's affair. Nonsense. Dong Huang Taiyi's figure materialized before Zhang Xi. You are clearly biased towards the Qilin clan. Upon hearing this, the Dragon and Phoenix clans immediately cast hostile glances. The Dragon clan already bore a grudge against Zhang Xi. Although he had aided the Phoenix clan in construction before, such matters paled in significance in the face of a racial conflict. If the pillar of heaven collapses, the responsibility shall rest solely upon your demon clan and the heavenly court. Zhang Xi bowed to the crowd and returned to Nez's side. Has he fled? Dong Huang Taiyi's expression darkened as he glanced at the eager Dragon and Phoenix clans behind him, his heart wavering. Could it be that what he said was true? Should the pillar of heaven fall, would the entire wilderness descend into chaos? Meanwhile, the three pure ones were also inquiring, Junior brother, is what you say truly accurate? Indeed, Zhang Xi pointed at the pillar of heaven. Mount Buzhou connects the heavens and the earth. Should the pillar of heaven collapse, the entire wilderness will be instantly submerged, leading to the demise of countless innate beings. You all must protect the pillar of heaven. Hongjun spoke solemnly. Understood. Dao Tianzuan and the others responded before immediately flying to the pillar's side. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, who had just intended to slaughter the Qilin, were now left in a state of confusion. We are here at the behest of our master to protect the heavenly clan. Dao Tianzuan naturally stepped forward. We shall not interfere in your personal grievances. Although he said as much, the Dragon and Phoenix clans still felt apprehensive. Time passed, and Zhang Xi, suspended in the sky, yawned. The primordial Qilin was remarkably resilient. It had been knocked down numerous times, yet would rise again within mere moments, only to be struck down once more in an endless cycle. Sister, how much time has passed? Several decades, Nüwa sighed. At this rate, who knows when a victor will emerge? Soon, Hongjun replied softly. The primordial Qilin's true essence is running low. If this continues, it will soon perish. Master, are you suggesting the primordial Qilin is nearing death? Zhang Xi immediately straightened his posture. Indeed, Hongjun glanced at Ancestor Dragon, who was grappling with the primordial Qilin, and Yuan Feng, who was soaring above in search of an opportunity. He sighed. Yuan Feng, Ancestor Dragon has shown no mercy in his strikes. What mercy do flying beasts show to land beasts? Zhang Xi chuckled lightly before transforming into a streak of white light, darting towards the battlefield. With a resounding crash, the primordial Qilin was once again struck down by Yuan Feng, creating a massive crater in the ground. Ancestor Dragon soared into the sky, preparing to dive down for the kill. Suddenly, a purple longsword clashed against his claws. Ancestor Dragon faltered momentarily, while Zhang Xi was sent flying, flipping in the air before stabilizing himself. Xi, what are you doing? Yuan Feng scolded. The primordial Qilin has already been defeated. Why must you pursue its annihilation? Zhang Xi replied earnestly. Now that the Qilin clan has been decimated, and the primordial Qilin is gravely injured, it will take millennia for it to recover. What concern is this of yours? Ancestor Dragon coldly retorted. This is a matter for our three clans. Even if I perish here today, it has nothing to do with you. Step aside. And if I refuse? Zhang Xi smiled lightly. Xi, you must think carefully. Ancestor Dragon hissed ominously. Today, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have united against the Qilin. While your Wu clan possesses strength, do you truly believe you can withstand the combined might of our two clans? Combined might? No. Zhang Xi hefted the song. He soared and laughed. I never intended to engage both of you. Then what do you intend? I merely seek to eliminate your Dragon clan. Zhang Xi's gaze sharpened, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have battled the primordial Qilin for decades. How much true essence do you possess left to withstand my attack, or that of our Wu clan? As the ancestral dragon encountered the primordial phoenix, he involuntarily took a step back, his expression shifting drastically. To Xi, do you dare to show disrespect towards our clan leader? Ao Guang thundered, soaring towards him. Yet, halfway through his flight, a sudden surge of darkness leapt from the ground, and Ao Guang plummeted like a severed kite, crashing down violently. In the meantime, the lofty figure of Ho Qing hovered in the air, a haughty demeanor etched upon his face. Ancestral Dragon, what say you? Zhang Xi inquired with a playful smile. Xi, Do not presume upon your witch clan status to bully my dragon clan, the ancestral dragon retorted, transforming into human form, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have offended our dragon clan and the heavenly court. Do you seek to unite our two clans? At this utterance, Dong Huang Tai Yi descended from the heavens, clutching the Dong Huang bell. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Dong Huang, why do you persist in opposing me at every turn? Zhang Xi expressed his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This shameless fellow, how could he utter such words? In their 3 encounters, it was always this rogue who instigated trouble first. This is a matter of enmity between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Do not meddle. Di Jun descended, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huang Tai Yi. Your Majesty, many years ago, the primordial Qilin engaged in war with my witch clan, and though our clan suffered greatly, they did not annihilate us entirely. We, the witch clan, shall certainly repay this kindness, Zhang Xi stated, clasping his hands. Our witch clan has always been clear in our affections and aversions. The primordial Qilin showed restraint back then, and I shall naturally return the favor. Oh, so you intend to intervene in the conflict of the 3 clans? Di Jun raised an eyebrow. Zhang Xi cast a glance at the hundreds of witches armed with axes behind him and chuckled lightly. If your Majesty wishes to test the strength of my witch clan, I see no reason to decline. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Di Jun and the others shifted dramatically. Presumptuous, Bai Zhe admonished. She, with every mention of your Majesty, you acknowledge my lord as the sovereign of the 3 realms. Now, you dare to act against his Majesty? Is this not an affront to authority? Such an affront is not the case. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, his Majesty must possess benevolence. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are all subjects of his Majesty. How could one idly watch the annihilation of the Qilin clan? Zhang Xi replied with a light laugh. Bai Zhe, allow me to remind you, my witch clan may lose countless times, but your demon clan can afford to lose only once. This man is truly despicable. Di Jun cursed inwardly. He could not fail to discern the threat veiled within Zhang Xi's words. Should the demon clan be defeated, their reputation would become a laughingstock, unable to govern the 3 realms when they could not even contend with the witch clan. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to say, Zhang Xi gently interjected. Speak. That Di Jun gritted his teeth. That I understand that the witch clan is certainly no match for the heavenly court. However, your Majesty must consider how formidable the Qilin clan was back in the day. Even after defeating us, they were compelled to seal their mountains for a century to recuperate. Zhang Xi bowed respectfully. Di Jun glanced at the host of 1,000,000 soldiers in the sky. Falling into deep contemplation, Xi, cease your nonsense. Bai Zhe stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, the witch clan has merely been incited by Xi. They bear no enmity towards the demon clan, if that is the case. Why not allow your demon commanders to experience the prowess of the witch clan's leader? Agreed. Di Jun waved his robe, settling back. Instantly, a chair adorned with intricate carvings emerged behind him, imposing in its presence. Who is willing to engage in battle? Bai Zhe called out loudly. I am willing to learn from the leader of the witch clan. A half-human, half-snake demon stepped forward, proudly declaring, I am Zhang Xi, privileged with the honor of serving as the demon clan's commander. Witch clan, heed my command. Should the Dragon and Phoenix clans dare to ambush the primordial Qilin, annihilate the ancestral dragon with all your might. Zhang Xi proclaimed. Understood. Ho Qing and the others bellowed in unison, their fervor reverberating through the heavens. The ancestral dragon's face darkened further upon hearing this. This fellow truly has no sense of filial piety. Does he believe he can bully my dragon clan? The primordial phoenix, having transformed into human form, observed Zhang Xi with keen interest. She did not comprehend his insistence on protecting the primordial Qilin. However, since this little rogue had not turned against her, she felt her efforts were not in vain. In the Zixiao palace camp. Master, should we not safeguard our junior brother? Enlightenment inquired softly. Your junior brother, without absolute certainty, would never act in such a manner. Hongjun chuckled lightly. He did not wish for the primordial Qilin to fall, as it would serve to restrain the heavenly court and the dragon and phoenix clans. Should our Zixiao palace intervene, matters might spiral beyond control. Though few in number, the Zixiao Palace's members were all elite warriors. Yet if the Dragon and Phoenix clans allied with the Heavenly Court, a true confrontation would leave the Zixiao Palace no better off than the Qilin clan, forced to seal their mountains for a century. Hey! Zhang Xi roared, immediately transforming into his true form. However, there was little difference between his true form and human shape, save for the emergence of two black wings on his back. He wielded the Yin Fei spear, a towering black spear with flames flickering at its tip, revealing an ominous green glow, clearly laced with venom. Zhang Xi soared forward, meeting the spear with his sword. Zhang Xi was sent hurtling backward several meters, while Zhang Xi was propelled over 100 meters away. Merely a Deluo cultivation, Zhang Xi scoffed, transforming into a streak of green light, rushing forward. Commander Teng, do not underestimate him, Bai Zhe urged urgently. Rest assured, a Deluo golden immortal. I could crush him with a single hand, Zhang Xi replied before charging toward Zhang Xi. Observing this, Zhang Xi revealed a peculiar smile. Clang! Zhang Xi's spear thrust forth, but Zhang Xi parried it with his sword. The immense force sent him flying once more, and Zhang Xi, with a dismissive grin, prepared to pursue. Just as he transformed into green light to charge forward, he seemingly collided with an unseen barrier, sent hurtling back to his original position. Zhang Xi looked around in shock and horror. Somehow, for banners had appeared beside him. Swift! Zhang Xi shouted, the final Wuji Xing Huang banner flying from his hand. Hovering above Zhang Xi's head, an ominous premonition surged within Zhang Xi. Rise, sword! Zhang Xi performed a hand gesture, and the four banners unleashed an onslaught of sword qi, swiftly converging upon Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi weaved left and right, deflecting countless strands of sword qi with his spear. Yet, the sheer volume proved overwhelming, and in a moment of carelessness, he lost a wing to the onslaught of sword qi. Zhang Xi's anguished roar echoed throughout the realms. The formidable beings present all turned pale, especially Dong Huang Tai Yi, who glanced at the Dong Huang bell in his grasp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Should that shameless scoundrel manage to restrain his Dong Huang bell with the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner? While setting up this formation, it would be a matter of life and death. Whoosh! Countless strands of sword qi pierced through Zhang Xi, green blood raining down from the skies. The innate beings scavenging on the ground shrieked as they turned to dust upon contact. To employ such means is simply abominable. Within the heavenly court camp, a giant man with a dragon's head, a human body and bird claws, his arms adorned with feathers, bellowed in anger before charging at Zhang Xi. Just as Zhang Xi realized what was happening while controlling the sword qi, a massive black blade was already descending toward his head. He quickly summoned the Zhang sword, placing it before him. Yet the overwhelming force sent him flying. Nüwa, seething with rage, prepared to intervene, but Hongjun restrained her. Let us see how capable your junior brother truly is. Very well. Nüwa acquiesced softly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Hutu, having received a message from Zhang Xi, stifled her anger. Only the primordial phoenix remained expressionless, merely conjuring a single fiery phoenix feather. After repelling Zhang Xi, Jimeng intended to rescue Zhang Xi. However, before he could reach him, he was obstructed by two yin-yang fish. After severing the black yin-yang fish with his great blade, he was abruptly enveloped in a sphere of white light. Zhang Xi, calm in demeanor, ascended into the air. The Zhang sword shimmering as countless strands of sword qi surged toward Jimeng. Jimeng attempted to evade. He found himself ensnared by the white light, with no other choice. He raised his blade to block the incoming sword qi. Clang, clang, clang. The rusted sun blade clashed against the innumerable sword qi, faint cracks beginning to appear to Xi. How can you rely on the power of weapons to bully Commander Ji? Another powerful voice rang out as Ing Zhao descended, spear in hand. How outrageous! Nüwa let out a delicate cry, poised to advance, only to find that the Sanqing had already manifested around Zhang Xi, each wielding a magical artifact. Withdraw, Hongjun commanded with a flourish of his robe. The Sanqing immediately returned to his side. Master, the heavenly court is so shameless, surrounding us with 3 against 1. How can we not assist our junior brother? Tong Tian, the master of heaven, voiced his anger. What sort of heart does your junior brother possess? Hongjun laughed heartily. If he were unable to withstand this, he would have spoken up long ago. The fact that he remains silent suggests he wishes to assess his own strength. Master, Jiming, Zhang Xi, and Ying Zhao are all renowned powerhouses of the demon clan. Although they are merely at the early stage of Chaos Daluo, the junior brother has only just attained the Daluo cultivation level. Yuan Shi Tianzun expressed his concern. Facing two Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals with Daluo cultivation is already enough to make your junior brother a legend in the Great Wasteland, Hongjun replied with a light chuckle. Yet, I observe that your junior brother remains utterly composed. It appears he has a backup plan. Dao Tianzun stayed silent, using his robe to conceal his hands as he summoned a white bracelet from his wrist. Gripping it tightly, in midair, she was ensnared by the formation, while Jiming was enveloped by the Taiji diagram. Only Ying Zhao and Zhang Xi engaged in close combat. Each strike aimed to be lethal. After a series of evasions, Zhang Xi was ultimately struck down by a spear, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun sighed in unison. Relieved, their junior brother was far more formidable than they had imagined. Despite merely having Daluo cultivation, he was already this remarkable that if he were to achieve Chaos Daluo in the future, neither of them would stand a chance against Zhang Xi. On the battlefield, Ying Zhao also exhaled in relief, preparing to rescue Jiming and Zhang Xi. Yet before his spear could touch the Taiji diagram, an immense force sent him flying. How could I have forgotten this technique? He lamented, but the overwhelming power propelled him directly into the mountains. Zhang Xi, towering hundreds of feet high, swiftly closed the distance and delivered a punch straight at the peak. Boom! The towering mountain crumbled to the ground. Unsatisfied, Zhang Xi stomped down again with great force. Puffed. Ying Zhao was struck so hard that his three souls nearly fled, leaving him barely breathing. Da Shi cease! Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he shouted in unison. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi redirected the punch that was about to descend upon Ying Zhao to his side, the resulting shockwave nearly startling him to death. Had that punch landed, he feared he would have transformed from a demon into a ghost. Moments later, Ying Zhao felt as if a colossal hand had seized him, yet he lacked the strength to struggle. Zhang Xi approached Jiming and sent him flying with a single punch. Then he delivered a slap to Zhang Xi, both of whom spat blood from their mouths. Your Majesty, is this the heavenly court's method? He casually tossed Ying Zhao into the sky, causing the celestial soldiers to tumble in disarray. Yet none dared to speak. Jiming, Ying Zhao, and Zhang Xi shared a deep camaraderie, and in a moment of desperation, Bai Zhe felt his face flush. Finding it hard to continue speaking, he was not Zhang Xi and lacked such audacity. Oh, so you mean only his friends and I do not? Zhang Xi sneered, transforming into his true form and calling out, Senior brothers and sisters, Nüwa, Tianzun, and Yuan Shi Tianzun instantly flashed to his side. While Tong Tian appeared beside Bai Zhe, his left hand gripping the Zhuxian sword array, and his right hand resting the Qingping sword on Bai Zhe's shoulder. According to your reasoning, may I then slay you in place of my junior brother? Senior brother, do not act impulsively. Di Jun interjected, flying to Bai Zhe's side and speaking softly. Bai Zhe was merely speaking out of urgency. Please do not take it to heart. Indeed, senior brother, Dong Huang Tai, he added as he arrived. Bowing in greeting, our demon clan has always been united. Bai Shuaijuan is simply aggrieved to see the three demon lords severely injured by Shi, aggrieved, and thus you can speak carelessly. Tong Tian tilted his head. Dong Huang, has it not been over 10,000 years since we last sparred? I recently acquired a new artifact. How about we have a friendly contest? Dong Huang Tai glanced at the Zhuxian sword array in his hand and replied. Senior brother, you jest that I have not been your match since 10,000 years ago, and I am even less so now. Uninteresting fellow, Tong Tian remarked before vanishing and reappearing beside Zhang Xi. Your Majesty, you declared a one-on-one match. Yet your demon clan has sent 3 demon lords to the fray. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Xi proclaimed loudly. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the myriad beings of the great wasteland, are all watching. That if you do not provide an explanation, the heavenly court will surely struggle to maintain its reputation in the future. This rascal, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions darkened simultaneously. in battles among others. The outcome could be discerned with a mere word. Yet, this fellow would always demand artifacts if he gained the upper hand, and his reasoning was always so righteous. Your Majesty. Perhaps we should offer him the five-color divine light, Zhang suggested quietly. This artifact is merely decorative and serves no real purpose. She has only recently attained enlightenment and likely knows little of its use. The five-color divine light, Jun's eyes brightened at the mention. This artifact was obtained during his participation in the Xuandu War against the outer celestial demons, consisting of 5 colors: blue, black, red, yellow, and white. After studying it for tens of thousands of years, it seemed to serve little purpose beyond its aesthetic appeal. Zhang Xi did not rush them, merely turning to share a light-hearted conversation with Nüwa. After a while, Jun waved his robe, and 5 feathers floated before him. This is a primal treasure, the 5-color divine light. Let it serve as an apology from the heavenly court for Ing Zhao and Ji Ming. This item is of little use. Junior brother, Tan Tian began, but was interrupted by Zhang Xi. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift, he replied, bowing earnestly. Seeing Zhang Xi's reaction, Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Could it be that the 5-color divine light harbored some secret? Zhang Xi noticed Jun hesitating to present the 5-color divine light and felt anxious. He transmitted a message to Tan Tian. Senior brother, could you kindly retrieve the item for me? Of little consequence. Tan Tian chuckled before transforming into a streak of azure light. After acquiring the 5-color divine light, he handed it to Zhang Xi, who received it with uncontainable joy that if he truly understood its significance, he would have struck gold. Ancestor Dragon, shall we continue? Zhang Xi laughed heartily. If I were to retreat now, would it not imply that my dragon clan is easy to bully? Ancestor Dragon replied with a booming laugh. In that case, you shall receive 3 of my dragon flames. If you can withstand them, I shall spare the first Qilin. If not, then do not interfere in my matters with him. What do you say? I shall take on the challenge. Nüwa interjected with a stern voice. Ancestor Dragon, do not think that merely 3 dragon flames intimidate me. I fear not 100 or 1,000. Nüwa, this is a matter between me and she. It would be best if you did not involve yourself, Ancestor Dragon replied, displeased. If your Zhixiao Palace wishes to intervene, you may speak plainly instead of being so circuitous. As soon as he finished speaking, Nüwa and the Sanqing were whisked away by a beam of purple light. Ancestor Dragon, the enmity between your dragon clan and the witch clan does not concern our Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun declared loudly. Jun and Dong Huang Tai are all my disciples. I shall naturally remain impartial. Thank you, Master. Jun and Dong Huang Tai hurriedly bowed. Hongjun nodded gently, turning his gaze to Shi. The Taoist of connection and the Taoist of precept could not help but roll their eyes. Was this truly impartial? The Zhuxian sword array he had just gifted to Tan Tian had been given so that she could enhance the formation, and now he bestowed upon him the innate 5 banners. His bias was glaringly obvious, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Hongjun, with his refined demeanor, held disdain for engaging with the younger generation. Yet the Sanqing were quite different, especially Tan Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzun, whose tempers were notoriously volatile. What say you? Ancestor Dragon transformed into his true form. Dragon Sovereign, please offer your guidance, Zhang Xi replied with a light smile. Standing his ground, Ancestor Dragon opened his mouth wide, and the air around him twisted. A towering black dragon flame manifested before him. Seeing this, Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Dragon flame differed from phoenix fire. While phoenix fire primarily eroded, incinerating all it touched, dragon flame was ferocious, obliterating anything upon contact. She involuntarily transformed in her true form, for if anything were to happen to Zhang Xi, she could not care less about their relationship being exposed to the 3 realms. With this thought, she cast a resentful glance at the distant Hutu, who was enveloped in dark light. Boom! A dragon flame, trailing a long tail, surged towards Zhang Xi with ferocity. That moment, the hearts of Nüwa and the others tightened in unison. If Ji Ming and the others were considered to be at the early stages of the Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, then the Ancestor Dragon stood at the pinnacle of the Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Merely a step away from the level of a saint, The disparity in cultivation was far too vast to be bridged by mere treasures. Yet, after 3 breaths, they realized their misjudgment. Whoosh! A flash of 5-color divine light swept through, and the dragon flame vanished without a trace. What did he just use? Dong Huang Tai, he exclaimed in astonishment. That it seems to be the 5-color divine light. The demon Lord Shangyang replied uncertainly. Shi, what treasure is this? The ancestor dragon bellowed. Does it concern you? Zhang Xi retorted with a dismissive pout. Just tell me whether I caught it or not. Boom! Another dragon flame, several dozen zhang in size, erupted forth. Zhang Xi remained motionless, and before the dragon flame could reach him, it was whisked away by the 5-color divine light once again. The ancestor dragon, consumed by fury, took a deep breath, causing his form to swell larger. He gathered a dragon flame but hesitated to unleash it. Countless innate beings, witnessing this, immediately scattered in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Thunderous, the dragon flame erupted, altering the very colors of heaven and earth. However, to everyone's astonishment, this dragon flame was once more intercepted by the 5-color divine light before it could travel halfway. Base, is this the useless thing you spoke of? Di Jun's face turned ashen. Your Majesty, I do not know how he learned to wield the 5-color divine light, Baze lamented, his expression woeful. Now we stand no chance against him. Dong Huang Tai, he murmured to himself. Congratulations, junior brother. You have acquired yet another treasure. The 3 pure ones in Nüwa appeared beside Zhang Xi. Congratulations indeed. After returning the gesture, Zhang Xi turned to the nearly blood-spitting ancestor dragon and said, Your Majesty. How about it? My dragon clan has always kept our word. Let this matter be laid to rest. With that, he flapped his wings and pierced through the void. The other dragons followed suit. Only A.O. Guang, passing by Zhang Xi, was met with a light tap from Zhang Xi's panga banner on his head. Though it caused little pain, the insult was profound. Xi, what do you intend to do? A.O. Guang seethed. Nothing much, just want to hit you. Are you dissatisfied? Zhang Xi took a step forward, and the 3 pure ones and Nüwa mirrored his movement. A.O. Guang, witnessing this stance, hesitated, yet he felt reluctant to retreat. At that moment, a white dragon flew past him, grasped him with its claws, and soared into the void. After the dragon clan departed, Zhang Xi clasped his hands in gratitude to Di Jun, thanking him for bestowing such a powerful treasure. In the future, our Wu clan shall remain law-abiding and not cause you any trouble, and own need for that. Di Jun's expression remained stern. Just do not provoke trouble in the future, and that shall suffice for you to address me as your Majesty. With that, he vanished without waiting for Zhang Xi's reply. Yuan Feng, what do you think? Zhang Xi slightly tilted his head. The treasure you have acquired can withstand even dragon flames, so it will certainly be effective against phoenix fire. Yuan Feng replied with a gentle smile. However, this was granted by me, and you owe me a favor. Of course. Zhang Xi responded with a bow, acknowledging Yuan Feng's profound wisdom and pledging his gratitude. Let us depart. Yuan Feng called out lightly, and the Phoenix clan members immediately followed suit. Zhang Xi flickered and appeared beside Ho Tu, whispering a few words to her before the Wu clan ascended to the earthly realm. At that moment, the trembling Go Chan of the Qilin clan approached, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head. Celestial being, our clan leader is gravely injured and will require 10,000 years to recover. What shall my Qilin clan do? I beseech you for guidance. Hongjun and the others turned their gazes towards Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi helped him to his feet and chuckled softly. Go-chun, with your clan's current strength, do you think you can still play the role of the celestial protagonist? Upon hearing this, Go-chun's expression changed drastically. The title of celestial protagonist is not merely a name. It bears substantial benefits. If one were to rephrase it, it would be born sacred. Naturally, if you wish to continue resisting, it is not impossible, Zhang Xi stated earnestly, but you must be prepared for a surprise attack from both the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Celestial being, with our clan leader injured, what can we use to contend against the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Go Chen's eyes reddened. Indeed, what do you possess to counter them? Zhang Xi sighed, presenting 2 choices. First, the complete downfall of your clan. Second, to cultivate diligently like the other clans of the Great Wasteland. Most of your clan's strong have perished, with the chaos great Luo golden immortal being nearly extinct. Go Qin's expression fluctuated, ultimately kneeling before Hongjun, weeping. I implore the Tao ancestor to consult the heavenly D.A.O.M. Why Qilin clan is willing to be self-reliant, just as the clans of the Great Wasteland. I hope the Tao ancestor can grant this. Well, Hongjun smiled faintly and ascended into the air to converse with the heavenly Tao. After a few breaths, a red light illuminated the Qilin clan. Go Qin's strength plummeted from chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his clansmen also fell in rank. That he knew this was not the most brutal outcome. The more severe reality was that their descendants would be born akin to the myriad beings of the Great Wasteland. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun sat at the main seat, with Dao de Tianzun at his left. Following them were Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, along with Nüwa and Zhang Xi. Upon seeing this, Jane immediately sought to take the prime position on Hongjun's right, but he was met with two coughs from Dao de Tianzun, with a wave of his robe. Zhang Xi, who had been joking with Nüwa, was enveloped in white light and transported to the prime position at Hongjun's right. Damn it. Jia-yin and Zhuan Ti's faces darkened. However, upon observing Tong Tian Jiaozhu playing with the sword array of extermination, they fell silent. Hongjun, seemingly oblivious, turned to Zhang Xi, saying, "Though you possess a languid disposition, your skills are commendable. To stand against three without faltering is indeed a credit to our Zhixiao Palace. Titles like Wu Clan Leader are merely external identities." In his eyes, Zhang Xi was simply an innate being brought by Nüwa, unassociated with any faction, and as his disciple, he naturally represented Zhixiao Palace. Alas, master, I feel as though my cloud riding speed is rather slow. Zhang Xi lamented. Had it not been for my robust physique, I would have nearly failed to react during Jimeng's ambush. It may appear as though he blocked Jimeng's strike with his sword. Yet in truth, the sword lay flat upon his shoulder, and that blow nearly severed his A.R.M.D. You truly believe that with your great Luo golden immortal cultivation, you can contend against a chaos great Luo golden immortal? Hongjun chuckled and shook his head. Naturally not. Zhang Xi straightened his posture, kneeling on the ground and bowing, stating, had it not been for Master S' meticulous guidance and the bestowal of treasures, she would have long since met with disaster. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Such flattery was met with disdain from Jia-yin and Zhuan Ti. The three pure ones, however, smiled and nodded, appreciating this ungrateful little junior. You possess a pure nature, and it reflects well upon my teachings. Hongjun raised his right hand, and Zhang Xi promptly settled onto a cushion. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the method of cloud riding. In the future, should you encounter formidable foes, do not act recklessly. With that, he touched Zhang Xi's forehead with his fingertip, riding the mist and soaring through the clouds that a technique materialized in Zhang Xi's mind. With a mere thought, he could now travel anywhere, covering vast distances in an instant. Of course, he could not reach the Wutong tree, as he lacked the strength to shatter the void. The Wutong tree clearly existed in another realm. How is it? Hongjun inquired with a light laugh. Master, to be frank, I find it rather ordinary. Zhang Xi replied with a pout. I once heard of a technique that could traverse 80,000 miles with a single flip. Unfilial disciple, take a closer look at the technique I have imparted to you. Hongjun retorted with a smile tinged with exasperation. What is 80,000 miles in comparison? With proper cultivation of riding the mist and soaring the clouds, one could instantly appear anywhere in the Great Wasteland. This technique can indeed be cultivated? Zhang Xi showed no signs of joy, instead frowning. Master, you know my talent is exceedingly poor. Is there not a perfected technique? This is a secret of our Zhixiao Palace. Should you continue to be picky, beware that I may not spare your face, Hongjun warned. Master, I was wrong. Zhang Xi wisely lowered his head in acknowledgement, recalling how he had nearly been left with a psychological scar last time. Humph. Hongjun took a moment to compose himself, restoring his refined demeanor. With the demise of the Qilin clan, how should the Dragon and Phoenix clans be dealt with? Should I once again petition the Tao for the Phoenix to be enshrined as the leader? That won't do. Zhang Xi shook his head. This strategy has been employed once already. To use it again would be rather crude. Moreover, both Yuan Feng and Zulong are meticulous thinkers. If the Zhixiao Palace intervenes, they are bound to harbor suspicions. Then what shall we do? Hongjun furrowed his brow. We shall still enshrine them, Zhang Xi replied, spreading his hands. Disciple, are you jesting with your master? Hongjun erupted in fury, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that sent Zhang Xi tumbling. However, he quickly enveloped him in purple light, and the two vanished from their location. Tauntaun, still shaken, gazed at the massive crater left behind and murmured, Fortunately, my junior is of the Witch clan's bloodline. Otherwise, with his irreverent disposition, he would have long been struck down by our master's purple lightning. Elder brother, do you not possess the elixir for strengthening the body? You should send some to our junior. He has repeatedly toyed with our master, and I fear that one day he might truly be gravely injured by him. Yuan Shirtan Zun sighed. Have you not yet grasped the situation? Doubted Tian Zun shook his head with a wry smile. Although we entered the fold early, who would dare speak to our master in such a manner? Do you recall how Mingi once provoked our master? What was done to him? He was imprisoned beneath the Nine Nether for 10,000 years, Nüwa softly interjected. Jean and Junti shivered involuntarily. They had initially hoped to emulate Zhang Xi's shamelessness by requesting treasures from Hongjun. But now it seemed they must proceed with utmost caution. Our revered master dotes on our junior to an extreme degree, doubted Tianzun lamented. With the Juxian sword array gone, he immediately bestowed upon him the primordial 5 flags. When our junior claimed he was slow, our master imparted to him the method of riding the clouds. If it were I, our master would not hesitate to strike you. This sentiment holds merit. The others wholeheartedly agreed. I in the back courtyard of Zhixiao Palace. Zhang Xi complained. Master, you could have simply conveyed your thoughts telepathically. Your actions were excessively forceful. If I hadn't been a bit heavy-handed, how could I conceal it from your senior brothers and sisters? Hongjun chuckled reproachfully as he approached the 2 phoenix eggs, murmuring softly, Xi, if the day comes when we must take action against the Phoenix clan, what shall you do? The fact that Zhang Xi and Yuan Feng had offspring was truly unexpected. Yuan Feng, in her pride, had deemed no being of the great wilderness worthy of her attention, yet she had unexpectedly taken a liking to Zhang Xi, leaving many perplexed. Master, there is a time for everything. I can discern the gravity of matters, Zhang Xi said, gently touching the phoenix egg, smiling lightly. If one day Yuan Feng is struck down to the brink of nirvana, and I am unable to protect her, I hope you will intervene. That is only natural, Hongjun replied earnestly. Since she has borne you offspring, she is considered half a disciple of Zhixiao Palace. I shall not stand idly by. Thank you, master, Zhang Xi said sincerely. Bowing deeply before continuing, Master, now that the Qilin clan has just fallen, it would be unwise for the Dragon and Phoenix clans to act recklessly. What you mentioned about enshrining them, was that a jest at my expense? Hongjun inquired softly. Not at all. Zhang Xi shook his head. If the Dragon and Phoenix clans are to clash, enshrining them is indeed the optimal choice, but it is not we who should petition the Tao for this. Hongjun paused, contemplating for a long while before speaking. You are referring to the heavenly court. Precisely, Zhang Xi beamed. My elder brother possesses great ambitions. If he wishes to be the sovereign of the 3 realms, he must do so with integrity, lest he allow others to stand alongside him. And no wonder, no wonder. Hongjun clapped in delight, exclaiming, Now I understand why you refer to Zulong as Dragon Emperor in front of Dijuan. It was to provoke Dijuan's dissatisfaction with Zulong. At that moment, he genuinely felt that this disciple was exceptionally gifted. Just after the Qilin clan's destruction, he quietly turned his attention to the Dragon clan. Just a small tactic, Zhang Xi humbly smiled. Hongjun was about to speak when he noticed the phoenix egg stirring, prompting him to chuckle. It seems your disciple possesses a degree of sentience. Master, a youthful voice emerged from the phoenix egg. Oh, you can speak now? Zhang Xi exclaimed in surprise. I could have spoken long ago, but I refrained out of respect while you and Ancestor discussed significant matters. The phoenix egg replied with a smile. Then tell me, do you belong to the Witch clan or the Phoenix clan? Zhang Xi inquired, squatting down to in a flash, a red light appeared, revealing a little girl of about 2 or 3 years of age. However, her appearance was not as delicate as Yuan Feng's, but rather robust, resembling a boy. After she awkwardly performed about a Zhang Xi, she transformed into her true form, that a peacock. Zhang Xi gasped, murmuring, "The first peacock in existence." Kong Xian. Master, is Kong Xian my name? The peacock, adorned with a crown of feathers and a dazzling emerald hue, exuded an air of nobility as she walked, her feet shimmering with light. Kong Xian. That is a splendid name. Hongjun chuckled, extending his right hand toward the peacock. Instantly, she was enveloped in purple light, her form appearing significantly enlarged. "Thank you, ancestor, for your blessings," Kong Xian exclaimed joyfully. Kong Xian, upon hearing those two words, Zhang Xi's lips twitched slightly. "Master, ancestor has blessed me. What will you bestow upon me?" Kong Xian transformed back into a little girl and tugged at Zhang Xi's garment. "Ha ha!" Hongjun clapped his hands in laughter. "Your disciple is indeed a reflection of you." "Alas," Zhang Xi sighed, waving his right hand. The Panga banner, the primordial 5 flags, and the 5-color divine light floated before him. And Kong Xian pouted. "The Taiji diagram and Sanghe sword are not available," Zhang Xi stated firmly. "They once accompanied your ancestor in battles against the Xian Du, slaying countless extraterrestrial demons, and they were the first treasures bestowed upon me by your ancestor." Hearing this, Hongjun felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to come to Zhang Xi's aid, Zhang Xi stopped him. "Master, do not spoil the child too much. You." Hongjun chuckled, shaking his head, but ultimately relented. Kong Xian pouted, but did not persist, merely touching the Panga banner and fiddling with the primordial 5 flags before her gaze settled on the 5-color divine light. "Master, I wish to have this." "What is it?" "This is the 5-color divine light, a primordial treasure known as the brush for all things," Zhang Xi explained, removing the 5-color divine light and placing it in her hands before tapping it on her forehead. Instantly, Kong Xian comprehended the method of utilizing the 5-color divine light. Exclaiming, "Thank you, master," she then placed the 5-color divine light atop her feathered crown. However, in an instant, the 5-color divine light vanished without a trace. "What is happening?" Zhang Xi gasped in shock. Hongjun reached out to stroke her head. Chuckling wryly, "She is yet to be born. The 5-color divine light has directly fused with her soul." "What does that mean?" Zhang Xi cradled Kong Xian, examining her from every angle, yet he could not find any trace of the 5-color divine light. "Do not worry," Hongjun reassured. "The 5-color divine light is no longer a treasure, but rather her divine ability. This is for the best, as it prevents it from being seized by others." Upon hearing this, Kong Xian tilted her head and glanced at Zhang Xi. The crown atop her head shimmered with 7 colors of light. Seeing this, Zhang Xi couldn't help but feel furious. "Wicked disciple, how dare you test your master's divine ability?" Before he could finish his words, he vanished from sight. "Ha!" Hongjun laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke Kong Xian's head. "Well done. This is how you should treat your master." He recalled how, when he had first bestowed the primordial 5 flags, this wicked disciple had also been the first to experiment with his own formations. Kong Xian looked up at Hongjun, and her crown flashed once more. Yet this time, Hongjun remained steadfast in place. Feeling dejected, "Master, why can I not brush you away?" "When you reach the Sage Realm, you should be able to brush me away," he replied. After a light chuckle, Hongjun waved his Dao robe, causing Kong Xian to return to the phoenix egg. He hesitated for a moment before forming a hand seal with both hands. Kong Xian and another phoenix egg were enveloped in a violet light. He could see that moment. The space beside him shattered, and Yuan Feng, filled with rage, burst forth, exclaiming, "Hongjun, how dare you sever the fate of my descendants and the Feng clan?" On the mountainside of Kunlun, Zhang Xi had just landed when he was suddenly embraced around the leg. "Uncle Master, you have finally returned." "Oh, how have you changed?" Zhang Xi remarked in disdain. "You look so round and plump, like a little meatball, far less adorable than a multi-treasure mouse." "Master," Duobao cried, dashing towards Tongtian Jiao Master's residence in tears. In mere moments, Tongtian Jiao Master appeared before him, reproaching, "Junior brother, why are you once again teasing the young ones?" "Duobao, you are truly useless. Who complains to their master about being wronged?" Zhang Xi scoffed. "Master, uncle said I look like a meatball." Duobao wailed, "Go away." He knows nothing. Tong Tian Jiao Master waved his Dao robe and comforted. Ask your Grandmaster and Second Master if you look good like this. Two beams of white light appeared before him instantaneously. Duo Bao, indeed. You do look quite good, Dao Tianzuan remarked with a smile. Your uncle master is still young and does not understand. Yes, Yuan Shi Tianzuan chuckled. Your uncle master is so young. What does he know? Is that so? Duo Bao asked, wiping his tears. Yes, I don't understand. Is that acceptable? Zhang Xi retorted sharply. You never understood in the first place. After cursing, Duo Bao transformed into his multi-treasure mouse form and perched on Zhang Xi's head. Truly you are, Tong Tian Jiao Master sighed. He bullies you daily, yet you still choose to play with him. Is this not self-inflicted? Uncle Master is fun, Duo Bao dismissed, opening his mouth wide. Instantly, countless corpses of dragons and qilins appeared on the ground, alongside a multitude of phoenix feathers. Hey, have you been hoarding these? Zhang Xi immediately grasped the flesh on Duo Bao's neck and shouted angrily. Where are the corpses of the Feng clan? Why have I not seen a single one? I didn't Duo Bao protested. Baring his teeth, the Feng clan just transformed into phoenix eggs and were taken away by their kin that I tried to chase after them. But they beat me. Ahem, Dao Tianzuan stifled a laugh. Junior brother, do not be angry. After the Feng clan undergoes nirvana, their kin will naturally protect them. With Duo Bao's cultivation, how could he possibly outrun the Feng clan? That is true. Zhang Xi tossed Duo Bao back on his head, casually picking up 2 dragon scales before addressing Dao Tianzuan. Senior brother, please take care of these. I will make clothes for Duo Bao to wear. Saying this, he strode towards the Wahuang Palace without looking back. All right, Dao Tianzuan nodded with a smile, casually using a gourd to begin collecting the corpses. After a while, Zhang Xi re-emerged, finding Duo Bao clad in armor with a small steel helmet on his head. A rather comical sight. What have you made for him? Tong Tian Jiao Master said with a wry smile. This appearance is truly unappealing. What do you know? Zhang Xi rolled his eyes. Duo Bao's talent is treasure-seeking. Should such a battle arise again, he need not fear ambushes, for his head is well protected. Very well. I shall not argue with you. Tong Tian Jiao Master conceded helplessly. Someone is coming. Nüwa, seated on the stairs of the Wahuang Palace, stood up and immediately positioned herself in front of Zhang Xi. Tu Shan Yaya transformed into her true form, flying to Zhang Xi's neck and wrapping around it. Who dares intrude upon Kunlun Mountain? Tong Tian Jiao Master bellowed. Then came 2 resounding crashes, and 2 large pits formed in the ground. An elderly man with grizzled hair stood up, and upon seeing the Qingping sword at his neck, immediately knelt and said, I, Go Chun of the Qilin clan, pay my respects to the esteemed immortals. Go Chun, what brings you here? Tong Tian Jiao Master frowned. Tio report to the esteemed Tong Tian. I have come to seek an audience with the esteemed Xi. Go Chun said, entirely devoid of his former arrogance, even trembling slightly before Tong Tian Jiao Master's inquiry. Seeing this, Zhang Xi could not help but shake his head, extending a hand to help Go Chun up, gently saying, Elder Go Chun, you are of the Qilin lineage. Even without the protection of the heavenly Tao, you should not demean yourself thus. Remember, heavenly actions are robust. A gentleman should strive tirelessly. Heavenly actions are robust. A gentleman should strive tirelessly. The 3 pure ones looked at Zhang Xi in disbelief. That it was as if they were getting to know this mischievous junior brother anew. Esteemed immortal, my Qilin clan is now but a mere multitude in the vast wilderness. Go Chan said, tears brimming in his ancient eyes. In the future, when my Qilin clan regains power, I know not how many innate beings I have offended. Now, they have gathered on my Unzao mountain, attacking my mountain gate. What can be done? Then why have you come here? Nüwa raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Go Chun immediately beckoned, and an extraordinary beast trotted forth from the pit, stepping onto the clouds. What manner of creature is this? So magnificent! Yuan Shi Tianduan exclaimed in astonishment, reporting to the esteemed immortal. This is my son, a direct descendant of the primordial Qilin. Due to his peculiar appearance, we in the clan refer to him as Sabuxiang. Go Chun slightly bowed. Esteemed Xi, you protect our Qilin clan. We have no way to repay you, hence we have sent him to serve as your steed. Sabuxiang. Zhang Xi was momentarily taken aback, Before him stood a beast with a horse's face. Deer antlers, ox hooves, and a donkey's tail. Aside from enveloping its 4 hooves in clouds and mist while flying, it bore no trace of the Qilin clan as characteristics. Yet was undeniably magnificent. Esteemed Xi, please protect our Qilin clan. Go Chun and Sabuxiang both knelt before Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi tilted his head slightly, noticing Yuanshi Tianzuan gazing at Sabuxiang with gleaming eyes, and a plan began to form in his mind. Senior brother Yuanshi, does Sabuxiang appeal to you? Such a magnificent beast, of course, it does. Cough, cough, cough. Yuanshi Tianzuan, regaining his composure, saw Tong Tianjiao Master's unfriendly gaze and quickly added, Junior brother, this is the steed bestowed upon you by the Qilin clan. I cannot take what belongs to another. You yourself said it was bestowed upon me, but I do not fancy Sabuxiang. Zhang Xi shook his head. Moreover, Gochin has said that they wish for protection for their Qilin clan. My powers are too meager for such a task. However, senior brother seems to have a connection with this Sabuxiang. Why not accept him? How could that be? Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned crimson. Go Chun, my senior brother, is a chaos great Luo golden immortal. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. If he were to protect you, your Qilin clan would have no worries. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Go Chun sighed internally and knelt before Yuanshi Tianzuan. Esteemed Yuanshi, please protect my clan. Junior brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Why senior brother agrees. You may return now. Zhang Xi waved his right hand, and the Panga banner appeared his grasp. This is my senior brother's ultimate treasure. I believe many beings in the vast wilderness are familiar with it. I shall lend it to you for 3 years to suppress any unruly elements. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Go Chun gratefully accepted the Panga banner, then turned to Sabuxiang. From now on, you shall serve as the steed of the esteemed Yuanshi, and shall have no further ties to my Qilin clan. Should you displease your master in the future and meet your end, do not report it to me. Without waiting for Sabuxiang to respond, he bowed slightly to the crowd and transformed into his true form, treading the clouds and departing. Sabuxiang knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, bowing towards Gochun. Junior brother, this is clearly a steed given to you by Gochun. How can it be taken by the second brother? Tong Tianjiao Master exclaimed angrily. Taken? Upon hearing this word, Yuanshi Tianzuan was instantly infuriated. Third brother, how could I dare to take my junior brother's steed? This was gifted to me by my junior brother. Have you not grown complacent with your 9-dragon agarwood palanquin? Must you covet the possessions of others? Tong Tianjiao Master sneered. Third brother, do you see me as such a petty person? Yuanshi Tianzuan retorted furiously, enough that a thunderous voice startled both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tianjiao Master. Junior brother, Dao Tianzuan tugged at Zhang Xi's Dao robe, signaling him not to be angry. Though we are brothers, I have few relatives in the vast wilderness and naturally regard you and our master as my closest kin. How can we quarrel over such trivial matters? Zhang Xi coldly remarked. When I say this object is fated with senior brother Yuanshi, it is indeed connected with you, senior brother Tong Tian. Oh, you think I would deceive you? All right, fine, Tong Tianju Master replied, his voice laced with frustration and irony, that if you possess such profound divination skills, then tell me, what is the steed of my elder brother? The steed of Dao to senior brother is an ox, Zhang Xi asserted with certainty. And mine? Tong Tianju Master scoffed. Also an ox, Zhang Xi maintained, his demeanor earnest. Very well, you claim my steed is an ox. Let us venture through the great wilderness that, if it truly is an ox, then I shall believe you, Tong Tianjiao Master declared, taking Zhang Xi by the hand and soaring into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Nüwa could not help but sigh. Just returned, and now you wish to depart again. By the eastern sea. Zhang Xi and Tong Tianjiao Master reclined upon the clouds, a small table beside them adorned with a jug of wine and 2 cups. Brother, why do you always seem to be at odds with senior brother Yuanshi? I am not at odds with him, Tong Tianjiao Master replied, exasperated. My second brother is dignified and of noble character. Yet he has a penchant for extravagant attire and a fondness for steeds. Such traits are not commendable. I beg to differ. Zhang Xi shook his head. How so? Tong Tianjiao Master straightened his posture. The great wilderness is teeming with rare treasures. With senior brother Yuanshi's prowess, I cannot say he would rank among the top 3, but surely he could place within the top 5. Yes, Zhang Xi chuckled lightly that if he were truly as you described, why would he not oppress others and seize those splendid possessions? Ah, Tong Tianju Master fell into contemplation upon hearing this. The two sat quietly in the clouds, observing the rolling waves of the sea, occasionally seeing aquatic beings breach the surface to consume floating primordial creatures before sinking back into the depths. Tong Tianjiao Master, noticing this, refrained from controlling the clouds, allowing them to drift with the wind. Brother, if my second brother is not at fault, does that mean I am mistaken? Not at all. Zhang Xi reclined on the cloud, his hands cradling his head, and replied with a light laugh. Among the 3 pure ones, you are my favorite. It is not that the other 2 brothers treat me poorly, but rather that I share a deeper affinity with you. What do you mean by that? Tong Tianjiao Master inquired, intrigued in my eyes. You are tempestuous and impulsive, easily provoked, yet generous and magnanimous, never dwelling on personal gains or losses, should I ever commit a grave offense. Only you would stand by my side, regardless of right or wrong. Zhang Xi spoke softly. Huh. Tong Tianjiao Master laughed heartily. Brother, we have only known each other for a century, yet you understand me so well. It is truly a delightful revelation. Indeed, Zhang Xi raised his cup in agreement. The two floated amidst the clouds, engaging in light-hearted banter, reveling in their carefree existence. Unbeknownst to them, a sudden roar from below interrupted their conversation. Zhang Xi peered down from the clouds, his expression one of disbelief that on a small island below stood a colossal beast, towering over 10 zhong, with the head of an ox but no horns, and the body of a tiger, its fur a shade of gray. More astonishing was the fact that this beast had but 1 leg, yet moved with remarkable speed. With a slight leap, it soared into the air, crackling with lightning, exuding an imposing presence. What manner of creature are you? Tong Tianjiao Master asked with a light chuckle. Impudence, the ox-headed beast roared, recognizing Lord Kuei Nyo and demanding reverence. Tong Tianjiao Master paused for a moment, then summoned the Qingping sword to his hand. Within the 3 realms, aside from his 2 elder brothers and their master, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, Zhang Xi preemptively stood up, bowing respectfully that we are blind and foolish, failing to recognize Lord Kuei Nyo. We beseech your forgiveness. Seeing Zhang Xi's politeness, the beast was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, it grumbled, "It is too late to beg for mercy now." Oh, Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly that it seems Lord Kuei Nyo has made up his mind to devour us. Our reverence is merely a pretext. You know too much, little brat, the beast roared in anger, its form shifting to that of 100 zhong giant. The surrounding lightning dispersed, instantly obliterating several curious aquatic beings surfacing to witness the spectacle. Brother, jesting with him is beneath our dignity, Tong Tianjiao Master sneered, transforming into a streak of azure light. The beast barely registered the movement before a flash of sword light descended toward its neck. Brother, spare his life, Zhang Xi shouted. The blade nearly severed the beast's head, and it was so terrified that it transformed into a bolt of lightning, attempting to flee. Yet, it could not escape Tong Tianjiao Master's pursuit. A flash of azure light struck its head. The beast was immediately sent crashing into the depths of the sea. Its lightning dissipated in an instant. Zhang Xi, witnessing this, chuckled softly till he raised his right hand, and the Taiji diagram transformed into a beam of white light, diving into the ocean to retrieve the nearly lifeless Kuei Nyo. Lord Kuei Nyo, how do you fare? The nearly doomed Kuei Nyo, hearing Zhang Xi's laughter, quickly regained his senses that he knelt and pleaded, "Please spare me, esteemed immortals." Humph, Tong Tianjiao Master sneered, his form flickering as he returned to the clouds. Zhang Xi, however, transformed into white light and appeared before Kuei Nyo, laughing heartily. "If you can outrun me, I shall let you go. But if you cannot, you shall serve as my mount." "What say you? Is that true?" Kuei Nyo exclaimed, immediately transforming into lightning and fleeing into the distance that quite the clever one. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, swiftly employing cloud-stepping techniques. Above the eastern sea, a bolt of lightning raced ahead, followed closely by a white cloud. No matter how fast the lightning accelerated, the cloud maintained a consistent distance. "Brother, Why toy with him? Tong Tianjin Master caught up and stood upon Zhang Xi's cloud. Brother, what do you think of this beast? Does he not merit being your mount? Zhang Xi chuckled. Mount? Tong Tianjin Master paused, then suddenly turned to Zhang Xi that if Zhang Xi had not mentioned it, he might have forgotten that Zhang Xi had once claimed his steed was an ox. Though Kuei Nyo was a monster, he fundamentally bore the head of an ox. After chasing for an unknown duration, the trio had left the realm of the Eastern Sea, heading toward the great wilderness. Yet Kuei Nyo showed no signs of slowing down, solely focused on his escape. This fellow can truly run. He is undoubtedly born to be a mount. Zhang Xi chuckled. Tong Tianjin Master nodded in agreement. Though this creature appears peculiar, its speed and might are exceptional. It is perfectly suited to serve as a mount. Since he is your mount, you may pursue him yourself. Zhang Xi yawned, easing his pace. Brother, keep an eye on him. Tong Tianjin Master laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of azure light. In mere moments, he caught up to Kuei Nyo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him plummeting from the sky. Boom! Kuei Nyo crashed into a mountain peak, immediately reverting to his original form and kneeling. Esteemed immortal, spare my life. I am willing to serve as a mount. Tong Tianjin Master stood before him, tapping his head with the Qingping sword. Instantly, Kuei Nyo adorned himself with a set of ancient Sadlerian reins, dutifully offering them to Tong Tianjin Master. Quite obedient, Tong Tianjin Master chuckled lightly, preparing to seek out Zhang Xi, only to find that Zhang Xi was not behind him. After calculating, he mounted Kuei Nyo, who promptly transformed into lightning, racing into the distance. Zhang Xi, meanwhile, was not encountering trouble, but rather observing a spectacle. Not far from him, a large white ox knelt before a small spotted ox. Proposing courtship, the large white ox had somehow procured some fresh flowers, which it held in its mouth, saying, Flower, flower, do not call me that. The small spotted ox shot a glance at him, transforming into human form. Dubai, I have told you many times that unless you can transform, I will never take a liking to you. After speaking, she arrogantly raised her head, only to catch sight of Zhang Xi perched on a cloud. Their eyes met, and she felt her heart race at the sight of such a striking being. In an instant, Hua Hua felt her cheeks flush, and even her plump figure trembled. The great white bull followed her gaze and could not help but fume with rage. You little brat, from where do you hail, daring to compete with me for a woman? Zhang Xi appeared taken aback. Is it possible to find myself in the limelight? I merely passed by. Do carry on. He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Dubai, do not be so rude. After a furious shout from Hua Hua, she soared into the air, asking, fellow Taoist, which clan do you belong to? And do you have a partner? Is having a partner in vogue now? Zhang Xi responded in astonishment that you've never seen the world, have you? The great white bull scoffed, ascending into the sky, proudly declaring, in our bull manure mountain, countless pairs of partners have already formed. And what about you? Why are you still single? Zhang Xi replied with a smile. You scoundrel! The great white bull was struck at his most vulnerable point, and fury welled up within him, just as Hua Hua was about to intervene. The great white bull, moving too swiftly, flew directly in front of Zhang Xi, his icy-hued horns aiming straight for him. Zhang Xi smiled slightly, seizing the flag of flaming light from the ground and bringing it down forcefully upon the bull's head. With a thunderous crash, the great white bull staggered back a few steps but charged forward anew. Zhang Xi glanced at the flaming flag in his hand, somewhat surprised. This great white bull possessed considerable strength. Withstanding his blow and merely stepping back a few paces. Little brat, your bull grandpa is a great Luo golden immortal. The great white bull roared. Quite interesting, Zhang Xi chuckled, instantly growing in size. The great white bull, towering at dozens of zhang, felt a wave of trepidation upon seeing Zhang Xi, who now stood 100 zhang tall. Yet, Zhang Xi offered no opportunity for retreat, directly grasping the bull's horns and twisting them fiercely. Ow! The great white bull's cries echoed through Bull Manure Mountain. Sensing the impending danger, Hua Hua swiftly fled. Zhang Xi overturned the great white bull, grabbing one horn with his left hand while delivering a powerful punch with his right. With a thud, the entire Bull Manure Mountain quaked. The great white bull, blood gushing from its nostrils, was left reeling. Spare me, great immortal, spare me, the bull pleaded. This punch is too much for me to bear. Zhang Xi chuckled lightly. Great immortal, boundless in power. If you land another punch, I fear I will descend into the underworld. The great white bull lamented. Junior brother, what has stirred your ire so? Tong Tian Jiaozhu appeared by his side. Nothing much. Zhang Xi shook his head. I was merely observing. Yet this fellow attacked me directly. Truly blind of him, Tong Tian Jiaozhu laughed heartily. Brother Nyo? Kuei Nyo exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Kuei Nyo, save me. The great white bull cried out upon seeing Kuei Nyo. Save you? Kuei Nyo shook the reins on his back, falling silent. The great white bull noticed the saddle on him and turned to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, angrily declaring, Who are you to dare bind my brother Kuei Nyo with such great magic? Slap! Zhang Xi delivered a resounding slap to the bull's head. The great white bull was immediately dazed, its limbs flailing chaotically. Brother Nyo, do not say too much. Kuei Nyo communicated telepathically. If you wish to keep your life, then be content to serve as a mount like me. The great white bull was quite amenable to persuasion. Upon hearing Kuei Nyo's words, he promptly replied, Great immortal, spare my life, and I too wish to serve as a mount like brother Kuei Nyo. Mount? Zhang Xi paused for a moment, contemplating. It was not an unappealing notion. Before dragons and phoenixes became the mainstream mounts, riding a bull was quite commendable, lending an air of celestial dignity. As for Tu Shanyi, such a delicate fox, he felt rather embarrassed to ride her. Ha! Tong Tian Jiaozhu laughed heartily. Junior brother, your powers are immense. Did you ever consider that your mount is also a bull? Never crossed my mind. Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile, returning to his normal size. Tong Tian Jiaozhu pointed, and a set of saddlery appeared on the great white bull, identical to what Kuei Nyo bore. Senior brother, I did not say I would accept him. Zhang Xi said helplessly. This fellow seems rather unremarkable. I cannot discern whether he runs swiftly or not. How could the master underestimate me? The great white bull protested. I am the king of Bull Manure Mountain. If I truly run, even brother Kuei Nyo may not be my match. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xi swiftly appeared atop the great white bull, turning to Tong Tian Jiaozhu with a smile. Senior brother, how about a wager? What shall we wager on? Tong Tian Jiaozhu also positioned himself atop Kuei Nyo. From here to the shores of the East Sea, whoever loses must yield a treasure to the other. But let be clear, gifts from our master do not count. It must be something you personally crafted or discovered, with no limitations on its grade, Zhang Xi suggested with a light chuckle. That sounds splendid. Tong Tian Jiaozhu clapped his hands in delight. But let it be known, I want a treasure forged by my junior brother's own hands. Not a problem. Zhang Xi tightened his grip on the reins, shouting, 3, 2, 1, go. Kuei Nyo immediately transformed into a streak of lightning. Racing ahead, the great white bull snorted, summoning clouds beneath his feet and swiftly pursuing. Seeing the great white bull surpass Kuei Nyo in an instant, Tong Tian Jiaozhu exclaimed, Cloud treading? Junior brother, is your mount of the Qilin lineage? Cloud treading is a divine ability of the Qilin lineage, allowing them to match the speed of dragons and phoenixes even in their beastly forms. Otherwise, they would be unable to catch up. Rendering any competition moot. My senior brother is inquiring. Zhang Xi tapped the great white bull's head. That I know not. The great white bull replied in a deep tone that I was born in Bull Manure Mountain, and have never seen my father or mother. Have you experienced a drop in realm? Zhang, she asked softly. None. The great white bull shook his head. I have been a great Luo golden immortal for 10,000 years. Yet I seem unable to transform. That a great Luo golden immortal unable to transform. How peculiar. Zhang Xi pondered. In the vast wilderness. Not all innate beings favor transformation, and many races prefer to fight in their original forms. During the fierce battles among the leaders of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races, they relied on their purest strength. Yet, the reason for the innate being's desire to transform remained a mystery. Junior brother, what occupies your thoughts? Tong Tian Jiaozhu trailed behind him. The great white bull just mentioned he cannot transform, which led me to wonder why all innate beings wish to do so. Zhang Xi replied, shaking his head. That is simple enough. It stems from the Great War of Xuandu. Tong Tian Jiaozhu explained lightly that in those days, our master wielded the Kang sword, leading the myriad races of the wilderness to repel the invading celestial demons. Almost all innate beings revered him as their master. When our master established the Zhixiao Palace to expound the Tao, everyone preferred to transform to be closer to him. I see, Zhang Xi exclaimed. Suddenly enlightened, if one did not transform to attend teachings, the overwhelming presence of the dragon race alone would be sufficient to deter other beings from approaching the Zhixiao Palace. However, it is indeed strange that you possess the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, yet cannot transform. Tong Tianjia remarked, frowning. The great white bull was not exaggerating. When it came to speed, he indeed reached the shores of the East Sea ahead of Kuan Yu. Senior brother, what say you? Zhang Xi laughed heartily. I concede, Tong Tianjia chuckled as well, extending his right hand to produce a dark brown staff. Junior brother, catch this. What is this? Zhang Xi inquired. This is the Panlong staff, which contains a wicked flood dragon I vanquished during my travels in the wilderness. It is sealed within this staff, made of jujube wood. Consider it a postnatal treasure. When you have disciples in the future, you may gift it to them as a gesture of goodwill. Tong Tianjiao explained. Thank you, senior brother, Zhang Xi said joyfully, stowing the staff in his gourd. It seems we've been out for quite some time. I believe Brother Yuanchu's anger has subsided. Let us return. Agreed. With a faint smile, the Tongtian master waved his robe, and the two riders returned to the mountainside of Kunlun. Oh, why have you also brought back a cow? Nüwa exclaimed in surprise. I asked their celestial maiden to be wed. The great white ox approached. Nüwa furrowed her brow. Celestial maiden, I am the king of Cow Dung Mountain, known as the great white ox's face flushed red, unable to come up with a grand title. The Cow Dung King, Zhang Xi reminded. Master, that is rather unflattering. The great white ox grumbled. As a being of divine origins, I should at least have a title with demon in it. If you have demon in your title, would you not then be the Cow Demon King? Zhang Xi burst into laughter, only to be taken aback that, in a way, could this fellow truly be the Cow Demon King? Indeed, celestial maiden, I am the Cow Demon King. The great white ox declared solemnly, if the celestial maiden is not yet wed, why not become my Tao partner? Tao partner. The recently departed moral celestial and primordial celestial nearly fainted at this proclamation. How dare this cow propose such a thing? You wish to become my Tao partner. Nüwa's tone remained calm. It is as such, the great white ox replied. Boom, before the Cow Demon King could finish his sentence. He was violently flung away by the summoned demon banner. Yet, midway through his flight, he found himself ensnared by a red satin ribbon. With a flick of her right hand, Nüwa hurled a bright red embroidered ball straight at him. Thud! The Cow Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood. His horns shattered upon impact. Sister, please leave some dignity for your junior. The moral celestial hastily interjected. He has just been captured. He is yet to be tamed. And his wild nature is hard to subdue. If you were to kill him, he would inevitably harbor resentment. Indeed, the primordial celestial concurred. This vile creature does not know restraint. I implore you, sister, for the sake of your junior, spare him this once. Humph. Nüwa huffed, suspending the Cow Demon King beneath the eaves of the Nüwa Palace, akin to a piece of dried beef. Zhang Xi, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle. He began to believe that this old ox truly was the Cow Demon King. After all, the Cow Demon King and the Heavenly Canopy shared a similar disposition, one being a lecherous scoundrel and the other a lecherous gentleman. Junior, come and observe my strength, the moral celestial beckoned. Oh, what rare beast has my elder brother acquired? Zhang Xi approached, unable to contain himself. Beside the moral celestial stood a smaller azure cow, adorned with a nose ring and tied with a gleaming golden rope. It appears my younger brother can indeed discern. As I said, both my mount and the third brothers are cows, and lo, it is so. The moral celestial laughed heartily. Oh, not jest with me, Zhang Xi retorted, rolling his eyes. Elder brother must have caught this azure cow merely to enhance my reputation. Nothing escaped your keen insight. Junior, the moral celestial sighed. Why second and third brothers are at odds? One wishes to exert control while the other resists. What can be done? Let it be. For as long as they do not resort to life and death confrontations, it is merely the way of things. Their elder brother. You need not intervene, Zhang Xi reassured him. That is a sound argument. The moral celestial realized that I practice a path of tranquility and non-action. When both of them reach the sage level, I shall find a quiet place to retreat, perhaps to hide and craft magical artifacts. Zhang Xi chuckled softly. Indeed, the moral celestial admitted, somewhat embarrassed, I have few interests, but alchemy and artifact crafting are among them. Then let us continue. Zhang Xi encouraged that we are all great Luo golden immortals, and the vastness of time in the great wilderness is endless. If we were to devote all our time to cultivation, we would be no different from the stones by the eastern sea. Among us brothers, you and I share the deepest affinity, the moral celestial expressed joyfully. Junior, I see your ox is quite unruly. Allow me to tame him for you. I appreciate your efforts. Elder brother, Zhang Xi replied with a smile and a bow. The moral celestial smiled slightly and then brought down the cow demon king from the eaves. Yet, before the cow demon king could utter a word of gratitude, a golden ring was produced and placed upon his nostrils. Ow! The cow demon king yelped in pain. Vile beast, how dare you disrespect your superiors? The moral celestial scoffed, then tossed a golden rope skyward. The rope, seemingly sentient, floated in midair, striking the cow demon king with force. Ow! The cow demon king roared in fury. The rope struck him, crackling with electricity. And after just one blow, he was left battered and rolling on the ground. Kuei Nyo, the four similar ox, and the azure ox knelt in silence, not daring to utter a word. After 3 lashes, the moral celestial held the rope and declared loudly, Vile beast, do you dare to offend the celestial? I do not dare. The cow demon king hastily pleaded, weeping that I was momentarily bewitched. I vow to mend my ways and would not dare to transgress again. Should there be a next time, I shall not spare you. The moral celestial huffed, then winked at Zhang Xi. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Xi, wide-eyed, began to applaud. He had initially thought this elder brother to be gentle and kind-hearted, only to discover he possessed such a thunderous demeanor. Do not underestimate the eldest brother, the Tongtian master whispered. I in our youth, both the second brother and I were mischievous, and we too have felt the sting of this binding celestial rope. Who received the greater share of punishment? Zhang Xi inquired earnestly. Is there any question? The primordial celestial laughed. I am so obedient. How could I compare to the third brother? The Tongtian master's face turned slightly red, and he fell silent for once. I could see that moment. Nüwa approached, playfully chiding Zhang Xi. You have not played with me for quite some time. Indeed, it has been far too long, Zhang Xi replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, these past 100 years have passed in the blink of an the mountainside of Kunlun. Zhang Xi constructed a pavilion, while the Tongtian master fashioned a stone table and 6 stone stools. The 3 pure ones, Nüwa and Duobao, sat on the stools, while their 4 steeds lay at a distance, whispering among themselves. Tushan Yaya rested on Zhang Xi's lap, her expression somewhat forlorn. Was it not agreed that she would be the mount? Why then did her master bring back a cow? Junior, have you heard the news? The moral celestial inquired softly. What news? Zhang Xi poured a bowl of wine for everyone, and Tushan Yaya tugged at his sleeve, indicating her desire for a drink. Now that the Qilin clan has been eradicated, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have become more restrained, yet the heavenly court grows ever more formidable, the primordial celestial side. Our junior is currently riding high. Any demon tribe may ascend to enjoy the celestial edicts. Indeed, the moral celestial frowned. Dijun has lavishly appointed 360 deities in the heavenly realm, all hailing from the demon tribes. Previously, when Dijun held no power, the Jinwu were unruly. Now that Dijun wields such authority, the Jinwu have become even more tyrannical. What? Do the Jinwu dare to offend the Taiji moral celestial? Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow. Junior, do not jest, the moral celestial replied with a wry smile. I rarely venture out. The Jinwu and I have no enmity. Why would they offend me? It is merely that someone has reported to the Purple Cloud Palace, claiming that the Jinwu revel in slaughtering the beings of the great wilderness. What did the master say? Zhang Xi asked earnestly. The master summoned Dijun to the Purple Cloud Palace for questioning. But Dijun insisted that the Jinwu do not slay the beings of the great wilderness. It is simply their innate powers that cause desolation. Whenever they descend upon the great wilderness, it results in drought for miles. Any beings of lesser cultivation inevitably face the fate of being scorched to death. the moral celestial lamented. Zhang Xi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The heavenly court has already established its dominance. We cannot provoke them. Their relations with the Dragon Clan are strong. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire fabric, and the Purple Cloud Palace would inevitably be drawn into the fray. Should we then allow the Jinwu to rampage through the great wilderness? The Tong Tian master exclaimed in anger. Of course. If elder brother finds it unbearable, you may deal with them now, Zhang Xi replied with a light chuckle. With your cultivation, I believe annihilating the three-legged Jinwu would take but a moment. Not jest. Junior, the moral celestial cautioned hurriedly, if the third brother were to truly slay the three-legged Jinwu, I doubt Dijun would consider our bonds of brotherhood. What bonds of brotherhood are there? Zhang Xi shook his head and said, Senior brother, Dijun Donghuang is first and foremost the demon emperor, then a disciple of our master, and only lastly one of our brothers. In his heart, the demon race and the heavenly court hold the utmost importance. The crowd fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Nüwa spoke earnestly. What holds the most significance in your heart? Of course, it is my wife and senior sister. Zhang Xi blurted out. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The three pure ones hastily cleared their throats to make tea. That moment, a flicker of purple light appeared, and Hongjun's figure gradually materialized. Master, the crowd quickly rose to pay their respects. Why are you still here? Hongjun's voice was cold. What do you mean? Zhang Xi furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Master, you once said that as long as I reach the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck down, but this time it was not Zhang Xi who was hit. Rather, it was Tong Tian, who had been watching the commotion on the side. Master, Tong Tian exclaimed, his limbs tingling from the shock, a look of grievance on his face. Tong Tian, did I ever say that he could cease his travels upon reaching Deluo Jin Xian? Hongjun snorted coldly. My brother has misunderstood. Tong Tian quickly clarified. That statement was made by me, not the master. Indeed, it was my third brother who said that. Dao Tianzun immediately interjected. Third brother, how can you speak on behalf of the master? Yuan Shirtan, Zun admonished. Did I misremember? Zhang, she hesitated. I wish for you to achieve Deluo, which is merely a matter of a moment. Letting you wander the vast wilderness is intended to temper your character. How can you not understand? Hongjun stated earnestly. Master, I have just reunited with senior sister. Could I not stay for 100 years or so before departing? Zhang Xi attempted to defer. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning fell like rain. Dao Tianzun quickly formed a hand seal, transporting Nüwa and the others away from the pavilion. What a joke. They can withstand it, but if Duo Bao and Tu Shan Yaya were struck by the purple lightning, they would perish in an instant. What a grave injustice. Master. Boom. Stop striking. I will go. Is that satisfactory? Boom. Damn it, do I still get struck if I go? After Zhang Xi cursed in anger, he immediately summoned clouds and mist to soar into the distance. Yet the purple lightning seemed to follow him relentlessly. It was not until he had traveled 1,000 miles beyond the Kunlun realm that it gradually dissipated at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to meet Hongjun's gaze. You all appear quite refined, even finding time to train your footing. I essay that your master has failed to teach you the art of cloud riding. Or have you become so lazy that you can no longer manage it yourselves? Master, this is a gift from my junior brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun earnestly replied. Second brother's intellect is unexpectedly sharp. Dao de Tianzun and Tong Tian both expressed their surprise, quickly distancing themselves from the responsibility. Tito not deceive the master. My mount was indeed captured alongside my junior brother, Tong Tian said. Cupping his hands, I also advised my junior brother against this. But as you know, my bond with him is too close to resist such shamelessness. Dao de Tianzun and Yuan Shi Tianzun were taken aback. The master's favoritism towards my junior brother is one thing, but more importantly, he is resilient and unashamed. Since entering the Purple Cloud Palace, he has been struck time and again, yet he never learns his lesson, often provoking the master into a rage with just a few careless words. Master, it is indeed so, Dao de Tianzun stated seriously. My junior brother deceived me, claiming that my future mount would be a bull. Thus, I had no choice but to capture a bull to save his face. Upon witnessing the three of them shift the blame onto one another so effortlessly, Hongjun fell silent. Nüwa was about to speak, but noticed the three pure ones frantically signaling her to be quiet. So she merely pursed her lips and swallowed her words that in the future, refrain from playing with your junior brother. Hongjun remarked before intending to return to the Purple Cloud Palace. However, he was taken aback to see Bai and Qing Yo whispering to each other. Why would you not accept the pure bloodline of the primordial Qilin that Go Chun offered to your junior brother, yet return with an impure Qilin bloodline? Master, my junior brother once spoke to me regarding his mount. Tong Tian hastily explained. This bull demon king has already achieved the cultivation of the Luo Jin Xian, yet he cannot transform. It is quite puzzling. His bloodline may be impure, yet it still carries the authentic bloodline of the primordial Qilin. Hongjun shook his head. His father must be an elder of the Qilin lineage, while his mother is an ordinary member of the bull race. How could an ordinary bull withstand the bloodline of the primordial Qilin? Naturally, they cannot merge. After saying this, he lightly gestured with his right hand that a sphere of purple light enveloped the bull demon king, and he soon transformed into a man with a bull's head. Towering over 3 meters tall, with a nose ring that gave him a rather peculiar appearance, in the great wilderness, within the Ho-Tu tribe, Zhang Xi had not yet landed when he was engulfed in black light. And in the next instant, he found himself in a cave. Ho-Tu did not speak. 3 days later, Ho-Tu held Zhang Xi's hand as they walked through the tribe. The members all approached, bowing and calling out. Chief, that. If previously Zhang Xi had leveraged Ho-Tu's authority to become the chief of the tribe, there were still some who were unconvinced. However, following the fierce battle with the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribes, where Zhang Xi single-handedly faced Di Jun, withstood the onslaught of 3 demon generals, and directed his sword at the ancestral dragon, his reputation as Xi of the Wu clan resonated throughout the 3 realms. Almost every sentient being had heard his name. The likes of Ho Qing and others respected him wholeheartedly. After all, in the Wu clan, strength is everything. Observing the now flourishing village, Zhang Xi turned his head and chuckled. My wife manages well. I am in admiration. IT is merely the application of the rules you established. Ho-Tu replied with a sweet smile before her expression turned serious. In due course, we Wu clan will reconvene the entire clan assembly to re-elect the 12 great witches. Why must we re-elect? Zhang Xi inquired, intrigued. Because in the battle against the primordial Qilin, we lost 6 of our great witches. Ho-Tu sighed, now among the 12 Wu clan tribes in the great wilderness. 6 are without leaders, so we must re-elect. How will the election proceed? A public vote? Zhang Xi asked. How could that be? Ho-Tu retorted playfully. It is naturally determined by strength. If you wish to become one of the 12 great witches, you must earn the recognition of the other leaders. Why must I seek their recognition? Zhang Xi scoffed. The Wu clan has always lived by their own rules. Who becomes chief has nothing to do with them. But my father wishes for you to do so, Ho-Tu said earnestly. My father has always wanted to betroth me to Xianming. Ever since I married you, he has been agitated and has quarreled with my father. How melodramatic. Zhang Xi sighed softly. Each of the 12 great witches possesses formidable strength, and although he had not heard of Xianming, one who can become a tribal leader must be at least a powerful figure at the level of Chaos de Luo Jin Xian. If possible, he truly wished to avoid offending such a person, not out of fear, but because the heavenly court is currently powerful that in the future, the Wu clan would still rely on them, and internal strife is detrimental to racial unity. Noticing his silence, Ho-Tu gently squeezed his hand. She was not particularly worried about Xianming causing trouble for Zhang Xi, although Zhang Xi's strength was merely that of the Luo Jin Xian. He possessed extraordinary means that a person who dared to confront the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin would hardly fear a great witch. Putting aside these trivial matters, Zhang Xi focused intently on managing the tribe. Currently, the heavenly court was powerful, and the demon race had almost ascended to the heavens. Moreover, some innate beings, in their desire to ascend, willingly accepted the fate of the demon race and became part of it. Thus, hunting had become increasingly difficult for the Wu clan, and most of the time, they could only hunt demon beasts at the level of Golden Immortal or Xianxian. In utter frustration, Zhang Xi had no choice but to let them engage in combat with one another to enhance their strength. After all, The cultivation methods of the Wu clan are so extreme that breakthroughs can only be achieved in the face of life and death. One day, as Zhang Xi was preparing to summon the members of the tribe for a meeting, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Quickly, to Zhaoyao Mountain, a voice echoed in his mind. Xi, the clan assembly is convening at Zhaoyao Mountain. We must hurry there at once, Ho Tu said solemnly. Does everyone need to attend? Zhang Xi furrowed his brow and remarked, naturally, all the witch clans must attend the gathering. As soon as the words left Ho Tu's lips, she was enveloped in a shroud of black light. Observing this, the other witch clans hastily followed suit. In an instant, the sky was filled with black luminescence. The three-legged golden crows, frolicking in the air, let out a shriek and swiftly sought refuge, for the vast wilderness had rarely welcomed both day and night. Zhaoyao Mountain stood on the shores of the Western Sea. The mountain was dotted with exposed jadeite mines, yet no one seemed to care. After all, apart from the Dragon Clan, only the witch clans could venture here. For ordinary primordial beings, attempting to traverse the Western Sea would be akin to courting death. The waters were teeming with countless formidable aquatic creatures, notorious for their ferocity, often devouring any living being they encountered. Zhang Xi and his companions were the last witch clan to arrive. All around, bonfires were ignited, and 12 stone stools were arranged upon the platform, 5 of which were already occupied. She has arrived. Please take a seat, boomed Gong Gong, who sat at the center, laughing heartily. Zhang Xi offered a slight bow to the leaders, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. The name of the witch clan she resounded powerfully. Zhu Rong chuckled. Even though Gong Gong and I are reputed as the mightiest of the witch clans, you have surpassed us. Such accolades are mere fabrications of those who do not understand. Zhang Xi replied with a light smile. Allow me to introduce you, Gong Gong said, gesturing to a towering figure. This is the leader of the Qiangliang tribe. Leader Qiangliang. Zhang Xi returned the gesture. Leader Xi. Qiangliang responded in kind. This is the leader of the Tianwu tribe, Gong Gong continued. After introducing the 3 leaders, his gaze fell upon the final, formidable man, and he softly said, This is Leader Xianming Xi. I am aware of your reputation. Xianming sneered. You were never a witch. You merely acquired the essence of Ho Tu, which enabled you to master our clan's divine abilities to repel the demon race. Yet, those are merely the tactics of the Zixiao Palace. And what of it? Zhang Xi replied with a soft laugh. As long as I can repel the invading enemy, even if I employ the methods of the demon race, what is the harm? Then you are not a true witch, Xianming retorted angrily. As descendants of Pangu, we witches stand tall between heaven and earth, blessed by the great Pangu and endowed with our own divine abilities. How dare you claim to be one of us when you scarcely comprehend our powers? His voice was thunderous, causing the very ground of Zhaoyao Mountain to tremble. Countless witches turned their gazes toward Zhang Xi on the platform, whispering among themselves that Xuanming's words hold merit. If one does not master the witch's divine abilities, how can they be considered a witch? Indeed, our clan's body-refining techniques are not inferior to the divine abilities of other races. If everyone were to emulate Xi, who would practice our body-refining methods henceforth? Though such sentiments circulated, it was Ho Tu who held the leadership of the Xi clan. Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Ho Tu's ire surged. With a swift movement, she appeared on the platform and coldly declared, Originally, I had entrusted the management of the Ho Tu clan to my husband, and I wish to avoid further conflict. However, Xianming, if you assert this, then my husband and I shall each have a seat among the 12 great witches. What? An uproar erupted among the witch clans. The female leader of the witch clans, after millennia, was none other than Ho Tuesday. Many clans had previously voiced their discontent, but after Ho Tu ceded her leadership position to Zhang Xi, the clans had managed to settle down somewhat. Yet now, Ho Tu sought to contest for the title of Great Witch once more, and with her husband also a leader, would that not mean 2 clans for the 2 of them? Ho Tu, having relinquished the position of Great Witch, how can you now contend? Qiangliang interjected, displeased. The tradition of the witch clans dictates that strength prevails. If you are unconvinced, we could engage in a contest. Ho Tu retorted with a cold smile. Pit myself against a mere child would be excessively tedious. Qiangliang scoffed. Such words are misguided. Leader Qiangliang. Zhang Xi interjected, placing Ho-Tu firmly in the position of Great Witch. The witches, regardless of age or gender, are all formidable beings. Moreover, the role of a witch leader is not asserted through mere words, but through the might of one's fist that she... What do you mean? Xianming stood, his voice icy, that if you are confident in your strength, let us engage in a duel that I shall take the challenge. Ho-Tu stood again. Zhang Xi pulled her back, his expression stern. Why, dear wife, is not to take the lead while I still draw breath. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu's cheeks flushed, and she obediently took her seat. Xianming, witnessing this, became even angrier, drawing a massive axe from behind him and sneering, Let me teach you, Leader Xi, a lesson in skill. Then let it be so. Zhang Xi said, extending his right hand. Summoning the Zhang He sword into his grasp, ha! Xianming bellowed, advancing with his axe. Zhang Xi, not to be outdone, met his advance with a sword block. The clash echoed, causing the very foundations of Zhao Yao Mountain to shudder. The air distorted, rippling with waves. Swish, swish, swish. Xianming unleashed 3 successive axe strikes, each resonating with the sound of tearing air. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Xi parried each strike without taking a step back, though deep footprints were left in the ground. Xianming furrowed his brow, perplexed. Wasn't she merely at the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal? How could his physicality be so formidable? What Xianming did not know was that Zhang Xi had once provoked Hongjun's wrath, resulting in a near-fatal beating that left him on the brink of death before being saved and subsequently pummeled again. Who could fathom the depths of despair he had faced during that time? He had nearly succumbed. Since your methods have been exhausted, allow me to demonstrate mine, Zhang Xi said with a cold smile, unleashing 3 sword energies. Xianming's expression shifted as he swiftly raised his axe to defend. The 3 sword energies struck the stone axe, leaving behind 3 deep marks. Zhang Xi would not afford Xianming a moment's reprieve, tossing the primordial 5 flag skyward, summoning the Taiji diagram to ensnare Xianming. What skill is it to use a magical artifact? Xianming roared in fury. Zhang Xi flickered and appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him flying. The primordial 5 flags promptly followed, landing upon the ground. Sword rise! Zhang Xi formed a hand seal, retracting the Taiji diagram, unleashing countless sword energies that soared into the sky. Freed from confinement, Xianming grasped his stone axe and fiercely struck at the incoming sword energies. Swish! 7 or 8 sword energies were shattered by the stone axe, while sword energies continued to assail from all directions. Xianming, left with no choice, gripped the axe's handle and spun wildly. Humph! Zhang Xi chuckled coldly. Bringing his palms together, the sword energies soared toward Xuanming's head, coalescing beneath the wushu apricot yellow flag into a massive energy sword. Cut! Zhang Xi commanded, and the sword energies descended. Xianming, unwilling to yield, raised a stone axe and ascended into the air. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the stone axe shattered into countless fragments, while the energy sword pierced through Xuanming's chest, pinning him to the ground. Spitting blood, Xianming attempted to rise, but a long sword had already been placed against his throat. We are of the same clan. Do not pursue a path of utter annihilation. Gong Gong interjected, frowning. Very well, Zhang Xi replied, waving his hand to retract the primordial 5 flags. The energy sword that had pinned Xianming also vanished without a trace. Xianming fell to the ground, his chest shimmering with black light, the massive wound gradually healing. Leader Xianming, how do you fare? Zhang Xi inquired softly. You have won, Xianming replied, his face ashen as he seated himself back in his position. Leader Qiangliang, if you're dissatisfied with my wife serving as the Witch Clan leader, we may also engage in a contest, Zhang Xi said, stepping toward Qiangliang while wielding the Zhanghe sword. Leader Xi, your prowess is evident to all, Suzy interjected with a chuckle. We have known of Ho-Tu's strength for millennia. There is no need for further demonstration. Qiangliang's brow furrowed, remaining silent as he shot a glance at Zhang Xi before turning away. I appreciate your just words, Leader Suzy, Zhang Xi said, bowing in gratitude before addressing the assembly of witches, proclaiming loudly, from this day forth, I Xi shall establish the Xi tribe. Xi, your choice of name is improper. Zhurong chuckled lightly. Our witch clan has yet to produce a single character tribe. Since you intend to establish a tribe, Why not inherit the leadership of the Huashu tribe, which was annihilated by the Qilin clan? Huashu tribe? Zhang Xi momentarily paused, finding the name oddly familiar. The Huashu tribe is predominantly associated with the Fushi lineage. Perhaps you should rename it the Fushi tribe, Gong Gong suggested softly. Fushi, Zhang Xi shivered slightly. Brother, that name is not to be taken lightly. Should Fushi come knocking, even 8 of him would not suffice to contend with Fushi's might. However, it is not entirely impossible. With the arrival of the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, he might manage to hold his own against the great Emperor Fushi. The surge of arrogance welled up within him. Zhang Xi hastily collected his thoughts, preparing to speak, when Hudu rose and declared, "The Huashu tribe currently lacks a leader. My husband, you shall inherit the Huashu tribe and rename it the Fushi tribe." Very well then, Zhang Xi nodded reluctantly, his heart incessantly offering apologies to the great Emperor Fushi. There are already 7 tribe leaders, and 5 tribes remain without selected leaders. If anyone feels they possess sufficient strength, they may step forward to demonstrate. Gong Gong proclaimed, "I shall." Huq transformed into a streak of black light and flashed onto the stage. Huq is my progeny. Should I intervene and fail, I fear you may accuse me of favoritism. You go ahead. Gong Gong waved his hand dismissively. Then allow me to test Huq's prowess. Ziz stood up, laughing heartily. Huq, it has been millennia since we last met. I wonder if you have made any progress. Only a trial will reveal. Huq morphed into a black streak of light and charged towards Ziz. Bang, bang, bang. Neither combatant wielded weapons. They engaged in the most authentic witch clan combat style, exchanging injury for injury, risking life for life. The onlookers from the witch clan erupted in excitement. Huq. Defeat him. Leader, teach Huq a lesson. The members of the Ziz tribe and Huda tribe rallied their support for the 2 combatants. However, Ziz's strength was indeed formidable. After merely 2 hours of combat, Huq fell, Kwafu, and he immediately ascended the stage, embracing Huq before swiftly retreating from the scene. Roar! Ziz pounded his chest fiercely, his entire being radiating a dark light. In an instant, the witch clan members below were sent sprawling. Hutu and the others remained resolute, their bodies flickering with dark light, unwavering. Only Zhang Xi,